Chapter 1 is a throbbing pain engulfed my head, the result of enduring 30 consecutive days of grueling labor, each exceeding 12 hours. Was I truly to succumb at the tender age of 23 before I had even tasted the sweetness of life? No, this cannot be the end. As I berated my unscrupulous employer in my mind, a nearby conversation jolted me awake. It has been 3 days. Why has he not yet awakened? The doctor assured us there was no serious harm. Oh, Karl, my dear Karl, please wake and see your mother. Fear not, my love. Dr. Daniel has reassured us Karl merely suffered a fall, a scrape on his arm, perhaps a minor concussion. He shall awaken in due time, but 3 days have passed, and there is still no sign of him stirring. What was happening? Had I not perished from overwork? How could I still hear their voices? Ouch! My head aches. A torrent of memories surged into my consciousness. I sat upright, cradling my head in agony. It hurts. Hiss. My hands relentlessly pounded against my skull. Karl, you have finally awakened. My child. The woman beside me, upon seeing Karl's awakening, embraced him and wept, while the man beside her shed tears as well, for they had endured the loss of a child before. It is a relief to see you awake. You must never venture to the back mountain again. Do you understand? Your mother has been beside herself with worry these past few days. At that moment, I was still absorbing the memories of this body. My original self was named Karl, Podcast Karl Podcast. Isn't that a surname exclusive to the world of One Piece? Have I traversed dimensions? Have I been transported to the realm of One Piece? My heavens! The world of One Piece is fraught with peril. The nobility may fare better, but commoners have little hope of survival. It is far worse than my previous life of working 30 days a month, each day exceeding 12 hours. No. The nobility is not safe either. Those possessing devil fruits are formidable. Their powers terrifying. Pirates will not hesitate to kill, regardless of one's noble status, for the wealthy are often targets. What shall I do? Seeing Karl still dazed, the woman was understandably alarmed. Karl, what is the matter? Do not frighten your mother. Mother, I merely experienced a fleeting headache, but I feel much better now. Just then my stomach growled audibly. Ah, you must be hungry. Allow me to fetch you something to eat. You must be famished after lying here for 3 days, the woman said, wiping her tears as she stepped out to procure food. It is a relief to see you awake. You must never venture to the back mountain again. Do you understand? You cannot fathom the worry your mother has endured these past few days. The man remarked. I understand, father. I was merely curious, as I observed numerous animals making their way to the peaks of the back mountain, and I followed them. They were magnificent creatures. They embarked on a pilgrimage to the sacred mountain each year. On that particular day, they would visit the holy site, much like a ritualistic offering. All right, let's not dwell on Karl. He hasn't eaten in 3 days first. Let him have something to eat. Karl, come over and enjoy the apple pie that mother has made especially for you. Thank you, mother. I'm diving in. Karl immediately leapt from his bed and began to feast. The food in this anime appeared visually delightful, and indeed, it proved to be scrumptiously delectable. In mere moments, he devoured one pie and swiftly reached for another to indulge. Further, slow down. Mother has prepared plenty. There will surely be enough for you, she said, affectionately patting Karl's head. Well, now that Karl is fine, I shall return to my work, having taken 3 days off. I can only imagine how irate Darcy will be upon my return, Berg remarked as he headed towards the door. Remember to pick up ingredients for the cake on your way home. Tomorrow marks Karl's 8th birthday. I intend to bake a delicious apple cream cake to celebrate. Yes, I will, came the voice from outside. Mother, I am full. May I take a bath first? I feel rather unclean. Of course. Go wash up. I need to prepare dinner for this evening. She then kissed Karl on the forehead before stepping out. Karl made his way to the bathroom, shedding his clothes before reclining in the bathtub, letting the water run. While reflecting on recent events, he finally understood why the original body had merely fainted after falling from the mountain. It turned out that on the day he followed those animals to the sacred mountain, he had witnessed a multitude of towering creatures prostrating before a grand statue, prompting him to approach and discern what was so worthy of veneration. A legend circulated in the town, forbidding hunting in the forest from June 25th to 28th, as these days marked the animals' day of worship. Disturbing their sacred observance was said to bring about misfortune. As he cautiously circled to the side of the statue, he beheld the colossal tiger-like figure, stretching over 80 meters long and towering approximately 50 meters high. It resembled a tiger, yet bore 2 horns, reminiscent of an ancient mythical beast, exuding an aura of majesty and power. However, in a moment of carelessness, he misstepped and tumbled down, finding himself inside a cave beside the statue. Inside appeared to be a grand hall, where a large chair cradled a box at its center. Curiosity piqued, Karl approached and opened it, revealing an enormous banana-like fruit. Yet, it was not quite a banana. adorned with peculiar patterns. Karl extracted it, examining it closely when suddenly his stomach grumbled. It had been quite some time since he had eaten. Gazing at the banana, he pondered whether it was edible. With that, he took a hearty bite. Alas, he had previously believed that Uncle Daren's cooking was the most unpalatable fare imaginable. Yet this flavor surpassed even that in its wretchedness. After a few bites, he could no longer force himself to eat. Suddenly, his body began to swell, transforming into a monstrous tiger-like figure with two horns atop its head. Unable to control the surging emotions, he leaped and burst through the great hall. Ascending the mountain, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, scattering in all directions. Yet, before he could fully revel in his might, he reverted to human form and collapsed. Losing consciousness, the creatures of the forest fled in all directions as the ground trembled beneath the stampede of their escape. The town, too, was stirred by that remarkable roar. Fear gripped the inhabitants at the thought of the beast breaking free from the woods and descending upon them. In haste, they sought refuge along the coast. As hours passed, the tumult gradually subsided, and the animals did not venture beyond their forest sanctuary. A sense of relief washed over the townspeople as they cautiously returned, the fearsome sound still echoing in their minds, seemingly piercing the heavens and stripping them of any courage to resist. Upon returning home, Karl's parents found him missing, triggering an immediate wave of panic. Karl, where are you? Karl. The woman rushed to the neighboring house of Daren. Daren, have you seen Karl? No, I haven't. Is he missing? Daren's concern mirrored that of Karl's parents, for Karl often visited him and had grown up alongside him. Karl is gone. We've searched everywhere home and found no trace of him. Karl's father exclaimed, "Not despair, let us search together." Thus, they began their search throughout the town, but as darkness fell, they still had not located him. Overwhelmed with worry, the woman began to weep. "Oh, my Karl, where could you be? Karl, he may have wandered into the forest. I shall venture in to look for him." With a sword in hand, he made his way toward the woods. "Daren, wait. We shall go together." Karl's father insisted. "No, it is too perilous. The chaos caused by the animals in the forest has only just subsided. What if something were to happen to you both?" The mayor cautioned. "Let's take more with us, Ed and Ian. You shall accompany us." Ed and Ian, towering men over 2 meters in height, were part of the town's fishing crew. "Very well, Mayor." Ed and Ian responded. Daren, along with Karl's father and several members of the fishing crew, ventured into the forest with torches held aloft. They searched while softly calling Karl's name, careful not to raise their voices. After a lengthy search, they finally arrived at the base of the sacred mountain, where they discovered Karl, unconscious Karl. "Karl, how are you?" Berg shouted in alarm. "Berg, do not panic, we must get Karl back. This place is too dangerous." Berg lifted Karl into his arms, and the group hastily made their way back toward the town. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, a collective sigh of relief was released, for the day's disturbances had been far too great. "Karl, what has happened to you?" "Karl." Emma, Karl's mother, rushed forward, nearly driven to madness by worry. "Emma, Karl has fainted. Let's return home first and have Dr. Daniel take a look," Berg said upon arriving home. He summoned Dr. Daniel, who conducted a thorough examination of Karl. After a while, he concluded, "Karl seems to have a mild concussion. He should regain consciousness in a few days. Everything else appears to be normal, so there's no cause for concern. Thank you, Dr. Daniel. I am immensely grateful." Emma expressed, "Not at all. I am the town doctor, and it is my duty." "Since Karl is fine, I shall take my leave," Dr. Daniel replied. "All right, thank you, Dr. Daniel. Since that is the case, I shall also take my leave. I am utterly exhausted. That boy had the audacity to venture into the forest," Daren remarked before heading home. Thus, Berg and his wife tended to Karl for 3 days before he finally awakened. But the Karl who emerged was no longer the same as Karl soaked in the bath. He began to comprehend his current situation. The island that housed the town was situated in a windless zone, blessed with abundant mineral resources. Due to the stable climate of the windless zone, most villagers relied on agriculture for their livelihood, with each household cultivating a variety of fruit trees, predominantly apples. The town collectively purchased the harvested fruits, which were then transported by fleet for sale elsewhere. The fleet would subsequently return with clothing, fabric, salt, and various other supplies, which would be wholesaled to the shops in town. Generations of villagers had lived in such tranquility, a rarity in the world of One Piece. Then, Karl recalled the devil fruit he had consumed and began to smile with joy. Indeed, every transmigrator is fortunate he had consumed the mythical Zoan fruit, a rarity even among devil fruits. With diligent training, he could surely achieve greatness in the world of One Piece. However, there was one issue. He lacked knowledge of training techniques. It seemed he would have to start with the basics, such as running and doing push-ups. Wait. Uncle Daren. He must know. Uncle Daren had sailed the seas and been a pirate in his youth, a fact Karl often heard when visiting Daren's home. At that time, Uncle Daren claimed he was formidable, capable of cleaving the sea with a single sword stroke. Karl had thought he was boasting and had not taken him seriously, yet he had managed to extract many tales of the outside world from Daren. Now, reflecting on it, Karl surmised that Uncle Daren's claim of being able to cleave the sea likely indicated he was a master swordsman. In the world of One Piece, swordsmen could unleash sword waves akin to the sword chi in cultivation realms, some powerful enough to carve hundreds of meters deep chasms in the ocean. Yes, I must seek Uncle Daren's guidance. With that thought, he dashed towards Daren's home. Uncle Daren, are you home? Karl, you finally awakened. I just finished preparing lunch. Would you like to join me? Uncle Daren, am not hungry. My mother just made me an apple pie, and am still quite full. The mere thought of Uncle Daren's past culinary creations was terrifying. The flavors were enough to make one's soul tremble. It was a mystery how anyone could stomach them. What brings you here? I just finished lunch and need to head to the orchard, so I don't have time to tell you a story. Uncle Daren, I wish for you to teach me to train. I want to learn swordsmanship. Ha ha ha. Karl, you didn't believe in it before. Yet today, you wish to learn swordsmanship? Moreover, training in swordsmanship is arduous. I doubt you will endure. Do not underestimate me. If you teach me, I will certainly persevere. Very well, very well. After I finish eating, come with me to the orchard. I shall see how resilient you are. Just to be clear, the training is quite demanding. I will definitely manage it. Thank you, Uncle Daren. Ha ha ha. I too hope you can endure. After a while, once Daren had eaten his fill, the two set off. Upon reaching the orchard, Daren said, to learn swordsmanship, one must first possess a robust physique. Only with a strong body can one better practice swordsmanship. Hey, race, what you will do. Fetch water from the river using a bucket and irrigate these 500 fruit trees. What? Uncle Daren, you aren't tricking me into doing your chores, are you? Stop the nonsense. Do you still wish to learn swordsmanship? Hurry and grab a bucket. If you can't accomplish this task, you will never be able to persist in your training. Daren playfully nudged Karl's backside hoof. Just wait. I will show you I can complete it. With that, Karl dashed to the river with a bucket in hand. Daren stood by, smoking, as he watched Karl tirelessly fetch water and water the trees. Thus, the afternoon passed. By the time Karl finished irrigating the last tree, he was utterly exhausted, his chest felt constricted, and his mouth was parched. Uncle Daren, I have completed it. Karl gasped for breath nearby. Well done, Karl. You actually persevered. Come, have some water. Karl gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling rejuvenated. So, Uncle Daren, what shall we do next? We will return for today tomorrow. We shall begin formally learning swordsmanship. Great. I will certainly work hard. Karl followed Daren home. Upon arrival, his parents had not yet returned. Overcome by fatigue, he collapsed on his bed and fell asleep. He awoke at dinner time, roused by the enticing aroma of the evening meal. I'm so hungry. What for dinner, Mom? First, wash your hands. Everything tonight is your favorite, including a big chunk of goat meat. All right. I love your cooking, Mom. His mother smiled and continued bringing out the rest of the dishes from the kitchen. After washing his hands, he gazed at the table filled with delicious food, his mouth watering. Mom, starting now. He sat down and began to devour the meal voraciously. Slow down. There's plenty more. Your cooking is simply exquisite. Mom, I can never grow tired of it. By the way, Dad, I want to start learning swordsmanship from Uncle Daren tomorrow. Uncle Daren once sailed the seas. It would not be amiss to acquire some skills for self-defense, whether for hunting or joining a fleet in the future. Joining a fleet is out of the question. Whatever else you choose to do, you must not join a fleet. Mother suddenly exclaimed with a hint of agitation. All right, Mother, I shall heed your words and refrain from joining a fleet. Emma came over, embracing Karl, and wept. Emma's intense reaction stemmed from her sister. For years prior, driven by a yearning for the outside world, her sister had clandestinely boarded a ship while the fleet set sail. It was only after they had passed the Doldrums that the crew discovered her absence. Later, while the fleet was procuring supplies on an island, she vanished, and despite extensive searches, she was never found. Karl dared not voice his thoughts of seeking out his sister when he grew older, fearing it would distress their mother. The year was 1488 in the era of the sea, and since Ace was born in 1500, it meant he must reach Batlira Island before 1498 to find his sister at merely 8 years of age. Karl contemplated that by the time he turned 17, he would have ample opportunity to set sail and search for his sister, Luju. After a family dinner and a refreshing bath, they retired for the night. In the dead of night, Karl stealthily slipped out and made his way into the forest. He sought to test the capabilities of the phantom beast fruit he had consumed. Upon entering the woods, Karl gradually transformed into his full beast form, feeling a surge of excitement within him. It was a Bianhu, the cat fruit, phantom beast type, Bianhu form. The Bianhu, resembling a tiger. is known for its litigious nature, yet possesses formidable power. The ancient prison gates were adorned with the image of the Bian, symbolizing both confinement and protection for the people. Legend has it that the Bian is not only righteous and principled, but also possesses the ability to discern right from wrong, delivering impartial judgments. Its imposing figure adds to its stature. Thus it is not only depicted on prison gates, but also crouches on either side of the grand halls of officials. Whenever the magistrate presides, the insignia of authority and the placards of silence and avoidance bear its image, observing vigilantly to uphold the sanctity of the court. Gazing at his majestic beast form, Karl felt truly formidable, surrounded by swirling flames, with two horns atop his head, his physique akin to that of a tiger. The aura he exuded deterred nearby animals from approaching, keeping them at a distance. Utilizing his fiery clouds, he soared to the sacred mountain, where he beheld a grand statue of remarkable size. At his current length of merely several meters and a height exceeding 8, he felt like a diminutive version of the Bian standing before the statue. Noticing an opening nearby, he leaped down without hesitation. Beside the hall, an oil lamp flickered. Igniting it revealed the true splendor of the hall. It was brimming with treasures, dazzling to the eyes. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, regardless of past or present. He had never encountered such wealth. Fortunately, the sacred mountain was deserted, for otherwise, these treasures would surely vanish. After a moment of astonishment, his excitement gradually subsided. He now had the funds needed for his future maritime ventures, truly splendid. Collecting himself, he leapt out of the hall, contemplating the entrance. It needed to be concealed, otherwise, careless animals might inadvertently disrupt the hall. Transforming back into his human form, he moved massive stones to block the entrance, ensuring that no wild beasts could enter. He then flew towards the edge of the town, reverting to his human shape, only to be suddenly enveloped by fatigue. He was utterly exhausted. His physical condition was far too weak. In a world like that of One Piece, where powerful beings engage in battles lasting days, it was clear that he needed to strengthen his body. Dragging his weary form back home, he collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to Karl, Daren had witnessed him heading towards the forest and waited for his return before feeling at ease to rest. It seemed that Karl harbored many secrets, but then again, who doesn't he? Sleep beckoned, for tomorrow would bring rigorous training for this little one. The next morning, as dawn broke, Karl rose early. His mother had already prepared breakfast, and after finishing his meal, he set off to find Daren. Karl, remember to come home early today. It's your birthday, and be sure to bring Daren along. I will, Mom. Come on, Uncle Daren, wake up. I've been awake for a while, you rascal. Let us go to the other side of town. Uncle Daren wielded a sword over a meter long, and he held it with an impressive demeanor. He must have been quite the handsome fellow in his youth. Well, certainly not as handsome as I am. Karl chuckled. What are you laughing at? Hurry up. Upon reaching the other side of the quaint town, they arrived at a modest plain. Start by running around here. Keep going until you feel you can't continue. Then let me know. All right, I'll begin now. Thus, Karl circled the plain, running until his clothes were drenched and his throat felt as if it were on fire. Uncle Daren, I can't run anymore, he gasped. Legs akimbo. Now, take the sword and focus intently. When your heart finds stillness, swing it. Keep swinging until I tell you to stop. Understood. Karl grasped Uncle Daren's katana, closing his eyes to concentrate. He adjusted his breathing, allowing his heartbeat to slow down and gradually quiet his mind. Following Daren's guidance, he felt his heart settle before he swung the sword forward with vigor. Excellent, just like that. Keep going, do not cease. Karl continued to swing the sword, finding solace in the rhythm, undeterred by fatigue, enveloped by the singular sound of the blade slicing through the air. Time became an abstraction as he surrendered to the motion. Eventually, Uncle Daren called for him to pause. Dazed, Karl felt as though his arms were foreign, resting heavily on the ground as he gasped for breath. How was that? Did you feel anything while swinging the sword? At first, I felt exhausted, but gradually I became oblivious to the sounds around me, as if everything had vanished. Very good. To become a master swordsman, the first step is to attune to the sword's essence, to embrace it as part of your being, so that it may heed your command and become an extension of your will. With that, he swung the sword downwards. A powerful arc that sent a devastating strike through the air, cleaving the sea and creating a chasm hundreds of meters long. Karl suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Oh my! Is this the legendary swordsman? How magnificent! I must learn this." His heart raced with excitement. Uncle Daren, is this what you referred to as the realm of the great swordsman? Absolutely stunning. Karl enthusiastically spoke to Daren. Ha ha ha, indeed. This is the very slash executed by a grand swordsman. That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. Come, let us head back, Daren replied. All right. Thank you for your hard work today, Uncle Daren. By the way, it's my birthday today, and my mother asked me to invite you over for dinner. With that, they walked back to the town together. The sun was setting, casting a beautiful glow over the distant sea. Upon arriving home, Karl found that his mother had prepared dinner, and his father had brought back several bottles of rum. Daren, it's been ages since we last drank together. Tonight, I shall ensure you are thoroughly intoxicated. Karl laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Berg, your drinking prowess is still lacking. It won't be so easy to get me drunk. Daren replied jovially. First, we shall dine. And then we can drink. There is also cake. I'll fetch it now. Karl, your mother baked you an apple cream cake today. Oh, well. Thank you, Mom. I want the biggest piece. Come, let us light the candles and make a wish. All right, Mom. Karl closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, wishing for his parents' health, for his sister's safety, and for Uncle Daren's well-being. Mom, I've made my wish. With a puff, Karl blew out the candles, and everyone erupted into applause. Today, our Karl turns 8. Happy birthday. May you continue to grow healthy and strong. Let us dig in. Cake time. Oh, I'm starting now. I want the biggest piece. Karl, famished, stuffed the cake into his mouth. As Karl devoured the cake, his parents and Uncle Daren joined in. Thus, amidst laughter and merriment, Karl's 8th birthday quietly passed. Life felt quite pleasant, even in the world of pirates, where they resided in a calm area far from the Grand Line, allowing for such serene living. After dinner, Berg became quite intoxicated, and Daren, slightly tipsy, made his way home. Karl assisted his mother in cleaning up the remnants of their celebration. Once everyone had retired for the night, Karl rose quietly, determined to practice his devil fruit abilities. He could not afford to be complacent. Stealthily, he ventured into the forest, transforming into his full beast form, soaring towards the sacred mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he began to familiarize himself with the powers of the devil fruit. Karl transformed into a beastly humanoid form, seated cross-legged with closed eyes, immersing himself in the sensations surrounding the sacred mountain. The innate ability of the mythical beast allowed him to discern truth from falsehood, akin to a unique form of observation Haki. Thus, he diligently acquainted himself with the powers of the devil fruit while honing his observation Haki, returning home to rest only at the break of dawn. Days turned into weeks, weeks into years, and before long, 5 years had slipped by, during which Karl grew into a handsome young man standing at a height of 1.8 meters. By the coastline, Karl attuned himself to the rhythmic breaths of his surroundings. Calming his mind, he understood that only by perceiving their breaths could he transcend in the way of the sword. Daren remarked that after years had passed, Karl had finally grasped a fragment of the techniques necessary to ascend to the level of a swordsman. As the atmosphere fell silent, he unleashed a strike. A pale crimson slash soaring forth. I have finally executed a flying slash. Uncle Daren. Ha ha ha. I have reached the realm of the swordsman. His exhilaration was palpable. Watching One Piece, he had often imagined how wonderful it would be to perform such a feat like Mihawk. Now, he had achieved it, and the sensation was exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Well done, Karl. Your talent is truly remarkable. Given time, you shall surely attain the status of a grand swordsman. Coupled with the abilities of your mythical beast Devil Fruit, you will undoubtedly carve out your place upon the vast seas. Daren laughed heartily. However, your physical conditioning still requires work. I felt your blows were quite painful during our spar yesterday. Thus, you must train your body further, once your physique is enhanced. Awakening the armament Haki will become much easier. Now, let us conclude for today and return home. Yes, I will continue to strive, he replied, fastening the Tang's sword to his waist as he strolled towards the town. This sword was crafted specifically for him by Uncle Daren during his previous voyage and was a formidable blade of the 21st grade. Upon reaching the town and passing by the tavern, Daren stated, starting tomorrow, you can train independently. I have imparted all that I know to you. Now it is up to you. With that, he entered the tavern, humming a tune, revealing his cheerful disposition for the day. Indeed. Thank you for your hard work over these years, Uncle Daren. Karl bowed respectfully. He felt joyous today. Upon returning home, he discovered his mother had not yet arrived. So he carefully placed the sword and began preparing dinner for the evening. What a wonderful mood I'm in, riding the waves, riding the waves. Half an hour later, his parents finally returned. Karl, why are you home so early today? His mother inquired. Mother, today I have graduated. I have reached the realm of the swordsman. Uncle Daren said I can train on my own starting tomorrow. Is that true? My dear Karl, how splendid. But remember to remain humble and continue working hard. Yes. I understand, Mother. By the way, Father, I plan to go hunting on my own tomorrow. I want to earn money while honing my abilities. That is fine. But do not venture too deep into the forest, all right? Stay closer to the edge. There are plenty of prey there as well. Understood. Dinner is ready. Today, we shall feast on curry beef rice. This cuisine is indeed my forte. What they do not realize is that Karl trains every night on the sacred mountain. Not to mention the depths of the forest. In the future, he will venture into the forest alone during the day. And it is essential to communicate this clearly to his family for their peace of mind. Ah, how delightful it smells. With Karl's handsome appearance and culinary skills, any woman who marries him will surely find happiness. Mother, I am but 13. Marriage is far too early for me. All right, let us eat. Berg, come join us for breakfast. The family joyfully indulges in breakfast. Yet, wait, we are missing Sister Luju. Sister, wait for me. After finishing the meal and taking a bath, I lie down on the bed. Oh, how comfortable it is. It has been so long since I have retired this early. In previous years, I would return from training on the sacred mountain past midnight. Today, I can finally enjoy a restful slumber. Before long, I drift into sleep. Awakening at dawn, I rise, have breakfast, take my knife, and head towards the forest. On the way, I encounter Uncle Ed and Uncle Ian. Good morning, Uncle Ed and Uncle Ian. Are you going hunting today? Yes, we need to prepare some meat for our upcoming sea voyage. Karl, are you also venturing into the forest to hunt? Indeed. Uncle Daren has informed me that I am now ready to train independently in the forest, and I have discussed this with my parents. Just remember not to venture too deep into the woods. There are many fearsome beasts lurking there. Yes, I understand. I will remain close to the edge. The group proceeds into the forest, and upon arrival, Karl separates from them to commence his own training. He plans to engage the forest beasts without transformation, believing that this method will better hone his physical prowess and combat reflexes. 2 years pass, and Karl has subdued all the wild beasts in the forest with his bare hands. Deep within the woods, he is roasting meat, specifically a segment of a dinosaur's tail. While the creature trembles nearby, watching with trepidation. The dinosaur, battered and bruised, has a considerable portion of its tail severed, looking utterly pitiful. Ha! Fear not. I shall not feast upon you tomorrow. I intend to change my training grounds then. After 2 years together, I find myself somewhat reluctant to part ways. Perhaps you could accompany me instead. Karl gazed at the dinosaur, which shook its head vigorously, a look of reluctance etched upon its face. Ha! Never mind. I was merely jesting. You may return now. I wonder if your wife and children would still recognize you with that tail shortened, he chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the dinosaur dashed away without a backward glance. Well, time to feast. The meat from that dinosaur's tail is quite delectable when roasted. After satisfying his hunger, he dragged a sheep alongside him as he made his way home, the day's catch. Upon returning, he found that Berger and Emma had also arrived. Mother, let us have lamb stew today. I hunted a sheep weighing over 200 pounds. Goodness, Karl, you're becoming increasingly capable, Emma replied. Tonight, your mother will prepare a grand feast featuring the entire sheep. How wonderful. Thank you, Mother. I shall assist as well. With that, he joined in the preparation of the sheep. Once they had nearly finished, Karl picked up a leg of lamb and a portion of ribs and headed towards Uncle Daren's house. Uncle Daren, are you home? There was no response. He likely remained at the tavern. He pushed open the door, entered the kitchen, and placed the lamb in the refrigerator before returning home. That evening's dinner promised to be sumptuous. Although Karl had feasted in the forest, his robust physique allowed for swift digestion, and he had consumed nearly half the sheep. Over the past 2 years, his strength had increased, along with his appetite. Fortunately, the forest provided ample game. Otherwise, his voracious appetite might have depleted the household's resources. After a hearty meal, he washed up and retired for the night. The past 2 years of battling fierce beasts had not only strengthened his physique, but also awakened his mastery of Haki, achieving partial coverage. However, he noted that his effectiveness in combat against ferocious creatures was waning, and it was time to cultivate resilience against seawater. After all, seawater is the nemesis of devil fruits, presenting a significant vulnerability for future maritime ventures. The following day, Karl arrived at the seaside, shedding his shirt to reveal his well-defined musculature. He waded into the ocean. But as he stepped into the water, a wave of weakness washed over him, a most unwelcome sensation. He pressed on until the water reached his thighs. nearly succumbing to the discomfort, then began wielding his sword, gradually acclimating to the sensation of powerlessness. When he could scarcely endure it any longer, he returned to shore to rest before re-entering the water for further training. By the end of the day, he felt even more fatigued than during his initial training sessions. Nevertheless, he was pleased with his performance on the first day. At the very least, he had persevered. Tomorrow, I shall continue. A year passed, and Karl had adjusted to training in seawater. The feeling of weakness persisted but no longer hindered his movements. His time spent training in the ocean had significantly enhanced his physique, and he had achieved full body coverage of Haki. The next step was to refine his external release and internal destruction techniques. He had already consulted Uncle Daren regarding training methods, and would continue to progress methodically. Notably, during this year, his mastery of Conqueror's Haki had awakened, allowing him to release it at will. However, precise strikes remain elusive, necessitating further effort. Nearly there, Karl emerged from the water and ventured into the forest. Before long, he dragged out a wild boar, allowing its blood to flow into the sea. After a brief wait, a small sea creature appeared, swimming towards the direction of the boar. As it prepared to consume the boar, Karl seized the moment and executed a swift, soaring strike, dispatching the creature effortlessly. This was a technique Karl had mastered over the year for capturing sea creatures, particularly effective in the Doldrums, where these marine beings abound. Karl severed the most valuable portions, subsequently transporting the remainder to the town for sale. Throughout the year, this method had already yielded him over 10 million berries. The cost of living in the small town was modest. Had he sold them elsewhere, the prices would have multiplied tenfold, yet Karl offered them at a discount. Karl, you've caught more marine delicacies today. Karl, my mother said she wants to purchase 1,000 berries worth of sea king meat. Karl, as usual, we need 500 pounds for our tavern. All right, one at a time, please don't crowd. Upon seeing Karl's return, everyone gathered around him eagerly. Before long, the Sea King had been sold out, and he returned home with the berries and the meat he had set aside for his family. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Good to have you back. I just heard some commotion. Did you catch more Sea Kings today? Yes, Father, and everything has been sold. I saved this for you, Mother. Let us prepare a Sea King feast tonight. All right, come help me, Nima said gently. The family happily began to prepare their dinner, for the meat of the Sea King was truly delectable. This year, due to their frequent consumption of Sea King meat, their health had improved remarkably. A delightful day passed amidst laughter. The following morning, Karl set off to find Jason, the navigator of the fleet. Once they ventured beyond the Doldrums, they could no longer rely on the dog-headed Sea King for navigation. Exposure could pose significant risks to the fleet, making the navigator an indispensable member of the crew. Recently, Karl had been learning navigation techniques from Jason, preparing for their journey a year hence. It would be perilous to venture out without the ability to discern direction and weather. On the Grand Line, the greatest dangers were not the pirates but the extreme natural disasters. Massive storms could easily annihilate an entire fleet. The Golden Lion-S pirate armada had been at an advantage during their confrontation with the Roger pirates, seemingly on the brink of victory. Yet, a sudden storm plunged most of the fleet into the depths of the sea, leaving scarcely a few elite members. Otherwise, one might ponder whether there would be a subsequent pirate king, Roger. Karl, you've arrived. Today we shall continue learning to interpret the weather at sea. Yes, Uncle Jason. I appreciate your guidance today. In the morning, Karl studied navigation with Jason, and in the afternoon, he exercised by the seaside, diligently preparing for his voyage a year hence. Life on the island was tranquil. However, the world beyond was far from serene. If memory serves, it was during this very year that Gold. Roger and his crew completed their journey to become the Pirate King. Time was of the essence. Truth be told, Karl wished fervently that his sister, Lugio, would not become involved with Roger, despite his status as the Pirate King. Alas, how to persuade Mother? Karl lay on the grass by the seaside, pondering how to convince Emma to allow him to set sail. Though it was well known that Karl had grown immensely powerful, one must never underestimate a mother's love for her child. Perhaps he could slip away unnoticed. After all, he intended to find his sister and return promptly. Which should take too long? Moreover, given his current strength, as long as he did not encounter an admiral-level adversary, he believed he could manage on his own. Yes, that settled it. For a long time, Karl had been evading this matter, as many inhabitants of this world possessed extraordinary abilities. Thus, he resolved to train until he attained at least the proficiency necessary to contend with an admiral before daring to venture forth in search of Lugio. After all, Karl was not impervious to fear. He had come to this world to relish life. Enough of this. Into the mountains he would go. It was time to hunt. The sea creatures had become too cunning to capture easily, leaving him with no choice but to resort to the animals of the forest. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, Karl organized the wealth he had accumulated from the sea creatures. With over 15 million berries, he decided to leave 10 million for his family and take 5 million with him, which should suffice. Additionally, there were treasures within the Great Hall on Holy Mountain. He could exchange a portion of those for berries when the time came, likely enough to purchase a ship. As Karl contemplated the day of his departure, he drifted into slumber. A year passed, and Karl was now 17 years old. Standing at the shoreline, he closed his eyes, his body poised as if brandishing a sword. Now is the moment. Slash the waves, Karl shouted, unleashing a powerful strike that cleaved a massive arc through the ocean, creating an abyss several hundred meters long and unfathomably deep. Karl exhaled deeply. I have finally reached the realm of the great swordsman, and I can now precisely wield the Conqueror's Haki. Karl was quite content with his training throughout the year. It was time to set sail. Dragging his catch back home, he began preparing dinner while his thoughts drifted to the upcoming voyage, oblivious to the arrival of his family. Karl, what's the matter? I've called you several times, and you haven't responded. Is there something on your mind you wish to share with your mother? I'm fine, Mom. It's just that today's training has left me a bit weary, but I will be all right shortly, Karl replied, regaining his focus as he spoke to Emma. If you're tired, you should rest. I will prepare dinner, and when it's ready, I'll call you to eat. No, Mom, I'm all right. Let's cook together. It will be quicker this way. And Dad should be home soon, Karl replied softly. Ah, Karl, you are truly so considerate, his mother remarked. She reached out to pat Karl's head, only to realize she could no longer reach him due to his growth. Karl had grown taller than her, and soon, his parents would rely on him for protection. Karl now stands over 2 meters tall. Although this height may not be considered exceptionally tall in the world of One Piece, it is nonetheless regarded as average. Well, from now on, I shall be the one to protect my parents. Tomorrow marks the day when our fleet sets sail, so I must ensure that everything is prepared this evening. Under the cover of night, Karl stealthily slipped out of his home while his family lay in slumber, making his way towards the sacred mountain, determined to retrieve a portion of the treasure. Over an hour later, he returned home, diligently preparing the items and luggage needed for his voyage. With everything meticulously packed, Karl sat at the table, penning a letter to his parents. After completing the letter, he lay in bed, restless and unable to find sleep. After all, this was his inaugural journey at sea, after years in the world of the Pirate King. He finally had the chance to explore the outside world. Amidst his excitement, a tinge of anxiety lingered. Surely his parents would be worried upon discovering his departure. However, in order to alter his sister Lu Jio's fate, he had to embark on this journey. After much contemplation, he eventually succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Before dawn broke, Karl shouldered his luggage and stepped outside. He glanced back one last time before continuing towards the shore. Karl, to venture forth without informing your master is an act of filial disrespect. Suddenly, he heard Uncle Daren's voice. Turning around, he saw Uncle Daren standing at his doorstep. Observing him, Uncle Daren, thank you for your guidance throughout the years. Karl set down his luggage and bowed deeply. Go forth. A man must not squander time in such a remote place. You must forge a resounding reputation upon the seas. I shall, replied Karl, with renewed resolve, before shouldering his belongings and proceeding towards the shore. Upon reaching the coastline, the dawn had yet to break, and the ship lay deserted. Karl quietly boarded the vessel and concealed himself in the cargo hold, surrounded by an assortment of fruits destined for sale. Karl carefully placed his luggage in the corner and then covered it with fruits before settling down against it to rest. After approximately an hour, he heard some commotion on the deck, indicating that dawn had arrived and the crew was preparing to set sail. Closing his eyes, he employed his observation Haki to sense the activities aboard the ship. After a while, he detected a sound from the ship's belly. It was a sea king, presumably the very creature that was transporting the merchant vessel. Before long, the ship began to move, and the crew remained oblivious to Karl's presence. He knew he had to wait, as venturing out before passing the comm belt would certainly lead to being sent back. The vessel sailed across the sea, with the sounds of the Sea King occasionally resonating from the depths. Fortunately, it showed no signs of aggression towards the merchant ship, allowing Karl to relax and rest. After all, he was situated beneath the ship, within the comm belt. Although the merchant vessel was indeed carried by a Sea King, there remained a risk of an attack. Should an assault occur, it would undoubtedly be Karl, hidden below, who would bear the brunt of the misfortune. With this thought, he gradually drifted into slumber. Time passed, and Karl was awakened by the gentle rocking of the ship. Using his observation Haki once more, he realized that the Sea King beneath had vanished, likely having exited the calm belt and entered the Grand Line. A surge of excitement coursed through him. It was time to venture out. He pushed aside the fruits, grabbed his luggage, and made his way to the deck. Karl? What are you doing on the ship? When did you get on board? My goodness. Ah, Captain Daren. I sneaked into the cargo hold before dawn. I apologize, but I have compelling reasons to set sail, and as you know, I have grown quite formidable. Do your parents know? They probably don't. Once they realize I'm missing, especially my mother, she will go frantic. Rest assured, Uncle Ed. I left a letter for my mother. I made it clear in the letter that I am setting out to find my sister. They are aware of my strength now and will not worry excessively. Well, how do you plan to find your sister? The merchant ship is headed to the Howling Kingdom, where we will sell our goods and procure the supplies we need for our return. I have already arranged a time with Griffiths, the Sea King. Don't worry, Captain Daren. I am fully prepared, and I have sufficient funds for this journey. I plan to purchase a small sailboat to search for my sister on my own. All right. I will assist you in finding a ship. I have acquaintances at the shipyard in the Howling Kingdom. Thank you so much, Captain Daren. Now, you should go rest. Ian, please arrange a place for Karl to rest. Karl followed Ian into the cabin, where Ian arranged a single room for him before departing. After placing his luggage down, he reclined on the bed, finally able to enjoy a moment of rest. He had been cooped up in the cargo hold for an indeterminate length of time, and his back ached. It wasn't long before he succumbed to slumber. After an unknown interval, the sound of cannon fire jolted him awake. Grabbing his knife, Karl rushed to the deck. There they were, pirates. A band of approximately 30 marauders, witnessing the tide of battle, heaved a sigh of relief. Captain Daren and his crew were formidable indeed, with several members wielding observation Haki. After all those years at sea, it was only natural they possessed some skill. Karl joined the fray, and before long, the pirates were vanquished, leaving only their dilapidated ship behind. The air was thick with a nauseating stench. Although he had frequently battled beasts and slain numerous sea kings, the sheer magnitude of his first human kill overwhelmed him, prompting an involuntary retch. Indeed, humans were not akin to animals. Haha, are you all right, Karl? These pirates are ruthless. There's no need for compassion. I'm fine, Uncle Ian. It's merely that it was my first time taking a life, and I felt a bit unsettled. I harbor no pity for them. That's good to hear. Now that you are at sea, you will undoubtedly encounter more such situations. You mustn't show mercy. Remember, they come with the intent to kill you. I understand, Uncle Ian. Rest assured, I will not be lenient when facing enemies. Thus, Karl experienced his inaugural battle against pirates. Indeed, those with a shred of conscience among pirates were few, and genuine adventurers like Luffy's crew, who sought not to plunder, were even rarer. From now on, he would tread carefully in dealings with others, for the world outside was far more perilous than he had previously imagined. His past life had only shown him a mere fragment of the reality. He must remain vigilant, whether facing the Navy or pirates. As the crew cleaned the deck, Captain Daren noticed Karl's discomfort and advised him to return to rest. Back in his cabin, Karl shed his clothes, washed himself, and lay down, contemplating the journey to the South Sea. To reach the South Sea from the Grand Line, one must traverse Reverse Mountain. And with his average sailing skills, he wondered if he could manage the unpredictable weather along the way. Consulting the nautical chart, he noted with relief that the Howling Kingdom was not far from Reverse Mountain, merely 4 islands away. However, it would take some time for the log pointer to fully charge with magnetic force. Once past Reverse Mountain, he could swiftly reach Bartolilla Island. In the following days, they encountered 2 small pirate bands, but Captain Daren and his crew handled them without requiring Karl's assistance, and they safely arrived at the Howling Kingdom. At the bustling port, with ships coming and going, the scene was one of prosperity. However, the dockworkers appeared gaunt and haggard. It seemed that, no matter the location, the affluent were always the ruling aristocrats. Captain Daren, I shall first exchange the treasure for berries, and then return to find you. Very well, Karl. Stay safe. Karl ventured forth with his treasure, adhering to Captain Daren's directions, and arrived at a branch of the World Bank, where he exchanged the entirety of his bounty for berries, totaling over 50 million. This sum should suffice for the purchase of a vessel, with a considerable surplus remaining. Upon exiting the World Bank, he noticed that someone was trailing him, prompting him to seek refuge in a secluded alleyway. Shortly thereafter, Karl emerged once more. Alas, what a wasted expression. a mere 50,000 berries. Nevertheless, he still felt a sense of joy at having acquired such unexpected wealth. He chuckled to himself. Karl returned to the port and found Captain Daren, who was still busy with his tasks. Once they finished, Captain Daren approached Karl and said, "Come on. I'll take you to the shipyard." "All right, I appreciate it, Captain Daren," replied Karl. "There's no need for such formality between us. Let us go." Upon arriving at the shipyard, Daren greeted a robust, middle-aged man, a familiar acquaintance. "Ha ha ha. Beck, you seem a bit preoccupied." Beck responded, "Oh, Daren, what brings you here? If it's not urgent, I still have work to do. I'm quite busy. Though, if you're here for a drink, I could spare a moment." "Beck, this is Karl, my nephew. He intends to venture out to sea, and I brought him here to commission a ship." "Hello, Karl. What a dashing young man you are. What kind of vessel do you wish to order?" "Hello, Uncle Beck. I would like a smaller sailing boat, with about 4 cabins, plus a bathroom, kitchen, and storage." "That's a straightforward request. It should cost around 20 million. "Thank you, Uncle Beck. How long will it take to build?" "About 7 days. It will be ready then. Just come to find me." "Thank you so much, Uncle Beck." "Not at all. Since you are Dylan's nephew, I will certainly take care of you." "Dylan, I must return to work. Our drinking can wait for another day. Of course, I need to get back to my tasks as well. The goods have yet to be shipped." Thus, Captain Daren made his way back to the port, while Karl found a nearby inn to stay. Lying on the bed, he began to relax, pondering the peculiar world of pirates, where the will of D was ever prominent. The innkeeper was quite charming, and he nearly succumbed to her allure, but quickly dismissed the thought. After a brief rest, Karl ventured out, primarily driven by hunger. He inquired with the innkeeper about the best restaurants and made his way there. After a short stroll, he stood outside a restaurant, inhaling the delightful aromas wafting through the air. Upon entering, he requested, "Boss, I'd like one of everything on your signature dish menu." "Certainly, esteemed guest. It will be ready shortly." Before long, a feast was laid before him, and without hesitation, he began to indulge, quickly finishing an entire platter. After satisfying his hunger, he emerged into the night, realizing the food was quite expensive. He had spent 200,000 berries. "Oh well, considering the quality of the dishes, I shan't complain. Time to retire for the night." As he walked, he noticed a girl across the street watching a captivating performance. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar attire of some individuals he had passed in an alleyway. They must be agents of the world government. What are these fellows up to now? He mused. I should follow and observe. I have nothing else to occupy my time. Finding a secluded crate, he leapt onto the rooftop, using his observation Haki to keep a distant watch. This direction must lead to the palace. How delightful to witness some excitement today. Before long, Karl followed the group of CP agents to the royal palace. He did not enter but remained outside, utilizing his observation skills. Goodness, are the individuals within this palace so inept? It seems that a few agents effortlessly infiltrated deep into the palace. On the other side, there are more guards patrolling around the Grand Hall, which must be where the king resides. However, they do not appear to be heading towards the king. Could they be searching for something? I shall continue to follow and observe. Karl floated in, observing the agents surge forward. There are a few potent auras, indeed. This is promising. Karl picked up a small stone and flicked it with his finger, striking a CP agent squarely on the back. Who dares to infiltrate the palace? Almost immediately, two factions clashed, and Karl, reclining with his legs crossed, began to enjoy the spectacle. Now this is what one calls excitement. The two groups were evenly matched, likely to continue their brawl for a while longer. It seemed these agents would not escape, for the royal guards were closing in around them. Well, since he was already at the palace, it would be a disservice to his efforts that night if he did not take a look at the treasury. Without further ado, Karl descended from the back of the palace. A squad of royal guards passed by, and he swiftly used his Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate them, leaving only one captain standing. Where is the treasury of the palace? Karl inquired, pressing the blade against the captain's neck, his gaze piercing. It's behind the princess's chambers. The captain indicated a direction. Karl then knocked him unconscious with the back of his knife and proceeded to finish off the rest of the royal guards one by one. There was no choice. Someone had seen their faces, and he could not afford to leave any loose ends. In no time, he arrived at the princess's chambers and slipped inside. My goodness, is this the princess? So corpulent? How terrifying. The sounds of battle outside were so intense that they did not rouse her. She truly could sleep soundly. Karl approached the rear house, but found no sign of a warehouse, which should have concealed some mechanism. After a brief search, he stepped on a sunken tile in the corner, revealing a hidden chamber. The sight was truly dazzling. Treasure chests were piled high, with more scattered across the floor. Alas, how fortunate it would have been to possess a spatial ring or something of the sort. As he surveyed the area, he discovered 2 small boxes. Without hesitation, he surmised they contained devil fruits. Upon opening them, he indeed found 2 devil fruits within. How peculiar. What could those CP agents possibly be doing here? Surely, it was not for the devil fruits. The world government has an abundance of them. Even the celestial dragons feed devil fruits to their slaves, compelling them to duel. If not for the devil fruits, then what was their purpose? As Karl pondered, he rummaged through the chests and stumbled upon a blueprint and a book tucked away in a corner. To his surprise, the book was a compendium of devil fruits. He gleefully accepted it, as such a tome would prove invaluable. The blueprint appeared to be a design for a ship, although Karl could not comprehend it. He decided to take it along as well. With 2 devil fruits in hand, he exited the hidden chamber, closed the door behind him, and slipped out of the palace. Tonight's hall was splendid. What joy! Karl returned to the hotel and entered his room through the window, placing 2 small boxes containing devil fruits on the table. Upon opening them, he discovered one resembled an apple while the other took the form of a banana. These 2 fruits appeared to belong to the Paramecia and Zoan categories of devil fruits. Consulting the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, he finally identified their names. The Paramecia fruit, cold fruit. And the Zoan fruit, bird fruit, ancient type, golden eagle form. Quite remarkable. The cold fruit could be considered a lower-tier version of the ice fruit, while the bird fruit was a rare ancient type. He could share these with his companions in the future. After securely hiding these treasures, Karl succumbed to sleep, knowing that staying up late could lead to hair loss. Sleep. The following day, upon awakening, he opened the window to survey the outside world. There was no chaos, nor any sign of a search. It seemed that the individuals from the palace had recognized that those people were agents of the world government, and thus had chosen to silently swallow their bitter fate. They dared not raise their voices, likely reserving their protest for the World Conference under some pretext. Karl ventured out to enjoy breakfast and meandered through the streets, captivated by the charming garments available. He purchased 3 outfits for both his father and mother before seeking out Captain Daren. Upon arriving at the port, he discovered that the entire shipment of fruit had already been sold. Captain Daren was engaged in conviviality with a few individuals, while others were away procuring supplies. "Ah, Karl, you've arrived. How did you fare last night?" Daren inquired. "Quite well, thank you. By the way, Captain Daren, I picked up a few items from my parents. Could you kindly take them back for me? Please assure them that I will take good care of myself," Karl replied. "Certainly. Come, Karl, now that you are of age, join us for a drink." "Absolutely." Karl settled down and joined in the revelry, which unexpectedly stretched into the afternoon. The supply gatherers returned, though the materials had not yet arrived, as the quantity was substantial and would be delivered the following day. Karl, feeling slightly tipsy, decided to return to his inn for some rest. However, he found himself at the mercy of the innkeeper, who took considerable liberties with him. She persistently attempted to coax him into her embrace, her hands wandering over his muscular chest. After a considerable struggle, Karl managed to extricate himself from her advances and retreated to his room, shaken by the terrifying experience. He slept soundly until the pangs of hunger roused him the next morning. Just as he was about to exit his room, he reconsidered and opted to escape through the window instead. The innkeeper was not someone to be trifled with. In a flash, Karl found himself atop a building across the street, and with a leap, he descended into the alleyway, making his way towards the familiar restaurant. It was the same establishment, the same table of delicacies, and once again, the astonishing sum of 200,000 berries. Ah, what extravagance! Spending 200,000 berries on a single meal. The thought of the treasures on the holy mountain lifted his spirits. He had wealth to spare and was unafraid to indulge. With a toothpick clenched between his teeth, he strolled through the streets, which remained relatively peaceful, given that the nearest naval base was less than 2 hours away. Pirates occasionally docked here to resupply, yet they dared not cause trouble in this vicinity. The Navy, as depicted in the world of One Piece, is indeed a paradox. It claims to uphold justice, yet it can indiscriminately execute orders from the world government that lead to the slaughter of innocent islanders. Conversely, there are those within the Navy who genuinely protect the underprivileged. Sighing, he dismissed such thoughts, attributing all blame to the celestial dragons. He was no savior. The true protagonist of this world was Luffy, and all he needed to do was wait for Luffy to vanquish Emo. He had yet to visit a tavern, so today he decided to check one out, hoping to gather some information as well. "Bartender, a glass of rum, please," Karl called out as he settled at the bar. "Coming right up." The tavern buzzed with activity. Patrons were engrossed in discussions about various pirate crews, speculating on the treasures the pirate king had amassed, while others debated which women from the previous night were the most enticing. As Karl sipped his drink, he found the conversations in the tavern rather intriguing. During this time, he had not encountered any bandit kings, and if he did, it would be of little concern. He could simply dispatch them. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable, after all. Not every brigand resembled Sig. After spending a considerable duration in the tavern, he returned to the inn. Feeling as though he had gleaned no valuable information, what a waste of time, he mused. Lying on his bed, he contemplated the journey that lay ahead. The next island was Monlon, a 2-day voyage from his current location, and he estimated it would take approximately half a month to reach the upside-down mountain. There was ample time. The following morning, Karl made his way to the port, for Captain Dylan and his crew were to depart that day, and he wished to bid them farewell. Upon arriving at the port, he observed cargo being loaded onto the ship. At long last, he spotted the elusive navigator, Jason, who had seemingly vanished upon reaching Watland. "Good morning, Uncle Jason. Where have you been these past few days?" "I scarcely saw you," Karl inquired. "Mind your own business, young one. You'll understand in due time. By the way, how is your ship progressing?" "It's still a few days from completion, as previously arranged." "Very well then. Just take care of yourself out at sea." "Understood. By the way, where are Captain Dylan and the others?" "They're in the cabin, helping to stow the cargo." After more than an hour, the cargo was finally secured. "Karl, we are ready to set sail. I've instructed Beck regarding your ship. You can find him when the time comes." "Thank you, Captain Dylan. When you return to the island, please convey to my parents not to worry about me. I will take care of myself. I'll return once I find my sister." "All right, we shall set sail." Watching as the anchor was raised and the grand vessel slowly departed from the harbor, Karl only turned back towards the inn once the ship vanished from sight. A sudden wave of loneliness washed over him. He was truly embarking on a solitary journey. In the ensuing days, Karl indulged in a routine of feasting and resting. Seeking entertainment in the tavern with drinks or flirting with the innkeeper, his confidence having swelled. On the final morning, he packed his belongings and left the inn. The innkeeper's eyes glistening with tears as she lamented his departure, calling him an ungrateful rascal. Though he felt a twinge of regret, Karl ultimately bid her farewell. He thought to himself, "Wait, why should I feel guilty? I haven't wronged her in any way. She has taken advantage of me. Yes, indeed." He resolved not to hold it against her. Karl arrived at the shipyard and soon located Uncle Baker in the dock. "I'm here. How is everything? Is my boat ready?" Uncle Baker responded, "Come take a look, Karl. This is a medium-sized sailing vessel with 4 cabins, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. I have already installed the refrigerator and other essentials, and as per your request, I have laid turf on the deck. Come, step aboard and take a look." Karl ascended aboard the vessel and entered the cabin, where he found it quite satisfactory. "Indeed, Mr. Baker, I am thoroughly pleased with this ship." After settling the final payment, he navigated the vessel out of the dock, needing to procure supplies at the port. Fortunately, he had arranged with the merchants the day before, and the goods arrived at the port that morning. Upon reaching the port, he spotted the delivery personnel, promptly paid them, and loaded the supplies into the cabin. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that all provisions were complete. It was time to set sail for the towering mountains. The sailboat gracefully glided out of the harbor. Securing the canvas, Karl deftly maneuvered the ship toward the open sea. The weather was pleasant, with a gentle breeze, and Karl found comfort in gripping the helm. However, the ease was short-lived, as he needed to vigilantly ensure the vessel maintained its course. It was quite the challenge, but he decided to find a sheltered spot with little wind to anchor for the night. As dusk fell, Karl located a suitable anchorage, furled the sails, and prepared for dinner. After a satisfying meal, he reclined on the deck chair, relishing the novelty of spending a night alone at sea. The soft sea breeze lulled him into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, he awoke to discover that the boat had drifted a short distance, but thankfully, it was of little consequence. After preparing and enjoying breakfast, he resumed his journey, eventually reaching Montlon Island just as twilight approached. Upon entering the harbor, he paid the docking fees and sought lodging for his essential belongings, appreciating the comforts that land offered. After settling the payment, he requested dinner from the innkeeper and retreated to his room for a refreshing shower and a well-deserved rest. Lying in bed, he stretched his limbs and found the stillness of the mattress quite comforting. That night, he slept soundly and awoke rejuvenated. After checking out, He procured some fruits and vegetables and replenished his freshwater supply before setting sail once more. The wind was brisk, and the air felt stifling, signaling impending rain. As anticipated, the rain began to fall in the afternoon. Fortunately, he had secured the sails beforehand. After more than an hour, the rain ceased, allowing him a moment of respite. Yet, the solitude of the rain had left him somewhat flustered. After a brief break, he headed to the galley to prepare dinner, opting for curry beef rice. As he busied himself with the dish, the sudden sound of cannon fire echoed from outside. Damn it! His mood, already soured, was further disrupted just as he sought to indulge in a comforting meal. Grabbing his sword, he ascended to the deck, confronting a medium-sized sailboat manned by approximately 70 individuals. "Captain, it appears there is only one person aboard the opposing vessel." "What? Just one? Then why waste cannon fire? Let us draw closer and deal with him." As the medium-sized sailboat approached, a pirate leapt onto the deck, brandishing twin blades aimed at Karl. Yet, before the assailant could reach him mid-leap, a swift strike cleaved him in two, sending him tumbling into the sea. "A swordsman! Captain, this man is a master of the blade. We must flee." The captain had not anticipated that Karl was a master swordsman, and for a moment, unease washed over him. However, he swiftly regained his composure. "Flee? What folly! I am the captain of the formidable giant bull pirates, with a bounty of 50 million berries on my head. What is a mere swordsman to me? All of you, advance." Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Karl leaped onto their vessel and unleashed a fierce assault. Within mere minutes, the deck was devoid of all but the captain. "What folly is this? I am a formidable water buffalo man, having consumed the bulbul fruit. I cannot be defeated by you." With that declaration, he transformed into his hybrid form and charged at Karl. Karl remained silent, leaping into action with a swift kick that brought the buffalo man crashing to the ground. Unable to rise again. How could this be possible? I couldn't even defend against a single strike. Who on earth are you? The buffalo man transformed back into his human form, blood spilling from his mouth as he questioned Karl. Karl offered no response, instead delivering a decisive blow that yielded a definitive outcome. Once the choice to act had been made, one must inevitably face the consequences of such actions. He then proceeded towards the cabin, as the threat had been entirely neutralized. It was time to amass the treasures. Upon entering the captain's quarters, he stumbled upon riches valued at approximately 20 million berries, a delightful windfall indeed. Just as he prepared to return to his own ship to set this vessel ablaze, he suddenly heard a faint commotion. Approaching the kitchen, he discovered two children, likely around 12 or 13 years of age, huddled together, trembling in fear. As Karl stepped inside, he was about to inquire when the boy suddenly positioned himself in front of the girl, hands raised in defense. "Do not harm my sister. As long as you spare her, I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." How intriguing and rather courageous. "It seems you are not the pirates aboard this vessel. May I inquire how you came to be here?" "We are not pirates. This band of marauders attacked our village and slaughtered its inhabitants. I was chosen by their captain for my physical prowess, but I refused. They threatened my sister, and thus we temporarily boarded their ship." "Very well, I believe your tale. The pirates aboard this ship have already met their demise at my hands. You may return home. This vessel is now yours," Karl declared as he made his way towards the exit. "Wait," the girl called out to Karl. "What is it, little one? I have no time to escort you back." "Not that, big brother. I wish to ask if my brother and I could accompany you. Everyone in the village has perished, and our parents are gone. Returning serves no purpose." With that, she began to sob quietly, and the boy lowered his gaze. "I will not provide for idleness. First, tell me what skills you possess." "I possess some knowledge of medicine, taught to me by my father. My brother is immensely strong, back in the village. 5 men could not best him." Karl, stroking his chin, gazed at them and remarked, "Your brother possesses a certain capability. He can indeed steer the ship. But, little sister, how is it that you have already mastered the art of healing at such a tender age?" "My sister is remarkably talented. Back in our village, she often assisted our father in treating the ailing," the boy exclaimed with excitement. "Moreover, my father has always said that my sister has a natural gift for medicine." This revelation was rather surprising. The young girl appeared to be no more than 4.5 feet tall, likely around the age of 12 or 13. Yet she was capable of tending to the sick. Well, with proper training, she could serve as the ship's medic, he mused. "Let it be so." "Very well. You may accompany me. Now, go and gather your belongings. Come along with me." "Thank you, kind sir, for taking us in. We shall prepare at once." The little girl replied, eagerly tugging her brother away to pack their things. Karl watched as they dashed out, the little girl displaying remarkable cleverness. With a light chuckle, he gathered the treasures and loaded the supplies from the pirate ship onto his own vessel. The two children followed closely behind. As for the pirate ship, it could fetch a substantial sum of berries if sold. However, time was of the essence, and he decided against dealing with it. He tossed a torch towards the ship, igniting it along with the pirate's remains. You two will stay in room 3 and room 4. Go wash up first, then prepare for dinner. All right, big brother. We will go at once. Karl prepared the curry rice and began to enjoy it in the small dining area of the kitchen. Before long, the two little ones emerged after washing up. Come on in. The food is in the pot over there. Serve yourselves as much as you like, Karl said to them. Thank you, big brother. The siblings exclaimed, promptly grabbing bowls and diving into the meal, clearly famished and devouring their food eagerly. Karl gazed at the two youngsters before him. The girl stood at approximately 1.40 meters, perhaps 1.50 meters, possessing a delicate charm with a hint of playfulness, clearly possessing a sharp wit. The boy, over 1.70 meters, appeared robust, exuding a somewhat naive demeanor, undoubtedly embodying a singularly focused character. After their meal, the trio ascended to the deck, where Karl reclined on a chair while the siblings stood nearby. I forgot to ask, what are your names? How old are you? My name is Ellie, and I am 12 years old. My brother is a year older than I am. He is called Benson. Well then, no need to be nervous. Since you are aboard my vessel, we are now family. Don't just stand there, take a seat. Benson settled onto the grass, while Ellie approached Karl, playfully massaging his shoulders. Hiki, big brother, what is your name? How did you come to sail out alone? I am Port-Asti, Karl. You may simply call me Karl. Okay, then I shall call you Brother Karl from now on. Certainly. As for my reason for venturing out to sea, I am in search of someone in the South Sea. The rest, you will learn in due time. By the way, Benson, you should rest for a while. You will need to take over for me at midnight. It is not wise to leave the ship unattended. Understood, Brother Karl. I will rise at midnight to take your place, Benson replied before retreating to the cabin. Well, Benson's character will certainly make it difficult for him to find a partner. Ellie, you should also rest. You must be quite tired. Okay, Brother Karl. I will go rest now. Good night, Brother Karl. Good night. Off you go. What a serendipitous encounter it was. Scarcely had he set sail when he stumbled upon two prodigious talents. Given time, they would surely stand on their own. Thus, after a journey of over 10 days, the trio arrived at Reverse Mountain. He wondered if Kuroka's was still at the lighthouse. He should be, considering the Roger pirates had disbanded. Captain, we have arrived at Reverse Mountain. I am aware. Ellie, come here for a moment. Coming, Brother Karl. What is it? I wish to introduce you to a highly skilled medical practitioner. Really? But there is no one here. Benson, steer the ship towards the lighthouse and anchor there. Yes, Captain. Once the ship was securely moored at the Grand Lighthouse, they disembarked and proceeded towards it. Kuroka's, someone has come to drink with you. Shortly, an elderly man clad in floral shorts emerged from within. This was Kuroka's, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Kuroka's regarded the young man before him, sensing an abundance of vitality, clearly not an ordinary weakling. Greetings, young man. How do you know of me? I believe we have not met before. Well, we are meeting now, are we not? I am Port-Asti. Karl, you may call me Karl. Though we have not crossed paths before, your reputation as the Pirate King's ship's doctor precedes you. The siblings exchanged astonished glances. The ship's doctor of the Pirate King was indeed a figure of great significance. Oh, do you say? Intriguing. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me out? I find it hard to believe you merely desire to share a drink. Drinking is indeed one of our purposes. Come, let us indulge here. Benson, please fetch some meat from the ship. Barbecued meat paired with wine enhances the experience. Aye, Captain, I shall do so at once. The four of them feasted on grilled meat, sipping wine and cola. Old man, this is Ellie, the ship's doctor. Do not be deceived by her youth. Her medical prowess is remarkable. I have come seeking your expertise, haha. Ellie blushed at the compliment, feeling a tad bashful in the presence of the elder. Haha, I knew it. You certainly did not invite me merely for drinks. But what will you offer in exchange for my medical knowledge? A piece of information. What news could be so valuable? You must understand that my medical skills are among the finest in this world. Brooke is not dead. Rather, he has returned to life. How do you know Brooke? Logically, at your age, it would be impossible for you to have met him. And what do you mean by return to life? The reasons are complex, and I cannot divulge how I know him. However, Brooke is indeed alive. He was once dead, but fortunately consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi. resulting in his resurrection as a skeleton devoid of flesh and blood. He is still determined to fulfill his promise to Laboon. I cannot disclose his whereabouts, but in due time, he will come here to honor their agreement. Very well, lad. I trust you will not deceive this old soul. Shortly, I shall present my medical notes to this young lady. I am immensely grateful, old man. Ellie exclaimed. Thank you, Dr. Kurokas. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. It brings me great joy to have a successor for my medical knowledge. The four of them continued their revelry until evening. Kurokas finally retrieved his medical notes and handed them to Ellie, saying, Young lady, peruse these first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me tomorrow. Being old, I shall retire now. Thank you, Dr. Kurokas. Ellie replied excitedly as she received the notes. It seemed this journey was indeed worthwhile. Ellie's talent was truly exceptional. Coupled with Kurokas' teachings, she would undoubtedly become a skilled physician in the future. After lingering at the lighthouse for 3 days to allow Ellie to clarify any uncertainties with Kurokas, they set sail for the South Sea. Kurokas praised her talent during their time together. Goodbye, old man. Await my return from the South Sea, and I shall treat you to a drink. Very well. I shall await your visit. Farewell, Dr. Kurokas. Goodbye, Dr. Kurokas. Upon reaching the South Sea, there was no need to store magnetism. Apart from replenishing fresh water and provisions along the way, they would proceed directly to Bartolomeo Island according to the nautical charts. Benson, let us first stop at the nearest island to gather supplies before heading straight to Bartolomeo Island. Very well, Captain. In the afternoon, they arrived at the first island of the South Sea. After paying the docking fee, they took important belongings into the town to seek accommodation. At this moment, Roger had not yet surrendered, and the age of great pirates had not commenced. The island's security was relatively good, as there had been no visible signs of violence. The trio found a modest inn to stay the night, requesting a simple dinner from the innkeeper. After finishing their meal, they retired early, as they needed to replenish their supplies the following day. The next morning, they checked out and enjoyed breakfast before heading to the market for shopping, which consumed their entire morning. Thus, the three continued their journey towards Batira. Along the way, they encountered several groups of pirates, with bounties only in the millions, serving merely as practice for Benson. Additionally, they could collect bounties for the pirate heads at the nearest naval base, making this voyage appear to be a guaranteed profit. After a month and a half, they finally reached their destination, Batira Island. After securing the ship, the three gathered their luggage and treasures and made their way to the town, where Lugio's home was believed to be nestled upon the hill. Karl closed his eyes, unleashing his observation Haki, and sensed a formidable presence emanating from the back mountain. It could only belong to the legendary pirate king, Roger. The mere thought of this scoundrel filled him with rage, yet he felt a sense of relief that he still had the opportunity to alter his sister's fate. Ellie, how is the research on that vitality-enhancing potion coming along? Karl inquired as he walked. I have developed a viable theory. If we can conduct experiments, I am confident I will succeed, Ellie replied. Indeed, she was a prodigy, having collaborated with Kurokas at the upside-down mountain lighthouse on the development of the vitality-boosting elixir. And now she had made significant progress. This potion was intended for his sister, Lugio. Prior to this, he had contemplated taking her away in advance. But such a course of action would surely attract the attention of the world government's agents. In that case, they would undoubtedly locate their island in the Doldrums, endangering the villagers in the town, which his sister would never consent to. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the small villa at the back mountain, where Roger stood at the entrance, yet Lugio was nowhere to be seen. Karl set down his luggage and addressed the two siblings. Benson, Ellie, please wait for me here. I have some matters to discuss with this bearded gentleman. Understood, Captain. Yes, Brother Karl. Ha ha ha. Young lad, do we know each other? I can't shake the feeling that you harbor a strong animosity towards me, Roger remarked with a grin. Curious to know why? Then follow me, Karl replied, striding deeper into the forest, with Roger trailing behind. Once they reached the heart of the woods, Karl calmly inquired, when did you arrive here? Ha ha ha. I believe I've been here for several months, young one. I can distinctly sense your hostility, yet it lacks malice. Could you enlighten me as to why? If you wish to know the reason, let us first engage in a duel. With that, Karl drew his sword and launched an attack at Roger. Roger unsheathed his own blade, and the two clashed fiercely. After exchanging dozens of strikes, Karl found himself forced back several meters by Roger's counterattack. Karl's hands began to tingle. Indeed, he was still far from the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Karl transformed into his most formidable beastly form, with his right hand gripping a sword. He unleashed a sweeping slash directed at Roger, while his left hand struck forcefully towards him. Roger, quick to react, shattered the slash with his blade. And soon they were engaged in a fierce duel. After more than half an hour of combat, Karl had yet to inflict any harm upon Roger. Realizing he had to resort to his most powerful technique, he declared, Wave Slash, breaking the void. Channeling all his strength, Karl executed his most potent strike. In response, Roger invoked Divine Evasion, shattering Karl's Wave Slash and sending him hurtling several meters away with the backlash. Karl rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Roger, too, was not unscathed, gasping for breath, likely due to the toll on his body. Otherwise, he would have handled the encounter with greater ease. For Karl's comprehension of the Conqueror's Haki paled in comparison to his own. Karl adjusted his breathing, sheathed his knife, cast a glance at him, and turned back. Amidst the surrounding chaos. Hey, little brother, you still haven't told me why. Karl ignored him. It was time to meet Lucio. Upon returning to the front of the villa, the two siblings looked at Karl with concern. I am fine. Let us go, he reassured them. The person I seek is within. Roger sensed Karl's lack of malice and chose not to intervene. Karl took a deep breath and pushed open the door, finally catching a glimpse of his sister's visage in his mind. In their childhood, Lucio had always been attentive to Karl, and a wave of familial affection surged within him. Sister, it is I, Karl. I have finally found you. Tears streamed down Karl's face. Lucio, with a look of disbelief, scrutinized him with astonished eyes, taking a considerable moment to confirm that this was indeed her brother. Karl, my brother. With a cry, she rushed to embrace him, weeping profusely, and Karl held her tightly, tears flowing freely. After a while, they parted, and as Lucio led Karl towards a chair, she spoke to Roger, Roger, hurry and hunt. Today I shall prepare a grand feast for my brother. Ha ha ha. Very well, Lucio, I shall go at once. Roger replied, scratching his head bashfully as he made his way to the back mountain to hunt. Karl, please tell me how you found your way here. This place is quite distant from the Grand Line, and how did you escape the Doldrums? Does mother know you have ventured out? Lucio bombarded Karl with a flurry of questions. Let us set aside that for now. Allow me to introduce you to these two whom I rescued from a pirate crew in the Grand Line. This boy is Benson, and the girl is Ellie. Benson, Ellie? This is my sister, Lucio. Hello, Sister Lucio. Greetings, Sister Lucio. Wow, you are so beautiful, Ellie exclaimed, embracing Lucio and eliciting a smile from her. Lucio covered her mouth. Chuckling softly, you must be exhausted. Come, let me arrange a place for you to rest. Thank you, Sister Lucio. We truly appreciate it. They chorused. Not at all. It is no trouble. I have not had such lively company in ages. I am delighted. Lucio replied. Karl, your room is the first one on the left upstairs. Please. Place your belongings there. I will take care of these two little ones. Very well. I shall go and put my luggage away. After depositing his things in the room upstairs, Karl heard Roger's voice from outside. Lucio, I am back. Come and see. This Sea King is quite splendid. I assenti it. Ha ha ha. Lucio stepped out to take a look, her face lighting up with joy. Well done, Roger. Please attend to it first, and then I will begin preparing the meal. Karl followed behind, his expression inscrutable, merely uttering a dismissive humph, the stench of romance. He then approached the seafood to assist his sister, saying, Sister, allow me to take over. Given your pregnancy, it is unwise for you to enter the kitchen. The fumes could be detrimental to the child. Besides, I frequently prepare seafood dishes at home, and mother has praised my culinary skills. Oh, how kind of you, Karl. But wait, how did you know I was pregnant? I hadn't mentioned it to you. Did Roger say something? Karl let out a grunt at Roger, unsheathing the newly acquired blade and expertly severing the finest portion of the Sea King, subsequently dragging it into the kitchen to attend to his culinary endeavors. Ha ha ha. Luju, Karl's observation Haki is indeed formidable. What is observation Haki? Well, Karl's observation Haki must be a unique perceptual ability, enabling him to sense everything around him. Quite impressive. Is that so? All right, you handle the remaining meat, and then go assist Karl. He is likely still upset with you. Understood, I will take care of it. Ha ha ha, Karl, is there anything I can help you with? Roger entered, addressing Karl with an eager expression, likely influenced by something his sister had mentioned. No need. Just take care of my sister and prepare the utensils. All right, I'll be on my way. As Karl prepared the dish, he pondered the events to come. It was already June, and Roger was likely nearing his departure. Karl's current strength is insufficient to safeguard his sister and her children. I presume Roger will still enlist Garp's assistance in looking after them. Alas, I am still not strong enough. This accursed world government. We shall see what unfolds. But my sister's fate must surely change. Before long, Karl prepared dinner and called down Benson and Ellie. Luju introduced Roger to them, stating, "These two are my brother's crew members, Benson and Ellie." She then turned to the siblings and added, "Benson, Ellie, this is Roger, my husband." The children promptly rose and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Roger." "Ha ha ha. Greetings to you both. Please, sit down and do not be anxious," Roger replied jovially. "Sister, why does this man resemble the Pirate King Roger from the newspapers?" Benson whispered to Ellie. "It does seem so. Uncle, are you truly the Pirate King Roger?" Ellie cautiously inquired. Indeed. I am the one from the papers. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Roger responded, laughing heartily. Though the siblings were somewhat prepared, they were still taken aback by the confirmation. After all, it was their first encounter with someone of such immense stature. And now they found themselves sharing a meal at the same table, feeling a bit awkward. Noticing their tension, Luju reassured them. "All right, Benson and Ellie, don't mind him. He is merely an ordinary uncle with a long beard. Let us eat." With that, everyone, save for Luju, began to devour their food with fervor. "By the way, Karl, you have yet to tell me how you managed to escape," Sister inquired. "I snuck onto a merchant ship that came to the island and hid in the cargo hold. I've already written to Mom and Dad, informing them that I left to find you before returning," I explained. "After I came out, I sought out some underworld forces to investigate how you went missing back then, and I followed the clues until I reached here. I couldn't very well admit that I had read the original story and knew you were here, so I had to fabricate a plausible reason. Years ago, after I joined the fleet and ventured into the outside world, I was captured by human traffickers at the port and shipped to the South Sea along with other abducted children, destined to be sold as slaves to nobles. In my fear and desperation, I was fortunate that the kind caribou couple purchased me. They treated me as if I were their own daughter. Thus, over the years, I endured little hardship. However, 2 years ago, while the caribou couple was at sea, they fell prey to pirates and were tragically killed. Alone and unable to manage such a vast estate, and fearing others might covet it, I sold what I could and came to live in this house on the mountainside. That is when I encountered Roger. As Karl listened to his sister recount her experiences over the years, he felt a sense of gratitude for having encountered kind-hearted individuals. He couldn't help but think how torturous it would have been had he come across those vile creatures. A wave of relief washed over him, knowing that his sister had managed to lead a fairly good life throughout these years. Those despicable human traffickers, if I ever encounter one, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them, Karl declared with fierce determination. Ha ha ha. Karl, that merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the problem. To eradicate such a malignancy, we must tackle it at its source. Of course, I am aware. It is those wretched creatures from the Red Earth continent, isn't it? Upon arriving in this world, I realized just how repugnant the celestial dragons truly are. Their actions are utterly inhumane. They regard anyone outside their own kind as subhuman. Karl, refrain from engaging with those taboos until you possess adequate strength. The time is not yet ripe, Roger said gravely, his expression serious. I am well aware of that. And I have family to protect. I will not act impulsively, Karl replied, recalling his parents on the island as he glanced at his sister. All right. Today marks the day of my reunion with Karl, so let us avoid discussing unpleasant matters. Sister, do try this. It is my specialty, apple pie. Mother taught me how to make it, and she said this batch is at her 9/10 perfection. He then picked up a piece of apple pie and handed it to Lucio. It has been such a long time since I tasted Mother's apple pie. How nostalgic. After dinner, Karl and Lucio sat in the courtyard engaging in conversation, while Roger shared stories of his past with Benson and Ellie, interspersed with exclamations of surprise. Sister, how is Roger's health? I can sense that he is not well. He told me he has only about 4 months left to live. And it seems he is nearing the end. He mentioned he has one last important task to accomplish. How about we go to Tiger Roar Island after Roger is gone? There, we would be undisturbed, and you could rest peacefully during your pregnancy. No, I cannot return. If it were just myself, it would not pose a problem. However, I am carrying Roger's child, and the world government would not spare his bloodline, although our family resides in the Calm Belt. I have heard Roger mention that the Navy has developed warships capable of navigating through it. Karl fell silent. It was indeed the case. If they returned, the people on Tiger Roar Island might not escape unscathed. Many would perish outside, albeit relatively fewer. Ace's denial of being Roger's son was likely rooted in such fears. In such circumstances, anyone would inevitably feel a sense of oppression for the remainder of their lives. Moreover, Karl sensed that his sister had resigned herself to her fate, perhaps only concealing it due to her pregnancy. However, Karl's unique observation Haki allowed him to perceive her emotions clearly. She could not deceive him. Come, sister. You must not stay up late during your pregnancy. It is time for bed. I am eager to hear this little one call me uncle. But it may be quite a while before that happens. With a smile, Lucio said to Karl before rising to return to her slumber. In the dining hall, Vincent and Ellie were tidying up the remnants when Roger emerged. Karl, in a few days, I must depart. I will entrust an old friend to take the child away. But until he arrives, I hope to trouble you a bit, Roger remarked, patting Karl's shoulder. Must you really go? Karl inquired. Indeed, I must. It is my mission. Roger responded, gazing at Karl with unwavering determination. I understand, Karl replied, and then he too retreated to wash up and prepare for sleep. Lying in bed, he pondered that he could only hope Ellie's enhanced vitality potion would be developed soon. Before dawn the next day, Karl ventured to the sea in the back mountains to train. The encounter with Roger during their sparring had made Karl realize that he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of the world. He needed to persevere. Standing in the sea, he relentlessly struck the immense rocks along the shore with his fist for 2 hours, followed by practicing his swordplay. After executing 1,000 swings, he finally returned. Upon returning to the villa, Lucio had prepared a sumptuous feast of various meat dishes, all crafted from the Sea King. Karl, hurry and eat. Accompany me to a place, she urged. All right, sister, he responded. As Karl munched away, he addressed Roger. Hey, Pirate King. Could you spare some time to train Benson these days? He is quite suited for the path of physical refinement. Of course. You can count on me, Karl. Wahahaha. What Pirate King? Such an unflattering title. Do not take offense, Karl. He is, after all, your brother-in-law. Humph. I have yet to acknowledge that. Come along, sister. I have had my fill. I truly have no way to contend with you. Now, take that bouquet of fresh flowers over there and accompany me. Very well, sister. Benson. Make sure to learn well from our Pirate King. Do you understand? Understood, Captain. Rest assured, Brother Karl, I will certainly manage to conduct my research. Well, if you need anything, just purchase it in town without informing me. With that, Karl followed Lucio up the mountain until they reached a grave. It turned out to be the resting place of Uncle Caribou and Aunt Lillian. The Navy had once discovered the Caribou couple's merchant vessel and returned their remains, and Lucio had buried them here. Uncle Caribou, Aunt Lillian, this is my brother. He has come to the South Sea to find me, and he will take good care of me from now on. You need not worry. I will no longer be bullied. With that, she took the bouquet from Karl's hands and placed it before the gravestone, then bowed respectfully. Karl stood quietly, holding Lucio's hand, accompanying her in silence for a while. Let us go, Karl. It's time to return. She then added, by the way, how are Mom and Dad doing? They must have been quite upset after I mysteriously disappeared at sea. They're well, and I often catch sea delicacies to nourish them. Their health has greatly improved. So you need not worry, sister. As they journeyed home, the siblings shared laughter and reminisced about their childhood and Karl's training over the years. A few days later, Roger prepared to depart. Karl, here are my insights on the cultivation of Haki that I have compiled over the past few days. Take it. Thank you, Roger. Haha. I appreciate you calling me brother-in-law. I am not a worthy husband. Lucio, I also thank you for your understanding. Roger said earnestly to Lucio. Go forth and fulfill your final mission. I will always support you. All right. Farewell, everyone. With that, Roger boarded his small boat and set sail. Goodbye, Uncle Roger. Thank you for everything these past few days. The group watched as Roger's boat drifted far away until it vanished from sight. This time, it seemed there would be no chance for a reunion. Standing at the shore, Karl observed Roger's departure, his emotions a tangled web. He once believed that the era of pirates, ignited by Roger's dying words, would plunge the seas into chaos. Yet, witnessing the world's malevolence made him realize that conventional methods could no longer save it. A desperate path must be forged from the depths of despair. The wickedness of pirates pales in comparison to that of the celestial dragons. Upon returning home, the atmosphere was heavy as they sensed Lucio's distress. Karl subtly signaled to Ellie to keep Lucio company. Lucio, when do you think the baby will arrive? Can I be the aunt? Ellie asked playfully. Upon hearing the mention of the child, Lucio's eyes softened, and she gently caressed her belly. It's still early. I'm only 3 months along. What about the name? Have you decided? Roger had previously thought it through, saying that if it were a boy, he would be named Ace, and if a girl, and Asen, huh? The conversation between Lu Jiao and AI Li about children lifted her spirits significantly. Meanwhile, Karl pondered over Ace, the boy with charming freckles, who was a source of heartache for all the fans. It is said that in a previous life while watching One Piece, it was mentioned that Lu Jiao gave birth to twins, with the girl named and being in the Revolutionary Army. If they are indeed twins, they should bring the girl back to Tiger's Roar Island. With Ace drawing attention outside, no one would suspect that it is also Roger's daughter. Thus, the plan was set. Sister, I shall continue my training by the sea. I will return early for dinner, and I will prepare it. Please refrain from entering the kitchen, all right? Understood, go ahead. And do not worry about me. Luigi was aware that Karl understood her melancholy stemming from Roger's departure. Yet the thought of their children and her own responsibilities reassured him. Ben-san, come along. From today onward, I shall train you. Yes, thank you, Captain. Ben-san exclaimed with delight, clearly more at ease under Karl's guidance than he would be under Roger's, considering the latter was the Pirate King. Time passed in an orderly fashion until August, when a shocking announcement broke. Roger had been captured. It felt as if a tempest had erupted upon the seas. The Navy declared that next month in Low Town of the East Blue, the Pirate King would face execution. Everyone was in disbelief. How could a man who possessed everything in the world be apprehended? Whitebeard, this is catastrophic news, exclaimed Marco, the pineapple head. As he read the newspaper delivered by the newsbird, his voice trembling with excitement. Gururara. Marco, what is happening? Calm yourself. We are the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's presence exuded a commanding aura as he spoke. Father, Roger has been captured. The newspaper states that the Navy will execute the Pirate King next month in Logtown. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard remained surprisingly composed. He had met with Roger not long ago and was aware of the circumstances surrounding his capture. However, their meeting had been known to very few, and outsiders were oblivious to their conversation. On a floating island, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion seethed with rage upon hearing the news. Roger had defeated him. How could he be captured by the despicable Navy? Most importantly, he had yet to exact his revenge. With the overwhelming power of his grand ship's helm at his command, Shiki contemplated that defeating the Navy headquarters would prove he was stronger than Roger. Fueled by fury, he soared toward the Navy headquarters, which lay in ruins. Half of Marineford was in shambles. In a fierce battle alongside Admiral Sengoku in the Navy hero garb, Shiki faced defeat and was imprisoned in the underwater prison of Impel Down. The news stirred a commotion upon its release, leaving many to ponder whether the end of the pirates had finally arrived. With the recent capture of the Pirate King and the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. How foolish of Big Mom, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, to engage in battle at the Navy headquarters. Roger, too, was embroiled in this chaos. However, this development has eliminated two competitors from my path. A surge of Conqueror's Haki radiated across Bartolomeo Island. Though Luke and Karl had been aware of the situation for some time, their spirits remained dampened nonetheless. Karl grasped Lu Jiao's hand, reassuring her that she had a brother in him to rely on, urging her to ease her tension. I am perfectly fine. Roger has already informed me of his intentions, and I have been mentally prepared for this. After all, I am the woman of the Pirate King. I am not so fragile, Lu Jiao responded softly. Well then, sister, is there anything you wish to eat today? I will prepare it for you immediately, as long as I am capable. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the Navy headquarters, two bearded gentlemen sat facing each other, one imprisoned while the other remained free. Roger, do you have anything else to say? Kapu, can I truly trust you? Roger's gaze pierced through to Kapu's very soul. Karp remained silent, gazing at his old rival, who was both an adversary and a friend. Upon witnessing the expression on Karp's face, Roger realized that he could be trusted. Karp, I have a child. Although it has only been 4 months since the conception. You must assist me. Impossible. You should be well aware that the world government would never allow a descendant of your bloodline to survive. Thus, Karp, you are the only one who can aid me. He is still an unborn child. Even if I am guilty, the blame cannot fall upon him, Roger earnestly stated, locking eyes with his old companion. Kapu fell silent, then rose and departed, leaving Roger with a knowing smile gracing his face. In the East Sea, an increasing number of individuals flocked to Log Town, drawn by the anticipation of witnessing the execution of the Pirate King, Roger. In a secluded corner, 2 boys, one with a red nose and the other with flaming red hair, sat conversing. Hey, Shanks, the captain is about to be executed. What shall we do? Inquired Buggy, a wielder of Conqueror's Haki. "This is Captain Roger's own decision. We cannot intervene," Shanks replied with a grave tone. In Logtown, figures such as Don Quixote da Flamingo, Dracula Mihawk, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile had gathered, representing the ambitious youth of their generation. As September swiftly approached, Logtown became a sea of humanity. With the square before the gallows teeming with spectators, all eyes were fixed upon the execution platform, where Admiral Sengoku and the heroic Carp of the Navy stood guard. Silence enveloped the square until the sound of shackles clashing echoed from the gallows, and the pirate King Roger was brought forth, forced to kneel. The time for execution was nigh, and the crowd remained hushed, their gazes locked onto this man who had seemingly possessed it all. Suddenly, a rather ordinary-looking individual shouted, "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden your treasure? The legendary Great Treasure, One Piece." In an instant, the crowd reacted, realizing that while the Pirate King may perish, his treasure remained. All eyes turned toward Roger. "Haha, silence." The executioner barked. "Do you desire my treasure? If so, venture forth upon the seas and seek it. I have hidden it all there." With that, the executioner raised his sword and plunged it into Roger's body. In that moment, the square erupted with fervor, and those worldwide who beheld the live broadcast were set ablaze with excitement, for they had heard the dying words of the Pirate King. The world was on the brink of welcoming the dawn of the great pirate era, in pursuit of the fabled treasure left behind by the legendary Pirate King Roger. Countless dreamers set sail, embroiled in conflict, as the seas grew increasingly tumultuous. On Badarilla Island, Karl knew it was time to prepare. "Ellie, how fared your research on the medicine?" "Brother Karl, I experimented on monkeys from the forest yesterday. There has been progress, though human trials have yet to commence." "Then let us begin human trials tomorrow. I shall construct a facility for you deep in the mountains. I will return to the seas to capture some nefarious pirates for your experiments." "Understood, Brother Karl." In the Panga City of the world government, the 5 elders were deliberating a report from the CP organization. The CP had uncovered that Roger had spent a considerable amount of time on Badarilla Island in the South Sea, and it was highly likely he had left behind descendants there. "We must eradicate this possibility," declared the scientific defense warrior, Jacarcius Satan. "This wicked bloodline must not persist in this world." The bald, white-bearded legal martial god, Topman Wokuli Shang, proclaimed with grave seriousness. The naval headquarters received this directive, instructing them to collaborate with the world government CP organization to address the matter at hand. In the conference room, Admiral Steelbone Kong expressed his concerns, stating that due to Roger's last words, an increasing number of individuals have taken to the seas as pirates, resulting in a severe shortage of naval personnel. "I have submitted a request to the world government for military expansion, but this will take time. Crane, please share your thoughts." The Navy can temporarily relinquish control over the latter half of the Grand Line, focusing our full efforts on the troubles in the 4 seas in the first half of the Grand Line. To buy us time, we need to drive the pirates into the New World, where they can create chaos, proposed Vice Admiral Crane. "Very well, let us proceed as Crane suggests." Additionally, Roger visited the Whitebeard pirate stronghold in the New World before arriving at the naval headquarters and had a meeting with Whitebeard. However, the contents of their conversation remain unknown, causing the world government to worry that Roger may have divulged sensitive information. Therefore, we need someone to monitor the Whitebeard pirates. "Sengoku, you and Garp will undertake this task. There's no need for confrontation. Simply observe their movements from the periphery." "Understood, Admiral Kong." "Garp, what troubles you?" Kong inquired, noticing Garp's distracted demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. Rest assured, Admiral, I will assist Sengoku with this matter. Ha ha ha. It seems I want to be able to visit Bartolomeo Island for the time being," Garp mused. As for Bartolomeo Island, Karl intended to seize the opportunity to visit Water 7 before the Navy arrived. After instructing Banson to watch over the house, Karl transformed into his full beast form and soared towards Water 7. Now, Karl could utilize flame clouds for longer flights. Water 7 was somewhat distant, but with a few rest stops to regain stamina, he would manage. The design blueprint he had obtained from the treasury of the Waddland Kingdom turned out to be a submarine capable of sailing in calm winds. However, the construction would prove exceedingly challenging. Only the fishman Tom possessed the necessary skills. 3 days later, in Water 7, Karl enveloped the entire city with his observation Haki, locating Tom in a somewhat dilapidated shipyard. Tom had been brought to Judicial Island for trial due to his involvement in building ships for the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. However, upon explaining the design and concept of the sea train to the presiding judge, the judgment was altered, granting him time for research. At present, Tom was likely under surveillance, unable to leave Water 7. Greetings, Mr. Tom. I am Karl, and I possess an exceptional ship design blueprint. I would like to request your assistance in its construction. Could we discuss this in a different location? Oh, certainly, Mr. Karl. Let us converse in my office. In Tom's office, Karl presented the blueprint for him to examine, while Karl patiently awaited his review. This vessel indeed boasts a magnificent design, however. Its construction would pose significant challenges. The materials required, namely sea stone and Adam's tree, are exclusively available through the underground black market or the world government. To bring this creation to life, an estimated sum of 3 billion berries would be necessary. Mr. Tom, if the funds are sufficient. Do you have any connections to procure the materials? I can manage that, but time is of the essence. As I am currently researching the maritime train and will soon relocate for dedicated studies on it. Not a problem. I shall bring the money to you tomorrow evening. Excellent. Just come directly to me. With that, Karl departed. 3 billion. He would have to seek out some corrupt noble from a kingdom, preferably one who wouldn't expect repayment. No sooner said than done. That very evening, Karl raided a royal treasury, acquiring not only the necessary funds but also a devil fruit, the nature of which remained a mystery until he could consult his compendium. The following day, Karl changed locations, converting all the treasures into berries and hastening to Water 7. Netting a profit of over 30 billion berries along with a devil fruit. By evening, he found Tom and handed over the 3 billion berries. Now, when can the construction commence? Not a worry. It should be completed in approximately 2 months. All right, I shall return in 2 months. By the way, here's my phone snail. Feel free to contact me with any inquiries. Under the cover of night, Karl, with the devil fruit and the remaining funds, set off for Bartolomeo Island. Upon his return 3 evenings later, he discovered the town had already been occupied by the Navy. In the forest, he located Ellie, who was conducting experiments by injecting drugs into the bodies of pirates. The laboratory housed several nefarious pirates, shackled to their beds, with Benson assisting nearby. Ellie, how is it going? Karl inquired as he entered. Karl, you're back. The situation is promising. The two in the back, who were quite weak after 3 days, have improved significantly after their injections, despite not having eaten anything during that time. I've confirmed their vitality has indeed increased, proving the efficacy of my drug. And I am currently calculating the dosage. Well done, Ellie. Tonight, I shall prepare 10 drumsticks for you, Karl said while affectionately ruffling Ellie's hair. Yay. I'm glad to help you, big brother. Well, I must return home now. Make sure to finish your experiments and come back early. Having spoken, he returned home to find his sister, Rucky, watering the flowers. Sister, I'm back. Karl, you've returned. By the way, the Navy has already stationed themselves in the town. I fear they might be searching for me. What should we do? Do not worry, dear sister. At present, your pregnancy remains concealed beneath your dress. All we must do is wait for their search to conclude. Once they depart, all shall be well. I am here with you. And should we be discovered, I will ensure your escape. Fear not. Yes, I understand. In the ensuing days, individuals are apprehended daily, children from infancy to 1-year-old. And expectant mothers. Those captured are taken away for investigation, with the promise of return if all is well. However, as time progresses, it becomes evident that none of the seized have been returned, and their whereabouts remain a mystery, plunging the town into greater turmoil. Lugio feels a profound guilt, for she knows this chaos stems from her and the child she carries. Karl, witnessing her distress, offers solace. Sister, do not fret. I am aware of their confinement. Should they act with cruelty, I shall rescue them, rest assured. Karl, their cruelty knows no bounds. If you have the means, please do everything in your power to save them. I will, sister. 2 months pass, during which the Navy and the CP organization scour the town, apprehending every pregnant woman they can find. Lugio, residing in the mountains and binding her belly beneath her dress, often wanders the town without arousing suspicion amidst the Navy's presence. Each return from the town leaves her in a state of melancholy, and Karl realizes he must act swiftly to rescue those women and children. Their vessel is prepared, and once they are liberated, there is no turning back to this island. They can only transport them to a distant, uninhabited isle. As night falls, Karl dons dark clothing and shoes, obscuring his face to reveal only his eyes, and ventures into the town to confront the Navy and the CP organization. Karl located the men whose wives had been abducted, as well as the families whose children had been taken. After considerable effort, he managed to persuade them to accompany him. Although they harbored doubts about Karl, the glimmer of hope outweighed their skepticism. Together, they followed Karl to the place of confinement, where the sounds of children weeping mingled with the cries of women. And the atmosphere was chaotic, punctuated by the terrified sobs of those being interrogated. Karl leaped onto the rooftop and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, rendering the guards and interrogators unconscious. He then allowed their families to enter, only for them to discover that dozens had already perished, leaving countless families shattered. The scene was chaotic as he guided them towards the port. The townsfolk witnessed the turmoil but remained silent. Boarding the ship, they set sail immediately. This grand vessel had been prepared in advance, stocked with provisions sufficient to sustain the group for nearly a month. As they distanced themselves from Bartaylor Island, Karl again utilized his Haki to incapacitate everyone on board. He could not risk them learning the route, navigating under the cloak of night according to the compass. They arrived at their destination just before dawn. After awakening them, he instructed them to disembark and unload all supplies. From now on, you shall reside on this island. Should you venture out, the world government and the navy will not spare you. This island was uninhabited, situated near the Doldrums, and abundant with various fruits. Suitable for crop cultivation, he believed they could thrive here. I can assist you no further. Thank you, benefactor. Otherwise, my wife may have faced dire consequences. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. Very well, you should focus on making your shelter habitable. With that, Karl boarded the ship and departed. Once the island was out of sight, he ascended into the sky and cleaved the vessel in two with a swift strike. His mission was complete. He could not leave behind any traces. This ship had been commandeered from pirates, all of whom Karl had disposed of, feeding the fish with their remains. Watching the vessel sink into the depths, he finally felt a sense of relief. He flew back to Bartaylor Island, returning through the forest to the villa. Karl, how did it go? Were you able to rescue everyone? Luigi inquired, her face etched with concern. Do not worry, sister. They have all been saved and settled. That is good to hear. You should change your clothes. Understood, sister. Karl quickly changed and came down to drink a glass of water. The agents and navy should have now discovered the absence of the individuals they sought, leading them to suspect that their quarry was among the escaped group, resulting in less stringent searches on the island. By the way, this morning, your snail phone received a call from someone named Tom, who mentioned that the ship you commissioned has been completed. I see. I will return his call. He ascended the stairs, picked up the snail phone, and dialed Tom's number. BRR, click. Once connected, the snail phone transformed into Tom's visage. Mr. Karl, the ship is ready. It has undergone trials and is truly a magnificent vessel. When will you come to take it away? Hello, Mr. Tom. I apologize for being busy and missing our scheduled time. Unfortunately, I cannot come just yet. Could you kindly keep the ship for me for a while? It may be quite some time, around a year and a half, before I can retrieve it. Is that agreeable? No problem at all. When the time comes, just contact me directly using the phone. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. The phone call finally brought a sigh of relief. It would indeed be troublesome if Mr. Tom couldn't keep it safe, especially since Karl cannot be away for too long. In the year 1499 of the sea calendar, February, sister, if it comes to that, why not give birth now? It could cause significant harm to your body. Karl, I am fine. It is merely a matter of a few months' delay. I can endure this. The agents and the navy have not yet departed, and I cannot allow this little one to be born now. It would expose us. We have persevered for so long that to give birth now would render our efforts futile. All right, sister, but if it truly becomes unbearable, you must promise me you will give birth immediately, all right? Okay, I will heed your words. In the laboratory within the forest, Ellie's research on the potion has reached an advanced stage. Ellie, what are you looking at? Brother Karl, I am perusing a book on childbirth, hoping it will aid Sister Lugio when the time comes. Indeed, that is something you should study thoroughly. By the way, how much of the potion have you prepared now? Rest assured, Brother Karl, I have made sufficient preparations. By the way, why don't we leave now? Surely those naval officers cannot stop you. It is not a matter of choice, but one of necessity. Ever since that scoundrel Roger arrived here, we have been unable to leave. The moment we depart, the agents of the world government will trace our steps, and wherever we go, we will face dire consequences. We must remain here undetected until they have left, which will reduce the likelihood of being discovered. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Well, since the potion has been successfully developed, let us return to the villa. I will first deal with those pirates. Karl drove the pirates deep into the forest and buried them. After all, these individuals were not virtuous. They were steeped in malevolence. In the New World, near the headquarters of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku expressed his impatience. When shall we return? It has been nearly 6 months of surveillance. Yet there has been no sign of movement from Whitebeard. Surely, we need not remain on watch any longer? Karp felt a sense of urgency within, for he had promised Roger to look after his child. Not yet. Though they appear inactive, it does not guarantee they will remain so. We cannot ascertain what Roger imparted to me. Let us wait a little longer. Very well, came the reluctant reply. On Bartolomeo Island. 2 months had passed since the last incident. The Navy and agents of the world government had significantly relaxed their search on the island, believing the individuals they sought had already been rescued, and indeed, among that very group. Not yet. The time is not right, said Rukia, gently cradling her belly. At this moment, she was 11 months pregnant, enduring excruciating pain without bringing forth her child. Sister, if it becomes unbearable, you should give birth now. Look at how much you are suffering. Moreover, the operatives of the world government had eased their search, convinced that their target had already been extracted. Karl, it's still not the right moment. Delaying childbirth reduces the risk. For the sake of this child's future safety, I can endure this pain. Besides, has T. Ellie developed a potion to enhance vitality? I trust you, and I trust Ellie's medical expertise. Seeing Rukia resolute in her decision, Karl realized he had no choice but to relent. Ellie, please administer the first injection to Sister Rukia. Certainly, Brother Karl. First, assist Sister Rukia back to her room. I need to closely observe her physical changes after the first injection before determining the timing for the next dose. After helping Rukia back to her room, Ellie administered the medication. After a brief wait, Rukia's complexion improved significantly. Sister Rukia, how do you feel now? I feel stronger than before the injection, and the pain has diminished. Ellie, your medicine truly works. That's wonderful, Ellie exclaimed joyfully. Brother Karl, could you step outside for a moment? I need to examine Sister Rukia's condition. Of course, Ellie. Karl returned to the hall and took a seat, observing that Ellie's medicine had proven effective. This would allow his sister to endure until the child was born, sparing her the risk of consuming a devil fruit. While the devil fruit could enhance vitality and physical condition, those with weaker constitutions who consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit might uncontrollably transform into a ferocious beast. On the other hand, a paramecia-type devil fruit merely bestowed a certain superpower without significantly improving physical strength. Before long, Ellie emerged. Ellie, how is she? Do not worry. Brother Karl, Sister Ruju is in a stable condition now. I have put her to rest. She has not had proper repose these past few days due to her pain. Thank you for your efforts, Ellie. By the way, I have a devil fruit that would suit you perfectly, a paramecia type, the medicine fruit. Would you like to consume it? However, do keep in mind that after eating it, you will no longer be able to swim in the sea. Really? Then I shall eat it. After all, I do not enjoy swimming. Wait here, I will fetch it for you. With that, Karl ascended to retrieve the pear-shaped devil fruit. Here you go, Ellie. The taste of the devil fruit is notoriously unpleasant, so prepare yourself. Not a problem. I often experiment with various potions, and I have encountered many distasteful concoctions. Ellie accepted the devil fruit, took a bite, and her expression immediately soured. Struggling, she swallowed it, only to dash outside to vomit shortly thereafter. Ha ha, Ellie. How does the devil fruit taste? Delicious, right? Ha 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 ha. Oh my heavens, how can something be so horrid? At the moment of swallowing, I felt as if I might perish. It is simply unbearable. Ha ha ha. The devil fruit is reputed to be the most unpalatable substance in the world. Here, have a sip of milk to cleanse your palate. Karl offered Ellie a bottle of milk. After consuming a bottle, Ellie sighed, I feel revived. I shall never attempt such a thing again. Ellie, remember, one can only consume a single devil fruit. Eating a second will cause one's body to explode. Do you understand? Karl said with a serious tone. Yes, I understand. Brother Karl, now, take a moment to sense your new abilities. Ellie closed her eyes, focusing intently. I feel I can more easily discern various medicines and understand their properties. I can also utilize different herbs to concoct potions with marvelous effects. I will need time to explore the specifics. Additionally, I can optimize the vitality-enhancing potion to better suit Sister Ruju's constitution. That is splendid. From now on, we shall rely on our little ship's doctor. Karl patted Ellie on the head. I am not little, Brother Karl. I am already 13. Look, I am over 1.60 meters tall. All right, not little anymore. I will head to the forest to catch an animal for tonight's dinner and call your brother back as well. You stay here and take good care of Sister Ruju. All right, Brother Karl, you can rest assured. In the depths of the forest, a formidable wild boar, weighing approximately 500 pounds, was captured. There, I encountered Benson. who was then merely 14 years old yet stood an astonishing 2 meters tall, possessing an extraordinary strength. "Vincent, let us conclude our endeavors for today and return," I suggested. "Very well, Captain. By the way, I encountered a massive tiger in the forest today. It was incredibly powerful and charged towards me upon sight. We engaged in a fierce battle, yet neither could gain the upper hand, and ultimately, it fled. That creature is the sovereign of this forest. I have encountered it before. Henceforth, you shall spar with it daily. Your current training offers limited enhancement. Battling, it will sharpen your reaction time in combat and facilitate the awakening of your observation haki." "Understood, Captain. By the way, would you care for a devil fruit? I possess a Paramecia-type ice fruit and a Zoan-type bird fruit, an ancient variant resembling the golden eagle." Vincent contemplated for a moment before responding to Karl. "Neither of these devil fruits seems suitable for me. I prefer those that enhance strength. I shall await a power-oriented devil fruit in the future." "Very well, as long as you are aware of your preferences. I shall endeavor to find a strength-enhancing devil fruit for you, lest your remarkable talents go to waste." "Thank you, Captain. Now, let us return home." Upon arriving, I found no sign of Ruju. "Ailey, is Ruju still asleep?" "Not yet. She has been quite exhausted lately and could benefit from some additional rest." "Indeed. I shall prepare dinner. Brother Karl, I will assist you." "Very well." An hour later, dinner was ready. "Ailey, please call your brother down. We shall dine first. And I will prepare something separate for Ruju when she awakens." Ailey went to summon Benson, who, with his hearty appetite, would surely consume provisions swiftly aboard the ship. It was a source of concern. After dinner, Ruju remained asleep, likely not to awaken until tomorrow. The others proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. As days passed, the end of the year 1499 in the Sea Circle era approached swiftly. "Brother Karl, Ruju, today, I ventured into town to procure fruits and noticed the absence of the Navy. Upon inquiry, I learned they had withdrawn last night. We must remain vigilant. There may still be lurking observers in the shadows. For now, the little one appears to be in good condition and shows no signs of emerging. We shall observe further." "Very well, sister. Should you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform me. This time, you must not endure in silence." "All right, Karl. I understand that this past year has caused you much concern. From now on, I shall heed your guidance." Thanks to Ailey's improved life potion, Ruju's health had significantly surpassed that of the original narrative. However, the ordeal of carrying a heavy burden for such an extended period was undeniably taxing. With merely 2 days remaining until the new year, Karl ventured into town to procure supplies, where he encountered 2 figures, Rear Admiral Karp of the Navy and his aide, Bogart. They were not donned in naval uniforms. "Admiral Garp, greetings, my name is Karl." The young man who suddenly appeared seemed somewhat anxious. After all, he had come quietly, wishing to avoid drawing attention, and the person before him was evidently a formidable figure. "Ha, greetings, young Karl. May I inquire what brings you to me?" Bogart also exhibited a degree of caution. "Relax, Admiral Garp. I am the brother of Lugio. I presume it was Roger who requested your presence here?" Upon hearing this, Garp eased his vigilance. "Indeed. I apologize for my tardiness. I have been engaged in duties in the New World for the past year, since Sengoku was also tied up. I only just returned to the Navy headquarters and rushed over." "How's the child?" "The child has yet to be born. My sister is concerned that an early arrival might attract the attention of the world government, so she has postponed the delivery. Recently, the CP organization of the world government has withdrawn, so it is likely that she will give birth within the next couple of days." "What? The child is still not born? How is your sister faring?" "Kapu is indeed a trustworthy individual, and he stands as the sole protector of the child at present. My sister is currently in good health, thanks to an excellent doctor, so the situation remains favorable. Once the child is born, I shall take them away immediately, as it is not yet safe for us to linger here, although I feel regret for separating the newborn from their mother. There seems to be no better alternative at this moment. Nevertheless, I believe my sister will understand. For now, you may stay at our home for the next couple of days." Karl returned to the villa with Captain Karp and his aide, Bogart. "Sister, these 2 gentlemen are Captain Karp and his aide, Bogart, as entrusted by Roger. I am aware. Roger informed me before his departure. Thank you for your hard work." Captain Karp: Ha. It's nothing at all. I entrust everything to you all even before this child is born. Karl, please ensure that Captain Karp is comfortably settled." "Certainly, sister. Captain Karp and Mr. Bogart, please follow me." After Karl had made them comfortable, he proceeded to prepare dinner. Speaking of which, I must find a dedicated chef in the future. Otherwise, cooking for ourselves will become quite burdensome. On the last night of the year 1499 in the sea circle calendar, as everyone was resting, a sudden voice from Lysiu awakened them. Ellie, hurry inside to see if she is going into labor. All right, Brother Karl, you all wait outside. I will check. Moments later, Ellie emerged. Brother Karl, quickly prepare hot water. Sister Lysiu is about to give birth. Oh, very well. I shall do so at once. Thanks to the prior preparations for the necessary items. There was no sense of panic. After Karl handed the hot water to Ellie, he anxiously awaited outside, the anguished cries from within piercing the air. The hot water was replaced time and again, yet the child had not yet arrived. Ellie, how's it going? Karl called into the room. Brother Karl, it's twins. However, the prolonged pregnancy has caused some difficulties, but everything is fundamentally all right, so do not worry. As the clock struck midnight, Karl sat in front of the door, his heart heavy with anxiety, while Admiral Karp paced back and forth. Bogart and Benson sat nearby, their expressions grave. After a while, the sound of a baby's cries emerged from within. Brother Karl, the first one is a boy. Please take him and wash him. Ellie handed the child to Karl and swiftly returned to her tasks. Karl carried the child to the wash, and upon his return, the second child had also been born. Ellie, cradling the newborn, announced that the second was a girl. Let me wash her first, she said, while I take care of Sister Lucio, who is currently feeling a bit weak. Karl entrusted the boy to Cap, then carried the girl to bathe. After a short while, having wrapped the child snugly, he emerged to find the boy crying. He then offered him the prepared beast's milk. Oh, how adorable, chuckled Cap, cradling the boy and feeding him with a gentle expression. At that moment, Ellie appeared, saying, Brother Karl, everything is tidy inside, and Rugia's sister is feeling much better. She wishes to see the child. I shall bring him in at once, Karl replied. Sister, how are you faring? I am well, do let me see the child, she urged. Karl handed the child to Rugia, while Cap passed the boy to her as well. Cap, Karl proposed, what if you take the boy, and we keep the girl? Even if the world government discovers this, they would never know that Rugia is carrying twins. Mr. Karp pondered for a moment before responding, certainly. I must take my leave now. The longer we delay, the more perilous the situation becomes for the child. By the way, has a name been given to the baby? Indeed, replied Lucio. Roger had already chosen names. The boy is called Ace, and the girl is named Anne. Both names are now in use. Ace and Anne I see. Karp acknowledged. I shall take Ace with me. Lucio wept softly, embracing Ace for a brief moment before reluctantly handing him over to Karp. From now on, I entrust Ace to you, Mr. Karp. Rest assured, I shall care for him well. I have taken quite a liking to this little fellow, Karp stated earnestly. He then swiftly departed, cradling the child in his arms. Sister Lucio wept for Anne. Do not worry, sister. Mr. Karp will look after Ace diligently. Entrusting him to him is indeed the safest and wisest choice at this moment. I understand. But I cannot shake the guilt of having to separate him from his mother so soon after his birth, she lamented. Sister, after all, Ace is the son of the Pirate King. His destiny is destined to be extraordinary. A multitude of adventures awaits him. He will grow into a remarkable young man. And will be here as well. Yes, I comprehend, she replied. Ellie then administered some medicine to Lucio. Sister, you should rest for a while. Allow me to care for Anne. Your health must recover swiftly, as we need to depart soon. All right, be good, and Lucio said, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her before surrendering her to me and drifting into slumber. Karl also carried Ellie out, saying, You have worked hard tonight. Go and rest. Benson, too, was urged to sleep, as they would be departing in a few days. All right, Brother Karl, she replied. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening the following day, Karl noticed that Annie had also stirred, her eyes surprisingly open, without a cry or fuss. It was truly remarkable, albeit her features remained somewhat wrinkled. Karl rose to fetch Beast's milk for her, and then cradled her as he descended the stairs. His sister had also awakened and entered her room. Sister. Anne's eyes are open. Look quickly. Is it true? Show me. Karl handed it to her, who drank the milk while gazing at Lucio. My Daren, how well behaved you are. She gazed tenderly at Anne, cherishing her like a precious gem. What would you like to eat, sister? I shall prepare it for you now. Anything is fine. I have quite an appetite at the moment. Very well, then wait a moment. I shall have it ready shortly. With that, she stepped out. At last, her spirits felt less burdened. After 2 years, she could finally relax a bit. She entered the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast, soon laying out a feast of delicious dishes. Vincent, after breakfast, please inspect our ship for any damages and have the town's carpenter make the necessary repairs. Ellie, check your supplies for any missing medicine and replenish as needed. We set sail in 3 days. Understood, Captain. Got it, Brother Karl. 3 days later, Lucio, cradling the child, stood before the villa, watching. Let us go, sister. When it grows up, if the opportunity arises, we shall return. Karl supported Lucio as they made their way towards the forest, where Benson had already sailed the ship. They reached the seaside of the forest, boarded the vessel, and gradually departed, the island of Bartolira receding into the distance. Meanwhile, Karp had returned to Windmill Village in the East Blue with Ace. Naval warships were indeed swift. At that moment, in Windmill Village, the mountain bandit Don and his crew, having been thoroughly beaten, knelt before Karp. Ha! Don, this child is Ace, my grandson. I entrust him to your care from now on. I will visit frequently. Upon hearing this, Don lost his composure, springing up to shout at Karp. What nonsense is this? Karp, you want me to care for your grandson? I refuse. Ha ha ha. Well then, I shall have to imprison all of you. Damn Karp. Reluctantly, Don accepted Ace. After handing the child to Don, Karp departed swiftly. Thus, Ace began his stay at Don's bandit hideout. In the West Blue, at O'Hara. The site of the Tree of Knowledge, Admiral Akainu and Akiji led 10 warships to execute the extermination order against O'Hara. The Tree of Knowledge was destroyed, and O'Hara descended into hell. A vessel carrying civilians attempted to escape, but was obliterated by Akainu's meteor volcano. Witnessing this, Akiji began to harbor doubts about the Navy's justice for the first time. At that moment, 8-year-old Robin, under the protection of Vice Admiral Saul, narrowly escaped, possibly due to Akiji's leniency. From that day forth, 8-year-old Robin began her restless wanderings. The O'Hara incident once again showcased the Navy's might upon the seas. After all, it was a place housing the Tree of Knowledge. They were merely scholars. In the South Blue, Karl and his companions advanced towards Reverse Mountain, as their small vessel risked exhausting its supplies. Thus, this time the pace was not as swift as before. After all, Karl and Benson now possessed quite the appetite. On that day, a newsbird soared through the sky. Ellie waved, and the newsbird descended gracefully. She handed it 50 berries, and upon receiving the payment, the bird presented her with a newspaper before taking flight once more. It seems even birds have become quite astute. Brother Karl, Sister Luju, look, a momentous event has transpired. O'Hara has been annihilated by the Navy's decree of extermination. It is the very place that harbors the Tree of Knowledge. Karl was taken aback. Was the O'Hara incident indeed occurring at this moment? Ellie, show me the scene where Lujo cradled and spoke to her, asking, why is this happening? The newspaper stated that O'Hara was condemned for delving into the taboos of the world government, leading to the execution of both scholars and civilians alike. What could they have possibly uncovered? Sister, you must refrain from engaging with such matters for now. Since it is labeled as a taboo, it clearly signifies the world government's red line. Until we possess sufficient capability to protect ourselves, we should not indulge our curiosity. The scholars of O'Hara erred in underestimating the hypocrisy of the world government, challenging their authority without the means to safeguard themselves. Thus, the outcome of their research was predetermined from the outset. I understand, Karl, he replied. I can't help but feel pity for them. And that Nico Robin. At merely 8 years of age, she has a bounty of 79 million berries. That is truly tragic. Robin, you say? Karl's heart was tangled with complexity. Having watched One Piece in his previous life, he was aware of how unfortunate Robin's circumstances were. She had grown up without anyone to trust, perpetually surrounded by betrayal. It was only upon meeting the Straw Hat crew that her life began to illuminate. If we encounter her in the future, let us extend our assistance. Suddenly, En's cries echoed through the air. Lujo hastened toward the cabin. Karl, quickly, fetch some milk, and must be hungry. Karl promptly took the milk bottle and made his way towards the recently birthed leopards on the deck, which had been captured on the island along the way. The unfortunate leopards had thus become a source of sustenance. Sister, here, he said, as Anne drank the milk, instantly calming down. Her little face brightened, truly adorable. When we return to Tiger Roar Island, our parents will surely be delighted to see such a charming granddaughter. I, too, am eager to reunite with mother and father. Karl, how much longer until we reach Upside Down Mountain? Well, approximately a month, as we have been taking our time with frequent stops. However, it matters not. Once we arrive at the Grand Line, I possess the permanent pointer to Water 7, which will save us from wasting excessive time on the Grand Line. Captain, another pirate ship is approaching us. I'm on my way. Sister, Please keep an eye on it in the cabin. Be careful. Karl stepped onto the deck and surveyed the opposing pirate crew, numbering over 20 individuals. This marked the fourth encounter with pirates in the South Sea. As the dawn of the great age of exploration had prompted an increasing number of souls to embrace the life of piracy. Vincent, you shall handle these scoundrels shortly. Yes, Captain. Ha ha ha. Let us draw the ship closer. There are merely 3 of them, and one is a woman. Whoever eliminates those 2 men shall claim the woman. The pirates erupted in raucous cheers. Ellie, feeling a twinge of fear, stood behind Karl. He gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Ellie. These individuals are only marginally stronger than ordinary folk. They do not embody true pirates. Even your brother could deal with them." With Karl's words, Ellie felt a measure of comfort. "Vincent, do not hold back. Conclude this swiftly." Before their ship had even approached, Vincent leaped onto the enemy vessel and commenced a one-sided slaughter. Mere minutes later, no adversaries were left standing, and he returned with over 2 million berries. He had become quite adept at plundering. Upon Vincent's return, Karl executed a swift flying slash, causing the pirate ship to gradually sink. Vincent, at the onset of battle, endeavor to employ your Busashoko Haki. You have just begun to master it, and these South Sea pirates are not formidable. It is an ideal opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with its application. Remember, Haki is the most potent force in this world. I understand, Captain. Captain, may I learn swordsmanship from you? I feel so weak. Ellie, your strength lies not in swordsmanship. There are myriad ways to confront foes. You might consider utilizing poison, which should be quite simple for you. However, you must also strengthen your body to enhance your physical constitution. Only with a robust physique can one awaken Haki. Upon hearing Karl's suggestion of poison, Ellie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I understand. I shall prepare at once. Karl mused to himself, sensing that her future path might take an unexpected turn. Nonetheless, he concluded that as long as one possessed the strength to safeguard oneself, the means employed were inconsequential. Vincent, do wash up first. I shall keep watch over the ship. Very well, I shall go, Captain. At that moment, Lugio arrived, cradling it in her arms and settling into a lounge chair. Karl, do you think what he did was right? That is a complex question. The onset of the great pirate era has led many to choose the path of piracy, which is quite understandable. These individuals have found life in their homelands unbearable, oppressed and exploited by the nobility, with dwindling space for survival. The world government's reign for the past 800 years has instilled a sense of futility in resisting, which is erroneous. Thus, with the dawn of the great pirate era, more will gradually come to realize that freedom exists in this world, learning to resist oppression and various injustices, paving the way for change. As for whether Roger's actions were right or wrong, let future generations judge. Roger merely provided them with the opportunity to enact change. The merits or flaws of that change are for posterity to assess. We must focus on our own actions. Your reasoning is sound. I merely feel a sense of discomfort witnessing so many individuals venture out to sea, becoming pirates, and losing their lives as a result. It is their own choice, and it has no bearing on you, dear sister, so there is no need to dwell on it excessively. Ah, Karl. Please hold, and for a moment, I shall take a brief respite. Last night, and was quite restless, and I did not manage to rest properly. Very well. Do, and must behave at night. One must sleep well to grow strong. Karl took and into his arms, bringing his face close to hers, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Cradling, and while gazing at the vast and enigmatic sea, one cannot help but feel its enchanting allure. Yet, to live freely upon these waters, one must possess a certain degree of strength. In the West Sea, on a certain island, the air was thick with tension. Don't run. Curse the offspring of the devil. Where could he have vanished? You go to the right. The rest, follow me. In a shadowy corner of a street, Robin had just evaded a capture. The West Sea is a region rife with gangs, where the inhabitants are far more ruthless than those in other waters. The struggle for survival is dire. Should one fail to strive, they may find themselves eliminated by the morrow, and the only fate that awaits the fallen is death. Robin contemplated her resolve. She could not perish, nor could she be captured. She bore the hopes of all the scholars from O'Hara upon her shoulders, tasked with uncovering the void of the century of history. She must reach the Grand Line, regardless of the hardships that lie ahead. Karl, brother, look at the poisons I have just concocted. This one induces immediate hallucinations upon the slightest whiff. This one explodes upon ingestion, and this one causes instant and fatal hemorrhaging. Karl stared, somewhat bewildered, at the array of potions that the young girl was producing from her satchel. It seemed as though a mischievous little demon resided within her. enabling her to concoct such a multitude of poisons in such a brief span of time. Ellie, is it safe for you to carry these around? I mean, won't the crew accidentally poison themselves? Not at all. I've made preparations. Look at this vial. Once you've consumed a single dose, you will be immune to any poison thereafter. So, even if we encounter some, it poses no risk, and it's safe enough for someone as petite as you. Then hurry and give me a dose. Are you joking? Who isn't afraid of poison? No matter how robust one may be, the risk of poisoning still exists. Thus, after sailing the South Sea for a while and having vanquished numerous pirate crews, the Navy began to take notice of Karl and his companions. Although it was always Bian who engaged in combat, Karl and Ludger remained at risk of exposure. Consequently, they decided to seek refuge on a more secluded island in the South Sea. They soon arrived at the Kingdom of Trino, also known as Bird Island, where Chopper from One Piece was famously sent flying by Kuma. This island boasted a wealth of medical texts, providing Ellie with ample opportunity to deepen her studies. Although the locals exhibited a certain insularity, after a period of friendly negotiations, they consented to allow Karl and his companions to stay for a time, requesting assistance in repelling the attacks of a gigantic bird that still roamed the area. Not everyone possessed the ability to speak with animals like Chopper did. Thus Karl found himself unable to mediate their conflict. After becoming acquainted, the islanders proved to be quite amiable and, upon expressing a desire to peruse their medical texts, they readily acquiesced. Ellie, you should take the time to study the medical texts here, Karl suggested. Bian, come with me. I'll assist you in honing your observation haki during our stay. As 2 months elapsed, Ellie absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding herbs, truly becoming a capable physician, while Bian made notable strides in his haki training. After more than 2 months, it is time for us to depart, Karl announced. Sister, let us leave tomorrow. The Navy should have lost track of us by now. You decide, but the people here are genuinely kind-hearted and straightforward. I do feel quite relaxed here. Indeed. Their simple way of life is quite appealing. Let us inform them of our departure, and then we shall leave tomorrow. On the following day, amidst the reluctant expressions of the Trino Kingdom's inhabitants, we departed from Bird Island. We replenished our supplies along the way and continued our journey towards Reverse Mountain. Karl, are we nearing Reverse Mountain? Yes, soon. We should reach it in half a day's time. Then we shall once again meet Dr. Karl. He will undoubtedly be astonished by my medical prowess. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. This is what one calls surpassing the master. Karl, who is Karl? Once the ship's doctor of the Roger pirates, it was indeed the medical prowess of Dr. Karl that enabled Roger to traverse the Grand Line. Ah. How I long to meet Roger's ship's doctor. This afternoon, I shall finally cross Reverse Mountain to see him, as he awaits at the lighthouse there. At last, I beheld Reverse Mountain, and after a thrilling yet uneventful passage through its waters, we soared to the apex and finally arrived at the Grand Line. Here, the wreckage of ships was notably abundant, likely due to pirates from the 4 seas whose vessels succumbed to the treacherous waters. Dr. Karl, we meet again. Ah, Dr. Karl, we have returned. Ha ha. Greetings, young Karl, little Dr. Ellie, and young Bian. It has indeed been a while. By the way, allow me to introduce my sister, Portgas D. Rouge, and this child is named Joel D. Oh, is he Roger's child? Indeed. Hello, Dr. Karl, I am Rouge, Roger's wife. It is a pleasure to meet you. Haha. I never imagined that Roger would settle down and have offspring. Quite unbelievable. May I hold the child? Of course. Doctor. Karl took it into his arms, his heart warmed by the sight of the adorable little one. Bian, bring forth the wine. We must indulge today. As everyone feasted on roasted meat and shared jovial banter, Karl inquired, So, where do you plan to go next? Are you in pursuit of that great treasure? No. I am not that person. Perhaps I will join the fray later, but the purpose of this journey has been fulfilled. I must take my sister and him back home. I thought you might also seek it. Given your strength, you would have a considerable chance. I still have a long way to go. By the way, where is Labu? I haven't seen him today. Ah, Labu. He must have gone off to play. Ever since he learned that Brook is alive and will return to fulfill their promise. He has not crashed into Reverse Mountain. Also, could you tell me where Brook is? Brook has his own adventures. You will learn of it in due time. They chatted until the midnight hour, before retreating to rest, preparing to set sail early the next morning. Goodbye, Karl. I shall treat you to a drink next time we meet. Farewell, Mr. Karl. Goodbye. Dr. Karl watched the departing ship, pondering the amusing young man. Karl, shall I proceed directly to Water 7? Yes, I possess a permanent pointer to Water 7. We can head straight there. Bian, Keep an eye on the ship. I shall take a brief rest. Kurokas truly can drink. I am feeling quite dizzy. Understood, Captain. You ought to heed my advice and drink less. Go rest now. Ellie. I have yet to hear how you came to board Karl's ship. We encountered him aboard a pirate vessel. At that time, the pirate crew had slaughtered the people of our village, and we were taken onto their ship. Subsequently, we came across Karl's ship in the Grand Line, and those pirates attempted to seize him, but Karl dealt with them decisively. Initially, he intended for us to return home, but with no family left in the village. I asked Karl if I could accompany him. He graciously agreed. It was fortunate that I spoke up when I did, otherwise, my brother and I might still be wandering aimlessly. I see. It's quite all right, Ellie. From now on, you and your brother will be considered my family. Just like Karl. Karl was sleeping soundly when suddenly the explosion of cannon fire echoed from outside. Grabbing his sword, he rushed onto the deck. It was truly impossible to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Benson, I'm coming. Hiss, Brother Karl, are you angry? Is it wrong to be angry? This is what one calls being woken up abruptly. Oh, wait, I was disturbed from my slumber. Everyone, prepare to board. This is our first battle in the Grand Line for the fierce lion pirates. Let us capture them swiftly and decisively. However, scarcely had the captain's voice faded when a flying slash struck, cleaving the ship in two. Let us go, Benson, continue sailing. Alas, the fierce lion pirates had barely arrived in the Grand Line before they met their demise, leaving behind only cries for help. Oh, splendid! Every time young Ellie witnessed Brother Karl's swordsmanship, she was filled with admiration. Don't envy me. You can't learn my skills. Humph, I can use poison too. Well, using poison is quite impressive. By the way, sister, where's Essen? She just drank her milk and fell asleep. The explosion didn't even rouse her. She sleeps better than I do. I'll catch a bit more rest. Thus, they continued their journey, battling foes along the way, with most of their supplies contributed by those pirate crews. After more than half a month, they finally arrived at Water 7. Blur blur clack. Ha. Brother Karl. Have you arrived at Water 7? Yes, Mr. Tom. We just reached the port. Shall we head directly to your shipyard? Indeed. Just come over. All right, Mr. Tom. We'll be there shortly. Clack. Sister, let me carry in. You wear your cloak and cover your face. There are quite a few CP organizations here. We must be cautious. Okay. The group proceeded directly to Tom's shipyard, laden with their luggage. Mr. Tom, it's been a while. Ha. Brother Karl. You finally come. Now, let me show you the ship. They arrived at the dock where a submarine awaited them. Brother Karl, let me introduce you to this vessel. It measures 50 meters in length and 23 meters in width, with 8 rooms, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a medical room. The remaining space has been converted into a storeroom as you requested. This submarine can dive to a depth of 80 meters, thanks to its 2 small generators, ensuring reliable power. This is also what allows it to traverse the Doldrums. Normally, it can sail on the surface using its sails. Look. The top of the submarine can open outwards and retract back. Press this button, and the retractable mast will rise. When the canvas is secured, we can sail using the wind on the surface. What do you think? Not bad, right? Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. I am very satisfied. Ha. Then this ship is yours. I won't disturb you any longer. All right, Mr. Tom, goodbye. A group of individuals disembarked from the cabin, their eyes wandering in awe, particularly captivated by the engine room. Karl, is it truly possible for this vessel to navigate through the Doldrums? Absolutely, he replied. This ship is constructed with considerable amounts of sea stone, which emits an aroma akin to that of the ocean, thus preventing the marine creatures from assailing our vessel. Let us first steer the ship to the port to replenish our supplies. We shall rest here for the night and set sail again tomorrow. Karl and Benson ventured out to procure an array of supplies, including a multitude of local delicacies known as shui meat, which is indeed delectable. Early the next morning, they took the opportunity to bid farewell to Mr. Tom, subsequently entrusting the small boat to him before setting off. Given the presence of members from the CP organization in the vicinity, and the fact that Karl had dispatched a CP-0 the previous night, from whom he had extracted the methods of the Marines' 6 styles training, it was imperative to make a swift exit. Karl, are we heading straight back? Asked his sister. Is something the matter? No, I'm just feeling a bit anxious. It's all right. Mom and Dad won't be upset with you. They will be overjoyed to see you. By the way, when we return, do not mention Roger's name. It is best that few know about Ace being Roger's child. Understood. After several days of sailing, they finally reached the Doldrums. Captain, how do we discern our direction? Do not worry. I carry the permanent record pointer from the island. We will navigate according to its direction. First, let us lower the sails, as we will need to utilize the electric power system to traverse the Doldrums. The Doldrums truly remain one of the greatest mysteries of the Pirate King world, utterly devoid of wind. Its formation is perplexing. Sailing through the Doldrums is exhilarating, occasionally allowing glimpses of sea kings. Days passed. Sister, let us prepare to take a break on that island ahead. Those leopards are nearly out of milk. We must replenish As provisions. I want to go ashore too. Being at sea for so long is stifling. Ellie exclaimed. Let us all disembark and rest on the island for 2 days. There is no need to worry about pirate attacks here, as no pirates can reach this place. This was an uninhabited island. Karl employed his observation Haki to scout the area, discovering numerous large wild beasts. It seems suitable for an adventure. Ellie, prepare some insect repellent. Uninhabited islands can harbor various venomous creatures. We must be cautious. No problem, Brother Karl. Just watch me. Everyone brought insect repellent and disembarked onto the island. The trees were peculiar, towering greatly, yet only reaching heights of around 10 to 20 meters. Karl, I'll wait here for you all, said Benson. Captain, I will remain as well to set up camp. I'm not particularly fond of treasure hunting, he added, rubbing his head. What a pity. How can a man not enjoy the thrill of treasure hunting? Karl teased. Benson, if you're too reserved. It may be difficult for you to find a girlfriend in the future. Ellie laughed. Benson's face turned crimson. Let us go. There must be many intriguing things inside, Karl declared. Ultimately, only Karl and Ellie ventured into the forest. Brother Karl, what kind of fruit is this? It resembles a pineapple but is not one. I have never seen it before, but it should be edible. Let me give it a try. Ugh, it is edible, but exceedingly sour and unpleasant in texture. Then I shall refrain from eating it. Suddenly, a towering rhinoceros, measuring several meters in height, obstructed our path, seemingly filled with ire. Brother Karl, isn't the rhinoceros a herbivore? What is it doing blocking our way? It appeared to be its territory, clearly unwilling to allow us entry, exhibiting a strong sense of territoriality. Karl emitted a subtle aura of dominance, and the creature, frightened, began to sweat profusely and fled. Why did it run away so suddenly? That is the effect of my domineering presence, which you may not comprehend. Now, let us proceed. Wait a moment. There are a few rare medicinal herbs here that I wish to collect. Throughout our journey, Ellie had gathered an impressive number of herbs. It seemed we had primarily come for their collection. Brother Karl, look, is that a devil fruit hanging from that tree? Indeed, it was. Our fortune appeared to be favoring us. Karl leaped up to pluck it from its branch and examined it closely. This should be a Zoan-type devil fruit. When we return, I will consult the compendium to ascertain its specific abilities. Then let us return. I am eager to discover the nature of this devil fruit. All right. We have already uncovered the treasure, so let us depart. Upon reaching the coastline, a fire was kindled at our campsite. We have returned. This treasure hunt has proven quite fruitful. We have discovered a devil fruit. Really? What abilities does it possess? Allow me to see. I am not yet certain of its powers. I will retrieve the compendium for comparison. Brother, I believe this devil fruit would be well suited for you. We shall see. Let us first ascertain its specific abilities. Benson was also a bit excited, sensing that this fruit might be perfect for him. Sister, hand me the devil fruit. I wish to compare it. Flipping through the compendium, he quickly located the Zoan section. Zoan type, bull fruit, ancient variant, longhorn giant rhinoceros form. Benson. It appears this devil fruit is indeed suitable for you, being strength-oriented. What do you think? Will you consume it? Karl was elated. An ancient variant devil fruit. Captain. I shall eat it. Very well. I am confident you will enjoy this devil fruit. Karl handed the fruit to Benson, advising him to step away from the campsite before consuming it, as Zoan-type devil fruits induce a beastly transformation upon ingestion. Brother, remember that one must consume the entire devil fruit to fully harness its powers. Karl mused to himself that Ellie was indeed a girl harboring a little devil within. With a cunning disposition, Benson approached the edge of the forest and swiftly devoured the devil fruit, his expression revealing a transformation as he glanced at Ellie, true siblings. Upon consuming the devil fruit, Benson's body immediately swelled, morphing into a colossal rhinoceros towering over 10 meters, his entire being brimming with newfound strength. Benson, how do you feel? Can you adapt? Captain, I believe I can control it. Then transform into your hybrid form. The animal-type devil fruit is most potent in that state. With that, Benson transformed into his hybrid form, a 6-meter-tall rhinoceros man. Excellent. Take some time to acclimatize to the power of this devil fruit. Yes, Captain. I feel utterly invigorated. However, Benson, remember that the power of the devil fruit is merely auxiliary. Haki is the true force that tramples all. Do not neglect the training of Haki in the future. Understood, Captain. Fortune smiled upon them today, as they had discovered a devil fruit, an ancient variety, second only to mythical types. The following morning, Karl's first task was to milk the cows. His niece awoke at the crack of dawn, hungry and crying. As soon as she cried, her mother, Ruegio, handed her over to Karl, much to his chagrin. Ah, and you must treat your uncle a little better. After all, I raised you from infancy, Karl remarked while milking. The highlight was that Anne seemed quite delighted, laughing with glee. Did she understand him, or was she simply oblivious? Alas, once Anne had her fill of milk, she fell silent. Ellie, why are you awake so early? Karl, I'm hungry too, Ellie replied, rubbing her eyes. Have some bread for now. I'll prepare more food later. I need to feed Anne first. Oh, then hurry up. With that, she returned to find some bread to eat. It appeared that finding a cook was an urgent necessity. Early in the morning, Benson had ventured into the forest to train, capable of managing on his own. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed. After resting on the island for 2 days, they set off once more. For days later, they finally reached Tiger Island. As the ship docked at the harbor, the locals eyed them with suspicion. Who are you? Outsiders are not welcome here. Leave at once. Karl heard a familiar voice. It was Captain Dillon. Captain Dillon. Uncle Ed. Greetings. I am Karl. Karl? You have returned? Have you found your sister? The crowd relaxed their vigilance. Captain Dillon. It has been a long time. Sister Lugio immediately approached. Is that you, Lugio? You have grown so much. It is good to have you back. Let us see if you dare to sneak away again. Is that your child you are holding? Captain Dillon inquired. Yes, this is my daughter, and splendid. You all should hasten home. You cannot imagine how worried your parents have been, especially after Karl left. We shall return home at once. Before they could reach home, their parents rushed over. Karl, you little rascal, have you grown up and forgotten your mother? Do you have any idea how much I worried about you? To leave without a word. What if something had happened to you? Mother scolded Karl, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her anger. Karl hurriedly embraced his mother. Apologizing fervently, I am so sorry. Please forgive me for setting sail without your consent. I found my sister. Look, you now have a granddaughter. His parents turned to the woman beside Karl, who was holding a child and in tears. It was impossible for them not to recognize their daughter. Father, mother. I am home. With tears in his eyes, his father replied, It is wonderful that you are back. Is this my granddaughter? Yes, her name is Anne. And she shares my surname. Karl's sister, Lugio, handed in to their father, Berg. It is good that you are back, he said, receiving his granddaughter. Mother, I am sorry, she said, moving to embrace her mother. As long as you are safe, everything is well. At last, the family was reunited. Come, let us return home. And so, they all made their way back. Father, mother, let me tell you how Son and Ellie were rescued from pirates at sea. Ah, greetings. Please make yourselves at home. There is no need for formality, Berg said to the siblings. Thank you, uncle. They responded. That evening, the family prepared a lavish feast, and Karl called Daren over. The passage of time had visibly aged him, leaving Karl feeling nostalgic. Karl, I heard in the tavern that the Pirate King has been executed. However, the treasure known as One Piece remains. Aren't you going to pursue it? Uncle Daren asked. One Piece is not so easily obtained. And there are only a few of us. We lack the foundation to confront the world government, Karl replied. Moreover, the Navy has developed warships capable of sailing in the Doldrums. If they discover us on Tiger Island, they will not simply overlook us. Warships that can navigate the Doldrums? Are they similar to the vessel you brought back? Indeed, they employ similar technology, but they are costly to produce, requiring vast amounts of sea prism stone. Only the world government can manufacture these ships in large quantities. In that case, we certainly are in a precarious situation. The CP division of the world government is not to be trifled with. I must confer with the mayor tomorrow. I will accompany you. I have matters to discuss with him as well. The following morning, Karl and Daren approached the mayor and explained the situation, which left him visibly concerned. Mayor, my suggestion, alongside Uncle Daren's, is to select approximately 100 strong youths from the town to form a guard unit, which Uncle Daren can then train in the forest. I also possess the training methods of the Navy's 6 styles. Mastering even 1 or 2 techniques will significantly enhance their combat abilities. As for selecting individuals from the town, I leave that to you and Uncle Daren, Karl stated. This indeed seems to be the most suitable proposal at present. Very well. I shall convene everyone to discuss this matter. Daren, you will accompany me. He hurried away. This matter will surely garner support from everyone. Although most people here have never ventured beyond these borders, it does not imply their ignorance of the world outside. Additionally, the news and reports brought back by the fleet provide a glimpse into the nature of the outside realm. Brother Karl, is the outside world truly that magnificent? I heard everything you just mentioned. Adrian, indeed, the outside world is splendid, yet it is also fraught with peril, especially in this era of rampant piracy, where danger lurks in every corner of the sea, and one misstep could cost a life. I am not afraid. Brother Karl, if you set sail in the future, could you take me with you? I long to see the world beyond. Adrian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Did you not previously express your desire to join the fleet? I recall you were training under Captain Dillon, who was grooming you as his successor. Adrian paused for a moment and replied, I will clarify my intentions with Captain Dillon. I have come to realize that I am not suited to be his successor. I do not enjoy dealing with merchants from outside. I trust he will understand. First, persuade your grandfather to allow you to set sail. If he consents, and Captain Dillon agrees, I will take you along. I will certainly convince them, Brother Karl. Very well, then for the next 2 years, train alongside the guards. I will not be setting sail in the short term. I need to continue honing my strength, for there are many formidable individuals out there. Yes, I understand, Captain. He then dashed off to find his grandfather. Such are the dreams of youth. Moreover, Karl is merely 20 years old himself, still a youth. Upon returning home, his mother, having embraced her new role as grandmother, has taken to caring for the child with great joy. His sister, upon returning home, appeared much brighter. Everything seems to be progressing positively. Splendid. Vincent, Ellie, come with me. I shall take you to a special place. All right. Where are we going, Brother Karl? You will find out shortly. He led them towards the forest. Oh wow. The trees here are so tall. This forest must be brimming with rare herbs. Captain, I sense there are many monstrous beasts lurking here. Vincent exclaimed with excitement. This is known as the Forest of Roaring Tigers, where many large beasts reside. The former king of this land was a massive dinosaur, and now I am its ruler. He fondly recalled the dinosaur, wondering if its tail had grown back. Why is it called the Forest of Roaring Tigers? You will soon discover why. Do you see that distant peak? We call it the Sacred Mountain for each year. The animals of the forest journey to the Sacred Mountain at a designated time to pay homage, including that former dinosaur. That's so far away. Climbing it would be exhausting. Ellie, from this moment on, you must also strengthen your physique. Otherwise, I shall not take you with me when we set sail. Although your poison is formidable, there are many who can vanquish you before you unleash it. I shall simply train. From tomorrow onwards, you shall all practice the Marine 6 styles with me. The close combat techniques of the Marine 6 styles are indeed powerful. After more than 2 hours, we finally reached the summit, primarily due to Ellie's sluggish pace. Oh, how astonishing. There stands an enormous statue of a tiger. No wonder this place is called Tiger Roar Island. Sister, that is not a tiger. Vincent stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, it is not a tiger. It is a Bian, an ancient divine beast. The devil fruit I consumed is the Zoan-type cat fruit, mythical beast, Bian form. Upon finishing his words, Karl transformed into a towering Bian, over 20 meters tall. Vincent was somewhat bewildered, and Ellie was utterly astonished. This was because Karl had never demonstrated his devil fruit abilities before them. Their only encounter in battle was during their first arrival at Patelia Island when he fought with Roger, and they did not witness it. Even on their journey to Water 7, he had not revealed it to them. Confronted by the majestic divine beast enveloped in fiery clouds, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from its aura. Brother Kakar, could you shrink down a bit? I feel a bit frightened. After Karl released his devil fruit abilities, he remarked, what is there to fear? Allow me to showcase my powers. The captain inquired, what is a mythical Zoan? Vincent responded, mythical Zoan devil fruits are even rarer than Logia types. In addition to possessing the physical prowess of animals, they also grant various abilities. For instance, mine enables me to create flame clouds for flight, manipulate wind and fire, and endows me with a unique form of observation Haki. Come, let me take you to a certain place. Upon saying this, he approached a large stone slab, removing it to reveal a substantial opening. Let us enter through here. Upon entering the grand hall, he ignited the surrounding lights. So much treasure. Brother Karl, we struck it rich. Where did all this wealth come from? I do not know its origins, but it is ours now. I intend to allocate a portion for your research funding, to continue your studies on the life potion, striving to create a genuine elixir that can extend human lifespan and restore youth. With such ample resources, I am certain I can achieve it. Do not hesitate to let me know your needs. I plan to construct a laboratory for you atop this mountain. Although this area is devoid of visitors, it is teeming with ferocious beasts, so your safety will be assured here. All right, I understand, Ellie exclaimed with excitement. Do not become overly jubilant. First, focus on enhancing your physical condition. Engaging in experimental research requires a robust constitution to endure. The siblings then set off to train, while Karl busied himself. He began to cleave piles of stone bricks and slabs necessary for the laboratory's construction. The generator would also need to be procured. Ah, Mr. Tom has connections. Blur blur clack. Haha. What brings you to me, young Karl? Indeed, Mr. Tom. I wish to inquire about the manufacturer of the generator on my ship. I would like to commission 5 more units. Money is no object. Ah, this was crafted by an old friend of mine named Derek. The schematics you provided last time included the generator's design. I see. Would you kindly ask if he would be willing to relocate for work? I can offer a lucrative compensation. As long as he agrees to come to you, I can meet any of his demands. Excellent. If he is willing, I shall go to fetch him in a month. After concluding the call with Tom, Karl contemplated the tasks ahead. He needed to venture out to procure equipment for LES research and gather materials necessary for constructing the generator. Indeed, there are numerous matters to attend to, and I strive to resolve them during my outing. 6 months later, atop the mountain, a laboratory has been established, accompanied by a villa. Derek is truly a genius. All Karl did was explain the principle of air conditioning, and he remarkably brought it to fruition. The combination of a generator and air conditioning is exceptionally comfortable. Derek has also settled in the town, having brought his family over, as the living conditions here are splendid. The town's guards are diligently training. Fully prepared for the year 1501, it is now my turn to exert effort, aiming for a significant breakthrough in my Conqueror-S Haki. Ellie, Benson, in the coming years, I plan to seek a deserted island to cultivate my Conqueror-S Haki. You shall follow the training regimen I have outlined with unwavering dedication. Especially you, Ellie. You must master the 6 powers of the Navy, at least the shave and moonwalk. I shall return occasionally to assess your progress. Understood? Understood, Captain. Got it, Brother Karl. A year later, on a deserted island in the Grand Line, Karl is enveloping his fists with Haki, relentlessly striking the mountain with powerful blows. He continues until his Haki is depleted, pausing only to recover before resuming his efforts. Over the course of this year, Karl has mastered the application of Conqueror's Haki. However, his reserves remain insufficient. True warriors engage in battles that can last several days, and without ample Haki, one risks being overwhelmed. Much like Luffy during the Dressrosa arc. Once his Haki is exhausted, he becomes as vulnerable as a fledgling. Had it not been for his status as the son of destiny, he would have been vanquished by Doflamingo long ago. Thus, it is imperative to possess a substantial amount of Haki. Karl lay on the ground, breathless. And after a lengthy respite, he finally rose to his feet. It was time to return and inspect the damage. This island had nearly succumbed to his relentless assault. In the future, he would need to seek a larger island. Just then, his stomach grumbled in protest, reminding him that sustenance was paramount. An hour later, Karl had devoured a colossal fish, weighing approximately 500 pounds, leaving behind nothing but a complete fish skeleton beside the campfire. His belly swelled to an uncomfortable size. But soon, with the return of vitality, he felt rejuvenated. This ability was remarkably advantageous, bordering on the realm of cheating. Now fully satisfied, it was time to head home. As Karl soared through the air, enveloped in swirling flames, he made his way toward Tiger Roar Island. Over the course of the year, he had mastered the devil fruit to the extent that he could conjure fiery clouds for flight without resorting to his beast form. Mother, I'm back. Where are father and sister? Oh, so you remember to return after a year of absence? She chided playfully. They've gone to the orchard. With that, she continued to tease, and a peculiar feeling washed over him. Was he not deserving of a scolding after such a long time away? Had the arrival of a granddaughter caused them to forget their son? Karl gazed intently at it, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Do you miss your uncle? He asked, gently rubbing her small face, which ultimately brought her to tears. Wah, grandmother. Karl hurriedly ran away, exclaiming, Mom, I'm off to find Benson and Ellie. He dashed out of the house, the sound of his mother's reprimands fading into the distance. Wait, did I just hear in speaking? Ah, of course, she's almost 2 now. Time truly flies. I wonder how Ace is faring. With a sigh, I immediately soared towards the sacred mountain. Ellie, why are you here all alone? Where's your brother? I inquired. Karl, you're back. She rushed over and embraced me. You're quite the handful for someone your age. Karl chuckled, playfully pushing her away. The young lady is 15 now, standing at a towering height of 1.80 m, and she's certainly developed since her childhood. Don't you miss me at all, big brother? Humph. She pouted. My brother went to the beach for training. Of course I miss you. No, don't be upset. We'll have dinner together tonight, and I'll do the cooking. Then I'll definitely eat a lot. Anything is fine, as long as you can eat. By the way, how's your 6 forms training going? I did mention I would check on your progress when I returned. I've mastered the shave and paper drawing techniques. And I'm close to learning the moonwalk. Impressive. I thought you might slack off. Humph, I wouldn't dream of it. I don't want to be just a pretty vase. All right, our Ellie the ship's doctor is becoming more impressive by the day. Let us go find your brother and head home. Upon reaching the beach, we spotted Benson undergoing training to acclimatize to the seawater. He appeared to have just begun, looking quite weak. Benson, how's it going? Captain, you're back. I feel all right now. I could barely stand when I first encountered the seawater, but I'm much better now. That's great. Acclimatization training requires patience. Let us head home. We're all having dinner together tonight. Once home, we gathered joyfully for a reunion feast. Karl, how's your training going? Are you still going out? Asked Sister Lugio. Well, I've made a breakthrough, but it's still not enough. I'll be leaving in a couple of days, and this time it might be for a longer duration, perhaps 3 to 4 years. Such a long time. Yes, I need to focus more on my training ahead. Don't forget to take the communication beetle with you, all right? Understood, Mom. And come here and give your uncle a hug. I won't. You bullied me today. I promise I won't bully you anymore. Come on, give your uncle a hug. All right, just a little hug. Karl held on to one, eliciting her delightful giggles. 2 days later, Karl set out once more, this time discovering a vast, inhospitable island within the Doldrums, characterized by its numerous mountains. Indeed, this should provide ample opportunity for his endeavors. Over the ensuing years, the island reverberated with thunderous sounds daily, sending the local fauna fleeing in terror, resolutely avoiding the vicinity. In the year 1507 of the sea circle calendar, the desolate island had truly become barren. The mountains had been thoroughly leveled, and a substantial pit had formed in the island's center, now transformed into a great lake. At present, pure cultivation had become exceedingly challenging, yet my prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of global combat capability, so there was no need for haste. 5 years had elapsed. If I do not return soon, and may no longer recognize me. In these years, I ventured out several times to replenish supplies. In February, I even visited the Sabaody archipelago to converse with the warlord Rayleigh. Primarily, I sought to spar with him, and it became evident that Rayleigh was no longer a match for Karl. Quite impressive, although he conditioned our sparring upon assisting him with a task. The experience of engaging in battle was nonetheless exhilarating. Buzz. Who is reaching out to me at this moment? Karl pondered, retrieving his snail phone to answer. Ha. Karl, my friend, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Forgotten? Of course not. Old Ray, can you now disclose what the matter is? You will find out upon your arrival at the Sabaody archipelago. Hurry. Click. This warlord Rayleigh. Well, I have already given my word. I shall make the journey. After changing into a dark gray outfit and covering my head, leaving only my eyes visible, I prepared myself. There was no choice. I wished to remain inconspicuous and avoid drawing the attention of the Navy and the world government. Dressed, with my black blade in hand, I soared towards the Sabaody archipelago. Over the years, I had nurtured my sword with Haki, finally transforming it into a black blade. Before long, Karl arrived at the Sabaody archipelago and promptly entered Shaki's bar, taking a seat at the counter without ceremony. Sister Shaki, a glass of rum, please. Where is Rayleigh? He summoned me, yet I do not see him. Oh, it is you, Karl. He was indeed looking for you. However, he has stepped out for a moment and should return by nightfall. Shaki replied as she handed Karl a glass of rum. He hasn't gone off to gamble again, has he? Calling me here, yet disappearing. How unreliable. Sister Shaki, you must keep an eye on him. Shaki chuckled heartily. Karl spent the afternoon in the bar, observing several groups of pirates attempt to dine and dash, only to be thoroughly robbed and tossed out by Shaki. This spectacle caused Karl's eyes to twitch. Shaki, I'm back. Oh, Karl, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is the former Empress of Amazon Lily, Gloria, and this is Tiger from Fishman Island. Karl suddenly understood. Rayleigh, your assistance isn't related to Mary Geos, is it? You guessed it, ha. I always feel like I've been duped by you, but never mind. I'm here now, and I despise those pigs anyway. Rayleigh, who is this young man named Karl that I haven't seen before? Oh, I met him earlier. Young Karl here is an even more formidable warrior than I am. Ha ha ha, no, not at all. I still have a long way to go. Karl refrained from mentioning Roger to Rayleigh, primarily because this fellow is quite the chatterbox. Well, that gives me even more confidence in this mission. Thank you, young Karl. Tiger's expression turned serious. So when do we commence? I need to see if I have time to prepare a few large sacks. What do we need the sacks for? To hold the treasure. Didn't you say those pigs are quite wealthy? Hee hee, that's indeed true. My goodness, Rayleigh is seriously contemplating this on the way. It seems that Haki is quite strict. Enough with the banter. You all should rest. We need to concentrate this evening, Haki stated. Subsequently, everyone went to rest. That night, at the edge of the red line, are we going to climb directly? Indeed, after all, we cannot fly. Once we reach the top, I will be responsible for releasing the people, and if we are discovered, Tiger will ignite a fire. If an admiral from the Navy arrives, we will have to rely on you, young Karl. Then Haki and Guroliosa will prepare the ship to escort everyone away. No problem. I will ascend first to assess the situation. When you arrive, just proceed with your actions without worrying about me. If I am discovered and strong opponents come, I will hold them off. All right, let us begin. With that, Karl soared upwards, having heard that the celestial dragons possess many devil fruits. This is a perfect opportunity to acquire some. If I could obtain a few rare abilities, that would be even better. Before long, Karl ascended to the residence area of the celestial dragons on the red line, using his observation Haki to survey the scene. It was truly a sight to behold. Disheartening indeed. Well, I shall wait. Once those two fellows climb up, you will be able to leave. Karl stealthily infiltrated a seemingly affluent estate and effortlessly discovered the treasury. Perhaps the celestial dragons believed that no one would dare to venture here. 4 devil fruits. Splendid, I shall take them. And these 2 fine blades. They too shall accompany me. After surveying the surroundings, I found these few items of worth. The rest were mere treasures. Onwards to another establishment. The guards here are quite vigilant, but as the adage goes, greater risks yield greater rewards. Thus, I pressed on. Moments later, I successfully entered the treasury. To my dismay, there were only 3 devil fruits and no famed blades. However, these 3 fruits seemed to possess an unusual quality. I would compare them to my compendium once I returned home. Wait, are there others here? I approached and was taken aback. A dozen young girls, all in their teens, huddled in a corner. Upon seeing me, they exhibited signs of anxiety. Do not fear, I am here to rescue you. At the mention of rescue, a glimmer of hope sparked in their eyes, yet none dared to move. They were slaves of the celestial dragons, acutely aware of the dire consequences should they be discovered attempting to flee. Do not worry, more will come soon. Many will be freed tonight. One girl, slightly taller and with a soiled face, inquired, Is what you say truly so? Indeed, it is true. I shall grant you the key. Unlock the door, but remain still. I will assess the situation outside, and when the moment is right, I shall return to lead you to safety. Karl stealthily ventured outside, attuning himself to his surroundings. He observed that Riley was liberating the captives, while Tiger was discreetly making his way towards the area densely populated by the celestial dragons. Everything was unfolding as meticulously orchestrated. Moments later, a sudden explosion reverberated in the air. It seemed they had been discovered. Karl found himself in a dire situation as the CP agents rushed into the mansion to protect their master. Time was of the essence. With a few swift strikes, he dispatched the agents, only to be met with the furious outcry of a nearby swine, who indignantly exclaimed, How dare you slay the servants of the divine? With that, he aimed his weapon at Karl. Karl swiftly dashed forward, delivering a decisive blow to his leg, disregarding his agonized cries as he dragged him towards the cells of the enslaved. Little girls, I have brought him to you. Fear not. He is but an ordinary man, not a deity. You may avenge your grievances as you wish. Upon hearing this, the girls transitioned from panic to calmness, their expressions resolute as they approached. Karl stepped outside to observe, soon hearing even more intense cries from within. Sighing, he hoped that this act would bring them some solace in the future. Before long, several girls emerged, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Come, this way is the treasure of this scoundrel. Take what you desire, but be swift. Chaos reigns outside. After a while, some seized valuable items, while others remained empty-handed. Let us depart. I will guide you out, Karl continued, concealing his face except for his eyes, and headed towards Rayleigh. Outside, Flames erupted in numerous places, creating a scene of pandemonium. Rayleigh, how is it progressing? It will take just a bit longer. Sending everyone down requires considerable time. The next phase rests upon you, my friend. Rest assured. By the way, make sure to take these young ladies with you. Rayleigh-san, was it Sister Shaki who sent you to rescue us? Hancock, I finally found you. What of Sandasonia and Marigold? They are here as well. With that, two girls stepped forward from the back. All right, Rayleigh, we've got company. You must leave at once. I will hold them off. Understood. Be cautious, my friend. They swiftly departed. Oh, how frightful. How dare they come to Mary Geos to liberate slaves? It's Admiral Kizaru. Ah, Uncle Kizaru. How do you do? Are you here alone? Karl greeted him with familiarity. Oh, the youth of today are rather intimidating. Do you know who I am? With that, a beam of laser light shot towards Karl. Goodness, lacking martial ethics. Karl unsheathed his black blade, deflecting the laser beams emitted by Kizaru, and thus commenced an intense duel between them. I am certain I recognize you. I have heard that the Navy's remuneration is rather meager, and that overtime is often uncompensated. Is that true? Why not come work for me? I could offer you triple the salary. Oh, let's not spread rumors now, the young man remarked, his voice betraying his youth. Might I be granted a glimpse of your true visage? As the two continued their fierce exchange, each maneuvering skillfully, it became increasingly difficult to discern who was holding back. My friend, it is nearly time to depart. Tiger is being pursued by the CP organization. Alas, I had hoped that you, Uncle Kizaru, would join me here. Nevertheless, should you wish to visit in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. Rest assured, there will be no need for overtime, but I cannot allow you to leave so easily. 8-foot Cheongoyu. Goodness, Uncle, you are lacking in martial ethics. Azure Dragon Break. Karl deftly parried the formidable attack from his uncle with a single stroke, then rushed to his companion Tiger, exclaiming, Tiger, you must flee first. I will hold them off. I shall catch up with you shortly. All right, do take care. As Tiger made his escape, the CP organization swiftly advanced to intercept him. Omni-slash. Karl enveloped his black blade with Conqueror's Haki, delivering a devastating blow that sent the surrounding agents flying. How terrifying. It appears our young friend is indeed a master of the sword. Suddenly, his uncle drew a luminous sword from seemingly nowhere, charging at Karl, and the two engaged in a fierce duel. In the midst of their clash, two masked assailants emerged. Storm Kick. Six King Spear. What a surprise attack. Azure Dragon Break. This time, Karl, with his Conqueror's Haki fully engaged, unleashed a powerful strike. The sound of the new Pavilion Marquee strike was accompanied by thunderous roars as the two CP0 agents were sent hurtling away amidst a cacophony of explosions. How terrifying indeed. His uncle, shedding his casual demeanor, began to take the situation seriously. Not at all. I still fall short in comparison to you, Uncle. Truly, Huang urge you. Won't you join me? With all his might, his uncle unleashed an 8 Shakuyata no Magatama, providing his answer to Karl. Well then, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Dragon's Roar Slash. With all his strength, Karl executed a powerful strike, and his uncle, unable to evade in time, was sent flying. Huang urge you. Until fate brings us together again. With that, Karl swiftly departed from Mariehua, realizing the urgency of his escape as more formidable foes approached. Two presences loomed, each surpassing even that of Kizaru. Delaying any longer could spell disaster. Karl discovered Rayleigh and the others on the surface of the sea, not far from the Shambadi archipelago. Rayleigh, I have returned. What about the others? Ah, Karl, my dear brother, you have worked hard. The others were taken care of by Tiger. They prepared numerous boats, and the fishmen's vessels are quite swift. They departed first. Otherwise, remaining here longer would only heighten the danger. Tiger asked me to express his gratitude to you. Oh. There's no need for thanks. My own gains have been substantial. Karl replied with a chuckle. Where are you headed next? Are you returning to Nine Snake Island immediately? Yes. I must return promptly. I have been away for quite some time, said Gold. Roger. Brother Karl, could you remove your hood so I can see your face? It was too dark up there to catch a glimpse of my benefactor, Hancock shyly requested. Oh, I apologize. I completely forgot I was still wearing it. I recall your name is Hancock, correct? What a lovely young lady. Though I am quite dashing, do not become infatuated with me. With that, Karl removed his hood. Hancock glanced at Karl and cupped her face with her hands, blushing deeply. Goodness, could this love-struck girl actually have feelings for me? Gold. Roger stood protectively in front of Hancock. We should be departing soon. Brother Karl, are you heading back directly? Well, It seems I am being ushered away. Yes, indeed. I have been away for quite a while. It is time for me to return. By the way, Hancock, here are a few bottles of medicine for you. This remedy can erase various marks and scars. Ellie prepared this for me, fearing I might get injured and be left with scars. Thank you, Brother Karl. Thank you. Hancock exclaimed, eagerly accepting the medicine. All right, I must take my leave. Farewell, Rayleigh. Take care on your journey, Brother Karl. Moments later, Karl vanished from their sight. And Joel D. Roger observed Hancock, who was gazing dreamily in the direction Karl had flown, her expression filled with concern. Ha ha ha, Gold. Roger, Brother Karl is young, handsome, and capable. It is only natural for a young lady to be smitten. Rayleigh, be quiet. You should hurry and leave. Gold. Roger shouted in frustration. Set sail for Nine Snake Island. As expected, Rayleigh was promptly shoved off the ship and swam back to the Shambadi archipelago. The following day, the world was astonished by the news plastered across newspapers everywhere. Fishman Tiger had ascended to the Red Soil continent, liberating a multitude of celestial dragon slaves. A grave sin indeed. A bounty of 230 million berries was placed on his head. However, there was no mention of Karl or Rayleigh in the papers. They had likely been erased from the records. Consequently, Fishman Tiger emerged as the leader of the slave liberation movement and a great hero of Fishman Island. Simultaneously, he became a formidable enemy of the world government. At that moment, Karl was wandering on a small island in the Grand Line, perusing the newspaper in his hand. The world government is quite intriguing. Could this be an attempt to exert pressure on Fishman Island? Feeling famished, I sought a place to dine. Unexpectedly, a band of small pirates observed as Karl voraciously devoured a copious amount of food, mistakenly assuming his wealth due to the large backpack he carried. The outcome was dire for these pirates, all of whom met their demise, with the captain's head left as payment for the restaurant owner, a sum of 5 million berries. Sir, you have slain my captain. I have nowhere to go. Would you not take me in? A striking young woman with an attractive figure and slightly dark skin suddenly spoke to Karl. Are you Nico Robin? Karl recognized her. Sir, you must be mistaken. If you do not take me in, I shall leave. Robin, upon being recognized, appeared somewhat flustered and attempted to depart. I know the locations of certain historical texts, Karl exclaimed, prompting her to halt, her gaze fixated intently on him. Karl gazed at her, his expression intricate. If one were to determine which character in One Piece endured the most hardship, it would undoubtedly be Robin. From a young age, she was forced to conceal herself, navigating a treacherous world devoid of any semblance of safety. Come with me. I shall not harm you, Karl stated before taking the lead. After a moment's hesitation, Robin followed suit. The very essence of her existence lay in the pursuit of the true history, the quest to uncover the elusive century that remained blank. Now that a clue had emerged, she could not afford to let it slip away. Karl strolled to the seaside and sat cross-legged, awaiting her arrival. Before long, Robin appeared. Please, take a seat. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Robin sat down opposite Karl, albeit with a hint of wariness in her gaze. Nico Robin, I am well acquainted with your tale, and I genuinely sympathize with your plight. The reason I summoned you here is not merely to disclose the whereabouts of the historical text, though I am certainly aware of its location. What then? Does it mean to call me here? Robin inquired, her anxiety palpable. Do not be alarmed. I refrain from revealing it because, with your current capabilities, you are simply unable to access the historical text. You are still too weak. But no one is here to assist me, and this is something I must accomplish, even if it costs me my life. Are all the characters in One Piece so obstinate? Once they set their sights on a dream, they remain unwavering. Robin, you are still young. If my memory serves me right, you are merely 15 years old, are you not? Why not focus on strengthening your abilities first? And once you are sufficiently powerful, you can seek it out then? I can teach you formidable skills. Consider my proposition. After contemplating for a while, Robin turned to Karl and asked, what must I give in return if I choose to accompany you? You need not offer anything. It is merely my own compassion at play. Rest assured, I am not a pervert with a penchant for young girls. Sir, you are quite rude. I am not a child. Very well, I accept your agreement to join me. Observing Robin's budding figure, Karl muttered, indeed, you are no longer a child. Ahem. Since you have consented, let us depart. First, I shall procure some clothing for you, and then we will head to our island. By the way, I am Port-As. Karl, you may simply call me Karl. All right, Mr. Karl, I appreciate your generosity. The two returned to the town. where Robin purchased a few garments before making their way to an uninhabited stretch of coastline. Mr. Karl, how do we leave? There are no boats here. My apologies, Robin. Karl replied, embracing her and then activating the flame cloud, soaring swiftly into the sky. Robin gasped in surprise. Mr. Karl, could you please inform me when you are about to fly? It can be quite startling, she said, somewhat irked in his arms. Haha. Do not dwell too much on the details. Hold on tightly. I need to accelerate. With that, he directed his gaze towards the log pose, heading towards Tiger Roar Island. After some time, they arrived at Tiger Roar Island, landing directly at the Holy Mountain. We have arrived. This is my base on Tiger Roar Island. Come with me. I will show you where you will be staying. He led her into a villa and assigned her a room. From now on, you will reside here. Come. I would like to introduce you to an older sister who will be your instructor. They proceeded towards the laboratory. Ellie, I am back. Are you inside? As soon as the sounds of clattering and banging echoed from the laboratory, Ellie dashed out. Upon seeing Karl, she rushed into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Brother Karl, you have finally returned. I thought you had forgotten about me. Ellie, after 5 long years. Now, I am back, aren't I? Besides, we have kept in touch through the telephone beetle. It has been 5 years. Let me embrace you. There are others present. Allow me to introduce you. This is Nico Robin. I believe you are familiar with her. Robin, this is Ellie, our doctor, and a remarkably skilled one at that. Nico Robin, is she not the young girl you mentioned who was selected at the tender age of 8 for 79 million berries? Indeed, that is her. Henceforth, she shall be our companion. Robin, feel free to reside here. No one will bully you, Ellie said, holding Robin's hand. Thank you, Ellie, and thank you, Mr. Karl. Robin exclaimed through her tears. Ha! Fear not. If anyone dares to trouble you, simply inform Ellie, and she shall exact revenge. Ellie possesses an array of potent poisons. Quite formidable. Brother Karl, I have also mastered Haki now. I am quite formidable. Very well, then. From now on, Robin will be in your care. You shall teach her Haki in the 6 styles of the Marines. Do not worry, Brother Karl. I will instruct Robin diligently. Then I shall rely on you, Ellie. Robin said with a smile. Let us return home. By the way, where is your brother? He is assisting Uncle Daren in teaching the guards Haki. There are not many on the island who can wield it, so Uncle Daren called my brother for assistance. Ah, I see. Very well, let us head home. Before long, they arrived in town. As they approached the door, the sound of a child crying reached their ears. Sister, I am back. What happened? Why are you hitting it? Wah. Uncle, I missed you so much. Mama hit me, and it hurt. All right. Uncle will protect you from Mama's wrath. Do not cry. Karl, why didn't you inform me of your return in advance? Do not stop me. She rummaged through your room and consumed your devil fruit. At such a young age, what if she cannot control her abilities? She is too mischievous. Do not impede me. The little one, sensing her mother's intent to strike again, hurriedly nestled into Karl's embrace. Calm down, sister. She has eaten it. Besides, she is fine now. By the way, which fruit didn't consume? It should be the ice fruit. It bears the label you inscribed. The ice fruit, indeed. That is quite impressive. Its abilities allow the user to rapidly lower the temperature of the surrounding environment and freeze it. If utilized wisely, one could even freeze the seas. Quite the pair we have here. Ace with the flame fruit, and then with the ice fruit. Opposites in nature. I wonder if the 2 siblings will ever clash. By the way, sister, this is Nico Robin. She will be living with us from now on. Is that Nico Robin? The sister gently spoke to Robin. Poor child. You shall reside here from now on. We shall be your family. Robin, this is my sister, Portgas D. Luigi. Thank you. Robin began to cry again. All right. No more tears. Hurry inside and rest. Karl, you should go prepare a meal. Goodness. Is this how it is after 5 years? Sigh. I shall go at once. Please come down, all right? Uncle will make you something delicious. Will Mom not scold me anymore? No, but you mustn't eat recklessly in the future, understand? Especially the devil fruits. One can only consume one. Eating 2 would lead to an explosion. I don't want to eat them again. They taste terrible. Ha. And be good. Uncle will first put away the luggage and then prepare a feast for you. The little one is simply adorable. That evening, everyone gathered for a sumptuous dinner. After washing up and returning to his room, Karl took out the guidebook to compare the 7 devil fruits he had acquired. Goodness, what a windfall. After examining the devil fruit guide, Karl felt a surge of excitement. 1 nature type devil fruit, 2 ancient type Zoan fruits, 2 paramecia fruits, and 2 regular Zoan fruits. What a fortune! The nature-type Yun fruit must be an advanced version of the smoke fruit. Once developed, it will surely be impressive. The 2 ancient types are the dragon fruit, ancient type, scythe dragon form, and the cat fruit, ancient type, saber-toothed tiger form. Hiss, if Kaido finds out, he will surely come to snatch it. The 2 paramecia fruits are the scent fruit and the speed fruit. The scent fruit allows its user to emit an alluring fragrance, capable of inducing hallucinations and poisoning unsuspecting victims. The speed fruit, as the name suggests, enhances the user's speed, making all actions swift, though it requires considerable physical strength. While speed equates to power, the force exerted at high speeds must also be borne by the body. The remaining 2 regular Zoan fruits consist of the mantis fruit and the owl fruit. Their potential is average, yet when utilized effectively, they can be formidable. Indeed, those pigs had quite a bounty. I must return whenever the opportunity arises. However, it may not be feasible in the short term. Given the recent turmoil, slaves have been freed, and 1 celestial dragon has perished. Additionally, there are 2 blades of commendable quality. I already possess the black blade Zintinghao, so I shall keep these 2 for my collection. Suddenly, I recalled that lad Adrian. I shall check on his training tomorrow. At the crack of dawn, Karl was awakened by a commotion. Uncle, wake up, and is hungry. Shall we go to the town to buy food? This little girl is quite bothersome. Do children awaken this early? And why not ask your mother to accompany you? Uncle is still quite tired. No, Mom doesn't allow me to eat outside. She rarely buys me anything from outside. I have heard that every time Grandpa Dylan and the others return, they bring back an abundance of delicious treats to sell to everyone. Porin has never had the chance to taste them. Upon finishing her words, her eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at Karl. Ah, how utterly adorable. Very well. Uncle will take you out for a treat. Could you kindly step outside for a moment? I need to wash my face first. All right, please hurry. With that, she dashed out excitedly. Oh dear, rise and shine. Karl, when did you come back? You've been away for several years, haven't you? Good morning, Uncle Ed. I returned yesterday. And hurry and call the others. Good morning, Grandpa Ed. And chirped cheerfully. Ha ha, and is truly a good child. Are you heading to the cake shop today as well? Yes. Indeed. Uncle, let us go quickly, or else they will sell out before we arrive. And urged Karl to hasten. Uncle Ed, I shall take my leave now. With that, she followed and on their way. And, do you often visit the cake shop? Not really, I only go occasionally. My mother never gives me money to buy anything. The little one's eyes flickered shyly. Oh dear, Uncle, let us hurry, otherwise. My favorite cream puffs will be sold out. Very well, but remember, you must not deceive your uncle again, or I shall not take you out. I understand. Let us go, let us go. Upon arriving at the cake shop, oh my, there were quite a number of people. They stood in line for quite a while before it was their turn. And, you are here today as well? How many do you wish to eat? 30, please. Sister Karen, we would like 30. And counted on her fingers and finally glanced at Karl. Very well then, that will be a total of 300 berries. Uncle, please pay quickly, and urged Karl as she eyed the cream puffs eagerly. All right, Karl replied, producing a 1,000 berries note to hand to the owner, Karen. After receiving the change, he took it and left. And when did this cake shop open? Karl's inquiry stemmed from his unfamiliarity with this Kareen, and he was certain that her prowess was formidable. It seems she arrived with Grandpa Dylan 2 years ago. Uncle, have you developed feelings for Sister Kareen? The little one asked with a hint of curiosity while munching on a cream puff. Feelings? Nonsense. I merely find her unfamiliar. Come, let us visit Grandpa the Mayor. Mayor, is Adrian at home? Ah, Karl has returned. Yes, he is at home, likely practicing his shooting in the backyard. Oh, he has an affinity for firearms? I shall go and see him. Go on, go on. As they strolled to the backyard, the sound of gunfire echoed, suggesting that Adrian fancied himself a marksman. Adrian, brother Karl, you have finally returned. How have you been? Are we setting sail soon? That can wait. By the way, do you wish to become a sniper? Indeed. Uncle Daren has praised my shooting talent and encouraged me to pursue this path, and I enjoy firearms. Splendid. Furthermore, I possess a devil fruit that enhances vision and observation Haki significantly. Would you care to partake? Really? But I have heard that devil fruits are exceedingly rare. Do not fret. You are now my crew member. Such matters are trivial between us. Then thank you, Captain. Uncle Adrian, let me tell you. One must consume the entire devil fruit for it to be effective. And did so in one go, and interjected suddenly. Goodness, this little girl is quite astute. Ha ha. Thank you for the reminder. And Now, let us return to my home where I shall retrieve the devil fruit for you. Upon returning home, Karl produced the owl fruit. This is a Zoan-type devil fruit, the owl fruit. Once consumed, it enhances vision and observation Haki, and grants the ability to fly. Karl handed the devil fruit to him. Thank you, Captain. Adrian bit into it, his expression shifting, yet he persevered and consumed it entirely. Wow, such bravery. How do you feel? Test your abilities. Adrian closed his eyes to sense the changes. I feel my observation Haki extending further. I can now accurately lock onto targets through a form of brainwave. My vision has also enhanced tremendously. This devil fruit is perfect for me. Thank you, Captain. Ha. As long as it suits you. Return home and acclimate to your new abilities. I shall inform you when it is time to set sail, though that may not be soon. Very well. I shall take my leave. Uncle, Adrian is rather foolish, and only took one bite of the devil fruit, yet he devoured the entire thing. Indeed, and is the wisest of us all. However, you are still young, so be cautious with your powers. They can easily cause harm to others. Understood. I know. Mother has warned me. Uncle, I shall go seek her out. Off you go. As we proceed, let us observe Uncle Daren's journey. Upon arriving at the forest camp, the site of the guards training, we find that the number of trainees has now risen to 200. Each individual has mastered one or two techniques of the Marine 6 styles, and some have even awakened their Haki. Uncle Daren, how many individuals have awakened their Haki now? 33, which is quite a significant proportion, especially considering they have not undergone systematic training before. The progress we have made over these past years is commendable. Indeed. This newfound strength is formidable even in the Grand Line. By the way, where is Benson? Was he not assisting you? Everyone's abilities have reached a plateau, rendering his assistance unnecessary, so I instructed him to return. Very well, I shall seek him out as I have something for him. Upon reaching the seaside, I found Benson engrossed in training. Benson, come here for a moment. I have something for you. This is a sea prism stone bracelet, which I discovered in the Celestial Dragon's treasury during my recent expedition. Thank you, Captain. With this, I shall no longer need to travel to the seaside for training. Let us return to the mountaintop. At the mountaintop camp, Robin was diligently practicing the Marine 6 styles, while Ellie provided guidance. Ellie, how is Robin progressing? She's doing well, though her physical conditioning needs improvement. However, Robin possesses a strong work ethic. I anticipate she will soon develop a robust physique. That's good to hear. By the way, how goes your research? I completed it long ago. Did you not notice that Uncle and Aunt appear unchanged? Impressive. Thank you for your hard work, Ellie. Humph. By the way, Brother Karl, when shall we set sail? It has been several years since my last voyage. There is no rush. The time is not yet right. And you are still quite inexperienced. You must continue to hone your Haki. Look at your brother. He is diligent while you are slacking. I refuse to become a muscular woman like him. Very well, suit yourself. Robin, come here for a moment. Put on this sea prism stone bracelet. It will enhance your physical training. Is this specifically designed for those with abilities? Indeed, wearing it will render you impervious to sea prism stone weapons. Thank you, Mr. Karl. Thus, life continued in its unremarkable way, and soon 2 years had passed. In the span of those 2 years, Karl had developed his devil fruit abilities to the point of awakening, exuding an increasingly commanding presence. Several companions had also significantly strengthened, and Littlin had turned 9. Ever since witnessing Karl vanquish a Sea King, she had clamored to learn swordsmanship, and now she had made considerable progress. Coupled with her consumption of the cold fruit, she radiated an aura of icy detachment, her demeanor becoming less lively, transforming her into a rather aloof young lady. Robin, are you certain you wish to venture out to sea alone in search of adventure? Yes, Mr. Karl, I have made my decision. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall respect it. Over the past 2 years, I am deeply grateful for Mr. Karl's care. Robin wept. Now, do not cry. You are a grown woman now, Captain Dillon reassured her. Haha, do not worry, Karl. I shall ensure this young lady reaches the Grand Line safely. All right, set sail. Farewell. Mr. Karl, take care, Robin. Look after yourself. Ellie cried, having grown inseparable from the 2 girls over the past 2 years. Come on, Ellie. We too shall soon embark on our journey. Really? Are we finally setting sail? Indeed. By the way, how did the matter I entrusted to you fare? Karine has agreed. But she mentioned it would be best if you invited her yourself. I sense she has something to discuss with you. I shall visit her later. Let us go home, Karl said, taking Ellie's hand as they walked back. Ah, they have indeed become a couple. Mother, father, sister, I am preparing to set sail in a few days. Have you gathered your supplies? Will you look after Ellie? Of course. Uncle, may I accompany you on your voyage? Anne asked, her voice slightly cold. You must seek your mother's permission. Mother, I can take care of myself. Lucio gazed at Karl without speaking, her eyes seemingly inquiring whether he could protect her. Given Anne's unique circumstances, rest assured, sister, there are few on this sea who can rival me. Mother has agreed. Thank you, Mother, and embraced her. Remember to take care of yourself. You have yet to encounter the outside world, where many nefarious individuals reside. Thus, you must heed your uncle's guidance and refrain from being willful. Understand? I understand, Mother. I will listen to Uncle. That evening, at Karin's cake shop. Karin, I have heard that you wish to meet me before you are willing to board my ship. Is there something you wish to discuss? Mr. Karl, please. Come in and have a seat. It is nothing of great consequence. I have offended the celestial dragons while outside. That day, our nation was hosting a culinary competition, and the king had invited the celestial dragons to observe. However, one of them took a fancy to me and demanded that I become his slave. I refused and escaped with great difficulty. Therefore, Mr. Karl, if I accompany you, can you protect me? Haha, I thought it was something serious. You need not worry. I have dealt with the celestial dragons before. What do I have to fear from those noblemen? Rest assured, no one can harm you with me around. You have killed celestial dragons? Karin gasped, her face a picture of disbelief. Indeed, I was one of the masterminds behind the incident that shocked the world in Mariawa. Those swine are no different from ordinary people. What? Isn't it reported in the newspapers that it was the fishman tiger who did that? He's also the leader of the liberation of slaves. This is merely a ruse orchestrated by the world government to deceive the populace. They remain unaware of my true identity, hence their bounties are futile, and they have chosen to conceal all information regarding me. Very well. I shall henceforth serve as the chef aboard your vessel. I look forward to your guidance, Captain. Karen, our appetites shall be entrusted to you from now on. I can eat quite a lot. Haha. 5 days later, the Tiger God, having been docked for 8 years, finally reopened its deck. After bidding farewell to the crowd, it gradually set sail from the harbor, venturing into the vast world beyond. There were a total of 6 individuals: Ellie, the ship's doctor; Benson, the helmsman; Adrian, the sniper; Karen, the cook; and our young swordsman. And set sail. Our first destination is Water 7. Let us see if we can find a ship right there. Days later, we entered the Grand Line. Is this truly the Grand Line? Adrian, just emerging from the calm belt, felt a sense of wonder. The distinction between the Grand Line and the calm belt lies in the scarcity of sea kings and the presence of extreme weather conditions. Benson, full speed ahead. Let us hasten away from this region. Aye, Captain. Uncle, has something occurred? A torrential downpour is imminent, and there may even be a tornado. A tornado? Those who have never encountered one appeared eager. Remember this. The gravest danger in the Grand Line is not merely the pirates, but the various extreme weather phenomena. In the past, during the Battle of Eitvor, the Golden Lion Shiki's pirate fleet clashed with the Roger pirates, leading to a retreat by the latter. However, they encountered exceedingly harsh weather, which resulted in the demise of much of Shiki's fleet. Otherwise, who can say whether there would have been a pirate king thereafter? We must swiftly depart from here. As expected, not long after, that very sea area was beset by a torrential downpour and tornadoes, creating a spectacle that seemed beyond human endurance. What a terrifying natural disaster. Captain, a pirate ship is heading our way, Adrian announced. Engage them. Let us vanquish them. In an instant, excitement surged among the crew, and it appeared eager to join the fray. And utilize your devil fruit abilities against the enemy. It will enhance your mastery of those powers. Yes, Captain, and replied with enthusiasm, believing she was previously unable to partake in battle. Gripping the fine blade, Snow Sakura, gifted by Karl, she felt ready to charge forth, recalling the beasts she had bested over the past 2 years. Captain, the opposing ship bears no pirate flag. There are only 6 individuals aboard. Stay vigilant. I sense that several of them possess formidable strength. However, there is no need for fear. I am the Blood Wolf, Ralph. With a bounty of 210 million berries. Charge at them, my comrades. Oh woo. Vincent, prepare for boarding. Hee, little girl. Piracy is not a game for someone as small as you. A formidable figure, with a fierce countenance, brandished a large cleaver and swung it towards him swiftly, and evaded the blow, causing the blade to strike the pirate's hind leg, hindered by the pirate's towering stature. Subsequently, the pirate was encased in ice. You are merely a little girl. All of you are, she exclaimed, as those around her gradually succumbed to the chilling grip of frost. The battles of others progressed smoothly as well. 2 devil fruit users lay battered, presumably the captain and his officers. Half an hour elapsed, and the pirates were strewn across the ground. Shouldn't such formidable beings be in the New World? How could you possibly be here in paradise? The pirate captain seethed. Well, we are newcomers, just setting sail. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall escort you home. No sooner had the words left his lips than he transformed into his hybrid form, preparing for a desperate struggle. Die, little girl, he yelled, charging at him with reckless abandon. Shave. Benson interposed himself before him, seizing the captain by the neck with a swift twist, thus concluding his adventure. Gather supplies. Then we shall proceed to Water 7. Understood, Captain. And how are you faring? Are you adjusting? In's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Uncle, I am fine. I was merely startled for a moment. You performed admirably for your first combat experience. However, remember to remain vigilant until all hostilities have ceased. Yes, I shall remember. Now, let us return and clean up. You are quite dirty and not at all charming. Humph. Uncle, you are still rather smelly yourself, she retorted, walking back to the cabin with a haughty demeanor. Hee. Karl looks rather dejected. Ellie teased from the sidelines. Alas, the more one grows, the less endearing they become. Come, Ellie, let us return and wash up. I refuse. You can go wash by yourself, she retorted, darting away. Captain, why are these pirates so weak? Aren't pirates supposed to be notoriously vicious? Adrian inquired. To begin with, we are in the first half of the Grand Line, where the pirates are mostly fresh from the Four Seas, with few possessing the ability to use Haki. Therefore, their strength is lacking. The first half of the Grand Line is also known as Paradise. Most formidable pirates reside in the latter half, where nearly all possess Haki. And those who can establish themselves there are no simple foes. The latter half is predominantly ruled by pirates, with the navy holding little sway. Thus, it is referred to as the New World. When shall we venture into the New World? Adrian asked excitedly. No. We shall first head to the North Sea to seek a moving country. A moving country? You will find out soon enough. Kareen. Let us celebrate our first battle victory with a feast. Very well, Captain. I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction. Thus concluded our inaugural battle at sea. Cheers. Several individuals raised their goblets and began to drink. To their surprise, it was milk, and while clutching the milk, they voraciously devoured meat, demonstrating a hearty appetite uncharacteristic of young ladies. Ever since Kareen boarded the ship, I have found my burden significantly lighter. From now on, I shall take charge of the culinary duties. Kareen, I must inform you that he brought you aboard solely out of his own laziness, wishing to escape the kitchen. However, I must concede that your culinary creations surpass those of Brother Karl. I too delight in the dishes you prepare, exclaimed In, with a mouthful of meat. Ha ha. I am the national champion of culinary arts. How could the captain's skills possibly rival mine? And please chill my drink. With a mere touch. And conjured a frosty mug of beer for Kareen. Indeed, Kareen's creations are the finest. Let us toast to the delights of gastronomy. By the end of the revelry, they lay sprawled across the deck, utterly unrefined, while secretly indulged in a cup of wine, succumbing to inebriation. The banquets in the world of pirates possess a unique charm. It is no wonder they frequently engage in such festivities. Upon awakening the following day, Kareen had prepared breakfast. Captain, start with this soup. It is remarkably effective for those suffering from a hangover. After consuming it, you shall feel as if nothing ails you. Thank you, Kareen. Indeed, it is best to have professionals at work. This is delightful. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. By the way, are the others still asleep? Benson is on deck. The rest have yet to rise. Very well, I shall check on the deck. On the deck, Benson was engaged in exercise. Benson, exercising after a night of revelry is ill-advised. Not at all, Captain. I did not overindulge last night. I feel uneasy without my daily workout. Very well, continue then. With that, Karl reclined in a lounge chair, sipping tea, relishing the comfort. Before long, everyone else began to stir. And, is your head still spinning? No more dizziness, uncle. I shall commence my training. He then moved to the side to practice his swordplay. Captain, there is a merchant vessel ahead. Pay it no mind. No, steer closer. What troubles you, Captain? Is something amiss? Adrian interjected suddenly. Uncle, and turned his gaze to Karl. Now, I shall reveal to you the malevolence of this world. Everyone gathered on deck. Make way. We are a convoy under the auspices of the world government. Attacking us will invoke the wrath of the navy. The opposing crew shouted boastfully at Karl and his companions. Karl spoke little, his anger enveloping the deck of the merchant vessel like a dark shroud of Conqueror's Haki. In the blink of an eye, only a few remained conscious. Come, approach. Who are you to dare lay hands upon us? No matter your identity, your fate is sealed. Haha. Karl, with an expressionless visage, raised his foot and crushed his adversary's skull beneath it. Decapitate all of them. And cast their heads into the sea to feed the fish. Although the onlookers were oblivious to the source of Karl's fury, they complied without hesitation. And soon the deck was awash with crimson. Let us proceed to the cabin. Upon entering the cabin, they found numerous captives, elders, youths, and children, alongside some rare races, such as the mermen. The pallor of fear marked their faces as they gazed upon Karl and his companions. Alas, the slavers aboard this vessel have been vanquished by us. You are now free. Do you not comprehend? You are free. Karl advanced and unlocked their shackles. Those unfamiliar with the treatment of slaves had difficulty grasping the emotions coursing through Karl at that moment. Thank you, benefactors. The chorus of gratitude resonated throughout the cabin. Enough of your thanks. The Navy may arrive shortly. Are there any among you capable of sailing a ship? You must depart at once. A few men and 2 mermen stepped forward, asserting their sailing prowess. Then let us act swiftly. Follow in the wake of our ship. Thus, the slaver vessel trailed behind the Tiger God as it departed the treacherous waters. Hours later, the Navy made its appearance. By that time, Karl and his companions had reached an uninhabited isle. Well, we shall escort you thus far. You may reside on this island or venture forth by boat. The decision is yours. There remains ample sustenance aboard to sustain you until you reach the next land. Thank you, noble benefactors. Might I accompany you? I am a boatman from Merman Island, seeking to find Captain Tom. Alas, I was captured by the slavers before I could reach Seven Water City. Oh, you are a boatman? What are your skills? While my abilities may not rival those of Captain Tom, I am nonetheless a renowned boatman from Merman Island. I assure you, I would be more than capable on your vessel. That is splendid news. I had intended to seek Tom for a boatman-S recommendation, but it seems I need to look further. Welcome aboard as my ship-S boatman. Thank you, Captain. Haha. By the way, I have yet to inquire your name. My name is Jerry. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Jerry? Are you certain your name is Jerry? Karl nearly choked on his words. Tom and Jerry. Captain, do you know me? Jerry inquired, puzzled by the captain's reaction. Oh, no. I merely recall hearing Tom speak of you and commend your exceptional skills. Ah ha 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 ha. Captain Tom is too generous. I have much to learn still. Very well, let us board. It seems I need not travel to Seven Water City in search of a boatman after all. We are near Longchain Island. We shall first head there, and then host a banquet to welcome our new boatman, Jerry. Half a day later, the Tiger God ship docked at Longchain Island. Captain, why are the animals here so peculiar? Perhaps it is due to the island's unusual geographical factors. Observing the various elongated creatures on the island, everyone felt a sense of wonder. Extraordinarily long dogs, towering bears, and elongated giraffes, their necks truly capable of remarkable lengths. Soon, by the coastline, we welcomed Jerry, the ship's mate. Cheers. With one hand raised in a toast, and the other grasping meat, they began to feast. Uncle, why are those merchants capturing so many people? Anne asked, placing down her milk. They are not merchants. They merely disguise themselves as such to capture commoners or rare races from around the world to sell to the nobility. Uncle replied. Moreover, some rare races are auctioned off, prompting the nobility to bid against one another. But why does the Navy not intervene? Isn't the world government against the slave trade? Adrian, unaware of the external circumstances, innocently inquired. The largest buyers of slaves are those lofty celestial dragons. The Navy is constrained by the world government, which is in turn controlled by the celestial dragons. Uncle's words left a contemplative silence among the crowd. Well, just remember this. Whoever dares to bully us will be met with a reckoning they one too soon forget. The captain is right. Let us drink. Cheers. Hey, uncle. You just swore. Oh, and don't mind the details. After the feast, 3 women chased after the animals of Longchain Island in play, while Adrian cleaned his gun. And Benson took Jerry aboard to learn more about the ship. The next island should be Gaia Island. Should we visit the Sky Island? The skyfish there must be delicious. Inno, who consumed the rumble fruit, seems to quite enjoy it. He should have become the god of Sky Island by now. We might even bring him aboard to bolster our strength, and perhaps modify the Tiger God ship to grant it the ability to fly. Yes, that sounds splendid. Everyone, gather around. I have something to say. With that, everyone drew closer. The next island is Gaia Island, which has a sky island above it, inhabited by the native sky people and the Scipians. And the legendary land of gold, Sandora, is said to be located on the sky island. What do you think? Shall we go? Sky Island? Land of gold? Isn't that from the tales? It is real. Sky Island exists, and so does the land of gold. It was merely swept up to the Sky Island due to the knock-up stream 400 years ago, becoming part of it. Let us go, let us go. The women's eyes sparkled with excitement, transforming into the shape of berries. All right, let us discuss the ascent to the Sky Island. Currently, there are two methods available for our journey. The first involves my ability to conjure fiery clouds, allowing the vessel to soar directly upwards. This method is quite safe. The second option entails reaching Gaia Island, meticulously calculating the timing of the ascending ocean current, and then harnessing its power to propel ourselves towards the Sky Island. What do you think? Which method would you prefer? The second one, ascending via the ocean current. Indeed, Captain, that sounds far more exhilarating. And, equally excited, gazed at Karl. Very well then, we shall set sail for Gaia Island first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, Captain. At dawn the following day, the tiger gods set forth once more. Arriving at Gaia Island 2 days later, I shall inquire about the particulars of the ascending ocean current on the island. Who among you wishes to accompany me? I will go. I shall join you, Brother Karl. I too shall accompany you, Uncle. Karl glanced and said, Very well, Benson, Jerry, and Karina shall remain with the ship. The rest of you, follow me to the island. As they traversed the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island, they were surrounded by the fierce gazes of pirates. Magic Valley was indeed a den of iniquity, teeming with rogues. We need not concern ourselves with them. Our objective is to acquire information at the tavern and depart swiftly. Upon entering the tavern, they approached the proprietor directly. Good sir, might you inform me how long it has been since the last eruption of the sky current? When is the next occurrence expected? Should you provide me with the information I seek, this sum of 1,000,000 berries shall be yours. Karl placed 1,000,000 berries upon the bar, emanating a hint of his conqueror's Haki as he gazed at them. It had been 5 days since the last encounter, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next occurrence should be tomorrow. Excellent. This fortune now belongs to you. At that moment, the patrons of the tavern gathered around, grinning mischievously. Hey, those two lovely ladies are mine, one of them exclaimed. Quickly hand over all the berries you possess, and if you surrender these two beauties to us, we shall allow you to leave. What do you say? Karl gazed at them with an expression of indifference, poised to take action to comprehend their intentions, when it interjected. Uncle, allow me to handle them. Frost seemed to form upon its brows. Very well, consider it a practice for you. Karl acquiesced. For these pirates would surely stand no chance against, and the wielder of the ice fruit, World of Ice, and unleashed her powers, causing the temperature around them to plummet. The tavern's floor froze instantaneously, rendering the pirates immobile. She is a devil fruit user, someone exclaimed in terror, and wasted no time, wielding her snow blade to strike at the assailants with lethal precision. It was astonishing, almost inconceivable for a girl nearing her 10th year. Before long, the tavern was strewn with lifeless bodies. Excellent progress. Suddenly, and wobbled unsteadily, prompting Ellie to rush to her side. You must have overexerted yourself. You need nourishment and rest. You will be fine, Ellie assured her. After all, a girl of less than 10 lacked the stamina to sustain such a formidable display of her devil fruit powers. Let us return to the ship. We have matters to attend to. Karl hoisted and onto his back, and the group made their way back to their vessel. If the tavern owner had spoken truthfully, a maelstrom would appear by dawn. However, they would need the south-pointing bird, a creature whose head perpetually indicates south. Where can we find this south-pointing bird? Adrian inquired. In the forests of Gaia Island. This bird is nocturnal, he was informed. Adrian, you shall be responsible for capturing the south-pointing bird tonight. Its distinguishing feature is that its head always points south, regardless of the circumstances. Understood, Captain. Jerry chimed in. We need to affix wings to the ship for a smoother ascent into the maelstrom. Time was of the essence. They sprang into action. By midnight, the ship had been outfitted with wings, and the south-pointing bird was secured. All was in readiness. They awaited the eruption of the maelstrom on the morrow. Karine, do we have anything to eat? I am famished. Sister Karine, I want some too. Then I shall prepare a midnight snack for everyone. Just a moment. After their late-night repast, they all retired for the night. The following morning dawned with a somber sky, foreboding heavy rain. It's almost time, Benson. Steer in the direction indicated by the south-pointing bird. At noon, a colossal vortex emerged upon the ocean, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. Time is fleeting. Brace the ship, Benson. Head into the whirlpool, Karl commanded. The vessel spiraled towards the vortex's center. Uncle, is this truly wise? Anne asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Absolutely. Do not fear. And, Karl replied, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. Suddenly, the center of the vortex began to rise, bubbling forth like a spring. Hold on tight. The maelstrom is about to erupt, Karl shouted. Indeed, as his words fell, a colossal column of water surged skyward. The tiger god was lifted off the sea. Reel in the sails. Ascend with the maelstrom. It will carry us to the Sky Island. Thus, the tiger god soared into the skies. It truly ascended. Hold on to the ship. The tiger god dashed through the cumulus clouds, propelled by the tumultuous currents. Ascending into the white sea. We are alive, Adrian gasped, catching his breath. The others appeared somewhat pale, yet thankfully, they had narrowly escaped peril. Ha! How exhilarating. Everyone adjusted their breathing. The air here is thin, causing a slight dizziness at first. Let us acclimatize. Captain, is this the Sky Island? Why is there nothing here? We have not yet arrived at the Sky Island. This is the White Sea, located at approximately 7,000 meters, while the Sky Island lies above the pristine waters at 10,000 meters. First, unfurl the sails, and then navigate towards that direction. We must pass through the gate of heaven. Is this the gate of heaven? It should be. Outsiders, to enter the realm of the divine, each must pay a tax of 1 billion ek. A scheming old woman declared ominously. Karl remained silent, gazing at her intently. This old woman was undoubtedly the most detestable person on Sky Island. Let the express shrimp take us up to the White Sea. Yes, my lord. An express shrimp propelled the tiger god ship forward. Captain, was there something amiss just now? That old woman is quite unscrupulous. The currency here differs from that below. It is called EQ. She just stated that each person must pay a tax of 1 billion EQ. In truth, it equates to 100,000 berry, as 1 berry is equivalent to 10,000 EQ. She deliberately withheld this information to make us feel overwhelmed by the cost, hoping we would be unable to pay the tax and trespass. According to the laws here, entering Angel Island without paying will result in legal repercussions. She is truly wicked. Karl, I shall return and teach her a lesson. Captain, does this mean we have violated the laws here? Not to worry. My intent was always to seek the deity here. A deity? Do gods truly exist? The crowd expressed their astonishment. How could that be? It is merely a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Before long, the tiger god ship surged into the White Sea. Wow, it is so beautiful here. Are those angels? There really are angels. All right, disembark. We have matters to attend to. Excuse me, did you come from the Blue Sea? You guessed correctly. Do you know where Conqueror is? I have business with him. I do not know where the former god is. Why do you seek him? The old man appeared somewhat apprehensive, fearing Enel. Never mind. Wait here for a moment. I shall seek out that rather eccentric god. With that, Karl flew towards Appiato, where Enel awaited. A few minutes later, within the divine palace, Karl observed Enel, whose ears were indeed remarkably long. Yahaha! Blue Sea dwellers! How dare you intrude upon the divine palace? Are you prepared to face punishment? Goodness, this delusion must be cured. Such arrogance. Enel, I present you with 2 choices: surrender and become my crew member, or be beaten and then become my crew member. Which will it be? Yahaha! Blue Sea dweller. You have enraged the god. Prepare to perish. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. A thunderbird charged swiftly towards Karl. I can no longer endure this. In an instant, Karl teleported before him, enveloping his arm in Haki and forcefully pressing Enel's neck to the ground, delivering relentless blows to his face. You shall be a god. You shall embrace your delusions. You shall heed my counsel. Karl continued to pummel him, as chaos erupted upon Angel Island, with the sounds reaching Cloud-hidden village. Enel's screams echoed from the divine palace, prompting the Sandia people to seize the opportunity and rush over, with Conqueror making his appearance as well. Have you had enough? Not yet? Then let us continue. Very well, your gasping words could have been avoided had you surrendered sooner. How troublesome. Then, lifting him, they soared towards Angel Island. The Shandians, including the inhabitants of Angel Island, were taken aback. Is this truly the invincible Enel? He lies on the ground, gasping for breath. Ali, tend to his wounds. Brother Karl, is this the deity of this place? Ali expressed her disbelief. Just a fortunate individual who consumed the rumble fruit, overly reliant on its powers. Lacking mastery in Haki, though possessing formidable observation Haki. The rumble fruit. It has been quite some time since an adept of that fruit appeared, hasn't it? Indeed. It has been a while, yet this fellow has developed its powers quite well. I intend to recruit him on our ship. I support the captain. A Logia-type fruit user possesses formidable strength, especially one with the rumble fruit. Esteemed Lord of the Blue Sea, how do you intend to deal with Enel henceforth? You must be Goffer? Indeed, it is I. I wish to know your future dealings with the residents of Angel Island. We'll discuss that shortly. Could the Shandians come over here? Which one of you is the chief? What do you want? The somewhat younger warrior, Wiper, responded cautiously. Fear not. I mean you no harm. How long have your wars raged on? Over 400 years, we must reclaim our rightful land. Tension mounted between both parties. Have you never considered coexisting peacefully? Aren't you weary from fighting for so long? From now on, I shall govern the Sky Island. Thus, I have decided that the Shandians and the inhabitants of Angel Island shall coexist in Apaya. You are their chief, are you not? Indeed, I am. Though we do not desire conflict, we have our own mission. I know the location of the Golden Bell. If you ring it, can you coexist harmoniously? You know where the Golden Bell is. If you can truly reveal its location and allow us to ring it, we are willing to live in peace. The chief spoke with excitement. The Golden Bell is at the pinnacle of the colossal vine. Let us go and witness this Golden Bell together. Benson, fetch some sea prism stone handcuffs to secure Enel. We shall deal with him later. The group ascended to the summit of the enormous vine, finally beholding the magnificent Golden Bell. The Shandians wept with joy. We have finally discovered the Golden Bell. We can fulfill our promise to Nolan. A cadre of grown men wept profusely. Captain, this Golden Bell is immense. What a fortune it must be worth. This is nothing. Beneath this vine lies the Golden Land. Ah yes, the Golden Land. All right, Chief. You may now ring the Golden Bell. Thank you, my lord, for allowing us to fulfill our promise. Wiper. Yes, Chief. Vipa struck the Golden Bell with a resounding blow. Its magnificent chime reverberating through the heavens, reaching the distant shores of Gaia Island in Qinghai, where another soul wept profusely. Such a sound is truly exquisite. I assent it. Of course, the sound of money is never unappealing. Ah, Captain, how terribly mundane you are. Suddenly, a hissing sound emerged from below. It is the Lord of the Empty Island. What should we do? Fear not. It simply weeps upon hearing the bell's toll. I shall descend and speak with it. Karl leapt down and struck its head, causing it to cry even more intensely. Listen, hurry back. You are forbidden from coming out and causing harm. With that, the great serpent swiftly retreated. All right, the bell is tolled. It is time to descend and address your concerns. Several women gazed longingly at the Golden Bell. No more trivial matters, Karl mused inwardly. Upon returning to Angel Island, the crowd gathered, awaiting Karl's command. I propose that the Sky Island be jointly managed by Gonfal and the chief of the Shandians. You both shall have the freedom to traverse between both realms, residing wherever you choose. I have faith in your ability to govern effectively. He continued, you two will be directly accountable to me. By the way, I am Port Asti. Karl, you may simply call me Karl. We, the Shandians, have no objections, Lord Karl, one elder replied. I have grown weary after so many years of conflict. The inhabitants of Angel Island merely wished for peace. Since we are in agreement, let the orders be conveyed forthwith, and may you all coexist harmoniously. Yes, Lord Karl. Then the banquet commenced. Oh, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. That evening, everyone celebrated with singing and dancing, showcasing various performances. Come, everyone, let us toast. Cheers. Enel, raise your cup quickly. Reluctantly, Enel clinked glasses with the others and drank in one gulp. He felt quite disheartened. By day he was a god of the Sky Island, but by night he was reduced to a subordinate. Do not be despondent. It is only natural that you cannot surpass me in Haki. The Sky Island is too small. Once you reach the Blue Sea, you will understand the true might of the world as strong. Rest assured, I will teach you Haki in due time. Upon hearing this, Enel's spirits lifted. He was determined to master Haki. Captain, the fish from the Sky Island is exquisite. I must stock up. Kareen exclaimed. Sister Kareen, may I have another serving of the Sky Island cuisine? Your cooking is simply delightful. And rushed over to Kareen. Enel, do you possess a design blueprint for a flying ship? How do you know? This vessel requires an abundance of gold, which is why I have yet to construct it. Do not concern yourself with how I know. Starting tomorrow, you shall collaborate with Jerry and the shipbuilders from the Sky Island to explore the possibility of transforming the Tiger God into a flying ship. Understood. Ah, I feel dizzy. Ellie, please massage my head. Karl rested his head on Ellie's long leg, feeling incredibly comfortable. Brother Karl, your tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. She giggled. We shall remain on the Sky Island for a while longer. Let us enjoy our time here. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves. The Shandians moved to Apayado to build homes. The inhabitants of Angel Island cultivated crops in the fields, and Karl's group busied themselves with treasure hunting. Captain, this is truly magnificent. It turns out that the golden city of Zyangwilla truly exists. Brother Karl, we are about to strike it rich. After searching for most of the day, we have finally discovered the magnificent golden city beneath the clouds of the island. Indeed, it is a spectacle. Ainalu, you may use the gold as you please, as long as it allows the tiger god to soar. No problem. With this abundance of gold, we can commence the transformation by tomorrow. However, it may take a bit longer, perhaps a year or two. Is it really going to take that long? I had thought it could be accomplished in a couple of months. Impossible. Crafting the intricate components from gold will require considerable time. This vessel must be capable of flight. Very well, then. Tomorrow, I shall devise a training regimen for you all. The air is thin on the Sky Islands, and training here will yield superior results. When will you teach me Haki? I've told you countless times. You must address me as captain. I refuse. Only after you teach me Haki will I call you captain. First, you need to smelt the required golden parts, and then I shall begin your instruction. By the way, the modifications to the tiger god must not reveal any gold on the exterior. Otherwise, during our voyages, others will covet your ship. I understand. Everyone, let us spread out and search. There should be a stone inscribed with characters somewhere around here. Subsequently, several individuals dispersed to seek it out. This ruin is indeed awe-inspiring. No wonder Robin is fascinated by researching it in the anime. Captain, come and see if this is the one, Adrian exclaimed. Approaching, it was indeed the historical text, inscribed with the words of the pirate king, Roger, and his crew. This is it. This is the historical text. Let us find something to replicate the content for Robin later. Is this what Robin has been searching for? So this is what ancient script looks like. All right. We've been busy for half the day, and now we're famished. It's time to return to the shrine for a meal. In the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, Jerry and Ainalu were sparring by the riverside, of course, without Ainalu using his devil fruit abilities. Over the past year, these two have finally mastered the art of armament Haki. Without their abilities, Ainalu is no match for Jerry, whose physical prowess far surpasses Ainalu's. Fishmen are indeed naturally gifted in physicality, a trait that ordinary humans cannot envy. Enough. Without my devil fruit powers, I am no match for you. After a long bout, Ainalu finally conceded. Haha. In terms of physical strength, you are slightly inferior to me. I am a fishman, inherently possessing tenfold the strength of a human. Over this past year, Ainalu has truly integrated into the new community. Nevertheless, he incessantly referred to himself as this deity. And despite being frequently chastised by Karl, he remained unchanged, ultimately leading to a sense of resignation. As the two settled cross-legged, they began to savor the various meats that had been prepared, with the taste of the empty fish proving to be an endless delight. Fortunately, the river teemed with fish. Otherwise, they would have faced the threat of extinction. Captain, the ship has been refurbished. When shall we resume our voyage? Adrian inquired, a hint of impatience evident in his tone. Indeed, uncle, I am on the verge of boredom. And echoed. Karl gazed at, and a wave of nostalgia washing over him. The once tiny child had blossomed into a girl nearly 1.40 meters tall. What is the matter, uncle? Am I doing something wrong? She inquired. Not at all. I merely feel that time passes so swiftly. You are almost 12 now. Come, let us return to the Divine Palace and prepare for our departure in a few days. Upon reaching the Divine Palace, he summoned Ganfu and the chieftain, as it was essential to inform them before leaving. Lord Karl, are you departing? They asked. Indeed. We have spent over a year here, and it is time for us to continue our voyage. From now on, you shall proceed with the cultivation of the void shells as I instructed. They hold significant value. The combat prowess of the void shells is quite formidable among ordinary individuals, and we can sell them to that scoundrel Dorag for profit. Rest assured, Lord Karl, we shall nurture even more void shells. 2 days later, at the gates of paradise. Although the tiger god had achieved flight, the crew still preferred sailing the seas. Otherwise, venturing out to sea would lose its purpose. As the tiger god descended gracefully, the azure sea drew nearer, evoking long-lost feelings of the ocean. Yahaha! Is this the blue sea? Truly vast indeed. Let this deity conquer these waters. Oh, this self-proclaimed deity is at it again, retorted Benson, the only one aboard capable of keeping Enel in check aside from Karl. You can't even defeat me. How do you plan to conquer the ocean? Just you wait. Before long, I shall best you, Inel declared. Haha. To defeat Benson, you'll need to put in some serious effort, Inel. Now, I shall head to Water 7. Set sail. Yes, Captain. With the dual propulsion of sails and electric engines. The Tiger God sped towards Water 7. I can hardly wait. At last, I shall reunite with Captain Tom. I wonder if his sea train research has been successful. Jerry mused. It should have succeeded. When Mr. Tom sees this ship, he will undoubtedly be astonished, for it can soar into the sky and plunge into the sea. Haha. Upon arriving at Water 7, Benson stayed behind to oversee the ship while the others proceeded directly to Tom's shipyard. Waha. Mr. Karl, it has been far too long. 11 years, has it not? Indeed, 11 years. Mr. Tom, I've heard that the sea train has been successfully developed? Yes. This is the pinnacle of my life's work. Wahahaha. Captain Tom, it's been ages. Jerry, I heard you became Mr. Karl as shipwright, and it seems that is indeed the case. You appear to be thriving under his command. Ha ha ha. It is thanks to the captain's opportunity. Mr. Karl, though it may not be prudent to say, you must leave at once. Otherwise, I may inadvertently bring trouble upon you. Are you concerned about the CP agents nearby, Mr. Tom? Worry not. I have yet to regard them as a threat. Inel, go eliminate them all. Let us rid ourselves of their incessant presence. Ah, ha ha ha. Shortly after arriving on the island, I sensed that a few pesky rodents were tailing us. I had long desired to eliminate them directly, with a flash of lightning. They vanished. It appears that even with the creation of the sea train, the world government has no intention of letting you off the hook, Mr. Tom. What are your plans moving forward? Ha ha ha. I am a man of remarkable fortitude. Even if the world government seeks to end my life, I shall not flinch. After my demise, they would have no reason to target my disciples, Isbug and Fram, ensuring their safety. Tom spoke with great magnanimity. Have you ever contemplated leaving this place? I could transport you to a location that the world government could never discover. Thank you so much, Mr. Karl. However, I cannot abandon this place, as Acebug and the others will need to maintain the sea train. I must ensure their safety. Each person has their own mission, and perhaps this is ours. Very well. I respect your decision. You may pass my phone bug to your disciple, Acebug. I shall assist him with a problem he cannot resolve. I am profoundly grateful, Mr. Karl. We shall take our leave now. The group exited Tom's shipbuilding company and proceeded to procure supplies in the bustling streets, at which point Naira returned. Captain, we have dealt with those little rodents. Not a single formidable opponent among them. There will be ample opportunities to confront strong foes in the future. These individuals are far too weak. Let us replenish our supplies and depart. Meanwhile, CP9 Officer Spandam was in his office, smashing cups and cursing incompetence, then inquired, do we have any photographs of them? Immediately issue a bounty through the world government. However, sir, we do not know their names. These individuals have never appeared before, seemingly materializing out of nowhere. Then investigate thoroughly. You imbecile. Why, yes. The agent, feeling as if pardoned, exited the office, pondering why the privileged offspring of officials carried such arrogance. Afterward, he envied that person for not being him. Brother Karl, we must purchase more of that delicious water meat today, exclaimed Ellie. Indeed, I nearly forgot. Carlin, the specialty of Water 7 is the delectable water meat. Let us buy plenty, as I am sure it will taste even better with your culinary skills. And apples. My divine apples are gone. Very well. I am eager to discover what delights await. Let us rent a few blues and explore Water 7. The group spent the better part of the day wandering through Water 7, returning to the ship with a bounty of goods, leaving the blues utterly exhausted. Benson, has anyone caused trouble today? A few individuals clad in black approached, but I tossed them into the sea. They are likely agents of the world government. Very well. We shall rest here for the night and set sail tomorrow. Our next destination should be the Sabaody Archipelago, a veritable paradise for shopping. A shopping paradise? The eyes of several women instantly sparkled with excitement. Sister Karen, hurry, we crave delectable meat. An anxious voice exclaimed. Typically aloof, she transformed into an endearing girl when it came to delicious food. Indeed, such a sight was pleasing to behold. Understood. What about the rest of you? What do you desire? As long as it's meat, I'm satisfied. Vincent replied, a true carnivore at heart. I relish anything that Karen prepares. So do I. Both Ellie and Adrian chimed in. And what about you all? We are fine with whatever you make. I simply wish for apple juice. Please hold on a moment. With that, Karen made her way to the kitchen, while the others returned to their rooms to organize the items they had purchased that day. How wonderful it is to have a professional and passionate chef among the crew. Karl reclined on the beach chair, stretching comfortably. Uncle, you are becoming increasingly lazy. Oh, daring to call me uncle, are you? Quickly, go practice your swordsmanship. I refuse. With a mischievous laugh, he dashed into the cabin. Once inside, he sighed. Ah, Ellie. Come here and embrace me for a moment. He drew Ellie into his arms. Don't be foolish. I'll hold you plenty tonight. Since they were hidden from view, he thought it prudent to seize a little interest first. As he spoke, he pressed his lips against Ellie's, and she, yielding to his affection, responded fervently. All right, tonight it is. They will be coming up soon. Very well. Ellie, once we return to Tiger Roar Island, let us have a child together. Okay, Ellie shyly replied. Unable to resist her coy demeanor, he lowered his head to embrace her again, savoring her warmth before reluctantly releasing her. Both were breathless, their lips slightly swollen from the kisses. I feel hungry. Let us check if Karen has prepared dinner. He straightened himself and took Ellie by the hand, leading her back into the cabin. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with the Tiger God ship sailing smoothly on the gentle breeze. At that moment, Karl sat at the edge of the ship, fishing while guiding it in his sword training, and had already attained a level of skill capable of cutting through iron. Yet he still had some way to go before reaching the status of a swordmaster. Captain, there are 3 pirate ships trailing behind us. What shall we do? Should we eliminate them? No rush. Let us wait until we are farther from Water 7. Captain, this time allow me to take action. It infuriates me that not a single strong opponent dares to follow us. Enel is quite displeased. Indeed, these pests can be rather bothersome. I was contemplating whether we should create a significant event to demonstrate our strength to everyone, thus deterring these mice from bothering us. However, it may attract a bounty. Karl mused aloud. That is a splendid idea. In any case, we are indifferent to bounties. It's just that procuring supplies in the future may become a bit troublesome. Let us take it slow for now. Enel, unleash your power. Suddenly, the pirate ships behind them began firing cannons. Yaha! You little rodents! Feel the wrath of the divine. Enel soared into the air. With a thunderous roar, thunder of 10,000, the area where the 3 pirate ships were located was completely engulfed in lightning, leaving only remnants of the vessels behind shortly thereafter. Yaha! This is the fate that befalls those who anger the divine. Enel laughed triumphantly. He suddenly realized how effective the thunder fruit was for clearing out minions. From now on, this task would belong to Enel. Bloop, 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 bloop. Clickum, sassy. Why are you reaching out to me suddenly? Nothing much, just preparing to find old Lay for a drink. Is he at Sabaody Archipelago? Yes. When will you arrive? Several young ladies are eager to meet you. I should arrive by afternoon. A few young ladies, could they possibly be Hancock and the others? As Karl contemplated, the only ones he could think of to meet were the 3 sisters of Boya, along with Shachi, who was familiar with them. Indeed, Hancock had assumed the role of captain of the Kuja pirates, becoming the new empress of the kingdom. Recently, they had arrived at Sabaody Archipelago to transport the supplies he had prepared for them. All right, I understand. I shall see you in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Karl exclaimed. Kachek, who is old Ray, dear brother? Ah, he is Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the pirate king. I had trained with him during my time of cultivation. Thus I am quite acquainted with him. Oh, I see. And who is Hancock? Well, she is a little girl I saved back in the day. And now she is the captain of the Kuja pirates. Humph, you fickle heartthrob. Uncle, does Rayleigh know about my feelings? Not really. Rayleigh has a big mouth. And when he is intoxicated, he tends to spill everything. Therefore, it is better not to mention it to him now. Oh, uncle. Aren't you going to comfort Sister Ellie? Ah, yes. I shall go at once. By the way, why do you call her sister instead of aunt? Aren't you aware of the generational difference? Regardless, Sister Ellie prefers me to call her sister. Very well, continue your sword practice. In the afternoon, before the sun sank below the horizon, the Tiger God finally arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Once everyone disembarked, Jerry submerged the deck and anchored the ship 50 meters beneath the waves. Hey, Karl, my little brother. Why are you ignoring me? Old Ray, your outfit is quite fashionable. Indeed, it has character. Karl observed his spotty trousers and spotted cloak, noting he looked remarkably dapper. Ha! Let us go. Shachi and the others are waiting for us. Rayleigh led the way. By the way, old Ray, have you considered having children? It is all about fate. We are both averse to complications, unlike you young folks. Rayleigh replied casually. Shachi, we are back. Karl, my little brother. It has been a long time, and you've grown even more handsome. Are these your crew members? Haha. Shachi, you two remain youthful and beautiful. Allow me to introduce them. This tall, burly fellow is Benson, with his magnificent red hair. This is Serene, our ship's cook, a champion of the national culinary competition. Jerry, the fishman, is our shipwright. The one wielding a gun is our sharpshooter, Adrian, and the long-eared fellow is Enel. And this is my wife, Ellie. Lastly, this little girl is my niece, Portgas Diane. Such remarkable young individuals. Karl, my little brother. Your strength rivals that of an emperor's crew. So, are you also aiming to seize the legendary grand treasure? Shachi inquired, as she had a penchant for gathering information. I have no interest in One Piece. We are merely seeking treasures and adventures across the world. By the way, where are Hancock and the others? I do not see them. She knew that after your arrival, she would return to the ship to change her attire and beautify herself. It seems she will be sorrowful shortly, teased Xiachi. It appears I am to gain a sister, after all. I too developed an affection for him after being rescued from pirates. This sentiment is one I understand all too well. Suddenly, Ellie became quite generous, leaving Karl perplexed. Could it be that her empathy arose from knowing Hancock's plight? Ha ha ha, let us not dwell on that for now. I have brought back an abundance of fresh water and exquisite meats from Water 7, not to mention the fine liquor sourced from Skypiea. Oh, have you already visited Skypiea? How nostalgic. Indeed, that long-eared fellow is the deity of Skypiea. Humph. When shall the feast commence? I am already famished. Ha 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 ha. Let us proceed to the bar's backyard. Everyone then busied themselves in the courtyard. Mr. Karl, it is a delight to see you again. I am overjoyed. Mr. Karl, it has been far too long. At this moment, the Boa sisters returned. Sassy, do not ignore me. Hancock, Sander Sonia, Marigold. Greetings, Hancock. My name is Ellie. Come, I wish to discuss something with you. Oh, very well, Mr. Karl. I shall return shortly. Karl, momentarily at a loss for words, sensed that the two women had united in their resolve. Come, Sander Sonia, Marigold. Please take a seat. We are all friends here, so there is no need to be so reserved. Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Karl, the young and exuberant Rayleigh remarked. At that moment, Hancock returned. Karl, I have informed Hancock that she shall henceforth be my sister. Indeed, I have consented, but from now on. You may only have us two women. Overwhelmed with emotion, Karl expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Does this mean I shall have two aunts now? Laughter erupted among the group. Cheers to celebrate the arrival of our dear Karl. Cheers. Echoed 12 times. The wine from this floating island is indeed delightful. Of course, it has been refined by Karen. And we all adore it. The backyard was filled with joy, reminiscent of the last grand gathering during the disbandment of the Roger Pirates. A moment that struck Rayleigh with nostalgia. The following morning, Karl awoke beside the two women, reflecting on the previous night's wild escapades, feeling a slight ache in his back. Karl, are you getting up? The sight of the morning sun made him think that if he didn't rise soon, he might never do so again. Aren't you both going shopping today? Hurry up. I imagine Even and is waiting anxiously. All right, Hancock, will you join us? I shall go as well. I'll get up right away. As she stood, she stumbled slightly. Be careful, Hancock. It's all your fault. I distinctly begged for mercy last night. Ignore him. Let him sleep alone tonight. I haven't said anything. Bring the transponder, Snail. Just inform us if anything arises. Understood. On Island 49. Several women happily purchased various garments and local specialties. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances, captivated by their beauty. Suddenly, the crowd fell to their knees. An order was being maintained as the celestial dragons made their entrance. What exquisite women! You, go capture them. I want them as my wives. A lecherous man behind a glass dome drooled at the sight of Hancock and her companions. Yes, an agent from CP promptly sprang into action. Yet, before he could get close, he was transformed into an ice block and had intervened, and Ellie had alerted Karl. How dare these lowly beings resist? All of you advance. Divine punishment. A thunderous sound echoed through the air as several CP agents were reduced to charred remnants. Eneru, moving with remarkable speed, appeared in an instant. The crowd scattered in panic. Following the thunder, Eneru materialized before them as Karl, Benson, and Adrian approached. Are you all right? Karl addressed the group, expressing his discontent. It's nothing, merely a loss of good spirits. Uncle, that rotund man over there, adorned with a fishbowl on his head, audaciously proclaimed his intention to abduct our two aunts and take them as wives, and remarked, her countenance reflecting icy disdain. Karl gazed at the swine, a formidable aura emanating around him. How dare this base wretch defy the divine will? Adrian, Captain. Adrian instantly grasped Karl's intent. Bang! The gunshot rang out, leaving a gaping hole in the celestial dragon's head, causing him to collapse lifelessly. The surrounding CP0 agents were momentarily paralyzed, unable to fathom that someone had the audacity to slay a celestial dragon. In the next instant, they surged toward Karl and his companions. Leave these few to Enel. We shall proceed to island number 1. Once Enel has dealt with them, he will join us. I shall resolve this swiftly. Yaha-ha-da. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. What? A celestial dragon has been killed in the Sabaody archipelago? Sengoku's expression was one of disbelief. How terrifying. It has been many years since such an occurrence. His uncle, Kizaru, casually remarked while grooming his nails. Waha. Sengoku, do not be so furrowed. The dead are dead. Carp, oblivious, chimed in. Carp. Silence at once. Kizaru. You must hasten and apprehend the murderer of the celestial dragon. Yes, Sengoku-san. He then transformed into a beam of light and vanished. On island number 1. Captain, why have we come to island number 1? Well, primarily so that if a conflict arises, we need not worry about innocent casualties. This is an outlaw territory. Oh dear, how frightening. Are you the ones who killed the celestial dragon? Ah, uncle, it's you again. By the way, isn't there anyone else in the Navy? A kind would suffice. Sir, have we met before? At this moment, Kizaru recognized me, a pang of regret striking his heart. This battle would not be easy. Yaha-ha-ha. Captain, I shall take this one. Enel exclaimed upon seeing a speed-type opponent. Very well, but do exercise caution. Uncle Kizaru is reputed to have bested even the Emperor of the Sea with double pay. Uncle, this is Enel. Show him a thing or two. Otherwise, he shall continue to believe himself invincible. Oh, is this the rumble fruit? How intriguing. Kizaru, upon witnessing the wielder of the rumble fruit, felt a spark of interest. After all these years, a worthy speed rival had finally appeared. With that, he unleashed a laser beam toward Enel, and after a flash, Enel vanished from sight. Raijin. A bolt of lightning surged toward Kizaru, piercing through his chest, yet he had preemptively elementalized to evade Enel's electrical onslaught. Enel, too, set aside his underestimation, realizing that this adversary was no ordinary foe. 30 million volts, Reiju. 8-sided mirror. Amaterasu sword. Kizaru utilized the 8-sided mirror to evade while drawing the Amaterasu sword. Preparing for close combat. Electric light. Discharge. Enel's body crackled with shimmering lightning, radiating electricity that transformed the surroundings into a forbidden realm. 6,000 volts. Thunder Dragon. A colossal thunder dragon surged toward Kizaru. The 8-sun jewel. Kizaru, unfazed, unleashed his ultimate move. Enel swiftly darted to a higher altitude, evading the radiant 8-sun jewel, and immediately unleashed his own ultimate attack, 10,000 thunder. At this moment, island number 1 lay in ruins, ravaged by the shockwaves of their fierce battle. Oh, it's you, Karl. I wondered who had the audacity to challenge the celestial dragons. Karp, upon recognizing Karl, couldn't he help but feel nostalgic. Admiral Karp, it's been quite a while. How have you fared these past years? Karl greeted his old friend warmly. Are you planning to become a pirate? Your crew seems exceptionally formidable. You've misunderstood me. We currently lack both a pirate crew name and a flag. Today, we were merely revolted by that despicable celestial dragon. Karp, do you fancy a duel? Ha ha ha. Perhaps not. If we were to engage directly, the Sabaody archipelago would likely vanish. However, after this incident, the world government will certainly place a bounty on your heads, though I trust you won't be concerned. Very well, we shall take our leave. Here. I brought some wine from Sky Island. Consider it a gift. Karl tossed a bottle of wine to Karp. Enel, let us depart. Enel flashed back, his breath ragged and his demeanor somewhat disheveled, while Kizaru remained composed and unruffled. Farewell, Admiral Karp. And thus, the group retreated. Admiral Karp, do you know them? They are truly formidable young men. Kizaru's expression turned serious. Let us discuss it upon our return. How was it, Enel? What was it like to battle against the world's top powers? Very strong. At least for now, I am not their match. After all, they are among the Navy's highest combatants. Your Haki is still quite weak. It is only natural that you would find them overwhelming. Jerry, go fetch the ship and prepare for coating. Understood, Captain. Back at Shaki's bar. Karl, what transpired? Nothing much. We simply dealt with that celestial dragon. Then Kizaru and Karp appeared. Enel fought briefly with Kizaru before retreating. Rest assured, unless all the high-end forces of the Navy converge, they cannot harm us. You actually killed a celestial dragon, Shaki exclaimed, taken aback. considering the location in the Sabaody archipelago. Indeed, we did. In a couple of days. We'll head to Fishman Island. After all, we are close to the Red Line, and it is their home turf. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, I must ask for your assistance in coding our ship. Jerry may not manage it alone. Ha ha ha. No problem at all. Rayleigh readily agreed. Fishman Island. Uncle, are we going to see mermaids? And was quite excited. Indeed, Fishman Island is truly magnificent. Karl, what shall we do about my situation if you visit Fishman Island? Hancock expressed her anxiety. Once we return, I will come to fetch you to Tiger Roar Island. We too reside within the calm belt. Very well. That will have to suffice for now, as I am still the captain of the Kuja pirates, Hancock lamented. Ah, so you and your companions are in the calm belt. Karl, no wonder we have never encountered you in the Grand Line before. Even the Navy is unaware of your origins, Shachi remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, we seldom ventured out into the open sea. 2 days later, the Tiger God had been suitably coated. Karl, I cannot bear to part from you, Hancock declared. We must return for now, but when we come back from the New World, I will retrieve you to Tiger Roar Island, all right? She then whispered softly in his ear. When we reach Tiger Roar Island, let us have a child. Instantly, Hancock's face flushed crimson. I shall await you, she replied hurriedly as she boarded the pirate ship. Farewell. Let us depart, Jerry. It is time for us to set sail. The Tiger God slowly descended beneath the waves. At the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals and high-ranking officials convened in a meeting room. It has been confirmed that their captain is named Karl, a figure whose attitude towards the Navy is ambiguous, yet one who harbors animosity towards the world government, particularly the Celestial Dragons. Apart from his time in Skypiea, Karl has not used his true name at sea, and Garp has remained silent. Moreover, he was involved in the incident at Mariejois concerning the liberation of slaves, during which he donned a black hood. Including the 2 celestial dragons who have perished at his hands recently, he has now claimed the lives of 2 such individuals. Consequently, the world government has placed a bounty on him and his crew. Bloodsword Master Karl, suspected to be a devil fruit user, with his abilities yet to be determined, carries a bounty of 29 billion berries. Inal, wielder of the Rumble fruit, has a bounty of 23 billion berries. Crew member Benson, suspected of possessing a devil fruit ability, strength undisclosed, holds a bounty of 42 billion berries. Sniper Adrian, suspected devil fruit user, with abilities unknown, has a bounty of 830 million berries. Fisherman Jerry, a shipwright in Karl's crew, carries a bounty of 310 million berries. Chef Karen has a bounty of 160 million berries. Ship's Dr. Ellie has a bounty of 210 million berries. Swordsman.As, a user of the cold fruit, has a bounty of 80 million berries. These are the bounty amounts for all of them. As the meeting concluded, Admiral Brand New recited all the bounties. Now that we are all informed, the world government has ordered us to capture Karl and his crew as swiftly as possible. However, the complexities of the new world present a challenge, and our manpower is insufficient. For now, we can only monitor their activities. Crane, you will be responsible for this matter. Understood, Admiral. Wow, Karl. This is the first time I've seen so many fish underwater. Everyone is filled with wonder at the depths of the ocean. This time, we have arrived at Jerry's homeland, and he has taken charge of our journey. Ha ha. No problem. Uncle Jerry, are we there yet? It's so dark around us. And exclaimed. Not quite yet. We are currently at a depth of approximately 6,000 meters, where sunlight cannot reach, thus enveloping us in darkness. Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea. However, the roots of the sun tree, Eve, provide light to the island, Jerry explained. The sea kings here are as immense as those in our equatorial region. Such colossal sea kings make my hands itch with excitement. Adrian, I believe that before you can defeat one, it could easily destroy our ship. Haha, I was just joking. The ocean can sometimes be far more perilous than the land. After a considerable time, they finally sighted the entrance to Fishman Island. With the familiar presence of Jerry, the Tiger God smoothly navigated into Fishman Island. Wow, how beautiful. Karl, where are the mermaids? Ellie, I've never been to Fishman Island before. You should ask Jerry. Haha. Let's dock the ship at the port, and then proceed to the palace. Upon learning that you participated in the liberation movement of Mariejois, King Neptune is eager to personally express his gratitude. Upon arriving at Dragon Palace, Karl met the great knight, King Neptune. Welcome, Mr. Karl, to Fishman Island. On behalf of those liberated fishmen, I extend our heartfelt thanks to you. Tiger has informed me that without your intervention against the Marine Admiral and those CP0 agents, the movement would not have succeeded. Once again, thank you. King Neptune performed a knightly salute. No need for thanks, King Neptune. I share your disdain for the celestial dragons in the abhorrent slave trade. Haha. Right, Minister. Prepare a banquet to welcome our esteemed guest. The crowd followed King Neptune to the banquet hall. I am grateful for your warm hospitality, King Neptune. I have long desired to taste the delicacies of Fishman Island. The snacks from Fishman Island are reputed to be irresistible. Uncle, are the snacks from Fishman Island truly delicious? And became animated at the mention of food. Indeed. The delicacies of Fishman Island are renowned worldwide. I have never had the chance to try them until now, and I finally have the opportunity to indulge. Haha. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Karl. You must eat your fill. In the banquet hall, an increasing variety of snacks, along with unique meats and shellfish from Fishman Island, were being served. Bang! A sound akin to something striking metal echoed. That must be that scoundrel, Van de Deacon. King Neptune. Is something happening over there? Ah, over there lies the abode of the young lady. It was then that Neptune revealed the matter concerning Van Dyken. Very well, King Neptune. Let us first inquire about the condition of Princess Whitestar. After we assist you in resolving this inconvenience, we may proceed with the banquet at a later time. I must thank you, Mr. Karl. Neptune exclaimed joyfully, for he was well aware of Karl's formidable prowess. The group made their way to the entrance of the palace, which was encased in iron. Karl glanced at the area that had been struck, observing the menacing aura of observation Haki extending towards the direction from which the weapon had been hurled. Jerry headed that direction at full speed. It is not far from Noah. Ensure he does not come into contact with Noah, and then bring him here. Karl was apprehensive that allowing this individual to approach Noah's colossal vessel would result in him being cast onto Fishman Island. Aye, Captain. Jerry promptly sprang into action. Mr. Karl, can Jerry handle this? Neptune expressed his concerns, recalling Jerry's former capabilities, unaware of his newfound strength. Rest assured, King Neptune, Jerry is more than capable. Indeed. Half an hour later, Jerry returned with the grotesque Van Dyken, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, his visage a pitiful sight. Wake him, Adrian commanded. Approaching and delivering a swift kick to his foot, the sudden agony jolting Van Dyken back to consciousness. Neptune, I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, there are those who will not spare you. Initially flustered, Van Dyken regained his composure when he considered his accomplices. How could I possibly let you go? Speak quickly of your remaining allies. Otherwise, I shall enact the most excruciating forms of punishment upon you. Neptune seethed with anger. It was this wretch who had forced his daughter to hide within that wretched metal canister for so many years. King Neptune, allow me to take charge. I will ensure he divulges everything. Ellie offered, producing a pill and instructing a guard to administer it to Van Dyken. In no time, his eyes became void of life. King Neptune, we may now interrogate him. He will reveal all, she declared. Under Neptune's scrutiny, Van Dyken unraveled everything, including his partners and the tragic demise of his former queen, Odoheim. Neptune's fury escalated as he learned that his queen had been slain by Hody Jones of Fishman Island. However, the complexities of Fishman Street posed a significant challenge, as even the royal forces could not intervene there, and Jinbe was currently absent from Fishman Island, complicating matters further. King Neptune, first release Princess Shirahoshi. Van Dyken has been apprehended, and she is no longer in danger. Ah, yes, yes. Guards, open the door. The guards unlatched the ominous iron palace. The assembly peered inside, where a magnificent mermaid emerged. Wow, is Princess Shirahoshi truly that large? And so beautiful, exclaimed an elated Anne. Father, Princess Shirahoshi cried out, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shirahoshi, it is all right. Van Dyken has been captured, and you may now live freely. Is it true? Father? Indeed. Look over there. The one unconscious and shackled is Van Dyken. You are safe now. Wah. Upon seeing the frightful half-fish man, Princess Shirahoshi was overwhelmed with fear and began to weep once more. Guards, take the scoundrel away and imprison him. Neptune hastily instructed, distressed by his daughter's tears. There. Shirahoshi, do not fear. We have guests. This is Mr. Karl, the one who apprehended Van Dyken. Come, greet him. Hello. Princess Shirahoshi cautiously approached. Karl felt a wave of embarrassment. This was none other than the Sea King, one of the three great weapons of antiquity. It was truly unimaginable that she could one day muster the courage to confront the Celestial King. Princess Whitestar, hello? Please come out. If there are any villains, my uncle will help capture them all. And approached, speaking earnestly. I am, and you are so beautiful. White Star. This is the first time I have encountered such a lovely mermaid. Really? White Star blushed at the compliment. And you are quite beautiful as well. Come now, King Neptune. Let the two of them converse here. Children easily forge friendships. We should first deal with Hody Jones and his gang. Mr. Karl. Hody Jones and his group are quite troublesome. They hold significant sway in Fishman Street. Moreover, Jinbe is currently absent from Fishman Island, and if handled poorly, it may lead to a rebellion. Neptune expressed his concerns. Rest assured, King Neptune, we merely need to capture Hody Jones and his few subordinates without alarming anyone else. Then the royal army can be stationed nearby. Without those leaders, they will not incite a riot. Very well. I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Karl. Let us proceed outside. Enel, it will be your turn shortly. Find those subordinates and bring them back unconscious without disturbing anyone. Yahaha. Is there finally a fight to be had? No fighting is necessary. Just render them unconscious and bring them back quietly. Humph. This god understands. With that, he vanished in an instant. Before long, Enel returned with Hody Jones and his gang, each rolling their eyes, smoke still rising from their bodies. You did not disturb anyone, did you? This trivial matter is hardly capable of causing a stir. That is good, King Neptune. Arrangements can now be made. Once Jinbe returns, Fool Street can be controlled. I am immensely grateful, Mr. Karl. Now, let us resume the banquet. Right, Minister. Bring forth my cherished wines. I wish to treat Mr. Karl splendidly. And summon the three princes and Princess White Star as well. The banquet commenced, the hall resonating with joyous laughter and merriment. Mr. Karl, this is my prized wine, which I seldom allow myself to indulge in. Cheers. Cheers. Echoed throughout the room. This is delightful, King Neptune. You must have aged this wine for many years? Ha. Mr. Vincent, you are quite astute. I have been preserving this wine for 20 years. It is truly an exquisite vintage. By the way, King Neptune, do your delicacies contain any unique ingredients from Fishman Island? Karen's primary concern was the ingredients. She had just tasted something and realized that no flavor she was familiar with could replicate it. This raised a question in her mind. Indeed, Miss Karen, this is a specialty of Fishman Island, unique to this region, replied the right minister, who was responsible for this matter. Could you sell me some? Karen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. We shall ensure Miss Karen receives some. Yes, Your Majesty. Shirohoshi, how did you grow so large? I haven't seen any other mermaids of your size. Sitting comfortably in Shirohoshi's palm. She was cradled close so that she wouldn't have to constantly look down to converse with her. I'm not quite sure. I grew very quickly after birth, which is why I am this size now. The two children exchanged whispers, having already forged a deep friendship in a short span of time. The banquet continued for quite a while. By the end, a tipsy King Neptune nearly proposed a brotherhood with Karl, who was also feeling lightheaded, until the right minister intervened. With most guests somewhat inebriated, the festivities finally concluded, and everyone retired to rest. Hey, Ellie, come give me a kiss. In their room, Ellie was busy removing Karl's clothing to clean him up. Hold on, Karl. Let me wash your face first. Ellie also felt a rush of emotions, having consumed a fair amount of wine. Soon, both of their garments had vanished, creating a scene of utmost sensuality as melodic sounds echoed throughout the room. The following morning, Karl awoke to find Ellie sprawled on his chest, and a wave of desire surged within him. This woman's figure is simply exquisite, rivaling even Hancock. Karl. Let me sleep a bit longer. Ellie's soft murmur proved irresistible to Karl, and thus, the two began their morning exercises once more. I feel a slight discomfort in my waist. Perhaps I should consume some goji berries? No, that must be a misperception. Karl reclined outside on the balcony of the palace, gazing at Fishman Island. The women had already ventured out for shopping, including Ellie. Mr. Karl is indeed brimming with vitality. At this moment, King Neptune approached and remarked, all is well. By the way, King Neptune, how do you intend to deal with Hody Jones and his gang? Karl always felt that Neptune was mocking him. And then he swiftly changed the subject. It was already resolved that upon Jinbe's return, he would publicly bring Hody Jones and his gang to justice before the entire nation, followed by their immediate execution. Speaking of Hody Jones and his cohorts, Neptune could not help but feel a deep-seated animosity towards them. Karl suddenly recalled that Fishman Island also possessed a historical text. King Neptune, does Fishman Island indeed have its own historical record? Yes, Mr. Karl. It resides within the forest of the sea. However, it is inscribed in ancient script. Would you like to see it? Perhaps on another occasion. As I find myself in such comfort that I am reluctant to move. Mr. Karl, you may continue to recline while I attend to my official duties. No need to concern yourself with me. Meanwhile, several young ladies were accompanying Princess Shirahoshi on a shopping excursion, though Shirahoshi, being timid, dared not utter a word. Do not be afraid, Shirahoshi. I shall protect you. They gaze upon you solely because of your striking beauty and would not dare to harm you. For you are the princess of Fishman Island. But I am not accustomed to being observed in such a manner. May we return? Shirahoshi still felt somewhat awkward. You must believe in yourself. Summon your courage. These people are your subjects, and Fishman Island will require your guardianship in the future. Do you wish to remain confined within a dark, enclosed palace forever? I do not want that. Upon hearing the prospect of being trapped in that shadowy palace, Shirahoshi reacted with evident agitation. Thus, you must muster your bravery. Yes, and I will strive to do my best. After much encouragement from him, Shirahoshi eventually ceased her pleas to return and gradually began greeting the people around her. The crowd excitedly called out to Princess Shirahoshi, as she had seldom made public appearances before. With each shop they visited, throngs of people gathered outside. Once they had purchased a sufficient amount and exclaimed, Shirahoshi, shall we return? Ellie could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety as the crowd thickened. After all, Shirahoshi was a princess, and any trouble could be dire. Indeed, it was time to head back. The crowd continued to swell, and our Shirahoshi's allure is truly unparalleled. Not at all. Sister Karen possesses great charm as well. Shirahoshi shyly replied. Let us go. We have been out for quite some time. The group began their journey back to Dragon Palace, with guards trailing behind, laden with numerous goods. Uncle, we have returned. Karl, you haven't been lying here all day, have you? Well, since there is nothing else to do, I find great pleasure in reclining here, admiring the scenery of Fishman Island, Karl nonchalantly remarked. Shirahoshi, how was your day out with the ladies? Lord Karl. I had a splendid time today. I even greeted everyone. Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. You should venture out more often. But remember, you must always be accompanied by someone for your protection, as there are still ill-intentioned individuals outside. Understood. I shall remember, Lord Karl. That is good to hear. Karl had intended to pat Shirahoshi's head, but upon raising his hand, he realized he could not reach. Karl, where are my brothers? Why have I not seen them? They went to the Tiger God to coat the ship, and it seems Adrian has also gone shopping. Did you not encounter him? No. Are we about to leave? We have just arrived. It is merely a matter of applying the coating to the ship. We won't be departing so soon. This place is so comfortable, and the scenery is delightful. We should linger a while longer. Hooray. That means I can spend a few more days playing with him. Waidor was quite anxious upon hearing that Karl and the others were leaving. Haha. By the way, Karina, the Neptune wine from last night was exquisite. It must have been brewed with unique ingredients from Fishman Island. Shall we brew some ourselves? Absolutely. Leave that to me. And let's not forget about the snacks from last night. Sister Karina, we ought to buy some of those as well. And devoured quite a lot of those treats last night. It seems she truly enjoys them. Rest assured. And on the ship, everyone dotes on this golden-haired little girl, including Enel, who surprisingly shares his apples with him. It is known that others cannot even touch his apples. The next day, under the guidance of the guards, the group made their way to the forest of the sea, with Waidor following along. Neptune was too occupied with various matters to join them. Waidor, we will first accompany you to see your mother, and then we shall visit the historical text, said Karl. Thank you, Lord Karl. I may finally visit my mother. She replied, her eyes welling up with tears. No, not just tears, but large pearls. Do not cry, Waidor. Hody Jones has already been captured by my uncles. After the trial, we shall avenge your mother. And comforted her. I understand. Let us continue, she said, cradling it in her hands as they proceeded. Upon arriving at the tomb of Princess Odoheim, Waidor could not help but weep for a while. It was evident how much she missed her mother. After paying her respects to Princess Odoheim, they sought out the historical text. In her past life watching One Piece, Robin translated this historical text, which seemed to be Joy Boy's apology letter. This historical text contained far more words than that from Skypiea. Regrettably, Robin was not present. Otherwise, she could have translated it. Alas, I wonder where Robin is now, thought Ellie suddenly. She has her own adventures. When we meet again, I shall present her with the new historical text. Captain, do you believe it truly contains the history of that blank 100 years? I do not know, but if we wish to reach that final island, Raftel, we must collect 4 pieces of the red historical text. When shall we find them? Just thinking about it is exhausting. Thankfully, we are not heading to that Raftel. Ellie remarked, let us first make a copy of the content above, and then we shall return. Upon emerging from the forest of the sea, the group returned to Dragon Palace City. In the ensuing days, everyone leisurely explored Fishman Island, with the exception of Benson and Enel, who showed little interest in shopping. Instead, they engaged in rigorous training sessions, refraining from utilizing their devil fruit abilities. Each time, Enel emerged with bruises, yet his Haki was rapidly advancing. Karl, come and see this Chongsam I purchased today. Isn't it beautiful? I also bought a few for Hancock, which I shall present to her upon our return. Ellie exclaimed joyfully as she showcased her new attire to Karl. Indeed, it looks splendid. Ellie, wear this ensemble tonight. Bad fellow. Ellie was delightfully stirred by Karl's words. A month later, the Tiger God ship was set to embark. Oh, Lord Karl, I cannot bear to part with you. Princess Shirahoshi lamented while clinging to one, tears streaming down her face. Fear not, Shirahoshi. When you grow older, we shall take you out for adventures, shall we? And comforted her in her embrace. Wah. That's a promise. You must take Shirahoshi out to play. A promise indeed. They sealed their vow with a handshake, a large hand intertwined with a small one. Mr. Karl, we welcome you to visit Fishman Island again. Until next time. Farewell, King Neptune. As the group boarded the ship, the Tiger God gradually ascended, departing from Fishman Island. Shirahoshi, farewell. I shall miss you. And called out loudly to Shirahoshi. Goodbye. I shall miss you too. After a considerable time, the Tiger God sliced through the waves. Is this the latter half of the Grand Line? It feels no different from the first half, mused in Captain. A pirate ship approaches us at full speed. Adrian observed as he spotted the distant vessel. Indeed, the latter half merely presents harsher survival conditions. The severity here does not solely pertain to the environment. The pirates here possess formidable strength and are entangled in various complex factions, Karl remarked. It is true that these pirates are more seasoned than those in the first half, the group noted, gazing at the oncoming pirate ship. These pirates, having battled in the New World for years, were no ordinary foes. However, they were not on par with the likes of them. Hurrah! Finally, we have newcomers. Hey, would you like to join the Wood Pirates? Called a man named Atwood, the captain of the pirate crew, with a bounty of 240 million berries. You're quite bold. Do you presume we are easy prey? Karl stood before the group, his presence imposing, causing the pirates to quiver in fear. Captain, that is the Bloodsword Master, Karl. A figure with a bounty of 29 billion berries, exclaimed a crew member, recognizing Karl. Are you jesting? How could such a prominent figure be here? Indeed. A bounty has been placed, yet it bears little significance. Atwood's expression was grim. He had initially assumed that these newcomers, freshly arrived in this new world, sought merely to bolster their ranks. Lord Karl, it is all a misunderstanding. We are willing to serve under your banner. Please grant us this opportunity. Wood, displaying remarkable composure, refrained from acting impulsively. You mentioned a bounty. Do you possess a warrant? Indeed, we do. Bring forth the warrants. Wood then presented 8 bounty notices to Karl. You should consider yourself fortunate not to have acted hastily at the onset, Karl remarked, glancing at him. Benson, let us depart. Aye, Captain, came the prompt response. And the Tiger God swiftly navigated away from this treacherous waters. Is this the extent of a top-tier warrior's might? It is truly formidable. Captain, I feared for our lives. One of the crew members lamented, slumped on the deck. Perhaps such figures deem us unworthy of their attention. Let us return for now. Why do you all exceed a bounty of 100 million berry while I languish at a mere 80 million? In gazing at the 80 million figure on the bounty notice, felt a surge of indignation. Even the delicacies from Fishman Island lost their allure. Ha! At merely 12 years of age, an 80 million bounty is already quite remarkable. Then why does that brute have a bounty 190 million higher than mine? Enel retorted, visibly disgruntled. At that moment, Benson interjected. It is because you overly rely on your devil fruit powers. Your Haki is too weak. The captain has stated that Haki is the essence of true strength. Humph. One day, I shall teach you a lesson. Enough of this banter. Should we not be dining soon? My stomach growls in protest. Let us wait a moment. Kareen is preparing the meal. Karl, what is our purpose in Punk Hazard? We are to procure a devil fruit, specifically a synthetic one. Originally, I intended to eliminate that little rascal, but as it stands, it is the year 1512 of the sea calendar, and the celestial event occurred only after Kazuki Odin's demise. Thus that loathsome little rascal has yet to appear in this timeline. A synthetic devil fruit? Can such a thing truly be manufactured? Adrian inquired, astonished. Indeed. It can be done, though the technology remains rudimentary and success is elusive. Captain, dinner is ready. Shall we dine on the deck or in the dining hall? Kareen announced as she emerged. On the deck, please. Upon leaving Fishman Island, we are greeted by an abyssal ocean. It feels more spacious above. Let us bring the meal forth together. Everyone, sample the wine I have just brewed from Fishman Island as specialties and see how it compares to the original. All right. It has finally been brewed. Yet there is none for me. And pouted. You are but 12 years old. You should be consuming more milk, Karl replied, wishing to limit An's intake of alcohol. I know. Sister Ellie, Sister Kareen, let us raise our glasses and disregard them. Ha, cheers. Oh, in terms of its recent brewing, Kareen, your wine is no less delightful than that from Fisherman Island. If it were aged a bit longer, it would undoubtedly surpass that of Fisherman Island. That is splendid. Kareen beamed with joy at the acknowledgement of her wine. Thus, the first night in the New World passed by. Captain, is that island over there Punk Hazard? Have we arrived so swiftly? Benson, steer the ship closer. Half an hour later, the Tiger God docked at Punk Hazard. Wait for me here. I shall retrieve the devil fruit and return promptly. With that, he soared towards Caesar Clown's laboratory. Who are you? You are the Bloodsword Master, Karl. By the time Caesar realized, Karl had already appeared before him. I shall ask you but once, where is the devil fruit manufactured by Vegapunk? It's in the laboratory next door. Caesar could no longer withstand Karl's imposing aura and responded directly. With one hand raised, Karl made his way next door. I caution you. I am a significant partner of the Underground Emperor Iokir and Big Mom. Do you wish to oppose them? With a swift motion, Caesar believed that even the most formidable individuals would tremble upon hearing the names of these two. Karl spoke little, delivering a swift punch to the head, which promptly silenced him. Open the door, Karl bellowed. Yes, Lord Karl, came the hurried reply as the laboratory door swung open. Karl then beheld the artificial devil fruit and, stepping inside, seized it without hesitation. Caesar, should I discover that you are conducting experiments on children, I shall return to eliminate you. However, if it is a child clad in a kimono, feel free to conduct your experiments as you wish. When Karl entered moments ago, he failed to notice the presence of any children. It appears he has yet to commence his experiments in gigantification. Very well, I understand. Caesar is currently exhibiting remarkable obedience, undoubtedly because he is keenly aware of the formidable strength possessed by the individual before him. Subsequently, Karl departed with the devil fruit in hand, showing no inclination to impose upon him. How could a scientist so singularly focused on surpassing Vegapunk deny such an opportunity? Upon returning to the ship, everyone cast curious glances at the devil fruit Karl held. Captain, what kind of devil fruit is this? Karl gazed upon the pink-hued artificial fish fruit, pondering that if he were to seize this devil fruit now, he could later eliminate that little life. After all, the general of Wano did not necessarily require his assistance. Kazuki Hiyori could suffice. Do you know what devil fruit Kaido of the Beast consumed? Karl inquired. I know this. It is the fish fruit, mythical Zoan. In the form of an azure dragon? And immediately responded. This one is merely a replica of Kaido's devil fruit, created by Vegapunk. At that time, he believed it to be a failure, which is why it was left here. However, this devil fruit is indeed a success, albeit in a different color. As you can see, it is pink. If Kaido's is in the form of an azure dragon, then this must be in the form of a red dragon. How extraordinary that a devil fruit could be manufactured. Karl, I too suddenly wish to try. Ellie expressed newfound interest in the artificial devil fruit. Ellie, be cautious. You are studying medicine. Refrain from such pursuits. Why not? I feel I could replicate it as well. Are you certain? Karl asked, somewhat incredulous, considering that Caesar had spent considerable time in research, yielding many defective products. Yes, I am certain, though it may require the sacrifice of a few devil fruits for experimentation. Very well, upon our return, you may commence your research. For now, gather some ordinary devil fruits. Seeing her confidence, Karl acquiesced. Let us depart. The scenery here is too dreary, and I have no appetite for a meal. Mother, the Bloodsword Master Karl has appeared. They have just entered the New World today. Over a month ago, upon witnessing the bounty of Karl's crew, Big Mom sought to invite them to a tea party, aiming to entice them. Of course, this was compulsory, and Big Mom had already prepared for a potential alliance. Mother, let Katakuri make the journey to invite him to my tea party. Yes, Mother. Karl remains oblivious to the fact that he has caught the attention of Big Mom. However, even if he were aware, he would not dwell on it. He is confident that he can defeat that old woman. Captain, where shall we head next? Vincent inquired of Karl. Let me think. We still have plenty of supplies, so let us seek out some uninhabited islands for treasure. Indeed, indeed. The Doldrums are home to many undeveloped natural islands. There could also be a plethora of rare ingredients. Karen was the first to express her agreement. Moreover, there might be devil fruits. My brother's devil fruit was discovered on an island in the Doldrums. Then let us proceed, Vincent, to the Doldrums for treasure hunting. Karl quickly made his decision. 2 days later, Karl and his crew encountered only a small island, and their supplies were dwindling. Captain, we are about to run out of food. We still have plenty of meat, but other essentials, especially seasonings, are running low. We must venture out to procure more. Karen emphasized the importance of their provisions. All right, we shall first seek a larger town to restock and take a few days to recuperate. 2 days later, the Tiger God ship arrived at Dressrosa, a kingdom of love and passion. These people are rather bold, aren't they? Is such familiarity commonplace on the streets? How tedious. Enel scoffed. The group found a tavern to lodge in. At that moment, Don Quixote da Flamingo had recently taken control of Dressrosa, and the Don Quixote family was busy assisting him in governing the kingdom. Da Flamingo had just received news from his subordinates that the Bloodsword hero had arrived in Dressrosa. Should we take any action? Diamante rushed to report this matter to Da Flamingo. Upon hearing this, Da Flamingo's expression turned serious, having recently assumed control of the kingdom. He did not wish for turmoil to arise at this juncture. Let us act as if we are unaware of his presence. For the next few days, let us keep a low profile and avoid provoking him. He is a monster capable of rivaling even a marine admiral. Da Flamingo contemplated, aware of the terror that lay within the aftermath of killing a celestial dragon and escaping unscathed. No one understood this horror better than he. Very well, Da Flamingo. I shall convey your orders. Diamante understood the formidable strength of a marine admiral well. They had once been pursued and forced to hide from Vice Admiral Tsuru. Thus, the might of the highest-ranking marine admiral would undoubtedly be greater. The fact that this Bloodsword hero could contend with such power underscored his terrifying abilities. Meanwhile, not far from Dressrosa, Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates was hastening towards the kingdom to deliver an invitation for a tea party from his mother. For reasons he could not quite articulate, he felt a sense of unease, believing that this invitation would not go smoothly. Nonetheless, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, his mother was one of the Sea Emperors of the New World. He did not believe anyone could decline the invitation of a Sea Emperor. Captain, why are there so many toys in this country? And why do they live like humans here? Karen gazed at the toys on the street, engaging in lively conversation, and found it utterly astonishing. For those toys were, in essence, human beings transformed by the touch of the user of the childlike fruit. Moreover, upon their metamorphosis into toys, everything related to them in this world would vanish, including the memories of everyone who knew them. They would no longer recognize them. Karl elucidated to the others. Just a mere touch, and one becomes a toy. Is not the wielder of the childlike fruit thus invincible? The crowd marveled at the capabilities of this devil fruit. How is that possible? Did I not mention that Haki is the cornerstone of true strength? Hence, Haki serves as the most effective means of defending against such rule-bound fruits. Upon hearing the captain assert that Haki could provide protection, the others felt reassured. Ailey, let us venture out for a stroll. The rest of you may indulge in your own activities. You wicked uncle, how could you not take us along? Huffed the children. Sister Karen, shall we also go out for a walk? Of course. Do you wish to join us? Karen inquired of the remaining few. I shall not accompany you. I need to continue my training, Benson replied, uninterested in anything else, solely focused on becoming stronger. My precious apple is gone. I must venture out to procure some more. With that, this peculiar fellow vanished in a flash of lightning. In that case, I shall join you, Adrian said, a hint of resignation in his tone. Karine possesses sufficient strength for self-preservation, however, and remains somewhat lacking and must accompany her for vigilance. Karl, the ambience of this establishment is quite appealing. Shall we dine here? Certainly. At this moment, Enel arrived at the docks, where the market boasted an array of fruits. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of a formidable individual approaching the port, piquing his interest, and in an instant, he flashed to the waterfront. Katakuri also took notice of him. Both were formidable warriors possessing exceptional observation haki. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of your captain? I am here to deliver an invitation. If you wish to know of our captain's location, you must first engage in battle with me. It seems there is no other option. Katakuri did not refuse. As one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, he held his own pride. In an instant, both vanished from the harbor, reappearing shortly at a secluded coastline. where thunder rumbled ominously and Haki surged through the area. Who is Enel battling? Doflamingo shouldn't be foolish enough to provoke them. Yaha, you are quite impressive. I acknowledge your strength. By the time Karl and his companions arrived at the site of their conflict, the battle had already concluded. Enel, having entered his thunder god form, had sent Katakuri flying. Though this transformation took a considerable toll on his own energy. Captain, this individual claimed to have matters to discuss with you. I deemed his strength worthy enough to engage in combat. Karl approached them, addressing Katakuri. You, the sweet commander of the Big Mom pirates, what brings you to seek me? Katakuri was taken aback by the formidable strength of the Thunder Fruit user, leaving him in a rather precarious situation. He realized that he would not accomplish his task today. Lord Karl, I have come to deliver the invitation to the tea party from Mother. Katakuri adjusted his attire as he spoke. Oh, an invitation from Big Mom? What does she seek from me? Mother wishes to arrange a marriage alliance with you. A marriage alliance? Has that old hag Big Mom truly lost her senses? The overwhelming power of Conqueror's Haki surged forth from Karl, as dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Azure Dragon Break. Karl unsheathed his blade, striking the new pavilion marquee with a single, decisive blow. Katakuri was sent flying, a deep gash appearing upon his body, blood streaming forth. You are not yet worthy to converse with me. This time, I shall spare your life. Return and inform that old hag, Big Mom, to cease her provocations. Otherwise, I shall venture to the world and put an end to her. Begone. Katakuri refrained from speaking further, acutely aware that he was far from being a match for his opponent. Rising to his feet, he departed without hesitation. Although his observation Haki had sensed the incoming strike, he found himself utterly unable to evade it. Moreover, he discerned that the Conqueror's Haki he had encountered was more formidable than that of his mother. This was troubling. He had provoked an individual of such caliber. He needed to return swiftly to inform his mother that this person might indeed surpass her in strength. At that moment, others had also arrived. Ellie recounted the recent events, inciting a wave of indignation among the group, all of whom yearned to confront Big Mom directly. How audacious of that old woman to set her sights on their uncle. The captain pondered whether they should indeed head to Whole Cake Island. Benson's expression was grim. Karl was not only a benefactor to him and his sister, but also the object of his sister's affection. The audacity of employing marriage as a means to insult his benefactor infuriated him. There's no need for that. Engaging the Big Mom pirates could lead to us being exploited by the Navy and the world government, who are currently eager for any opportunity to undermine us, he concluded. The group reflected on this, realizing that they lacked any allied forces should they defeat the Big Mom pirates. It would likely be the Navy and the world government who would benefit most. Let us return, he stated. Upon returning to their inn, they found Doflamingo awaiting their arrival. Esteemed Lord Karl, greetings. I am Doflamingo, the king of this nation, and I extend a warm welcome to you on behalf of the citizens of Dressrosa. Doflamingo had swiftly dispatched inquiries following reports of conflict within his realm, initially assuming that someone had provoked Karl. To his surprise, it was none other than Katakuri from the Big Mom pirates who had clashed with Karl's group, and he had left in haste, injured. Doflamingo now harbored concerns about Big Mom herself potentially seeking retribution. Should that occur, the ensuing battle could spell disaster for the entire kingdom. Fear not, Doflamingo. We are merely resting here for a couple of days before departing, provided we are not provoked, Karl assured him. Thank you, Lord Karl. I guarantee that your stay in Dressrosa will be free from disturbances. With that, Doflamingo took his leave from the inn, his tense demeanor finally easing. If it were up to him, he would prefer to avoid dealings with such significant figures altogether. Captain, why does this king seem so intimidated by us? Even if he is not our adversary, he need not grovel in such a manner. After all, he is a king. Adrian remarked with a hint of disdain at Doflamingo's behavior. Because we have slain celestial dragons, and it just so happens that Doflamingo was once one of them. Came the response. Once? Why is he no longer one now? This is a lengthy tale. For it was with great effort that Karl clarified the matters concerning Doflamingo and his family. Doflamingo, however, harbors a rather twisted psyche, having brutally murdered his own father. Serene holds no affection for Doflamingo. He plummeted from a divine status, one that afforded him a paradise-like existence, to the depths of humanity, where he faced humiliation from the very slaves he once looked down upon. Unable to bear such a stark contrast, his mind became warped, resulting in his current state. Having taken a break, the comfort of land was a welcome reprieve after drifting at sea for so long. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. 2 days later, once the supplies were replenished, the tiger gods set sail once more. In Wano, Katakuri finally returned and reported the events to Big Mom. Upon seeing Katakuri's demeanor, Big Mom was incensed. "Mother of all," exclaimed the bloodthirsty swordsman Karl. Her Conqueror's Haki instantly rendered the surrounding servants unconscious, causing many homies to vanish in an instant. Zeus, Prometheus, here, Mother, Perispero, prepare for departure immediately. I shall hunt that wretch down. Big Mom was filled with murderous intent, eager to set sail and settle the score with Karl. "Mother, please remain calm. Bloodthirsty swordsman Karl possesses strength comparable to yours, and he commands several formidable crew members. A rash approach could lead to our downfall." "What? Are you insinuating that I am not a match for that wretch? If I do not retaliate, what will others think of me?" Upon hearing this, Big Mom's ire only intensified. "That is not my intention, Mother. I merely suggest that without the advantage of home ground, we risk being exploited by other emperors. The danger is significant. Thus, we must devise a clever strategy to confront them." Upon hearing this, Big Mom calmed somewhat. After all, there were 2 others in these waters, equally ambitious as she, and she could not afford to give anyone an opportunity to exploit her. What then? Shall we simply let this go? Big Mom was unwilling to accept such a fate. "Fear not, Mother. As long as they continue to navigate the new world, and their goals align with ours, they will inevitably cross paths with us again. That will be our moment for vengeance." "Very well. You must all strive to cultivate your abilities. How can such a vast crew remain so inept? How will you assist me in claiming the throne of the Pirate King?" Big Mom declared, her frustration evident. "Yes, Mother, we understand." The gathered offspring replied in unison. Regardless of how furious Big Mom may be, Karl finds himself troubled by the persistent emptiness of his fishing endeavors. Today, an unexpected interest in fishing has awakened within Karl. Yet the thought of fishing alone diminishes his enthusiasm. Thus, he proposed a fishing competition at sea, leading to the current scene. Everyone, including Enel, has reaped rewards, while Karl remains empty-handed, casting doubts upon his existence. "Enel, have you perhaps employed the powers of a devil fruit?" Karl suspects that Enel has stunned the fish with his rumble fruit abilities before reeling them in. "Yahahaha. Captain, it appears even you have moments of defeat." Enel exclaims joyfully, relishing his victory over Karl for the first time. "Uncle, you truly lack skill if you can't catch even one fish. And you are no longer the obedient niece of your uncle to speak such hurtful words. My heart aches." Karl feigns a pained expression. "Humph, I merely stated the truth. Alas, you have grown, no longer resembling the child you once were." Karl pretends to speak profoundly. "Serene, let us indulge in grilled fish today." "Sure, I'll fetch the tools." Fishing while grilling sounds delightful. "I shall assist you." Soon, the deck is suffused with a tantalizing aroma. "Captain, your grilling skills are quite impressive." "Of course, in my youth, I was the renowned grilling expert of the village." "Is that so? I was unaware." Adrian interjects, attempting to undermine him. "Adrian, your fish will vanish shortly." No, I misspoke. The captain was indeed a legendary grilling maestro in his prime. Ha 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 ha. A newspaper bird? Hey, silly bird, come here for a newspaper. The delivery bird accepts 50 berries and hands over a newspaper before diligently returning to its master, Morgan's. Morgan's journalistic prowess leaves much to be desired, as he fails to grasp the concept of sensationalism. Such a disgrace. "Captain, is there any news?" Benson inquires. "Well, take a look for yourself." Karl hands the newspaper to Benson. As Benson reads, he encounters a headline. Big Mom's tea party invitation to the sword master of blood ends in failure, for sweet commanders severely wounded. The content is exaggerated to the point of depicting the Big Mom pirates as being thoroughly vanquished. "Captain, what does this bird brain intend? A new emperor of the sea?" "We have no interest in that, and none of the personal details he provided are accurate," Adrian remarks after glancing at the article. "If he didn't write it this way, how would the newspaper sell? News is news, and fabrications are what make it newsworthy. Why concern ourselves with that? I ask you, are you going to eat or not? If not, I shall cease grilling. We will eat." Serene's grilled fish, paired with her wine, is truly a delight. "Oh, Captain, it is mentioned that in a month, there will be an auction in the Kingdom of Nordis in the North Sea, where 4 devil fruits will be available. Should we consider attending?" Upon reading this news, Benson recalled that his sister was interested in researching devil fruits. Acquiring these fruits could indeed be advantageous. "Oh, does it specify what powers they possess?" Karl was somewhat taken aback by the audacious emergence of 4 devil fruits within a kingdom brazenly publicized without fear of theft. It is well known that Kaido has a particular fondness for Zoan-type devil fruits, and Big Mom would not overlook fruits associated with confections. Among these, there exists a Zoan-type bug fruit, granting the form of a colossal bee, a Zoan-type worm fruit, and two paramecia types, the taste fruit and the bag fruit. The bag fruit. Allow me to examine it. Karl took the newspaper, scrutinizing the description of the devil fruit abilities. The bag fruit, when consumed, transforms the individual into a large bag capable of holding approximately 100 cubic meters of goods. Remarkable. We shall reserve these 4 devil fruits. The other 3 can be entrusted to Ellie for research, as the bag fruit is indeed invaluable. Karl has always desired an item capable of storage, and the bag fruit seems to be an excellent choice. If he can find something to consume the bag fruit, he will acquire a storage pouch. It should be feasible for Vinsmoke Judge to make an item devour the devil fruit. In the early days of his voyage, Karl had contemplated seeking him out to craft several battle suits, but later he prioritized visiting Skypiea due to their proximity to Gaia Island. Shall we set sail now? Adrian inquired. What's the rush? Let us first enjoy the grilled fish. There is no need to fish further. This bounty is sufficient for our meal. Come. Let us celebrate our catch with a toast. Cheers. Cheers. Wait a moment. Uncle, you didn't catch any fish, so the celebration should be ours. Hey, why not return the grilled fish to me? The one you're eating was cooked by me. Karl felt a twinge of frustration. Why was this little rascal so mischievous? Hee, uncle, I'm just teasing you. Allow me to pour you some wine. While Karl and his companions indulged in their feast, turmoil brewed in the land of Wano. That detestable Morgans. How dare he belittle our Big Mom pirates? Does he seek his own demise? Big Mom seethed with fury. She had been incensed multiple times recently due to Karl and his crew. The latest newspaper had pushed her to the brink of wanting to eliminate Karl. And Morgans, it seemed, was living on borrowed time. The Charlotte family sensed their mother's ire and held their breaths, fearful that her wrath might turn upon them. The world was taken aback by this news. It was astonishing how this group had emerged, showing no respect to the Emperor of the Sea and even severely injuring Katakuri, who had been sent to deliver an invitation. Most alarmingly, Big Mom had yet to respond. The Whitebeard pirates, upon reading the news, exhibited indifference, for Whitebeard simply wished to enjoy peaceful days with his sons. Meanwhile, Kaido appeared eager, contemplating whether to assist this old woman in battle or seize some islands from her territory. The atmosphere within the red-haired pirates was tense. Having finally made their mark in the new world, they were reluctant to lose everything. The Navy, on the other hand, watched the events unfold with amusement, hoping these criminals would engage in conflict amongst themselves, allowing them to reap the benefits. Since the red-haired pirates entered the New World, the situation had stabilized, rendering the Navy nearly obsolete in these waters. Nonetheless, Karl paid no heed to such matters as they journeyed towards the North Sea. Karl, what do you think about founding a crew of our own? Ellie felt that their adventures at sea lacked something significant. Indeed, your suggestion resonates with me. We ought to embark on a meaningful endeavor. Let us ponder this further. By the way, where is that newspaper? Please hand it to me. Ellie presented the newspaper to Karl. The animal type, bug fruit, in its immense bee form, possesses the ability to produce a honey that can enlarge bees, enhancing their lifespan and speed, just as I remembered. What do you think about establishing a courier company? A service dedicated to delivering urgent packages to those at sea. If we acquire this devil fruit, we would command a formidable legion of giant bees, utilizing their swift capabilities to expedite our deliveries. Sounds rather promising, doesn't it? Merchant vessels not only contend with the myriad complexities of maritime weather, but also face the threat of piracy. However, if we could harness flight, our safety and speed would be significantly augmented. Ellie found this notion quite appealing. Thus, it was settled. We shall establish a courier company. We will name it Swiftwind Express. Swiftwind Express? The other's eyes lit up at the name. It is indeed splendid, carrying such a positive connotation. Uncle, this name is excellent. Very well. Let us hasten our journey to the North Sea. We must secure that devil fruit. Yes, they all replied in unison. Thus, the first and only courier company upon these vast seas was established. Over 20 days later, the Tiger God ship arrived at the kingdom of Dinos. A grand auction was imminent, drawing an increasing number of visitors. The appearance of the Tiger God ship immediately caused a stir among the crowd, many wondering if they too had come to participate in the auction. Upon docking, a man clad in an exquisite suit, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, awaited the ship's passengers with great respect. His name was Ginold, the young patriarch of the Kino family from the North Sea, who had orchestrated this auction. Learning of Karl, the blood sword master's presence, they became anxious, uncertain if he had come to partake in or disrupt the auction, thus sending Jinald to gauge the situation. When Karl and his companions disembarked, they encountered Jinald and his entourage. Esteemed Lord Karl, greetings. I am Jinald of the Kino family, the organizer of this auction. Might you be here to participate as well? Jinald inquired respectfully. Jinald of the Kino family? You surmise correctly, we have indeed come to partake in the auction. I have heard that you will be auctioning 4 devil fruits. Is that true? Yes, Lord Karl, we appreciate your arduous journey. We have arranged for you and your companions to stay at the finest hotel here, allowing you to rest for a few days. As the auction does not commence for another 3 days. Very well, lead the way. After over 20 days at sea, Karl and his companions were indeed fatigued and accepted without hesitation. Under the guidance of guard, they took up residence in the most luxurious hotel in the area. The harbor remained bustling with activity, as no one had anticipated that those 4 relatively ordinary devil fruits would attract such prominent figures to the auction. For a moment, those hoping to obtain the devil fruits felt utterly desolate. They were no match for Karl and his companions. 3 days later, the auction commenced as scheduled, with Karl and his entourage invited to the most esteemed VIP box. Esteemed guests, we warmly welcome you to this auction hosted by the Kino family. We have prepared an array of exquisite antiques, various rare gemstones, and renowned blades. Moreover, we have 4 devil fruits. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence. Let us behold the legendary treasures of the sea, the devil fruits. Yes, yes. Bring forth the devil fruits for our viewing. The crowd erupted in excitement. Comprised of pirates who had arrived over the past few days, all notable figures from the North Sea. Please, do not rush. The grand treasures will undoubtedly be presented last. We shall begin with the various antiques. The first item showcased was the crown of a king from over 3 centuries past. After more than an hour of the auction, Karl and his companions found themselves on the verge of slumber due to boredom. Esteemed guests, the next item on the auction block is a last-minute addition from the Kino family. Behold, a grand blade of level 21 craftsmanship. Instantly, the audience erupted in excitement. A blade of such caliber was indeed a remarkable find. Karl also regained consciousness. Although he possessed his own dark blade, he could offer it to Anya. This dagger, known as the Cold Moon, is crafted from rare minerals imbued with various ice attributes. A moment's negligence from the wielder may result in frostbite, so potential users must exercise caution. Now, let the bidding commence at an initial price of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. 130 million berries. 180 million berries. 300 million berries. I am Captain Derek of the Derek Pirate Crew. Who dares to contest me? Haha. To everyone's astonishment, it was none other than Derek. With a bounty of 96.06 million berries. Such a notorious villain had appeared. He was known for his cruelty, having allegedly plundered a major city in a world government-allied nation just a month prior, ruthlessly slaughtering its inhabitants. Witnessing such a ferocious pirate, the crowd hesitated to place further bids, fearing retribution from Derek. 500 million berries. Karl, however, did not regard this scoundrel with any respect. Who would dare to bid after knowing my reputation? Do they not fear for their lives? Derek was furious that someone dared to compete with him. Enel, divine judgment. In an instant, a bolt of lightning descended, incinerating Derek and several of his subordinates, sending them straight to their demise. As everyone recognized that a formidable figure had intervened, the atmosphere fell silent. With no further bids, the exquisite blade, the Cold Moon, was secured by the esteemed guest of Box 1. Let us extend our congratulations to the patron in Box 1. The audience erupted into applause as the staff delivered the blade. Karl held the blade, named Cold Moon, its pale blue surface emanating a chilling aura, undoubtedly a remarkable weapon, and filled with excitement, sensed the knife calling out to her. Uncle, she exclaimed, her eyes alight with eagerness, clearly imploring him to hand it over. Rest assured, this was meant for you. Karl replied with a chuckle, presenting the exquisite blade to her. Upon receiving it, and felt an exhilarating surge, as if the sword had come to life in her grasp, it was truly the perfect fit for her. The next item for auction was well known to all present, the fabled devil fruit. The atmosphere surged with fervor as cheers erupted. For this was a sight rarely seen, for fruits appearing at once. The first, a paramecia type called the taste fruit, promised to enhance one's sense of smell to an extraordinary degree, allowing the eater to detect myriad scents. The starting bid was set at 50 million berries. As the auctioneer's words echoed, Murmurs filled the hall. This fruit seems rather useless. Doesn't it? Enhanced smell? What a lackluster ability. After a prolonged silence without bids, Guard grew anxious. After all, it was still a devil fruit. 50 million berries. Karl prompted Ellie to place a bid. Regardless, this fruit would ultimately be for her research, and finally, someone raised their hand. Guard breathed a sigh of relief. 50 million berries. Is there another bid? After a moment of silence, the taste fruit was claimed by Box 1. Next came the second fruit, a paramecia type known as the bag fruit. This fruit would allow its consumer to transform their body into a space capable of holding roughly 100 cubic meters of cargo. Once again, the starting price was 50 million berries. 50 million berries. 60 million. 80 million berries. The bidders, likely merchants, understood how much simpler transporting goods would become with this ability. 100 million berries. 150 million berries. 155 million berries. Any further bids? When none came, the bag fruit was secured by the patron in Box 1 for 200 million berries. Karl later acquired the ant fruit and the bug fruit in its giant bee form for 150 million and 300 million berries, respectively. Following the conclusion of the auction, Karl settled his payments before departing. The Geno family had wished to invite Karl and his companions to a banquet, but they chose not to linger. Upon returning to their hotel, Karl instructed Adrian to gather intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the Germa 60 SIXS large snail, intending to confront Judge directly. Karl, whom do you intend to have consume this bee fruit? Among us, only Karine has yet to partake in a devil fruit, but this one hardly seems suitable for her. Ellie inquired of Karl. There is no rush. This vast ocean is not lacking in talent. However, we must find someone trustworthy to partake in this endeavor. My current consideration is the location of our express delivery company's headquarters. Should it be on Sky Island or Tiger Roar Island? Karl appeared somewhat uncertain. Recognizing that both locales are exceedingly secure, let us opt for Tiger Roar Island. Sky Island is rather elevated and not particularly convenient. Agreed. Then it shall be Tiger Roar Island. Early the following morning, the Tiger God set sail from the port of the Kingdom of Dinos, heading towards Germa 66. Captain, does Germa 66 truly possess the technology capable of allowing objects to consume devil fruits? Adrian expressed skepticism, as the notion of an object consuming a devil fruit seemed rather fantastical. Perhaps not, but Vinsmoke Judge can achieve this. He is one of the 3 most brilliant scientists in the world. 2 days later, they finally beheld the enormous snails that comprise the Kingdom of Germa. This is the Kingdom of Germa. No outsiders are permitted entry. As the Tiger God approached, they were promptly warned by Judge's clone soldiers. Move along. We shall seek the master of this place. With that, they disembarked, only to find all the clone soldiers aiming their weapons at Karl and his companions. Halt. Otherwise, we shall open fire. Karl was aware that these individuals were mere obedient replicas of Gaji, and he chose not to elaborate further, swiftly incapacitating them with his Conqueror's Haki. Before he could reach the main castle, Gaji emerged to greet him. Bloodsword hero Karl, what brings such a prominent figure to our Germa? Gaji inquired, his gaze betraying a hint of apprehension as he observed Karl and his companions. His 3 sons and daughter stood expressionless behind him. Vinsmoke Gaji, how progresses your research into bloodline factors? Karl questioned. Do you not see? These soldier replicas are the fruits of my endeavors. Gaji replied, a sense of pride evident as he surveyed the surrounding clones. In the eyes of the strong, an abundance of ordinary individuals is of little value. Thus I sense you have produced a plethora of useless beings. Let us not dwell on that. Can you make items consume devil fruits? For instance, this bracelet? Karl produced a finely crafted bracelet. Gaji pondered for a moment before responding. It is indeed possible, but will require some time, approximately 7 days. Is this the sole purpose of your visit? Oh, and we require some combat uniforms from Germa 66 as well, if no additional attributes are to be added. Would it be feasible to create something that can fly and provide defense? Creating such garments without added attributes is quite simple, yet they would lack combat efficacy. Are you certain of this? Gaji questioned, perplexed by the utility of uniforms devoid of combat strength. That will suffice. Let us order 50 sets, 30 for men and 20 for women. Rest assured, I shall compensate you generously. Very well, I can provide them in 7 days. You may remain in Germa during this time. I shall ensure your stay is comfortable. Upon hearing that Karl would pay rather than seek free handouts, Gaji's demeanor softened considerably. No need. We shall return in 7 days. Here is a paramecia-type devil fruit. Your task is to enable this bracelet to consume it, thereby forming a spatial bracelet. Karl handed the devil fruit to Gaji. What an intriguing concept. I understand, and I can indeed accomplish this. Gaji acknowledged, appreciating the ingenuity of the idea. Very well. We shall reconvene in 7 days. With that, Karl and his entourage departed for their ship. Captain, what do you intend to do with so many combat uniforms? Vincent queried. Somewhat perplexed, noting their relatively small number. In the future, the company will undoubtedly establish a presence on each island. This is intended for the heads of those stations. As a single combat uniform would be sufficient for self-protection. Although it is unlikely anyone would provoke us, it's better to be prepared, Karl explained. We shall initially focus on the first half of the Grand Line, starting with Paradise. Once Paradise is stabilized, we will extend our influence to the 4 seas. Speaking of which, I believe we should establish our headquarters on Gaia Island. What do you think? Gaia Island is ideally situated within Paradise and could serve as an excellent transit point. That is agreeable, but it will require a constant watch. However, this is not an issue. Both my brother and Enel possess the requisite strength, Ellie remarked. Then it is settled. Karl decisively proclaimed Gaia Island as the headquarters and transit station for Chiffon Express. However, we must first eradicate all the pirates above. It is perplexing why this island is infested with such brigands. Enel will take charge of Gaia Island. His observation Haki can oversee the entire territory. Ha ha ha. I shall not be burdened with governance. You need not manage anything. Your sole responsibility is to ensure the island's safety, Karl retorted sharply to Enel. Very well, then. Captain. There is a pirate ship ahead that is currently plundering a merchant vessel. Shall we investigate? At that moment, within the merchant ship's cabin, a woman adorned in noble attire was slowly awakening, her eyes clouded with confusion. Let us proceed. Should we encounter them, we shall offer assistance. I entrust this task to you. These pirates are of mediocre strength, making them ideal for honing your skills. Understood, uncle. And immediately fell into a battle-ready stance upon hearing this. As the tiger god drew near, the opposing pirates had already boarded the ship, without hesitation, and leaped forward. These pirates were feeble. They were typically comprised of petty ruffians from small towns, fierce in demeanor, yet lacking in prowess. Before long, and dispatched them. Each pirate marked by wounds festooned with icy shards. All done, and wiped his blade clean and sheathed it, then coolly addressed Karl. Quite impressive. Your combat instincts are commendable. At this juncture, aside from a handful of guests and a few crewmen, the rest on the merchant ship had perished. Let us depart. Wait. Suddenly, a woman stepped forward. Upon hearing a noise, Karl and his companions glanced back before continuing on their way. In such situations, those who are rescued often exhibit either gratitude or a desire for retribution. However, Karl had no interest in such trivialities. Hey, handsome, may I accompany you? I only wish to reach the Grand Line. I simply want to go to the East Blue. Murphy Daphne was certain that such individuals were the epitome of adventurers in the world of One Piece, akin to Luffy and his companions, rare, good-hearted souls. What do you intend to do in the East Blue? Since they had already referred to him as handsome, listening a little longer seemed inconsequential. I wish to visit Windmill Village. Rest assured, once I arrive at the Grand Line, I shall disembark and venture forth on my own. Upon receiving a response from the individuals across from her, Daphne clung to her hopes as if grasping a lifeline. Having recently arrived in this world, she had come from a noble family, only to witness her homeland being plundered that very night. As members of the esteemed Murphy family, they were prime targets for pirate raids. Tragically, most of her relatives had been slain, their riches stolen, leaving only her uncle alive, just when she thought she could rely on him. He proposed that she marry the king's son to restore their family's fortunes. Daphne feigned agreement, though the thought revolted her. The suitor was an exceedingly unattractive, corpulent man. Feeling insecure upon her arrival in this strange world, she had hoped to leverage her noble lineage to establish herself before heading to Windmill Village to seek familiarity with the protagonist and secure a place on a ship, her most prudent plan. Yet, this latest band of pirates had shattered her aspirations and introduced the peril of marrying the grotesque man. On that very day, seizing the opportunity while her uncle was away, she fled with all her savings. However, upon her escape, misfortune struck. She had intended to board a merchant ship bound for the Grand Line, but found herself confronted by a pirate vessel. As the merchant ship was assailed, she fell and lost consciousness. She awoke only to the distant sounds of shouting on the deck, now with no means of escape. The merchant ship was unlikely to reach the Grand Line, and they were still adrift at sea. Thus, these adventurers before her became her last hope. She endeavored to appear as pitiable as possible, hoping to evoke their compassion. Karl gazed at her for several seconds. sensing an oddity about this woman who dared to board a stranger's vessel. If you're unafraid, then come aboard, he decided to assist her. Thank you. Thank you. Daphne realized she had succeeded. Indeed, playing the role of a distressed woman often elicits sympathy from men. Vincent, set sail. The tiger god departed from the region. Thank you all. My name is Murphy Daphne, an orphan. I am grateful for your rescue. Miss Daphne, what brings you to the East Sea? Ellie inquired, her curiosity piqued. After all, it was quite remarkable that a woman, particularly one as beautiful yet seemingly helpless as she, would venture out to sea alone. My family was ravaged by pirates. My parents perished at their hands. Here in the North Sea, pirates abound far more than in the East, so I wish to seek a new life there. Listening to Daphne's plight filled Ellie with compassion, as her own village had suffered a similar fate, leaving only her and her brother. Daphne, why not stay with us for a while? Once we conclude our business in the North Sea, we may even journey to the East, Ellie offered, wishing she could escort her to the East. Really? Thank you, Ellie. Daphne felt a surge of fortune. It seemed that in times of peril, help would always find her. No need for thanks. Come, let me show you to the cabin so you can change your clothes. With that, Ellie led her toward the ship's quarters. Captain, I find this woman rather peculiar. Something feels off, Enel declared, having just leaped down from the mast, where he had been observing in case of an ambush on his comrade. It's fine. Most of what she said seems truthful, and her combat abilities are too feeble to stir up much trouble. Just then, Ellie and Daphne emerged, and Karl remarked, well, she looks quite lovely after a good wash. Isn't Daphne beautiful? Ellie chimed. Daphne felt a bit bashful. However, upon seeing Enel, she suddenly lost her composure. Enel, what are you doing here? Weren't you on Skypea? Humph. I knew something was amiss. Who exactly are you? I saw your bounty notice some time ago. I have perused your bounties, Daphne said, her anxiety evident as she realized she had spoken too freely. How do you know Enel was previously on Skypea? Karl wondered, a bold thought forming in his mind. Though he remained uncertain. I suppose you would believe me if I said it was merely a guess? Daphne replied, her tone tentative. Captain, this woman is not being honest. We should throw her back, Enel asserted, sensing ill intent in her demeanor. Karl circled around Daphne and then addressed her with the phrase, the heavenly king covers the earth. Daphne's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing those words. The pagoda suppresses the river monster, she exclaimed. Goodness, you truly are. Karl felt a surge of excitement, astonished to encounter a fellow townsman in such an unexpected place. It was simply incredible. Daphne, hearing that familiar exclamation, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, as if she were enveloped in the sounds of her homeland. Overcome with emotion, she rushed into Karl's embrace and wept. Those around them wore expressions of confusion, while Ellie felt an unsettling sense, as if her home had been invaded. Karl felt a twinge of embarrassment and explained to the crowd. This is someone I met shortly after my arrival from Tiger's Roar Island. You have never seen her before, and after all these years, I scarcely recognize her myself. He added, now, let's not dwell on tears. No one here will harm you. Allow me to introduce my companions. Daphne's eyes were swollen from crying. In a world where pirates could strike at any moment, encountering a dependable fellow countryman overwhelmed her emotions. The one who just took you to change clothes is Ellie, our ship's doctor and my wife. Karl sensed Ellie's jealousy and knew he must quickly reassure her. Upon hearing Karl's introduction, Ellie visibly brightened, her jealousy dissipating. Daphne, it's all right now. From this day forth, we are partners. Thank you, Ellie. Daphne replied. This is Vincent, our helmsman and Ellie's brother. The one with the rifle is Adrian, our sharpshooter. And this gentleman here is our shipwright, the skilled fisherman Jerry. His craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Lastly, we have Corinne, our chef, renowned for her exquisite culinary creations. And you are already acquainted with Enel. She is my niece, Portasti. And Portasti, Daphne exclaimed, taken aback. Isn't that the surname of Ace's mother, Rouge? Fear not, it is indeed as you surmise. I shall elaborate on that later. For now, let us celebrate the arrival of our new companion with a feast. As per tradition, we shall have teppanyaki. Understood, Captain. Corinne responded as she set off to prepare. Before long, the deck was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled delicacies. Come, let us welcome our new companion. Cheers. Cheers. Echoed 8 voices in unison. Corinne's brewing skills had evidently improved, prompting Jerry to exclaim, ha, I downed a large cup in one go. Indeed, the quality surpassed what they had enjoyed on Fishman Island. When it came to alcohol, Benson was an authority, as he relished 2 pursuits above all, training and drinking. Of course, I have been refining it all along. Have you already visited Fishman Island? How was it? Was it beautiful? Were there many mermaids? Daphne, having just arrived, had yet to explore other locales. The scenery at Fishman Island is magnificent, and the mermaid sisters are incredibly gentle, and recalled how kind the mermaid sisters had been during her shopping excursions. And what of Princess Shirahoshi? I wonder how she is faring and if she is diligently training. I find myself missing her. Princess Shirahoshi from Fishman Island? Is she truly as beautiful as they say? Daphne pondered, realizing she was speaking of the mermaid princess from One Piece. A figure whose beauty could rival that of the Empress herself. Indeed, but she is somewhat timid. I do worry about her safety without my protection. Should I discover anyone bullying her, I would surely exact my vengeance. With a fierce tone, declared, well, I have King Neptune looking after me, and 3 elder brothers pampering me, so who would dare to bully me? Drink your milk. Karl gently patted N's head. Oh, uncle, please stop patting my head. I won't grow tall. She quickly sidestepped and sat beside Karine. Ha ha ha, isn't this just a habit? After a splendid banquet, everyone welcomed Daphne. And it wasn't until the late hours of the night that they tidied up and returned home to rest. Karl and Daphne were still sipping drinks on the deck. When did you arrive here? Karl inquired. Just a few days ago. There was a situation at my company that required my urgent attention. On my way. I was involved in an accident and ended up here. You can't imagine how frantic I was upon arrival. Initially, I thought I could thrive by leveraging my noble lineage and then head to Windmill Village in the East Sea, surely the safest place in the world of One Piece. Once I formed friendships with the main characters, my life would be secure. However, before I could even establish myself, the country I found myself in was attacked by pirates. And all my plans were thrown into disarray. To make matters worse, my uncle intended to marry me off to a prince of that land, a grotesque, overweight one. So, I seized the opportunity to escape while he was distracted. You know the rest. Don't all transmigrators have a special ability? Don't you? Karl remarked, astonished at encountering such an underwhelming transmigrator. I have nothing. It's baffling, transmigrating into the world of One Piece with absolutely no advantages. Daphne expressed her exhaustion. What about you? Do you have a special ability? I don't either. However, the original owner of my body consumed a devil fruit and perished. Which is how I came to be here. The place I arrived at was a windless island, and I had a master swordsman living next door. I trained with him from a young age, which is how I developed my current skills. What level of strength do you possess now? Well, I can confidently say that a Navy admiral would not stand a chance against me, as that devil fruit significantly enhanced my physical attributes. It's a mythical Zoan type, the cat fruit model, Baize. Baize is an ancient divine beast, quite formidable. Wow, a mythical Zoan, rarer than even a Logia. I shall rely on you in the future. Why is it that as fellow transmigrators, I have nothing? It feels so unfair. Don't worry. Additionally, I possess a systematic training regimen, as well as the Navy's 6 powers. Would you like to learn? The Navy's 6 powers? I want to learn. This world is vast and perilous. I feel incredibly insecure without power. Alright, once we reach Gaia Island, I'll teach you. Also, I've commissioned 50 battle suits from Germa 66, tailored by Vinsmoke Judge, for you to wear. Battle suits from Germa 66? That is fantastic. Absolutely. It's such a stroke of luck to meet a fellow countryman in this world. At times, I feel quite solitary. Me too. I'm grateful to have met you. Otherwise, today might have been my last day in this world. By the way, you mentioned your company? Goodness, you weren't a businesswoman in your past life, were you? A female CEO? I merely took over my family's business. I had just returned from studying abroad and assumed control not long before arriving here. I have no idea how my parents are doing. Daphne's heart sank at this thought. I'm not good at comforting others, but rest assured. As long as you are aboard this ship, I will be your support. Thank you, Karl. Daphne approached, embracing Karl and collapsing into his arms. By the way, Daphne, since you are capable of managing your family's business, we shall entrust our company to you as well. You will be the general manager of our express delivery company. Express delivery? Are you planning to develop the courier industry here? Yet, with so many pirates around, will the deliveries even reach their destinations? Of course they will. I have already resolved that issue. The purpose of our journey to the North Sea is to prepare for this very endeavor. Daphne gazed at Karl with a hint of confusion, unable to fathom how they could deliver packages without concern for the pirates at sea. We came to the North Sea to attend an auction, where we secured 4 devil fruits. Among them is a Zoan-type bug fruit, in the form of a giant bee. Consuming it will transform the eater into a bee-human hybrid, capable of producing a honey that, when consumed by bees, will cause them to grow larger and enhance their speed and lifespan. What do you think? The idea of cultivating a bee army to facilitate deliveries is rather brilliant, isn't it? Moreover, I have gained a certain reputation at sea. Only the top-tier powers would dare to provoke me. Indeed, that is quite feasible. If this company is established, it could be immensely profitable. Daphne felt a surge of excitement. Managing a company for profit was her forte. By the way, you mentioned acquiring 4 devil fruits. What are the abilities of the other 3? Could I possibly have one to consume? She gazed at Karl with hopeful anticipation. Providing you one is certainly not an issue. But the abilities of those 3 are rather lackluster and not suitable for you. How about this? When we return to Tiger Roar Island, I will give you a superior devil fruit. Oh, by the way, Tiger Roar Island is my home in the Calm Belt. You possess other devil fruits? My goodness, how fortunate you are. Many spend their entire lives without ever obtaining even one, yet you have so many. Fortunate? Hardly. I have taken them from the celestial dragons. Do you remember Fisher Tiger from the Fishmen? Yes, he seems to have climbed the red line with his bare hands, liberating many slaves. But I believe he was eventually killed by the Marines. I was part of that operation. I worked alongside Rayleigh, Fisher Tiger, and the old woman from Amazon Lily, as well as Shaki. It was during that time that I seized my devil fruits. Is that so? What abilities do the devil fruits you acquired possess? I have a Logia-type Cloud fruit, and I intend for you to consume it. This Cloud fruit is a superior variant of Smoker's Smoke fruit. What do you think? Of course, if you do not desire this one, I possess others as well, both Paramecia and ancient Zoan types. No need, I want the Cloud fruit. It grants immunity to physical attacks and the ability to fly. By the way, Karl, are you truly willing to let me consume this precious Logia-type fruit? Daphne could hardly believe it. Certainly. In a sense, you are my only family in this world, and I trust you understand that feeling. Thank you, Karl. Daphne embraced Karl and planted a kiss on him. Karl was momentarily taken aback. Wait. This is not a woman from the world of One Piece, but rather the CEO from his previous life. Are all female executives this forward? However, upon reflection, it makes sense. No matter how things were in his past life, she has now transformed into a delicate beauty, and having witnessed the terrifying pirates today, one can only imagine her current state of mind. After pondering for a moment, Karl cast aside his reservations and passionately kissed Daphne, only parting when he nearly lost control. As he gazed at the glistening sheen on her lips, he found himself unable to resist, pulling her close and leaning down. We can't stop now, Daphne said, her words coming out in fragments. What's wrong? It's not appropriate on the ship. I can't let go. I've never experienced anything like this. Moreover, I feel guilty towards Ellie. It is I who should apologize to you. In truth, it's not just Ellie who is my wife, but also Empress Hancock. Do you mind? Humph. Men are truly all the same. Are there any others? No, just the 3 of you. I swear, Karl assured Daphne. How fortunate for you. By the way, is Empress Hancock truly that enchanting? She is quite similar to both of you in terms of figure and beauty. It's merely that she consumed the sweet fruit, which greatly enhances her allure. Then your promise is that you may only have us 3. Otherwise, you shall face consequences. Thank you, Daphne. Observing Daphne's bashful demeanor and her enticing lips, Karl kissed her once more, only releasing her several minutes later. Well, it's quite late now. I'm just an ordinary person. My stamina isn't what it used to be. I must get some sleep. Besides, I need to plan for the courier service tomorrow. Having decided to embark on this venture, I am determined to make it the best in this world. Daphne is certainly not just a pretty face. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement at encountering a loved one. All right, off to bed. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively tonight. Your constitution is too fragile right now, and you might not withstand me. Haki, you rascal. Hurry and go to sleep. Daphne playfully dashed back to her room to rest. Karl never anticipated that there would be a second time traveler, who not only became his partner but also a formidable female CEO. Now, it seems the courier company will have someone to oversee its operations. Karl reclined on the beach chair, gazing at the sky. Following the resolution of the matters in the North Sea, he decided to leave Ainalu with Benson to clear the island of pirates, while Daphne would oversee the construction efforts. Subsequently, he planned to return to Tiger Roar Island to retrieve the devil fruit and check on the old man Derek, whose apprentices should be ready to set out as well. He intended to bring them to Gaia Island to fabricate several generators, thereby gradually transforming Gaia Island into a bustling hub for goods. With that settled, he thought to himself, it was time to sleep. Daphne returned to her room, her face flushed with warmth. Goodness, what has come over me today? I have surrendered my long-guarded first kiss. Although Karl is quite handsome, I was far too forward today. Could it be that my character has changed since crossing into the world of One Piece? Surely, the original self must be influencing me. Indeed, it must be. By the way, I never realized that kissing felt this way. It was truly delightful, and that rogue even dared to touch me inappropriately. How wicked of him. Yet, it felt good. Wait, Daphne, what are you thinking? Time to sleep. But every time I close my eyes, that scoundrel appears. Curse you, Karl. Tomorrow, I shall break you. As Karl returned to the room, he was taken aback upon seeing Ellie sleeping on her side. A pang of concern struck him. Had she perhaps not fallen asleep? He lay down beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. I thought you wouldn't come back to sleep tonight, Ellie said, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. How could I? I simply hadn't seen her in a while and ended up chatting with her for quite some time, Karl replied, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. Daphne had once been the sole daughter in her household and possessed experience managing a large family business. Thus, I suggested she take on the role of general manager at the express delivery company, which is why my conversation with her extended for so long. What does the position of general manager entail? Can she be fully trusted? Ellie inquired, a trace of uncertainty in her voice. The general manager is akin to the president. Given that we are currently under a bounty from the world government, it is the wisest choice for her to publicly assume that role at the express delivery company. Now I understand, Karl. Do you have feelings for her? I find it hard to believe that nothing existed between you before. It seems she harbors quite the affection for you, Ellie remarked, slightly exasperated. She had initially arranged for Hancock to keep a watchful eye on Karl, and now, it seemed, another sister had joined their ranks. Ellie, Daphne's situation is rather intricate, and I promised her I wouldn't disclose the details to anyone. However, she is someone I can trust completely. I sense that her feelings for me are more about reliance than affection. In a sense, I have become her sole family in this world, Karl confided, holding Ellie closer. Thus, she regards me as her only pillar of support. Unlike you and Hancock, who have each other, she is utterly alone in this world. I understand, but you must promise me that it will only be the three of us from now on. All right? Ellie nudged closer to Karl. Thank you, Ellie. I promise there won't be anyone else in the future, Karl affirmed, his gaze steadfast as he looked at her. Such a rascal. Are you pleased now? It will just be the three of us from here on. Ellie teased, though she added, while I may have accepted this, Hancock is not so easily swayed. Indeed, although Hancock can be quite love-struck, she is also a formidable user of Conqueror's Haki. 2 is already her limit. Karl gazed at Ellie in his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her lips before speaking. Ellie, my dearest wife, you will assist me, won't you? Humph. It depends on my mood, she replied teasingly. How dare you infect your husband? Tonight, I shall ensure your spirits are elevated. With that, he tore off Ellie's nightgown and pressed her beneath him. Karl, no? They will find out on the ship. Ellie exclaimed in alarm. Fear not, for during the renovations, the soundproofing in every room was crafted from the finest materials. They shall not hear a thing. With a sultry glance, Ellie playfully scolded Karl. Before long, the room was filled with enchanting sounds. Under Karl's soothing comfort, Ellie's spirits soared, ultimately bringing her to tears of joy. Once Karl had successfully cheered her up, he felt assured that all was well. After all, he was aware that the two women often communicated through their discreet devices. He then held her delicate form and drifted into slumber. The following day, Ellie had already forged a strong bond with Daphne. Indeed, a harmonious family is of utmost importance. At Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku received news. The infamous blood sword master Karl and his crew had arrived in the North Sea. What business do they have in the North Sea? Sengoku pondered, setting down his pen as he processed the information. Just days prior, at the auction in the Kingdom of Dinos, they had acquired 4 relatively ordinary devil fruits and had subsequently visited Germa 66. They were currently navigating the northern waters. As reported by King Branu, investigate their purpose for venturing into the North Sea. Such individuals do not travel aimlessly across the seas. Furthermore, instruct the North Sea Navy to avoid any confrontation with them. Sengoku commanded decisively. Understood, Fleet Admiral. What is the true intention of the blood sword master Karl? Sengoku found himself perplexed, as since this crew had appeared on the seas, there had been no clear indication of their goals. Sighing, he lamented the increasing burdens that accompanied his position as Fleet Admiral, feeling his energy dwindle. Captain, I am running low on apples, Inaru exclaimed, approaching Karl with an apple in hand. Karl gazed at him with an odd expression, pondering just how much this fellow adored apples. He could forego all other sustenance as long as apples were within reach. Let us find a nearby island to dock, Karl suggested to Benson. Indeed. This morning Kareen mentioned that our supplies are dwindling. A day later, the tiger god anchored at a land known as the Kingdom of Dreams. This realm was adorned with a plethora of rainbow trees, thriving on the wealth derived from the vibrant fruits they bore, though such prosperity was reserved for the nobility. While the nation flourished, its common folk endured hardships. A rather peculiar law governed this land. The commoners were forbidden from consuming the rainbow fruits. This stipulation arose from an agreement forged between merchants and the aristocracy, who marketed these fruits as exquisite delicacies, accessible only to the elite. The rainbow fruit, despite its flavor resembling that of a cucumber, was immensely favored among nobles from various nations. The desire for possession among the aristocracy was insatiable, as they were not hindered by a lack of wealth. Consequently, the demand for rainbow fruits soared, prompting the king to decree the nationwide cultivation of rainbow trees. Even in fields designated for grain, every day, citizens toiled in orchards, earning meager wages to procure food. However, with the cessation of grain cultivation, food prices skyrocketed, rendering it increasingly difficult for the common people to secure basic sustenance. "This kingdom is breathtaking," exclaimed Ellie, admiring the scenery that resembled an everlasting rainbow. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful. Let us find a place to rest before we procure supplies tomorrow." Thus, the group sought out a pleasant inn to stay. "This land is rather peculiar," Karl remarked, observing the emaciated commoners outside. "What troubles you, Captain? Is there something amiss in this kingdom?" Adrian inquired. "Yes, I find it strange," Karl replied. "The port is bustling with activity, which would typically suggest a prosperous nation. Yet, the people appear frail, as if they are unable to fill their bellies." Jerry echoed Karl's sentiment, adding, "They must be severely exploited. Moreover, I just noticed that the prices at the grain shops outside are exorbitant." Karen found it rather peculiar that, despite the exorbitant prices of food, numerous individuals were still queuing to make their purchases. However, this was not our concern, nor was it within our realm of expertise. Karl is acutely aware of his own capabilities, and he is no savior. His sole desire is to safeguard those around him. The vast ocean is rife with such matters, and unless we possess the power to upend the world, our interventions will yield little change. Although our current strength is sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation in the Navy and the world government, we are merely capable of self-preservation. The captain is correct. "It is enough for us to protect our loved ones," Benson remarked. The others concurred with this sentiment. Karl glanced at his companions and noted with satisfaction the absence of any overly virtuous individuals. "I am preparing to accompany Daphne for some shopping. Do any of you wish to join us?" Ellie intends to accompany Daphne in search of clothing, as Daphne has yet to change into her own attire and is still wearing Ellie's. "Oh my, Sister Ellie, and also wishes to join in the outing." Annie, after making her declaration, promptly vanished. The others showed no inclination to venture out. Karl himself had no desire to engage in shopping, particularly not in the company of women. "Do exercise caution while you are out, and contact me via the phone bug should anything arise," Karl advised the three women. "Understood, Uncle. Come on, Sister Ellie, Sister Daphne," and then took hold of both their hands and they departed. Those who were meant to go out had left, while the remaining few retreated to the house to rest. Karl returned to his room and took out his phone book, intending to call home after a long absence of communication. "Brr, click, Karl. What is the matter? What prompted you to reach out to the family today?" "It's my fault. Sister, how is everyone at home? Have you been taking the health supplements that Ellie prepared for you as instructed? Given your age, exercising is no longer suitable for you, and you certainly don't wish to consume the devil fruit. Thus, Ellie has developed a remedy that, with long-term usage, can enhance your physical constitution. Everyone is well at home. We have been following Ellie's advice regarding the medication, and now Mom and Dad are in great shape. By the way, Karl, Captain Dylan and the others have returned with your bounty notice. How did you end up being targeted by the world government?" Hearing that his family's health had improved brought joy to Karl. "Oh, that. While we were in the Sabaody archipelago, Ellie and the others went out shopping and caught the attention of a celestial dragon who attempted to abduct them. I ended up killing that celestial dragon. And how are you all faring now? And Anne, is she well?" Upon hearing Karl mention the slaying of a celestial dragon, Ruccio felt a tinge of worry. "Fear not. We had a skirmish with a Marine admiral, and when Vice Admiral Karp arrived, he didn't trouble us either. We are quite formidable, unless we directly approach Marine headquarters. They wouldn't exert themselves to pursue us. and is doing splendidly now, and she has grown quite powerful. She is currently out shopping with Ellie, so do not worry. Sister, just remember to be cautious, all right? Understood, sister. Do you have any news about Ace? Did Vice Admiral Karp mention anything when you saw him? Ruchio had been preoccupied with thoughts of Ace, who had left her shortly after birth, leaving her with a sense of guilt. Vice Admiral Karp did not say anything. But Ace should be doing well. Rest assured, he is the son of Roger. He is not that frail. By the way, sister, how's the situation with the Guardian Brigade on Tiger Roar Island? Are you aware? I'm not entirely sure. But I believe the Guardian Brigade now consists of 300 members. Uncle Daren mentioned that all 300 have learned the 6 styles or something similar. The specifics are beyond my knowledge. All right, I understand. Sister, I plan to return home in a while. Understood. All right then, goodbye for now, sister. God Karl is preparing to return and select 20 individuals from the guard team. The express delivery company will initially establish 10 courier stations across various countries. And these 20 individuals will serve as leaders, with 2 assigned to each island. This strategy has been meticulously orchestrated by Daphne, who aims to cultivate a positive reputation from the outset. The plan involves these 20 individuals recruiting a cadre of salespersons across the 10 nations or islands, subsequently utilizing the Colossal Bee to facilitate deliveries between them. Initially, the scope of operations need not be extensive. Once the business stabilizes across these islands, gradual expansion can ensue. Karl believes that Daphne's vision is quite astute. However, the bee fruit has yet to be found by anyone. Perhaps when he returns to Tiger Roar Island, he will discover a suitable candidate. Meanwhile, on the streets outside, the 3 women are thoroughly enjoying their shopping excursion, although their purchases amount to little. Primarily consisting of a few garments for Daphne, Karl was rather intimidated by their shopping habits, which is why he chose not to accompany them. They would wander into any shop that piqued their interest, lingering for an extended period without making any purchases. When questioned, they would merely express dissatisfaction, leaving Karl perplexed. He often wondered why they spent so much time browsing if they found nothing appealing. Daphne, that cheongsam suits you perfectly, he remarked. Your uncle is incredibly fortunate to have 3 such wonderful women. I find myself envious. As an observed Daphne stepping out in the cheongsam, she exclaimed, it looks stunning. Really? I've never worn a cheongsam before, so I thought I'd give it a try. Daphne giggled, covering her mouth. It truly is lovely. By the way, Daphne, what are you to my uncle? And inquired. And Ellie developed feelings for him because he saved her, and they grew close over time. Aunt Hancock fell for him after he rescued her from the celestial dragons. But you were saved by me, and said indignantly, what is so special about this fickle uncle that 3 such beautiful women adore him? And my relationship with your uncle is quite intricate. It cannot be explained in just a few sentences. Besides, he is undeniably handsome. Of course, I am drawn to him, Daphne thought to herself, contemplating whether she should reveal that she and An's uncle were not of this world. You're still young, and you will understand in due time. By the way, try on this dress. I have a feeling it will look marvelous on you. Ellie suggested, convinced that An would look exquisite in a gown. No way. I refuse to wear a dress. I aspire to be the foremost female swordsman, and my attire must be bold and striking, An declared, clutching her sword with a fierce demeanor. Very well, then, esteemed swordswoman. How about we indulge in some food now? Let us savor the local flavors, Ellie proposed. Sounds good. Let's go. The 3 of them headed toward the port, where the restaurants were plentiful. Before they reached the harbor, they encountered the kingdom's military maintaining order, with citizens lining the streets. The 3 women noticed the king and nobles present, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Soon enough, a luxurious ship, escorted by the navy, sailed into the port, teeming with CP agents. Daphne immediately recognized the situation. The celestial dragons had arrived. Welcome, Lord Topman Fedra, to the Rainbow Kingdom. The king and nobles bowed in respect, while the commoners knelt in deference. Before long, a celestial dragon adorned with a glass dome descended from the ship, escorted by CP0 agents. Are you the king of this realm? The celestial dragon inquired. Indeed, Lord Fedra. A banquet has been prepared in the palace, and we sincerely invite you to join us. The king was elated. The celestial dragons were gracing their kingdom with their presence, a tremendous honor. Let us proceed, he said, stepping onto the carpet leading to the palace. Why aren't those commoners kneeling? The celestial dragon demanded, as he prepared to raise his firearm and shoot. He caught sight of Daphne clad in a cheapao, stirring a restless desire within him. Go, bring her here. I wish for her company at tonight's banquet. commanded Phaedra to CP0. Yes, my lord, replied the CP0 agent, swiftly making his way to the three women. The celestial dragon demands your presence at the banquet. Come forth. Meanwhile, and felt a chill creeping over her. Get away at once, Ellie declared, standing resolutely before them. Impudent, exclaimed the CP0 agent, immediately springing into action. The confrontation ensued as Ellie engaged in combat with him, prompting him to rush forward and join the fray against the CP agents. Daphne, feeling a pang of concern, quickly contacted Karl using a transponder snail. In an instant, a formidable presence manifested in the sky, and none other than Karl, the Bloodsword Master. My lord, quickly board the ship. It is the Bloodsword Master Karl. He is the one who vanquished Lord Valarald. The CP0 agent, recognizing Karl, retreated and pulled his master aboard the vessel. Karl is now exceedingly furious. Twice already. Those swine. Captain. Enel was the first to sense Karl's imposing aura and hurried over. Shall I take action directly? Enel could clearly see that Karl was extremely enraged. No, this time I shall handle it personally. Karl observed as the celestial dragon and the CP agents boarded the vessel. While the Navy stood by, their faces etched with terror, they had been cautioned not to provoke Karl. In a state of panic, they hastily retreated. At that moment, a few remaining individuals arrived. Though uncertain of the circumstances, they sensed Karl's wrath and promptly positioned themselves behind him. Karl gazed as the celestial dragon's vessel gradually departed from the harbor, just as the CP agents and the Navy believed they could retreat in safety. Ominous clouds suddenly gathered above, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Karl soared into the sky, enveloped by swirling flames and clouds. In an instant, his muscles transformed, and soon a colossal tiger-like beast materialized in the air, surrounded by white mist. At that moment, the members of CP0 aboard the ship felt an overwhelming dread. Lord Karl, please, do not take action. We can offer compensation, one of the CP0 agents shouted. Kneel. A voice, laden with undeniable authority, resonated in the ears of all present. You lowly wretches, dare you demand I kneel? The Marine Admiral is imminent. Apologize at once and become my servant, or I shall command the Admiral to end your lives. Fidela, gazing at the monstrous creature in the sky, felt exhilarated, yearning for such subjugation. It is over, the celestial dragon's voice echoed, and the CP0 agent realized their fate was sealed. Hellfire. Indeed, the massive beast above opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of fire that warped the surrounding air with its intense heat. The colossal fireball struck the celestial dragon's ship directly, incinerating both vessel and crew, while the dragon's flames pierced the ocean, creating a vast whirlpool. In the distance, the escorting Navy ships exhibited remarkable foresight, having departed the harbor well in advance. Staring at the gaping void in the sea, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Navy, return and inform Sengoku that no celestial dragons shall ever be permitted where we tread again. Leave. Yes, yes. Lord Karl, we shall depart immediately. The warships hastily fled, for they were not the idealists of the headquarters. Their only desire was to survive. As Karl witnessed the Navy retreat, he gradually transformed back into his human form and soared back. Captain, the others gathered around him. Are you three all right? We're fine. We just got into a fight. And then you arrived. Ellie, now somewhat exhilarated, was witnessing Karl's devil fruit ability for the first time, especially in his full beast form. Karl, was that your devil fruit power just now? It was incredible, Daphne exclaimed with excitement. Yes, it was my first time using the full beast form outside. I was furious. Those wretched fools. Let's leave this place. Otherwise, the civilians won't dare to rise. The group departed, and only then did the townsfolk begin to stir, some drenched in sweat, as if they had just traversed the gates of hell. A reporter from the World Economic News Agency was aflame with excitement, having captured the entire scene on camera. He needed to send the photos back to his editor immediately. This was monumental news. Upon receiving the information, Morgans was beside himself with glee, flapping his wings and exclaiming, "This is a sensational story." He promptly ordered the printing of the news to be expedited, to be dispatched worldwide the following day. With a title he had already conceived, Tiger God Karl's majestic declaration. Wherever he appears, the celestial dragons must retreat. He was certain this news would ignite the world. This time, not only had the celestial dragons met their demise, but Karl had boldly declared that they could no longer appear wherever he was present. It was crucial to remember that these were the celestial dragons, deities in the eyes of many. As Morgans relayed the news, The Navy headquarters also received word. What? He killed another celestial dragon. How could they have been there? And what was the reason this time? Sengoku felt his head spinning. Another had perished so soon after the last. Rumor had it that the celestial dragon attempted to seize Karl's woman, and even Bian found it hard to utter that phrase. These bastards. Sengoku was close to his wit's end, exasperated with their incessant folly. Also, Admiral Sengoku, take a look at these photographs. Bian placed the images captured by the Navy on the table. Sengoku was taken aback. A mythical Zoan. His devil fruit was indeed of the mythical variety. Blur blur. Sengoku turned to the ringing transponder snail, his eyes widening. He was about to face another reprimand. He picked up the snail, and indeed, a barrage of scolding ensued. Sengoku, why has another celestial dragon perished? The last incident was hardly long ago, and this time, it was the same individual. Is this how you protect the celestial dragons? The world government's reputation has been ruined by your navy. Furthermore, why was Karl allowed to leave without capture last time? I demand an explanation. Once the tirade concluded, Sengoku was left speechless. Why would he be blamed for the death when he was aware that the 5 elders, the pinnacle of world authority, were undoubtedly informed? However, one may think this but cannot voice it. The military budget for this year has yet to be finalized. My apologies, esteemed 5 elders, for this lapse on the part of our navy. Nonetheless, apprehending Karl and his crew presents a formidable challenge. Intelligence indicates that Karl possesses royal-level combat power. Furthermore, recent reports suggest that his devil fruit is a rare mythical Zoan type, with capabilities of remarkable strength. Additionally, according to Karp's conjecture, their captain, a formidable giant, also boasts the strength of an admiral, coupled with a user of the rumble fruit. Considering all these factors, if we wish to capture Karl's crew, the Navy must deploy at least 4 admirals to have any hope of success. However, Akaina must remain stationed in the New World, and Kizaru is tasked with guarding Vegapunk and cannot stray far. Currently, only Karp and Akiji are available for action. Yet, their combined strength is woefully insufficient. Shall we then allow them to roam freely? What would that say about the dignity of the world government? My proposal is to raise their bounty, elevating their status to that of a sea emperor. I firmly believe that once they return to the New World, those 4 will not stand idly by. As they engage in conflict amongst themselves, we shall find our opportunity. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Click. Call Bian. Summon all officers of Vice Admiral rank and above to a meeting. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Finally, another meeting. Bian expressed his excitement. Before long, the conference room of the Navy headquarters was filled with personnel. Once all were present, Bian distributed the documents and began to meticulously elucidate the primary reasons for this assembly. Upon concluding his presentation, some Navy officers were filled with righteous indignation, advocating for an immediate expedition to apprehend Karl's crew. Others remained aloof, adopting a nonchalant attitude. A few displayed expressions of terror, pondering how such a formidable adversary had emerged once again. The core figures of the Navy, with the exception of Akainu, who remained to guard the G1 branch in the New World, were in attendance. Sengoku surveyed the core strength of the Navy with a sense of helplessness, noting how thoroughly the 3 admirals had adopted their respective styles. He glanced at Karp, who was blissfully munching on rice crackers, the crisp sound resonating throughout the conference room. Yet none dared to voice their discontent. Sengoku clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, only to relax moments later. Thinking to himself that he might as well give Karp some face during the meeting, planning to snatch his rice crackers once it concluded. He then turned his gaze to Akiji and Kizaru. One wore an eye patch, seemingly feigning sleep, or perhaps genuinely asleep, while the other was meticulously trimming his nails. Alas, leading this crew is quite the challenge. A glance at Tsuru revealed that she was the only one diligently reviewing the intelligence and contemplating its implications. Sengoku, feeling disinclined to question the others, directly addressed Vice Admiral Tsuru. Tsuru, what are your thoughts? Without hesitation, Tsuru stood to reply. The world government's directive is to capture or eliminate Karl and his crew whenever possible. However, according to the information at hand, Karl has indeed acquired the strength to contend with the 4 emperors. Moreover, there exists a formidable warrior, akin to a general, alongside the formidable Enel, the wielder of the rumble fruit. This group, although limited in the number of subordinates, possesses a high-end combat capability that surpasses even that of the Imperial Corps. Given this scenario, the probability of our Navy capturing them is rather slim. We are not merely contending with Karl's faction. we must also remain vigilant against other powers, which limits our available combat forces. In light of all these circumstances, the most prudent course of action would be to increase his bounty and publicize that this group may be even stronger than the emperors of the New World. They will inevitably enter the New World. However, the current structure has solidified, making it difficult to alter. Should Karl and his cohort venture into the New World, the situation would be markedly different. The Sea Emperors will undoubtedly not permit him to infiltrate their domain unchallenged. At that juncture, we can simply observe the ensuing conflict from a distance. This strategy would maximize the interests of our navy, thereby granting us an opportunity to influence the balance of power in the New World. Additionally, we should raise Karl's bounty by 1 billion, bringing it to a staggering 32.9 billion berries. This is my perspective, Admiral. Upon hearing Crane's proposal, Sengoku mused that she truly is a valuable strategist for our navy. Crane's thoughts aligned perfectly with mine. This indeed represents the most optimal plan available. Does anyone else have any objections? Although aware that others might not have any differing opinions, he still courteously posed the question. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. We shall handle Karl's faction as per Vice Admiral Crane's suggestion. The meeting was adjourned, and the attendees, relieved that it had concluded, rose to pay their respects to the Admiral before preparing to depart for the day. Once the attendees had mostly vacated, Garp stood up, chuckling as he addressed Sengoku. Sengoku, I would like to request a month off. It has been far too long since I last visited my grandson. Sengoku, astonished that Garp would ask for leave so soon after his previous absence, clenched his fist and delivered a light punch to Garp's head, exclaiming in exasperation, "Impossible. You insufferable rascal. Your last leave was just under a month ago." After a barrage of complaints, still unable to contain his frustration, he snatched Garp's rice crackers and devoured them in one go. My rice crackers. Sengoku, you treacherous fiend. How dare you steal my snacks while my back was turned? Garp exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation at the loss of his cherished treat. Seeing Garp's flustered reaction brought a smile to Sengoku's face, as he thought to himself that he would seize another opportunity to pilfer in the future. The Navy's meeting had just concluded, yet the seas were already in an uproar. The Blood Sword Master Karl's strength was indeed staggering. No, he is now the Tiger God. Gazing at the newspaper depicting a colossal beast resembling a tiger soaring through the skies was utterly terrifying. The mere sight of the photograph in the newspaper instilled a sense of dread that extinguished any will to resist. The newspaper provided a detailed account of the incident, leading everyone to a singular conclusion. One must never provoke Karl, especially when it concerns his women. Why, you may ask? Did you not witness the celestial dragon's demise? Driven by his desire to seize another's beloved, ultimately resulting in his utter obliteration? Not a single hair remained. Following this incident, Karl's power intensified, and the title of the Tiger God resonated across the seas. In the New World, Wano Country, and Onigashima, Flame Calamity Jin rushed in with a newspaper seeking Kaido, who was already inebriated. Bad news, Brother Kaido. You must see the information in this newspaper. After glancing at the paper, Kaido took several swigs of alcohol and began to weep. Wah! The Tiger God Karl, what an imposing name. I wonder if he could slay me, wah. He continued to drink and sob, while Jin observed Kaido's state with exasperation. Doesn't Brother Kaido notice the hidden implications behind these reports? Ever since the red-haired pirates entered the New World, the balance has stabilized. Now, a force rivaling the Emperor's has suddenly emerged. This is far from a good omen. Jin sighed at Kaido's indifference, realizing that without him, the beast pirates would likely disband. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom fumed. How dare that Karl acquire such a formidable reputation so swiftly? And Morgan's, claiming in the newspaper that Karl surpasses even the Sea Emperors. Is he not afraid for his life? As she indulged in cake, her homies quaked in fear, seeking refuge. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, the elder exclaimed, Father, look at this newspaper. Karl's devil fruit is a mythical Zoan, and his power is astonishing. Should we prepare ourselves? Whitebeard took a swig of his drink and reassured Marco. Gororara, do not fret, Marco. The Tiger God Karl is of no concern. We are the Whitebeard pirates. The crew collectively thought, indeed, could anyone surpass their father? The strongest man in the world? On the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks studied the newspaper and addressed Beckman. Beckman, just as we have managed to stabilize the New World, this new force arises. It cannot bode well for us. Beckman pondered the events detailed in the paper and replied, Rest assured, Captain, upon careful consideration, they are unlikely to interfere in the New World. They seemed to be merely adventuring upon the seas. A closer examination revealed their lack of a clear objective, simply sailing the vast ocean, which would not significantly impact their plans. Relieved by Beckman's analysis, Shanks declared, "In that case, let us hold a banquet. Ahaha. Soon." 5 days passed, and Karl and his crew were en route to Germa 66. Pahaha. My apologies, Karl, but I cannot contain my laughter. The Bloodsword Master? How utterly ridiculous. Who conceived such a notion? It's simply hilarious. Ahaha. Upon learning of Karl's former moniker, Daphne could not help but chuckle. Who conceived such an utterly whimsical title? Karl was momentarily speechless. The Navy, of course. The Bloodsword Master, it's evident that he is a ruthless killer. Who would not fear me? He mused. Well, this does align with the Navy's style. Daphne, what does Chinibya mean? Adrian queried. I actually think the captain's title is quite impressive. Bloodsword Master. How magnificent. Benson and Jerry nodded in agreement. Do you truly believe that? Karl asked, and once again, the men nodded earnestly. Well, it is indeed magnificent, Daphne replied, somewhat speechless. What a peculiar sense of aesthetics. By the way, Ellie, did you bring that physique-enhancing potion with you? If so, please give some to Daphne. She is far too weak at present. Karl suddenly recalled this, realizing that with her current physical condition, even consuming a devil fruit would not yield significant benefits. Without adequate physical support, the powers of the devil fruit could not be fully realized. Ah, yes, Daphne, come with me. I have developed a potion that enhances physical strength without any side effects. For the time being, take this to improve your constitution. It will make your training much easier. There is such a potion? Let us go. I am the weakest among us. Daphne exclaimed, elated at the prospect of a physique-enhancing potion. Captain, have you decided who will consume that fruit? Benson inquired, knowing that the bee fruit was a crucial element of their plans. As they prepared to return to paradise, they had yet to find a suitable candidate for it. Not yet, but it is not a pressing issue. If we cannot find someone trustworthy out here, we can always search for a suitable person upon our return to Tiger Roar Island. After all, loyalty and the ability to control the colossal bees we create are what truly matter. Benson agreed, noting that it would indeed be more reassuring to have someone from the island consume it. Karl gazed towards Anna, who was diligently honing her swordsmanship. Since the decision to cultivate an influential force had been made, it seemed imperative to nurture some talent. Transporting merely 20 individuals from Tiger Roar Island would be insufficient. However, one could not bring too many, as the guard team must protect the island. Although Tiger Roar Island had yet to be discovered, the unpredictability of such matters warranted a robust defensive force. Captain, what occupies your thoughts? Jerry inquired, observing Karl's contemplative expression. I ponder the fact that I can only take 20 individuals upon my return. Yet, 20 is certainly inadequate, and Agaya Island requires a measure of defense as well. We cannot expect Enel to handle every situation single-handedly. Should I perhaps discuss the possibility of borrowing some fishmen soldiers from King Neptune? Their prowess in the sea is formidable. Jerry suggested, considering the solid rapport Karl maintained with Neptune. No, that won't do, since we have resolved to develop our own influence. Seeking assistance from others for soldiers is hardly appropriate. Allow me a moment to reflect, Karl replied. Jerry conceded the point, after all. Their captain was among the most formidable warriors of the sea, and relying on external aid for personnel was indeed questionable. Karl was momentarily at a loss for a solution. Then turned to Enel. Could it be that only Enel could intervene when the minions caused trouble? That would be quite degrading. Wait, that's not right. The Shandians. I've got it. We can recruit the Shandians. Their physical prowess is commendable, and coupled with the unique attack shells from the Sky Island, ordinary pirates would hardly pose a challenge to them. Karl had witnessed firsthand the formidable power of the various attack shells from the Sky Island. Moreover, Skypiea was originally home to the Shandians. They would surely be eager to return to their ancestral land. Yes, that's the plan. What plan? Daphne and Ellie had emerged as well. I intend to bring some Shandians from the Sky Island to serve as guardians of Skypiea's peace. Considering that it was once their home, it would be a return to their roots, Karl explained. This is indeed a splendid idea, as it addresses our manpower shortage while allowing the Shandians to wholeheartedly protect Skypiea, which is also their homeland. Daphne contemplated, envisioning future usability. Captain, we are preparing to head to Germa 66, Benson remarked, gazing towards the distant island composed entirely of gigantic snails. Indeed, Germa should be awaiting us, as I had notified him in advance. Before long, the tiger god docked at the port of Germa 66. Lord Karl, welcome once again to the kingdom of Germa. Germa's demeanor was markedly more respectful this time, tinged with a hint of fear. After all, the spectacle of Karl transforming into a colossal beast was undeniably intimidating. Germa, enough of that. I'm not fond of such formalities. The items I requested should be ready, correct? Karl observed Germa's respectful attitude with exasperation. Yes. They are prepared. Reiju, bring the items forth. Reiju promptly retrieved the items. Lord Karl, this is my eldest daughter, Reiju. Germa introduced her to Karl. Greetings, Reiju. Karl was well aware of her, as she and Sanji were the only ones among Germa's 5 children who still maintained a bond. Hello, Lord Karl. Here are the 80 sets of battle attire you requested, along with your storage bracelet. Reiju handed the bracelet to Karl, and signaled for the soldiers to bring forth the battle gear. Why 80 sets? Wasn't he, I suppose, to receive 50? The additional 30 sets are a gift from me. I may have been overly harsh in my previous demeanor, and I hope you can overlook it. Ever since learning of Karl's true power, Germa had been restless, fearing that Karl might dismantle the kingdom of Germa. Germa, am I truly that fearsome? How absurd. However, since you've offered them, I shall accept, as I need to equip some individuals. Adrian, provide the payment to Germa. Adrian handed over 2 chests to Germa. No, Lord Karl. It's merely a few sets of battle attire. It's no trouble at all. Germa dared not accept any payment. Take it. There's no need to be apprehensive. I may very well need your assistance in the future. Gratitude is owed to Lord Karl. After contemplating, Gaji accepted the offer. Very well, let us depart. With that, the group took their leave. Farewell, Lord Karl, travel safely. Their mission to the North Sea was accomplished. They set sail back to paradise. This journey had proven fruitful. Encountering a fellow compatriot, acquiring 4 devil fruits, the long-desired storage device, and 80 sets of combat uniforms, truly remarkable. Karl, do show me the combat uniforms, Daphne exclaimed. A hint of urgency in her voice, for she felt quite weak at present. Here, these 20 sets are for women. Choose your preferred color. Help yourself. Ailey, do you wish for one? These uniforms possess the ability to fly. Yes, I desire this light pink set. The ability to fly will surely come in handy. Ailey selected a delicate pink ensemble. Then I shall take this purple one, Daphne exclaimed, grabbing a purple container and pressing a button, donning the combat uniform. Wow, it looks splendid. Sister Daphne, Uncle, I want a set too, and was captivated by Daphne's transformed appearance. Choose for yourself, Kareen. What about you? I'll take this light blue set. It suits me well, and decided on a light blue uniform. I'll opt for the red one since my hair is red. Kareen also chose a set. And what of you gentlemen? Karl inquired, looking at the men. I'll pass. My devil fruit ability allows me to fly. So wearing this would be redundant, Adrian remarked, having consumed the eagle fruit. I have no need for it either. My strength lies in the sea, Jerry, a fishman, added. I too shall forego it. This attire does not suit me. Very well, then let us set aside the remaining uniforms for the Sandians upon their arrival. With combat uniforms and sky shells combined, their combat prowess will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. A month later, the Tiger God ship docked at the shores of Gaia Island. Captain, shall we engage directly, or is there a plan? Manson asked, having not fought in a long time and feeling somewhat restless. Patience. Let us first set foot on the island. Inel, you will monitor the entire island from the sky. You understand the circumstances under which we shall act, correct? Yahaha. I comprehend. Just as we did on the Sky Island, right? Inel was quite familiar with such tactics. Precisely. Now, let us proceed to Magic Valley Town. The group made their way directly to the bustling town. In Magic Valley Town, the ordinary villagers lived cautiously, aware that pirates frequented this area. Hey, how could such a figure come here? Tiger God Karl. All inhabitants stepped aside, clearing a path through the center. Upon reaching the most crowded part of Magic Valley Town, Karl soared into the air. I have but one proclamation upon my arrival. From this day forth, Gaia Island shall belong to me. Therefore, pirates, you now have 2 choices. First, depart immediately, and I shall not hinder you. Second, submit to me. Certainly, under my command, piracy shall cease. We must engage in work. However, should you dare to betray me, the consequences will be dire. Upon concluding his statement, Karl subtly unleashed a hint of his conqueror's Haki. The pirates of Magic Valley Town, so feeble that they could scarcely maintain their footing, were drenched in cold sweat. What a jest! Do you believe we would acquiesce simply because you demand it? Indeed. Even if you are the Emperor of the Seas, such audacity is intolerable. Indeed, echoed a chorus of voices. At that moment, A flash of white light illuminated the sky. Divine judgment. Under Enel's divine judgment, those few dozen individuals were left with no choice but to be reincarnated. Is there anyone who dares to voice dissent? None. We shall depart immediately. A throng of pirates surged towards the ships at the harbor, while over 200 chose to remain. So, do the rest of you intend to submit to my authority? Yes, Lord Karl. May we inquire what tasks await us? A figure resembling a leader stepped forward to pose the question. The specifics of your duties will be addressed later, but rest assured, you shall not toil all day without sufficient sustenance. Are there any further inquiries? I am quite democratic. Feel free to ask now, for I shall not entertain questions thereafter. Should any grievances arise after today, you shall meet the same fate as those few individuals. None. Most of us have turned to piracy only because we could no longer survive in our own lands. Hence, as long as we can eat our fill, we are willing to work for you. Very well, in a couple of days, someone will inform you of your assigned tasks. For now, disperse. Lord Karl, I am the mayor of Magic Valley Town. I am curious how you intend to treat the people of our town? An elderly man stepped forward to address Karl. Continue your lives as usual. In due time, I will issue a recruitment notice. Those of you seeking employment may then apply. Thank you, Lord Karl. The old man had feared they would be conscripted into arduous labor. For now, let us proceed. Back to the ship. Daphne, what sort of headquarters do we envision? Skyscrapers. Or perhaps something akin to a castle. Both options seem to entail lengthy construction periods. If it takes too long, it might hinder our plans. Daphne felt that undertaking such a grand project would require an inordinate amount of time. Indeed, Karl, once completed, we may not know how long it will take. Ellie shared her concerns regarding the duration of the project. You need not worry about that. I have a solution. Soon, the issue of construction time shall be rendered inconsequential. What solution? Daphne inquired. I plan to visit Dressrosa and borrow pica from Don Quixote da Flamingo. Pica? Daphne's eyes sparkled with realization. Correct. It is indeed pica. With his stone fruit. Any architectural endeavor shall be effortlessly accomplished. But what if he refuses to lend his assistance? Karine questioned. He will lend it. After all, Don Quixote da Flamingo is a shrewd businessman. Indeed, that fellow is deeply entrenched in the underworld. Daphne contemplated the various enterprises of Don Quixote da Flamingo, arms trafficking, devil fruits, and the nefarious slave trade among his many ventures. Let us first dine, for we are quite famished. Karen, I rely on you. Karl intended to satiate his hunger before setting off for Dressrosa, after all. The journey would be quite lengthy. All right, everyone, please wait a moment. Daphne, before I return, ensure that the blueprints are drafted. My vision is to encircle the entire island. Constructing a circular harbor at the port, much like that of the Marine headquarters. Do you understand? This is feasible. The harbor at Marine headquarters is indeed a bastion that is challenging to breach. Then, on the side of the island, we shall build another harbor. Designated solely for our vessels, it need not be vast. The remaining structures, you may decide upon, but please allocate a scenic area for our personnel. I shall need to bring down 500 individuals from Sky Island. Designing 6-story apartment buildings will suffice, and we shall later erect several large power stations on the island. Very well, I shall ensure the blueprints are meticulously crafted. Daphne replied affirmatively. Additionally, I will establish a proper work regimen for the staff. Fine. You can manage the administrative matters. I am not well versed in such affairs. Vanson, in the coming days, train those 200 pirates. Their ability to reach the Grand Line is indicative of their potential. Understood, Captain. Dinner is served. Karen's voice echoed. Coming, let us dine. The most delightful moments of each day seem to be when I await Karen's culinary creations. The delicacies in anime never fail to impress. The dining table was laden with a magnificent spread. Karen, is today particularly sumptuous? Adrian inquired. When has it not been? Pray tell. Just jesting. Karen's cooking is truly insatiable. Soon, the group began to indulge in their meal, for here, savoring slowly is not the custom. During my absence, you shall heed Daphne's guidance regarding all arrangements. She possesses the requisite experience. Acknowledged, Captain. Once the instructions were conveyed, Karl soared towards the new world, Dressrosa. The following day, in a restaurant in Dressrosa, Karl was relishing a hearty meal. A day of swift flight had indeed drained some of his energy. Only when his stomach was pleasantly full did he signal the proprietor to cease serving. Sir, I would like to settle the bill. Karl called for the owner. Greetings. The king has just instructed me that whatever you consume, you shall pay double, as long as you enjoy your meal. The proprietor trembled slightly in the presence of such a significant figure. Ah, well then, I am quite satisfied. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing the flamingo's words, Karl felt compelled to proceed without hesitation. After exiting the restaurant, he made his way towards the palace, noting the flamingo's evident fondness for lofty heights. As the palace was constructed to such grand elevations, upon arrival, he found the flamingo awaiting him, accompanied by his family. Esteemed Lord Karl, it is a pleasure to welcome you once more to Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo proclaimed, though his thoughts betrayed a different sentiment. Damn, this fellow just left not long ago. What brings him back? And alone, no less. Clearly, he is not here for leisure. Da Flamingo, you needn't feel anxious. My interest in you and this nation is minimal. I am here to request the temporary assistance of an individual, Karl remarked, observing Da Flamingo's reluctant yet faint cordiality, a testament to the pressure exerted by strength. May I inquire as to whom you wish to borrow? Surely, you wouldn't find my family to your liking. He isn't attempting to seize my kin, is he? Da Flamingo pondered. As I mentioned, there is no need for concern. It's merely a matter of borrowing for a few months. I require your stone fruit user for a project I am undertaking. Where is he? Karl inquired, noticing the absence of Pika. Da Flamingo, relieved to hear it was just a temporary arrangement, recognized he could not refuse. Pika is within the palace. Diamante, please summon Pika. Understood, Da Flamingo. Lord Karl, I must apologize for Pika's rather unmelodious voice. I hope it does not displease you. Da Flamingo's concern stemmed from the fear that Pika's voice might irk Karl, which was why he had been reluctant to bring him forth. However, circumstances dictated that Karl had come for Pika. Not to worry, the sea is filled with peculiarities. Karl reassured him. Shortly thereafter, Pika emerged alongside Diamante. Young master, Pika called out with a high-pitched voice. Upon hearing this, Karl fell into a moment of silence, recognizing the reality yet finding it profoundly different upon hearing it. A towering figure, robust and undeniably masculine, yet his voice bore the endearing quality of a child's. Pika, was it? Now follow me. You shall return in a few months, as our esteemed young master has already consented. Pika, Lord Karl requires your unique abilities to construct several projects. You will assist him for the next few months. Certainly, young master. I am delighted to be of service to Lord Karl. Pika, satisfied with his master's agreement, refrained from further comment. Well then, let us proceed. The sooner you complete your tasks, the sooner you may return. With that, Karl activated his powers, enveloping Pika in a swirl of flame-like clouds, and descended into the sky, heading straight for Gaia Island. Do you think Pika will be all right? Torpol expressed some concern. Having lived together as a family for so long, he should be fine. Such individuals typically have no need to resort to deceit. By the way, how is the Smile Factory progressing? This is a veritable golden goose, and Don Quixote da Flamingo is quite invested in it. It has been completed. Production can commence shortly. Diamante, too, felt a surge of excitement, although this venture was in collaboration with Kaido. Ensure that sugar is well protected. We cannot afford any mishaps. Henceforth, Torpol shall oversee Sugar's safety. After nearly 2 days of flight, Karl returned to Gaia Island with Pika. Lord Karl. The guards on the street immediately saluted upon spotting him. These guards were once pirates but had begun to take on the semblance of protectors. The streets of Magic Valley Town had undergone a remarkable transformation, bustling with activity. The common folk now dared to venture out. A stark contrast to the days when pirates roamed freely, instilling fear among the populace. Upon escorting Pika to the temporary encampment, he found Benson training approximately 100 pirates, likely divided into 2 groups. Benson, this is Pika. Please arrange accommodations for him. Certainly, Captain. By the way, Daphne mentioned that you should see her upon your return. Understood. He promptly made his way to Daphne, finding her engrossed in her work. Indeed, she was a woman of ambition. Daphne, I'm back. What keeps you so busy? He approached her from behind and embraced her. Karl, you've returned. I was examining the nautical charts, and look here, this design I've been working on. This circular harbor can accommodate 50 vessels simultaneously, which should suffice. To the right, I plan to construct a row of warehouses for leasing to merchants, while on the left, a large warehouse will be built for our own use, adjacent to our headquarters. I also intend to rebuild the shops in Magic Valley Town. The original merchants will have the opportunity to reclaim their former spaces. We will retain some shops for leasing. Additionally, I propose constructing several 5-story residential buildings nearby for our employees, with any surplus to be sold later. Lastly, in the area of the forest near the beach, we shall construct a series of 3-story villas for our accommodation, and adjacent to that, a training facility will be established. For now, this is the plan. Please let me know if there are any areas that require modification. Daphne chattered away, and I could hardly remember everything she said. I believe it sounds quite good. You may proceed with your decisions. By the way, are those women in the neighboring house your recruits? Karl noticed a few individuals working in the nearby house. Indeed. They were selected from among the pirates. Their skills are commendable and will be beneficial to me. That is reassuring. Once we retrieve the personnel from Sky Island, you shall not have to work so hard. I understand, and this is nothing compared to the busyness of my previous life. Let us return for now. Pika has also been borrowed back, and construction on Gaia Island will commence tomorrow. There is much to do. Upon returning to our temporary base, I found Ellie still in her apothecary, seemingly engrossed in some research. Karen and Adrian were not present. Their whereabouts were unknown. Enel, how is your mastery of observation Haki progressing? Enel had previously managed to envelop himself entirely in Haki, and Karl had also provided him with the training methods for flowing cherry blossom. Enel possesses remarkable talent. I have grasped the use of flowing cherry blossom, though I am not yet completely adept. Just practice sparring with Banson, but refrain from utilizing your devil fruit abilities. The more you refine your Haki, the stronger your physique will become, allowing your abilities to manifest more effectively. I understand. By the way, Captain, there is a group of pirates on the other side of the forest, reportedly specializing in salvaging sunken ships. There is also an individual named Kuroki, who used to search for gold in that area, but seems to have ceased his endeavors recently. Those individuals are of no concern. Kuroki is a descendant of Nolan. The Shandians would likely be pleased to meet him. We shall address this matter once we have brought them here. In the evening, we convened for a meeting. Though it was primarily Daphne who spoke, as the others were largely uninformed, with only Karl able to contribute a few remarks. The following day, Karl, accompanied by Pika, commenced the grand construction. It was not that Karl wished to personally oversee the work, but rather that others found Daphne's design plans difficult to comprehend. Leaving Karl as the only viable option, we began with the grand villas, which were relatively straightforward in appearance, though the shaping proved challenging. There were areas that Pika required extensive explanation before grasping, which left him anxious, fearing that Karl might become frustrated and eliminate him. Initially, we aimed to construct 20 sets of the grand villas, with the remaining ones to be utilized as guest accommodations in the future. Following this, a training facility will be encircled by the base, and within the expanse of the forest, we plan to erect 500 small villas to provide housing for the Shandians. As days passed, the landscape of Gaia Island transformed remarkably. Blurb, 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 click. Mr. Karl, greetings, I am Iceberg. Ah, Iceberg, hello. What brings you to contact me? How is Mr. Tom faring? Mr. Tom has confessed and been executed in his efforts to save Frankie. This is a scheme orchestrated by the world government. That scoundrel Spandam has deceived us. Is it truly as I suspected? Alas, I had forewarned that the world government would not let him escape. He refused to accompany me when I offered. So, Iceberg, what is it that you require of me now? Karl has mentioned to Tom that his apprentice, Karl, could assist them in a future endeavor. Following Mr. Tom's tragic demise, a portion of the shipyard staff may be implicated due to their involvement in the construction of the Jackson. I have received word that Spandam might have apprehended them as well, which could lead to their sentencing. I wish to leverage that promise to implore Mr. Karl to rescue them. Are you certain? My promises are not given lightly, and once spent, they cannot be reclaimed. I am certain. Do you thus agree? I concur. Tomorrow, I shall return to Water 7 to retrieve them. Ensure they are prepared. The majority of Gaia Island has already been constructed. Only the harbor and the circular city walls remain to be completed, and Karl need not oversee it any longer. Go, summon Jerry and Adrian. Karl instructed his guards to fetch the two gentlemen. This time, it suffices to bring only them. Very well, Boss Karl. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived. Captain, do you have a mission for us? Jerry inquired. Mr. Tom was murdered by the world government, and a portion of his shipyard staff may be implicated. Iceberg wishes for me to save them, and I have agreed. What? Mr. Tom has been slain? Damn that world government. Jerry was incensed. Tom was a mentor he deeply admired. I had previously warned that the world government would not spare him. He made his choice when he declined to accompany me. I summoned you here so that we may journey to Water 7 and bring everyone back. I have long wished to establish a shipyard, yet never had the means until now. I entrust all these individuals to you, Jerry, so that we may lay the foundation for a shipyard on Gaia Island. Can you accomplish this? I have no issues with that. Captain, Jerry was brimming with confidence. Very well, Return to prepare. We shall depart shortly. Karl also needed to speak with the two women. Understood, Captain. Upon returning to the villa, Ellie was engaged in her research, delving into the mysteries of the devil fruits. Daphne was absent, likely occupied elsewhere. Ellie, I am preparing to journey to Water 7, and Karl conveyed the situation to Ellie. These people are utterly outrageous. Mr. Tom made such significant contributions to Water 7 and even developed the water train. How can they be so untrustworthy? Ellie was furious. Mr. Tom was such a good person. What is the matter? Karl, have you angered Ellie? At this moment, Daphne returned and, upon witnessing Ellie's anger, presumed it was due to Karl. No, dear. You haven't upset me. It's about Mr. Tom, Ellie confided, revealing to Daphne the matter concerning Mr. Tom. Alas, the world government is inherently shrouded in darkness. Yet, Karl, why do you not come to his aid? You possess the capability, and I know you desire to save him, Daphne remarked. This is quite intricate. Let us set this aside for now. I intend to have Jerry organize those we bring back to establish a shipyard. As trade increases in this area, such a facility will undoubtedly prove essential, particularly for the maintenance of vessels, Karl explained. Indeed. There is a plot of land adjacent to our warehouse that is perfectly suited for constructing a shipyard, Daphne concurred, recognizing the necessity of such an establishment. Let us venture out. I shall depart shortly with Jerry and Adrian. By the way, Ellie, please inform your brother and the others that I will return in a couple of days. Understood, dear husband. I shall return to my studies. Ellie replied as Daphne and Karl made their way towards the bay. Karl, to be candid, why do you not rescue Tom? Daphne inquired. Aware that Karl had not fully articulated his thoughts. Daphne, as of now, Luffy has yet to set sail, and the outcomes remain uncertain. In principle, we are not of this world. Should deviations arise, the future becomes unpredictable. It remains unknown whether the world government will be overthrown. Thus, I strive to avoid altering the future. My strength has reached a pinnacle. I can contend with a single admiral, yet two would overwhelm me. You must remember that the world government also has the 5 elders, the God Knights, and him. Therefore, we must refrain from making excessive changes to the future. Our priority is to safeguard ourselves and those around us. I understand, Karl. Truly, I am grateful to have encountered you. Otherwise, survival here would be exceedingly challenging, Daphne expressed. Foolish girl, do not worry. I will protect you, Karl reassured as he embraced Daphne. Very well, Jerry and the others must be waiting for me. I shall set off to bring them back, he declared. Come back soon, she urged, planting a kiss on Karl's lips. By your command, my dear, Karl replied, kissing Daphne gently on her forehead before embarking on his journey. Karl arrived at the Tiger God, where the two were indeed waiting. Let us depart and strive to return swiftly. The construction of Gaia Island is nearing completion, and it is time to head back to Tiger Howl Island to bring people out. Captain, once Gaia Island is finished, shall we return to Tiger Howl Island? Adrian inquired. Indeed. Do you miss home, Adrian? A bit. This time, I wish to bring Zoe out, Adrian replied somewhat shyly. Huh? Zoe? When did you two become an item? I had no idea. Zoe is Captain Dylan's daughter, a rather lovely girl. Haha, it was during the times when Captain Dylan often taught me various things. I spent a lot of time with Zoe, and then we ended up together. Well done, Adrian. By the way, did Captain Dylan not give you a thrashing? He is quite protective of Zoe. We haven't dared to let him know yet. This time when we return, we will be honest with Captain Dylan and seek his consent for me to take Zoe out. I am now capable of protecting her. Sounds good. I have faith in you. Ha ha ha. And you can also provide her with a set of combat gear. Teach her the 6 styles as well. The following day, the Tiger God arrived at Water 7 and headed straight to the shipyard. Mr. Karl, thank you for coming to assist, Iceberg exclaimed upon seeing Karl, finally able to relax his worries about Spandam's potential actions. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises. Are they all ready? How many are there? There are 27 of them. They are all skilled shipwrights. Alas, if it were not for the world government, they would prefer to continue their work with ships. Most of them have brought their families. Will this cause you any trouble, Mr. Karl? Not at all. I also plan to establish a shipyard, and they will be working there in the future. Moreover, accommodations are prepared, with Jerry as the head of the shipyard. Having families along is excellent. They can wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to working on Gaia Island. Thank you so much. Now, I need to procure some equipment for the shipyard. Iceberg, do you have any connections? Please help me prepare a batch. You can discuss the specifics with Jerry. Certainly. Mr. Jerry, just let me know what you need. All right, let us go to your office. and I will write down everything required," Jerry said to Iceberg. "Then let us proceed. You are responsible for purchasing the equipment, Jerry. Here are 2 billion berries. That should suffice. Adrian and I will also need to go out to procure some other items. We will meet at the port in the afternoon." "Understood, Captain." After Karl and Adrian left Tom's shipbuilding company, they ventured out to procure supplies, for Gaia Island was lacking in many essentials. As they passed by a small river, Karl spotted a quaint boat restaurant where an elderly gentleman was present. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the same lecherous old chef he encountered in the city of Seven Waters. Despite his dubious character, the old man's fried rice had earned Sanji's unequivocal praise. This culinary delight was not to be missed. "Adrian, let us go down and enjoy some fried rice. This little eatery is renowned for it," Karl declared, leading the way. Adrian muttered under his breath, questioning the quality of the fare. "Old man, we'd like 2 servings of your fried rice," Karl called out to the tipsy chef. "Ah, young man, my fried rice comes at a premium," the old man replied. "Are you sure you want some?" "Fear not, I am quite affluent." He chuckled. "Just a moment. It will be ready shortly." With remarkable agility, despite his inebriation, he began preparing the ingredients and frying the rice, his movements fluid and graceful. "Here you are, gentlemen. Do savor this. It is the finest fried rice in the world," the old man boasted with confidence, for he had infused it with his secret ingredient. "Then we shall indulge without hesitation." Karl and Adrian began to eat. "It's truly delectable," exclaimed Karl. "It feels as though a wave of energy surges through me with every bite. And this salt, how can it render such ordinary food so extraordinarily delicious? If only I could have collected some during my encounter with the water gods to bring back for Karen." "Captain, you were right. This fried rice is astonishingly good," Adrian remarked, gazing at the seemingly mundane dish. "Haha, what do you think? Were you not impressed?" The old man relished their astonished expressions as they savored his creation. "Old man, could you enlighten us on what makes your fried rice so exceptional?" Karl inquired. Though he already had an inkling, he wished to procure some of that remarkable salt. "Haha, it's due to this." The old man produced a small bag of salt. "This is the sea salt left behind after the water gods retreated. It is why I am reluctant to leave this place." "So it's salt. Do you have any to spare? I would like to purchase some," Karl eagerly asked. "I can sell you some. I collected quite a bit last time." The old man handed Karl another bag. "Thank you kindly, old man. We shall take our leave now, but we will return to savor your exquisite fried rice again." Karl offered him 100,000 berries and took the salt before departing. "Karen will surely be delighted to know about this salt," Adrian remarked. In the afternoon, after completing their procurement, they returned to the Tiger God's ship, which was moored alongside a larger vessel meant to carry the shipyard equipment they had acquired. As the Tiger God could not accommodate it all, "Mr. Karl, everything is aboard this ship. Thank you for personally overseeing this task," Iceberg sincerely remarked. "No need for thanks. Besides, I will need these individuals as they are exceptionally skilled shipwrights. By the way, where is Fram? I have not encountered him this time." Karl noted the absence of the now less eccentric Frankie, explaining, "He has left the shipyard, burdened with guilt over Teacher Tom's demise." "Very well. What about you, Iceberg? Are you not leaving?" "I intend to remain and manage Tom's shipyard effectively. I cannot allow Teacher Tom's efforts to be in vain," Iceberg declared with unwavering resolve. To be candid, Karl wished he could persuade him to join their ranks. He was indeed a man of action. Ultimately, Iceberg managed to consolidate all the shipbuilding companies in the city of Seven Waters, forming a new enterprise known as Conqueror Company. "Then we shall take our leave. Be cautious with Fram. Avoid giving the world government any leverage against you," Karl advised. "I will exercise caution," Iceberg replied. "Let us depart, Jerry. We are heading back to Gaia Island." With that, the 2 ships gracefully sailed away from the harbor, making their way toward Gaia Island. As Karl returned to Gaia Island, Admiral Sengoku found himself in a state of vexation. He had already ascertained that the individual occupying Gaia Island was the formidable tiger god, Karl. Branu handed over the documents to Sengoku, stating that they detailed the changes on Gaia Island since Karl's takeover, complete with photographs that depicted the bay resembling a naval fortress. "Have we determined his motives for seizing Gaia Island? What are his specific objectives?" Sengoku pondered, troubled by Karl's relentless actions. "Unfortunately, we have not yet uncovered that information. Our operatives can only operate within Magic Valley Town. The user of the Thunderbolt fruit possesses a remarkably acute observation Haki, enabling him to detect even the slightest movements, which results in a swift retribution of lightning. Currently, our communications on the island are limited to written notes," came the reply. "What? Is it truly possible to monitor the entire island with such precision? Sengoku exclaimed, astonished by the capabilities of the Thunderbolt fruit user. Indeed, Admiral, brand new affirmed. Ahaha, Sengoku, I'm back, boomed Marine hero Garp, who had just returned from a mission in the East Sea. While he claimed to have been on duty, he had actually been busy dealing with pirates and then spending the remainder of his time indulging in the company of his two grandsons. As he swaggered into the Admiral's office, munching on rice crackers, Sengoku couldn't help but think about how carefree Garp appeared, while he, as the Admiral, was burdened with such grave matters. He felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Garp but decided against it, recognizing the importance of preserving the hero's reputation. Garp, take a look at this, Sengoku urged, handing the intelligence documents to Garp. Kapu examined the document with great seriousness, demonstrating that he could indeed be diligent at times. Have we occupied Gaia Island? He inquired, puzzled by the lack of specific intelligence regarding Karl. After all, he was well aware of the kind of person Karl was. No. Our operatives face significant restrictions on the island, making it difficult to gather further information, Admiral Sengoku elucidated. Perhaps I shall pay a visit and directly inquire with Karl. That should provide clarity, Kapu declared, eager to undertake this mission. He was genuinely curious as to why Karl had seized Gaia Island and transformed it into a fortress-like aquatic castle. Absolutely not. Karl and his associates possess formidable strength. It would be perilous for you to go alone. Sengoku immediately opposed, concerned for the safety of his old friend. Ha ha ha. Worry not, Sengoku. Ever since our last encounter, I have discerned the nature of Karl. He would not create difficulties for me. Kapu reassured him. Besides, his nephew is currently under my care. What is there to fear? Are you certain? Sengoku asked, regarding Kapu with apprehension, considering he was about to engage with a team of Imperial-level combatants. Absolutely. Trust me, Sengoku. I am confident, Kapu insisted. Very well then. You shall embark on this journey to Gaia Island to ascertain Karl's intentions for the occupation. Given that it is within the paradise, we must fully understand his objectives. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Kapu rose and exited. Sengoku watched his friend leave, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, this old companion still held a measure of value. Kapu arrived at the Doghead warship and addressed Bogart, saying, Bogart, inform everyone to assemble. We must make a journey to Gaia Island. Understood, Vice Admiral Kapu. Bogart promptly went to summon everyone who had just disembarked, and then they set sail for Gaia Island. A day later, Karl returned to Gaia Island and instructed Jerry to arrange accommodations for the sailors and their families in the residential buildings near Magic Valley, while he himself went back to meet his wife. Karl arrived at the headquarters of the Shunfeng Express Company, a building that had only recently been put into operation. Although it lacked many facilities, it was certainly preferable to working from home, and things would improve significantly once the island was equipped with a generator. Daphne, I'm back, Karl exclaimed as he made his way to Daphne's office, where she was perpetually busy, though Karl was uncertain about what occupied her time. After all, the company's development was entrusted to her. Daphne, you're back? Have the boatmen been arranged? She asked, her face lighting up with joy at his return. Yes, I've made arrangements. I instructed Jerry to accommodate them in the residential complex near Magic Valley. How is the island progressing? I noticed that construction is nearly complete, Karl said, embracing Daphne. It's nearly finished. We only lack the shipyard, and we need to wait for Jerry and the others to provide their input on that. Daphne replied, That's good to hear. In a few days, we will return to Tiger Roar Island, and I want you to come with me. Although Enilu is stationed here, I still feel uneasy about leaving you, Karl expressed. Understood. Let us go home. We've wrapped up our tasks for the day, Daphne responded, feeling content with her life, having a dependable partner and her own career. Then let us head out. Tonight we shall host a banquet with everyone. The two joined hands and made their way home. How is your training in the 6 styles coming along? Here, strength is paramount. You can delegate the express company matters to the subordinates, Karl remarked, concerned that Daphne might not have time to train due to her work commitments. Rest assured. I have already mastered the shave and gale step, and in my combat attire, I am not easily bested, she assured him. That is excellent. Your physique has become quite formidable after consuming LES potion. Now you must gradually learn Haki, he encouraged. Yes, I'm aware. By the way, the potion Ellie developed is truly remarkable. It enhances physical capabilities without any effort, which is simply astonishing, Daphne mused, contemplating the peculiar advancements in technology in their world. Ha ha. That is the wondrous aspect of this realm. Don't forget, There are robots on the moon as well, Karl reminded her. Indeed. We should find time to visit the moon and bring back those robots, Daphne replied. Before long, they returned home to find Ellie still engrossed in her laboratory work. Ellie, I'm back, Karl announced as he entered, embracing the tall woman. Honey, come quickly. My research is about to yield results. Once I decipher the composition of these devil fruit factors, I will be able to replicate the devil fruits. I've also discovered a method to decode these factors. Ellie exclaimed excitedly, showing Karl the data. Wow, Ellie, you are amazing. You truly are my treasure, Karl praised, though he did not comprehend the details. He knew flattery was the best approach. Hee, I'm very confident. By the way, Hancock contacted me today and asked when you would come to pick her up. Ellie mentioned. Strangely, why is she constantly in touch with you but not reaching out to me? Karl found it peculiar that she did not contact him directly. After all, Hancock is rather shy and you are well aware of her nature. Very well, I shall go to fetch her in a couple of days. We will return to Tiger Roar Island shortly thereafter. What have the two of you been up to in there for so long? Daphne teasingly remarked as she entered. Having noticed their prolonged absence, surely, they must be engaged in something rather scandalous. Karl playfully pulled Daphne into the embrace, reveling in the moment. On the coastline, servants were busy transporting ingredients in preparation for tonight's banquet. These servants were among those who had previously suffered the ravages of pirate raids. While the men could find some work on the island, the women faced a far more arduous situation. Observing their plight, Daphne felt a pang of compassion and subsequently invited them into the villa to assist with various household duties. In Karl's villa, as he was flirting with two women, he suddenly sensed a formidable force approaching from the harbor. Someone is coming. I shall go and see who it is, Karl remarked to the two women. They nodded, their garments disheveled, their fair faces flushed with a deep crimson, as though they might bleed, their bodies tingling and devoid of any strength. Karl struggled to extricate himself from between the two women and exited the villa. Ellie, you must not indulge him any further, otherwise he will take every opportunity to tease Daphne. It's quite embarrassing for her, as she is still a maiden. Giggling, she added, Oh, Daphne, your face is even redder than mine. This is how he is. Once you become intimate with him, you will understand. Otherwise, perhaps I should sleep alone tonight while you share a room with him. What do you think? The teasing made Daphne's face flush even more. What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly tidy yourself up. We have a banquet to attend tonight. The two women were unconcerned about any intruders on Gaia Island, for they were well aware of Karl's capabilities. Upon arriving at the harbor, Karl beheld a dog-headed warship, realizing that the scoundrel Karp had arrived. Vice Admiral Karp, what brings you to Gaia Island? Karl shouted towards the vessel. Ha ha ha. Naturally, I have come to apprehend you, Karl. With that, Karp leaped into action, his fist enveloped in Haki, launching an assault towards Karl. Karl was equally unreserved, leaping forward to engage in a fierce confrontation with Karp. The overwhelming might of their powers distorted the surrounding space, drawing the attention of Inilu and his companions. After exchanging blows for a brief moment, they decided to pause. Ha 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 ha. It seems I won't be able to capture you today, Karp expressed, merely seeking to gauge Karl's strength. Ha ha. Capturing me is no easy feat. By the way, what brings you here today? I find it hard to believe you merely passed by. Karp's fists were indeed formidable, his domineering presence unparalleled. I am here on a mission. Sengoku has instructed me to inquire about your intentions behind occupying Gaia Island. You must understand, this is a place of paradise. Karp spoke candidly. I intend to establish a business here. Soon you shall understand. I am in need of funds to support my entire family. You wish to engage in business? Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Are you really cut out for that? Karp's laughter echoed with merciless mockery. Karl was filled with exasperation. This old man. He felt a strong urge to give him a good thrashing. Although he couldn't do it himself, he knew someone who could. Never mind. We are about to host a banquet, farewell. Without looking back, Karl strode away. Hey, I traveled a great distance, and you won't even provide a meal? Bogart, dock the warship. Let us dine here before we depart. After issuing commands to Bogart, Karp quickly caught up with Karl, heading towards the beach. Are we really going, Bogart? A hesitant sailor from the warship inquired. Let us proceed, as Admiral Karp has instructed. Bogart hastily followed Karp. I say, Admiral Karp, your ship must have over 100 men aboard. Do you genuinely believe I am made of wealth? Karl lamented as he glanced back at the multitude of eager faces behind him. That is not my concern. We are all famished. Karp wore a mischievous grin, as if declaring, Today, I have you at my mercy. Then summon your ship's cooks. I cannot accommodate so many. If it were just a few. Kareen would manage with ease, but with this many, she would surely be overwhelmed. No problem, no problem, Bogart. Let the cooks assist. Trusting Bogart to handle it was a wise choice. Yes, Admiral Karp. The few people on the beach were startled to see Karl leading a large group of Navy sailors. It was known that, aside from Daphne, the others all had bounties on their heads. Karl, what is going on? Daphne inquired, noting that the leader was none other than the naval hero, Karp. No worries. Admiral Karp's rations have been cut, so we came here to share a meal. Please prepare additional provisions in the kitchen. Daphne, though puzzled, sensed that such a caper was indeed something Karp would do. Benson, go catch a sea beast. With this many people, our food may fall short. Aye, Captain. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky, and a large group mingled by the shore, raising their glasses in camaraderie. One might think they were a single gang. Cheers. Cheers. Karl, my boy, what sort of business do you intend to conduct? Transforming Gaia Island into a maritime castle? Karp mused, still in disbelief. I plan to establish a logistics hub here, allowing all merchant ships to dock and facilitating the sale of goods. I envision this place becoming a bustling marketplace. Karl spoke animatedly. Turning around, he noticed Karp had fallen asleep. It felt as if a storm had rolled in. Crows flying overhead. Is it raining? Is it raining? Karl shouted beside him. Karp jolted awake, only to find Karl glaring at him. Ha ha ha. My apologies. I dozed off inadvertently. As long as you are not building a military fortress here, it's all good. Karp chuckled heartily. Damn, this old man has some nerve. Uncle, is that Rear Admiral Karp? And gazed at the elderly figure, perceiving an unmistakable air of unreliability about him. She was well aware that her brother was in Windmill Village. Indeed, this man was the Navy's Rear Admiral Karp. Karl, could this girl be in? Karp inquired, observing her closely. Addressing you as Uncle Karl at such a young age. It seems plausible. It is in. She is currently under my care. Ahaha. And come join the Navy. I assure you. You shall attain the rank of colonel within 3 years. Karp regarded the girl with admiration, noting her impressive skills and the fine sword she carried. Likely of the 21 grade caliber. Really, Karp, must you be so shameless? Seeking recruits right in front of me. This old man possessed an audacious lack of modesty. No, thank you, Rear Admiral Karp. I am quite content following my uncle, and had no desire to align herself with such an unreliable elder. What a pity. The banquet extended until the stroke of midnight before concluding. Karp did not stay overnight on Gaia Island, departing directly on his warship. Just before leaving, he muttered something about the failures of Sengoku and Crane's plans. Honey, what is Rear Admiral Karp doing here? I refuse to believe he came merely for a meal. Daphne queried as Karl emerged from the bath. The Navy is somewhat concerned seeing us develop this place to resemble a fortress. However, I assured them it is merely a business endeavor, and that quelled their inquiries. Ah, I see, Daphne pondered thoughtfully. Karl gazed at Daphne, unable to resist the allure of her silk nightgown. All right, let us not dwell on that. We have important matters to attend to. Ah, Daphne gasped as Karl leaped onto her. Dear, be gentle, she shyly murmured, lowering her gaze. Was she truly about to experience her first time tonight? The anticipation was overwhelming. I will be very tender, he assured her, as he unfastened her nightgown and leaned in for a kiss, his hands exploring the enticing curves of her form. Daphne responded with fervor. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil, with the melodies in the room crescendoing until the break of dawn. Karl gazed at the flushed face of Daphne, pressing a gentle kiss upon her forehead before cradling her securely in his arms as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Daphne discovered herself enveloped in warmth, having curled up against Karl throughout the night, a sense of security unlike any she had ever experienced. Then, she noticed Karl's hand resting atop her delicate form, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as an overwhelming sensation of softness enveloped her, rendering her utterly weak and breathless. Daphne dared not move, feeling an acute embarrassment. Yet, the sensation of his touch was so soothing. What could this mean? Oh, how utterly mortifying. Karl sensed Daphne's stirring and awoke, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Why are you awake so early? Do you still feel pain? He inquired, gently caressing her abdomen. It's no longer painful, and besides, it's quite late now. I still have to go to work, Daphne replied softly. Today. You should refrain from going to work and take a day to rest. After all, you did experience some bleeding last night. You need to recuperate properly, he insisted. What bleeding? You rascal. I'm perfectly fine. This is not Earth. My constitution is quite robust, Daphne retorted playfully. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Just a moment longer, Karl said, holding Daphne tightly, greedily inhaling her scent. 3 hours later, they finally rose from their slumber. It's all your fault. You naughty boy. You said we would just cuddle and not do anything else. I can't trust her nonsense anymore. Daphne teased Karl. Hey, your charm is simply irresistible. Come on. Let's go eat. He replied, sweeping her off her feet and carrying her to the dining room. Oh my, what time is it for you two? A voice chimed in. And Karl, you couldn't hold back just this once for Daphne's first time? Honestly, Ellie came over to assist Daphne in sitting down to eat. He's nothing but a big liar. I can't trust him anymore, humph. Daphne pouted. It's all my fault. By the way, I'm heading to Nine Snake Island shortly to bring Hancock over. Then in a couple of days, we shall return to Tiger Roar Island. What do you think? Let's return soon. I miss Uncle and Auntie, as well as Sister Lugio. Ellie exclaimed. Then prepare yourselves. We shall depart in a couple of days. At the shipyard, Pika, the diligent worker, was toiling away. Karl had mentioned that once the shipyard was completed, he could return to Dressrosa, which brought him immense joy. For the past few months, he had been laboring daily on the construction of Karl's Gaia Island, and inexplicably, Ellie had drawn 2 vials of his blood. Director Jerry, will this shipyard be our workplace from now on? One of the shipwrights, who had been brought back from Water 7, asked Jerry. Indeed. Lord Karl has stated that more ships will arrive here in the future. Hence, we may need to train additional apprentices, Jerry replied. Understood, thanks to Lord Karl. We might have avoided capture by the world government. Before long, Karl arrived at the shipyard and nodded at the nearly completed facility. Captain, what brings you here? Oh, right. I plan to have these shipwrights take on more apprentices now to build up our talent pool. When we expand, we'll have personnel ready, Jerry said to Karl. That sounds good. Look into the children on the island. By the way, if you have any talents from Fishman Island, they can come here as well. Understood, Captain. Well then, I shall take my leave. Upon exiting the shipyard, I retrieved the record pointer bestowed by Hancock and set forth directly towards Amazon Lily. After a day's flight, I finally beheld Nine Snake Island, a locale distinct from Tiger's Roar Island, where the presence of sea kings is notably diminished. Karl flew directly to the palace, stealthily entering Hancock's chamber without alerting anyone. Just as he was about to embrace her from behind, he was unexpectedly discovered. Who is it? She turned around, and to her astonishment, it was her long-admired beloved, Lord Karl. You have finally come to see me. With that, she leaped towards him in joyful abandon. Unbeknownst to Karl, he was suddenly knocked to the ground, his chest pressed against her ample bosom, sending a ripple of emotions through him. Hancock, rise, rise. If someone enters and sees you in this state, what shall we do? You are, after all, the Empress. Nay, allow me to savor this moment. For it has been far too long since we last met. I have truly missed you. I have just concluded my tasks and come here. By the way, I intend to take you to our Tiger Roar Island. Karl almost forgot the matter at hand. Sister, what is transpiring inside? Came the voice of Sandersonia. Nothing. And do not allow anyone to enter. Hancock hurriedly instructed. Understood, sister. By the way, Karl, you mentioned we are returning to Tiger Roar Island? Does that mean I will meet mother and father? But I'm so nervous, what should I do? The thought of encountering her parents made Hancock anxious. Fear not. They are quite amiable, and besides, Hancock, you are so beautiful, they will surely think I am unworthy of you. Not at all, Karl. You are quite handsome as well. I adore you. Upon hearing Karl's compliment, Hancock shyly responded, her face blooming with a rosy hue. Karl gazed at her, utterly captivated by her beauty. Hancock, I have flown for most of the day to reach here. I am rather fatigued. Shall we take a moment to rest? With that, he rose and effortlessly lifted her, carrying her towards the bed. Should I have someone prepare some food? Hancock, hearing Karl mention his long journey, felt a twinge of concern for his weariness. Not to worry, that can wait. Let us indulge in what is available now, he replied, as his hand slid beneath Hancock's chongsam. Karl, I have yet to bathe. Hancock instantly understood his intentions. We shall bathe together later. I quite enjoy your scent as it is, he said, gazing at her alluring figure, now unclothed. Unable to contain himself any longer. Karl, be gentle. I may not be able to bear it alone. She recalled the last time, when she had been with Sister Ellie, and felt a flicker of fear at the thought of being alone with him this time. Do not fret. I shall be very tender, he murmured before sealing his words with a kiss upon her luscious lips. Before long, the room was filled with sounds that stirred the senses, leaving one feeling bewildered and enthralled. Ultimately, the Empress could no longer withstand Karl's advances, succumbing to the overwhelming pleasure tears of joy streaming down her face. Sandasonia, what is the matter with sister? At that moment, Marigold arrived, hearing her sister's conflicting cries within, alternating between excitement and weeping, feeling quite perplexed. I'm uncertain. Sister only instructed me to prevent anyone from entering, Sandasonia responded, equally bewildered by the unfamiliar sounds emanating from within. Very well, we shall remain here. Inside the room, following a deep and a high-pitched cry, the two finally ceased their passionate entanglement. The air was thick with an enchanting fragrance, a scent emitted by the Empress in moments of fervor. Karl embraced Hancock from behind, greedily inhaling her essence, captivated by the sight of her flushed face and soft, yielding body. He suppressed his primal urges and, rising, carried her delicate form towards the bath. Sandasonia, what is the Empress doing? At that moment, Old Lady Nu arrived, accompanied by a girl of about 13 or 14. Old Lady Nu, I am unsure of what sister is engaged in. However, strange sounds have just emerged from within, Sandasonia relayed, with Marigold nodding in agreement, as she too had never witnessed her sister in such a state. What? Old Lady Nu thought. Realizing the gravity of the situation, there was only one person capable of eliciting such a response from the Empress of Nine Snake Island, that accursed Karl. Old Lady Nu, does the Empress truly wish to keep me by her side? Inquired the girl brought by Old Lady Nu. Observing her, Old Lady Nu's resolve strengthened, and she asked, how long has the commotion inside ceased? It has been quiet for a while. What is it, Old Lady Nu? Did you come to see sister for something today? Mary Galud inquired, and the two sisters still held great respect for Granny Nu. Indeed. Moreover, this matter pertains significantly to the future survival of our Amazon Lily. Granny Nu pondered. As the current Empress had been deposed and was solely preoccupied with men, it was imperative for her to promptly cultivate the next Empress. At that moment, the two inside had completed their bath. Following their recent skirmish, the flush on Hancock's face had yet to fade, exuding an enchanting allure. Karl wrapped his arm around her waist and said, let us go. They must be waiting anxiously outside. Hancock's shy voice emerged, only to be followed by a glance toward the outside, her demeanor now radiating authority. The previous gentle side she had shown was meant solely for her man. As the couple pushed open the door, they beheld 4 individuals awaiting their presence. Upon witnessing the Empress's current beauty, their eyes transformed into hearts. Old Granny nearly lost herself in Hancock's stunning visage. Hancock, I have something important to discuss with you. Granny recalled the matter at hand. Hancock, is there something of great significance you wish to convey? If it's not important, please refrain, for Karl is already famished. At this moment, Karl held the utmost importance in her heart. Granny observed, indeed, her nation's Empress seemed to be on the verge of abandoning her duties. Hancock, she is Everlandra, a valiant guardian chosen through a rigorous selection from within the nation. Karl also gazed upon the young woman. Merely 14 or 15 years of age, yet already nearing 3 meters in height. It was she, the remarkably tall yet exceptionally agile guardian of the nation. Everlandra possesses considerable potential, thus I intend for her to learn under your guidance. Our 9 Serpent Island cannot be without an heir. After stating this, she cast an indignant glance at Karl, pondering the challenges she faced. Her newly cultivated Empress had been whisked away by this fellow. Karl comprehended the intentions of Elder Neo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, as he had, after all, absconded with their Empress. Indeed, I shall consent to this arrangement. Upon my return, I will instruct her in the various affairs of state, he affirmed. Hancock, too, grasped Elder Neo's perspective and offered no objections, recognizing the significance of her nation's future. What? Where do you intend to go? Elder Neo instinctively inquired, and upon seeing Karl's immediate understanding, her frustration intensified. You scoundrel! You must treat Hancock with greater kindness. Do you understand? Elder Neo admonished Karl with exasperation. How dare you threaten my man? She exclaimed, preparing to take action. Karl hurriedly stopped her, saying, It's all right, Hancock. Granny Nu is merely concerned for you, and I don't mind at all. Upon hearing this, Hancock lowered her hands, which had formed a heart shape, and replied with a huff, I will treat Karl well. Those present thought to themselves, isn't this rather upside down? Rest assured, Granny Nu, I shall take good care of Hancock. By the way, I have some insights regarding Haki cultivation. I will entrust them to Everlandra so she may practice according to the guidance provided. Strength will gradually improve. After all, having taken away another's Empress, it is only fitting to show some gratitude. Well then, thank you, came the response. Although Amazon Lily possesses its own methods of Haki cultivation, The insights from a formidable warrior are still invaluable. All right, Karl is quite hungry now. We must go eat, Hancock declared. Santa Sonia, could you ensure that more food is prepared? Of course, my esteemed sister, Santa Sonia replied before departing. Let us go, Karl, Hancock sweetly said. With that, the two made their way to the dining hall, for the recent battle had truly drained their energy. After a night of respite on Nine Snake Island, Karl, mindful of the journey that awaited him the following day, heeded Hancock's advice and peacefully slumbered beside her. Upon awakening the next morning, Hancock entrusted certain matters to Granny Nyan before preparing to depart with Karl. Karl, when do you intend to return, Hancock? She cannot be away from Nine Snake Island for too long, Granny Nyan inquired. Rest assured, Granny Nyan, we shall return in approximately a month, Karl reassured her. With that, Granny Nyan fell silent, watching as Karl, enveloped in a cloak of white smoke, whisked Hancock away into the skies. Is this a curse? Each successive empress faces the same fate, she lamented, a tinge of weariness in her heart. Turning her gaze toward Everlandra, she resolved to nurture her properly, ensuring she would not follow in the footsteps of her predecessors. Come, Everlandra, I shall guide you in your cultivation henceforth. You must strive to enhance your strength, Granny Nyan instructed her. Everlandra, still reeling from the events of the previous day, pondered the implication of potentially becoming the next empress of Nine Snake Island. Oh, very well, Granny Nyan, I will endeavor to do my best, she replied, her eyes glimmering with newfound confidence. After a half-day's flight, Karl and Hancock finally arrived at Gaia Island, soaring directly into the villa belonging to Karl's family. As anticipated, Daphne was busy attending to company affairs, while Ellie diligently researched the devil fruit factor in the laboratory. Karl and Hancock arrived at the laboratory. Ellie, we are back, Hancock exclaimed. It's been so long since we last met. I have missed you dearly. Ellie rushed over and embraced Hancock, their large plush rabbit being squished in the process. Sister Ellie, I have missed you as well. By the way, where's the other sister? I haven't seen her around. Hancock recalled that Karl had introduced them to another sister, which stirred a twinge of annoyance within her. They had agreed it would just be the two of them. However, having heard that Karl had known her for quite some time, and with Ellie's persuasion, Hancock reluctantly accepted Daphne into their fold. Karl still harbored some concerns. After all, Hancock's temperament was undeniably proud. Daphne had gone out to work. We had established a company under her capable management. She was truly remarkable, handling an array of tasks with impeccable organization, something I would struggle to achieve. Ellie also marveled at Daphne's extraordinary talent for business. Really? Where's Sister Daphne? I wish to meet her. Hancock expressed her curiosity about the sister she had yet to encounter. Let us go. I will take you. Dear, you may rest at home while Hancock and I explore, Daphne suggested. All right, Karl replied, casting a knowing glance at Ellie. Understood. You can rest easy, she assured him before departing with Hancock. Both Daphne and Ellie possessed high emotional intelligence, and guiding the inexperienced Hancock through her emotions would likely pose no challenge, which eased Karl's mind. Subsequently, Karl arrived at the training base, where Benson and Adrian were instructing over 100 guards in their training regimen. Under Ellie's physical enhancement potion, these individuals had significantly improved their physiques, with each having mastered several techniques of the 6 styles of the Navy. Benson had now become the instructor of this base. Karl couldn't help but feel nostalgic, reflecting on how the once young man had grown taller than him, now a towering figure over 3 meters tall. While Karl stood at only 2 meters and 6, Karl did not disturb them and went to find Anne. For the girl possessed remarkable talent in swordsmanship that must not be squandered. At the Shunfeng Company building, Ellie and Hancock arrived at Daphne's office. Daphne, your long-awaited Empress Hancock has arrived, Ellie announced as she led Hancock into the office. Daphne immediately set aside her work, for she had yearned to meet the most beautiful woman in the world of pirates for quite some time. Wow, she is indeed stunning, Daphne exclaimed, gazing at Hancock, who, as the Empress of the Sea, radiated immense charm, a testament to her sweet, sweet fruit powers. It was no wonder Karl had not let her slip away. Oh, come now. Sister Daphne, you are also quite lovely, Hancock replied, feeling a bit bashful at the compliment from this newly met sister. Let us hold off on the flattery. Let us not forget our main objective. Ellie interjected at that moment. What was the situation, you ask? The three of them had already reached an understanding and agreed to unite in order to prevent Karl from being enticed by other women. Yes. I almost forgot the important matter. Let me close the door first. Daphne shut the door and then pulled her 2 sisters into a conspiratorial huddle. This fellow has little resistance to beauty, so we must strategize. As the intellectual pillar of the trio, Daphne naturally took the lead in brainstorming. Occasional sinister laughter echoed within the office as the three women expressed their satisfaction with the outcome of their alliance. Sisters, may I be the first to bear a child? I must return to Amazon Lily to take my place, Hancock shyly proposed. Just moments prior, they had devised a plan to prevent Karl from being swayed by other women during their pregnancies by agreeing to stagger their childbearing. Well, that seems reasonable. Especially since Hancock is still the Empress of Amazon Lily, Daphne mused, stroking her chin. Let Hancock go first. Although Karl mentioned wanting to have a child after returning to Tiger Island, I have further research to conduct, and being pregnant would be inconvenient. Ellie added, Thank you both so much. Hancock felt immense gratitude, for this meant her child would be the firstborn, and she finally had the opportunity to give Karl a child. The thought made her blush with excitement. Hee, with business concluded, let us discuss something else. Hancock, how did you grow to be so ample? Daphne teased, reaching out to touch Hancock's curves. I really don't know. I've been this way since childhood. Hancock's face turned crimson as she shyly dodged Daphne's hand. Isn't it a bit too much? Will Lord Karl not prefer something smaller? She expressed her concern, fearing Karl might not appreciate her voluptuousness. If Karl were to hear this, he would surely retort, how could that be? I adore it. Ellie and Daphne exchanged knowing smiles. Not a chance. That guy loves it. Did you not notice how he clings to you even in his sleep? Well, that's a relief, Hancock replied, feeling reassured. Hancock let out a sigh of relief. Let us first explore Magic Valley Town and purchase some goods to bring back to Tiger Roar Island. The influx of merchants to Kaya Island has introduced a wealth of diverse products. Indeed, let us buy some local specialties for Uncle, Aunt, and Sister Lucio as well. Ellie added, should we invite Karl to contribute his thoughts? No need. He knows little about what to purchase. The three of us shall suffice. With that, Daphne took the two women and departed. Karl, if you were aware, would undoubtedly express his gratitude to Daphne for sparing him the ordeal of accompanying three women on their shopping excursion. At the beach, and was engaged in sparring with Karen. Karl observed the two, noting how Karen was guiding him with her techniques, and had become quite adept at employing the shave and gale techniques from the six forms, displaying commendable combat awareness, though her strength still needed improvement, and her Haki was rather immature. After Karen successfully parried An's final strike and collapsed onto the sand, exhausted, Karen, too, was panting as maintaining her restraint during the sparring was quite taxing. Thank you for practicing with me, Sister Karen, and said, dragging her fatigued body to bow in gratitude. You're welcome, and your combat awareness is already impressive. You just need to build up your strength. But fear not. As you grow, the shortcoming will diminish. Now, let us return. You've done remarkably well. The effectiveness of the six forms and the devil fruit is commendable. Karl remarked as he approached. Uncle, you're back. Where is Sister Hancock? Weren't you supposed to fetch her? She went with Ellie to find Daphne. Now, let's head home. All right. Uncle, and promptly leaped onto Karl's back. I'm so tired. Carry me back. At your age, still needing a piggyback? Aren't you ashamed? Karl jested. But before he could finish his sentence, and had already fallen asleep on his back, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. Karen, I appreciate your help. It's nothing. We truly enjoy spending time with him. Upon returning home, they placed him in her room to rest. This girl has been working hard lately. It's good for her to push herself a bit to learn self-protection. As Karl settled into a lounge chair in the courtyard, Enel swaggered in, biting into an apple. Captain, what is it, Enel? A few agents from the world government attempted to infiltrate our training base, but I detected them and incapacitated them. These pests are quite bothersome. May I eliminate them? Recently, the significant developments on Kaya Island had not only attracted the Navy's attention, but also prompted the world government's CP organization to send agents for reconnaissance. The world government? Pay them no mind. Simply deal with these CP agents directly. From now on, should any spies attempt to set foot on the island, unleash divine retribution without hesitation. There is no need to be courteous. The guards on the island will handle the aftermath. Karl was aware that Gaia Island's transformation would undoubtedly prompt an investigation. Yet he remained indifferent. Ah, I understand now. Enela remarked with a hint of cruel amusement, revealing his nature was far from benevolent. It struck him as peculiar that Hancock and the others had yet to return. Could it be that they had quarreled? Surely not. For Daphne was not one to act foolishly. Karl dozed off in his armchair, oblivious to the passage of time. When he sensed some movement beside him, he opened his eyes to find Hancock there. A gentle breeze caused the hem of Hancock's cheongsam to flutter, evoking an air of classical elegance and poetic allure. Karl extended his hand to embrace her slender waist, drawing her into his arms. "Ah, Lord Karl, do not be mischievous. I have matters to discuss with you," Hancock exclaimed as she was unexpectedly pulled into his embrace. "No more mischief. I shall hold you like this. Now speak," Karl replied, encircling her with his arms, greedily inhaling the fragrance that emanated from the Empress. "Humph, consider yourself fortunate. I consent, and I have already conferred with my 2 sisters. Should you dare to be unfaithful and pursue another woman, I shall ensure your, well, you know." As she spoke, Hancock's petite hand ventured towards Karl's lower body, boldly grasping it. "Ah, be gentle, my dear. Rest assured, I promise there will be no other women in the future. Besides, I am already exceedingly content with 3 such beautiful wives." Karl hastily pleaded for mercy, realizing that Hancock was indeed quite forceful just moments ago. "You must remember your promise just made, or else." "Humph." Hancock withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, astonished at her own audacity to touch Lord Karl in such a manner. "Hiki, I shall surely remember. By the way, where are your 2 sisters? Why did you return alone?" Karl, feeling he had narrowly escaped a predicament, quickly changed the topic. "Sister Daphne and Sister Ellie had matters to attend to. It seems a person named Diamante has arrived, claiming to take Pika back with him. Sister Ellie even drew 2 vials of blood from that Diamante fellow for some unknown purpose. I found it rather dull, so my sisters allowed me to return first." Hancock recounted. "Oh, Lord Karl, I purchased some items to take back for my parents and Sister Lucio. Come quickly and see if they are suitable." With that, she stood up and pulled Karl towards the room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a large bundle. "My, how much have you bought?" Karl exclaimed. "Look, this dress is for Sister Lucio. Do you think she will like it? And these are for my parents." Hancock eagerly opened the package, revealing its contents while introducing them to Karl, her heart filled with joy yet tinged with anxiety, fearing that Karl's family might not approve. Karl gazed at Hancock as she meticulously unwrapped each gift, a warmth blossoming in his heart. With a wife like her, what more could he desire? He approached her and embraced her, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, they will surely love them. Besides, as long as you return with me, their joy will be immense. Upon seeing you, they will surely think, how could this rascal have found such a wonderful wife? That is a relief, but I am uncertain of their preferences, which is why I purchased a variety," Hancock shyly replied. "Fear not, I shall store these away for now and present them to you when we reach Tiger Roar Island," Karl said, promptly placing the large bundle into his spatial bracelet. "Hey, you 2 should be more mindful of your surroundings. What will Anne think if she sees this?" At that moment, Daphne and Ellie returned, each carrying a package. "You misunderstand. I assure you, I did nothing inappropriate with Lord Karl. I simply returned to my room first," she said, clicking her heels as she hurried away. "And was exhausted from her training and has fallen asleep. She has yet to awaken. By the way, what else did you purchase?" Karl inquired, eyeing the 2 packages they held. "Women's items, which I cannot divulge. Please, just store them for now," they replied, handing the parcels to Karl to place into his storage bracelet. "At your service, my 2 lovely wives," he exclaimed. "By the way, Ellie, did you also draw blood from Diamante?" Karl recalled Hancock's earlier words and asked. "Indeed, he was unaware of my intentions and willingly allowed me to draw 2 vials." Ellie responded with a mischievous grin. "2 Logia types, one from the stone fruit and the other from the flutter fruit. Are you truly so confident?" Karl probed, not intending to discourage her. Such substances are not easily studied. There are still no leads on the nature and mythical types. But I have made significant progress with the ordinary and paramecia types," Ellie declared proudly, resembling a strutting rooster. "That is splendid news. Have they already departed?" "They have left. And during their departure, Diamante mentioned that Doflamingo also wishes to rent a warehouse and a shop here. I agreed to this arrangement," Daphne informed him, as she was overseeing these matters. "How intriguing. This Flamingo is quite astute. The underground emperor surely possesses considerable skills. Now, go prepare a meal. We are famished after a day of wandering." Daphne urged Karl to head to the kitchen. "Oh, I just remembered that I brought back that salt from Water 7. Karl exclaimed, realizing he had yet to give it to Kareen. "Is this the salt left by the gods of water after their retreat?" "Indeed. Come, let us find Kareen. This salt will surely enhance the flavor of the meat we roast tonight," Karl said, his excitement palpable. "Excellent. I shall fetch Hancock and Ellie. You check on and to see if she has awakened. We shall enjoy roasted meat tonight." With that, Daphne dashed toward Hancock's room. "I shall go find Kareen first." Let us all have a delightful feast tonight, and we can depart for Tiger Roar Island tomorrow. The beach was bustling with activity that evening. And the most delighted of all was Kareen, for the meat roasted with the salt Karl had brought back was simply exquisite. She expressed her desire to visit the Seven-Water City to collect more ingredients for her culinary research. The next day, at the dedicated port of the Gale Island Express, everyone gathered. This time, Karl decided to leave Ainalu, Benson, and Jerry behind. Ainalu was tasked with monitoring the entire island, while Benson would continue training the guards. And Jerry would manage the shipyard. Daphne had already arranged matters concerning the company, and if anything was uncertain, simply contact her via the telephone bug, Karl advised Ainalu. Understood. The latter replied. Very well, we shall take our leave now. We will return in about a month. Once we bring the people from the Sky Island, we can commence our full-scale development. Jerry, in a few days, a batch of materials will be transported from the Seven-Water City. According to the blueprints I left you, construct 10 more ships. The requirement for these vessels is to maximize the cabin space while extending their underwater navigation duration. Understood, Captain, Jerry acknowledged. All right, let us depart. The Tiger God sailed across the boundless sea, while Karl reclined on a beach chair, observing several women engaged in conversation nearby, and was also lounging on a chair. And Adrian sat cross-legged at the top of the mast lookout. How delightful! Karl mused at the picturesque scene before him. Everyone, come and taste my newly developed juice. I assure you, it is exquisite, Kareen announced, bringing out several cups of juice. Coming. Sister Kareen, give me a large one, and exclaimed, leaping up to her. Here you go. After distributing the cups, they all sat cross-legged on the deck, sipping their juice. Can you chill mine? I prefer it a bit colder, Karl shouted. So troublesome. I'm not a refrigerator, and reluctantly extended her hand. This is truly delicious. Kareen, you are amazing, Daphne exclaimed, embracing Kareen and planting a kiss on her cheek. Of course, I am the champion of the national culinary competition. How wonderful. Everyone applauded, but suddenly, the distant sound of cannon fire interrupted their revelry. Captain, it appears pirates and the Navy are engaged in battle, Adrian noted after a quick glance. Pay them no mind. We shall proceed with our own affairs, Karl replied, his observation Haki extending outwards, discerning that the skirmish involved some newly arrived pirates on the Grand Line. After all, he was now a significant figure himself and had no reason to meddle in the conflicts of those lacking sufficient strength. Adrian, what do you think about giving the bee fruit to Zoe? Karl pondered it to be a fitting choice, considering they had all grown up together on Tiger Roar Island, sharing a deep understanding of one another. We must consult Zoe's opinion first, but I believe she would be inclined to accept. Very well, if she agrees. She could accompany Daphne after we return. Hasn't she always yearned to achieve something remarkable to impress Captain Dylan? This presents her with the opportunity to control the future's largest logistics hub. Karl chuckled as he reminisced about his childhood when Zoe, eager to venture outside, would trail behind Captain Dylan, only to be left behind, her frustration amusing to behold. Indeed, it was quite humorous. Captain, is there something in the sky? Adrian noticed what appeared to be something flying above. Karl gazed up at the sky, taken aback by the sight of a dragon. What on earth? How did this creature come to be here? He exclaimed. Adrian, accelerate and let's depart from this place, Karl instructed solemnly. Understood. Is that Kaido? Daphne also noticed the dragon hovering above. Indeed, have no fear. My current strength is more than sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with him. My only concern is that he might be inebriated and inadvertently destroy our ship, which would be disastrous. Kaido is not to be compared with that old hag Big Mom. Ever since the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, she has neglected her training, preoccupied solely with bearing children, resulting in a significant decline in her power. Among the emperors, she is likely the weakest. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed a fierce attack upon the nearby navy and pirates. In an instant, a warship and a pirate vessel were obliterated, leaving only the faint echoes of desperate cries for help. At that moment, the dragon's gaze shifted towards Karl's direction. Leave this maritime expanse. I will catch up with you shortly. Karl recognized that a confrontation was inevitable. Please be cautious, Karl. Ellie expressed her concern. Lord Karl, I wish to fight alongside you. Do not worry. You are unaware of my true capabilities. Depart at once. I have no desire for that beast to wreck my ship. Let us go. Karl will have reservations about fighting while we remain here. Daphne understood that in battles of this magnitude, their assistance would be futile. Uncle, be careful. With that, the Tiger God ship sped away from the perilous waters. Karl conjured a fiery cloud and soared into the sky, immediately transforming into his full beast form. Kaido, what brings you to this paradise? Upon his arrival, Karl realized that this fellow was not inebriated. He had simply ventured here on his own. I recognize you. The tiger God Karl. Young man, would you care to join my beast pirates? I could appoint you as my vice captain. What say you? With a hearty laugh. Kaido suddenly remembered who stood before him and felt a surge of recruitment desire. I think I'll pass. By the way, Kaido, I have a lingering question. Who is your wife, the mother of Yamato? Karl was genuinely curious about the identity of Yamato's mother. You wish to know? Then receive my attack first. Burrow breath. Without further ado, Kaido unleashed a torrent of scorching flames. What the hell? No sense of martial ethics, diving straight into combat? Hellfire. In the sky, two pillars of fire clashed against each other, painting the clouds a brilliant crimson. You've got some skill, Kaido noted. Realizing that his fiery breath had been countered, indicating that his opponent possessed a similar prowess. He then shrank in size, transforming into his hybrid form. As Karl beheld Kaido's serious demeanor, he transformed into his hybrid form. Come at me with your best shot. Thunder Bagua. Kaido swung his electrified kanabo with ferocity. Incredible! Truly magnificent. There was no time to analyze Kaido's technique. Slash wave, break the void. A deep crimson strike surged forth, clashing against Kaido's Thunder Bagua. The immense forces collided, creating a cacophony of creaking sounds as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of shattering. Hey, kid, don't you dare perish, roared Kaido. Unleashing his upgraded attack, the Supreme Thunder Bagua, now imbued with Conqueror's Haki, exponentially amplifying its ferocity. Fear not, Kaido. You must survive as well. Karl countered with his own Conqueror's Haki, his presence resonating with a profound roar as he faced Kaido's formidable attack. Boom. The explosion sent both warriors tumbling backward, each landing with a serious expression. Kaido appeared incensed, his Conqueror's Haki bearing down with immense pressure, yet Karl was no pushover, boldly retaliating with his own Haki. The sky seemed to rend as black and crimson lightning enveloped them. A stalemate ensued. Prepare yourself for another blow. Descend. 3 worlds. Summon the abyss. Kaido leaped into the air, twirling his kanabo, now infused with Conqueror's Haki, and aimed it at Karl with ferocity. Karl had no time for contemplation and unleashed his ultimate move, the sky-piercing technique, Dragon's Destruction. The Conqueror's Haki enveloped the new Pavilion Lord, accompanied by the resonant roars of dragons and tigers crashing against Kaido's spiked club. The two warriors' Conqueror's Haki erupted in full force, transforming the sky into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse as black and crimson lightning danced wildly across the ocean. Boom. The earth-shattering sound reverberated as their formidable Haki clashed, igniting the very fabric of space. They were sent hurtling through the air, ultimately crashing down onto the surface of the sea. As Karl felt a wave of weakness wash over him, he swiftly harnessed his abilities to ascend rapidly. His chest surged with vitality, only to be followed by a sudden expulsion of blood, leaving him considerably weakened in an instant. Karl gazed towards Kaido, who was not in a much better state, having coughed up blood as he cast a glance in my direction. Ah, Karl, I acknowledge your strength. It had been a long time since Master Kaido had fought with such vigor. Upon hearing this, Karl let out a sigh of relief. Had the battle continued, it might have escalated to a deadly confrontation. Kaido, you truly hold nothing back, he exclaimed, reflecting on the relentless barrage of fierce strikes aimed at him. What if I couldn't withstand it? Karl placed a hand on his chest, still feeling pangs of discomfort. You did manage to take the blows, didn't you? Besides, you showed no mercy either. I'm still suffering from it. With that, he transformed into a colossal dragon, preparing to return to his island in search of his wine gourd, pondering that had he brought it along today, victory would have surely been his. Wait, Kaido, Karl called out hastily. What is it, kid? Kaido replied. It's nothing. I merely wish to discuss a business venture concerning Sea Prism Stone. You must sell me some. Damn it, I can't let our clash be in vain. All right. Go seek out my subordinate, Fire Calamity, for that. It's not under my jurisdiction. With that, Kaido soared away. The business was to be handled by Fire Calamity. The research by plague and the fighting by drought, he spoke as if there was any aspect under his control. Wait a moment, you do have a hand in the fighting. Karl mused, recalling their recent clash. Seeing Kaido depart into the distance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, though they had only exchanged a few blows. The exertion of Haki had been significant. How exhausting. I must return swiftly, or they will begin to worry. The commotion was quite substantial. Karl transformed back to his human form and swiftly flew towards the Tiger God ship. Soon, he located it and descended onto the deck. Lord Karl, how are you? Hancock rushed over upon noticing the traces of blood at the corner of Karl's mouth. I'm fine. Just coughed up some blood. Kaido is in no better state. Rest assured. Uncle, you appear somewhat weak. Are you truly all right? And observed Karl's pale complexion with concern. I'm merely hungry. Honestly, engaging in battle with Kaido drained several days' worth of my reserves. Karl replied irritably. Captain, hurry to the kitchen. Daphne has already mentioned that after your fight, you would need to consume copious amounts of food, and I've prepared it all in advance. Karine interjected at that moment. Thank you, Karine, Karl exclaimed, rushing into the kitchen, where he was greeted by a feast of various meats piled high upon the dining table. Karl, unabashed, began to show off in a manner that was almost more extravagant than a food broadcast. Slow down, Karine has prepared so much, Ellie remarked, unable to contain herself as she watched Karl devour piece after piece of meat. It's fine. I can still eat, Karl mumbled through his mouthful, indifferent to whether they understood him. The food on the table visibly diminished, and before long, Karl had consumed it all, his belly round and taut, as if it might burst. I'm full, he exclaimed, and then, employing a technique he called life restoration, his stomach immediately returned to its original state. I feel revived. I was just starving to death. After a fierce battle followed by a hearty meal, Karl felt utterly content. Karl, how did Kaido end up here? He shouldn't be appearing in the paradise, logically speaking, Daphne inquired after Karl had finished eating. I have no idea. Perhaps he got drunk and flew about recklessly, contemplating suicide. And ended up here once sober, Karl speculated, puzzled by Kaido's presence. Suicide? Why would the mighty Emperor of the Sea wish to end his life? Adrian pondered. Well, you see, it's because Kaido has such thick skin. Others can't breach his defenses or kill him, so he often flies high and jumps down to attempt suicide, Karl explained. Suddenly intrigued, he thought he might try it himself, but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, he was not Kaido. Is there truly such a method of suicide? Everyone, save for Daphne, expressed astonishment. Kaido, a member of the Oni race, possessed inherently strong defenses, further augmented by consuming the mythical Zoan-type azure dragon fruit, rendering him even more resilient. Without mastering skills like Conqueror's Haki, one might not even be able to scratch Kaido's skin, Karl elaborated. Is the physique of the Oni race really so formidable? The group was taken aback. Absolutely. And then there's Big Mom, whose constitution is famously known as the steel balloon. At the age of 5, she destroyed an entire village of giants. Quite impressive, Daphne added, prompting further amazement among the group. Wait, Daphne, how do you know all this so well? Hancock asked, puzzled, considering that Daphne was once an ordinary noble without any significant influence. Oh, haha. Well, Karl told me. He shared many stories with me back in the day. Daphne promptly threw Karl under the bus as a shield. Karl's eyes widened in astonishment, thinking, when did I ever tell you a story? My Lord Karl, you have yet to share a tale with me. Hancock felt a twinge of jealousy. She too wished to hear a story from Karl. Very well. I shall tell you a story in due time. Oh, by the way, Daphne, I just made arrangements with Kaido. We will be able to engage in trade involving sea prism stones. You know what those are, right? Karl hastily shifted the conversation. Sea prism stones? He is willing to conduct business with us regarding sea prism stones? Daphne was somewhat taken aback. Well, perhaps it's because my strength has earned his respect. Karl felt a swell of pride. After all, he was conversing with one of the ultimate figures in the pirate world. In that case, Karl, do you think we could establish a delivery station in Wano country? It is, after all, an essential location in the pirate world. Daphne pondered. I could. But we should refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern us. Our focus should solely be on our business, as long as we can transport the sea prism stones. That is sufficient. Karl was concerned that Daphne might develop a sense of compassion. He had no desire to assume the role of a savior. Understood. Rest assured, Karl. I will not involve myself unnecessarily. By the way, do you think the king of the underworld truly resides beneath Wano? It is not out of the realm of possibility. However, the king of the underworld is not something we can control, not at least at our current level. Therefore, we should refrain from investigating it for now, Karl advised Daphne, knowing her ambitious nature. Captain, what exactly is the king of the underworld? Adrian inquired. The king of the underworld is one of the 3 ancient weapons. A colossal warship said to possess the power to obliterate an island with a single blast. However, I doubt it is quite so simple. Karl was skeptical that the king of the underworld was merely an ordinary warship. If it were that simple, even the sea kings could easily overthrow it. One of the 3 ancient weapons? Are there 2 others? Ellie asked, her curiosity piqued. The three ancient weapons are the King of Heaven, the King of the Sea, and the King of the Underworld. Each possesses the capacity to disrupt the seas. You will learn more about them in time. Although I am not entirely clear on the details myself. To be honest, Karl truly did not know much. As far as was known, only the Sea King was represented by the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. Neither the King of Heaven nor the King of the Underworld had been seen in their true forms. Oh. The group responded in a manner that suggested understanding, prompting Karl to roll his eyes in exasperation. Enough of that. Let us hurry back to Tiger's Roar Island. Karl felt somewhat speechless. Days later, the Tiger God ship docked at the port of Tiger's Roar Island after passing through a windless zone. My Lord Karl, is this Tiger's Roar Island? Hancock gazed at the island, curious since her home, Amazon Lily, also resided in a windless zone. Indeed, aside from the central holy mountain, most of Tiger's Roar Island is covered in forest. Come, let us return home. Karl suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia, as though he were returning to his roots. Haha. Karl, I hear you have made quite a name for yourself out there. Welcome back, Uncle Daren exclaimed. It has been a long time. In the past, Karl had given Daren a warm embrace. Daren, look who I am, and exclaimed. Her transformation since leaving Tiger Roar Island was nothing short of remarkable. Daren gazed at the girl beside him, clad in a blue combat outfit, her cool demeanor complemented by the sword she held, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Is that Yuan? What a significant change. The little girl who once begged me to buy cakes has now blossomed into a formidable female swordsman. Daren felt a surge of nostalgia at Anne's transformation. Indeed, I have been training diligently, and replied with a laugh. All right, Karl, you all should head home. Your parents and sister must be aware of your return. Daren had been enjoying a drink at the tavern when he sensed several powerful forces converging at the port, prompting his visit. Okay, we'll take our leave, Karl said to Daren. Captain, I shall return home now, Adrian announced. Very well, Karine, what about you? Adrian had already departed. And Karl inquired where Karine was headed, knowing she had a home here as well. I will definitely check on my little nest first. Farewell, Captain, she replied. All right then. Let us all head back. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and is back, and exclaimed as she spotted her mother waiting at the door, rushing over to embrace her. My precious and has grown so much. Let me see you properly. Are you hurt? Lu Jiu asked excitedly, inspecting him closely, aware that she had also been targeted for a bounty. I'm perfectly fine, Mom. I am quite strong now, and reassured her, turning to hug her grandparents. Goodness. Aren has grown up, blossoming into a beautiful young lady. They remarked with delight. Of course, and giggled. Now, let us go inside and talk. Karl, Ellie, and these two young ladies should come in as well, Berg said, equally elated. Upon returning home, Karl felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lord Karl. Hancock tugged at his sleeve. Father, mother, sister, allow me to introduce you. This is Hancock, this is Daphne, and this is Ellie. These three are now my wives. Karl quickly brought the women forward. What? All three are your wives? Karl, you haven't mistreated them, have you? Lu Jiu asked, looking at the trio of beautiful women before her. She had suspected Ellie was Karl's partner, but now there were two more. How did he manage that? Berg and Emma regarded Karl with serious expressions. No, we genuinely care for one another, I assure you. Karl hastily explained. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am Murphy Daphne. We truly love Karl and are with him willingly. He has not mistreated us, so rest assured. Daphne stated confidently, without a hint of shyness. Yes. I also deeply love Lord Karl. By the way, I am Boa Hancock, and I have brought many gifts for you, father and mother, as well as for Sister Lu Jiu. I hope you will like them. My Lord Karl, please retrieve my belongings, Hancock said, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Her cheeks flushed. Karl retrieved several items purchased by women from his storage bracelet and handed them over. You've saved me, Karl. There is no rush for the gifts. Come, please take a seat, Lu Jiu urged, pulling several women to sit down, and they began to converse. Karl, since they are all your women now, when do you plan to hold the wedding? Emma inquired. At this moment, all eyes turned to Karl, and the women appeared quite anxious. Mom and Dad. I returned with the intention of marrying them. The wedding will take place here on Hushao Island, Karl replied hastily. Moreover, I have prepared the wedding dress and the jewelry rings. I will treat them well. Lord Karl, I adore you, Hancock exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him, overwhelmed with emotion. Ellie and Daphne also had tears in their eyes. Ahem, let us proceed with this for now. I will go speak with the mayor regarding the wedding arrangements. It has been quite some time since the town has witnessed such lively events. All right, thank you, Dad. The young lady's reassured, if Karl ever bullies you, just tell Mom. And she will help you teach him a lesson, Emma said, seating the women once more, and they began reminiscing about Karl's childhood. In the evening, Karl invited Uncle Daren and Karine over, and they all enjoyed a lively dinner together. Later that night, in Karl's room, the three women were filled with joy, for they were finally to marry the ones they loved. They excitedly discussed wedding plans when Karl entered. What are my beautiful wives chatting about? I wish to join, he said, promptly sitting cross-legged on the bed. Lord Karl, we were just discussing the wedding. We are finally getting married. I am so happy. Hancock leaned against Karl, expressing her delight. By the way, dear husband, I want my brother to come back for my wedding. Ellie suddenly remembered that her brother was still on Gaia Island. Lord Karl, I also hope that Grandma Nyo and my two sisters can attend my wedding. Daphne added. That is certain. In a few days, I shall go fetch them. Do not worry, Karl assured them. However, Daphne suddenly felt a twinge of sadness. She wished for her parents to be present at her wedding and wondered how they were faring without her, knowing they must be heartbroken. Karl held Daphne's hand, offering her solace. Daphne, from now on, I shall be your support. We are all your family. Yes, Daphne, we are your family. I'm all right. I have all of you in Karl. Karl gently embraced her, fully understanding Daphne's current emotions. Ah yes, Daphne. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to present her with the devil fruit. He leapt from the bed and opened the safe, retrieving the natural-type cloud fruit. Daphne, this is the devil fruit I have prepared for you, the natural-type cloud fruit, Karl proclaimed, holding the pineapple-shaped fruit adorned with cloud patterns. Is this truly a natural-type devil fruit? Ellie inquired with curiosity. What do you say? Shall we eat it now? Karl extended the fruit towards Daphne. Let's eat it now, Daphne exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After all, it was a natural-type devil fruit. Sister Daphne, you must consume the entire fruit for it to be effective, Ellie mischievously interjected, eager to see if Daphne would indeed finish it. Little did she know, Daphne was well aware of the nature of devil fruits. Ah, you little trickster. Do you really think you can deceive me? Watch how I teach you a lesson, Daphne declared as she mounted Ellie, extending her claw-like hand towards her. Oh, all right. Hancock promptly approached, grasping Ellie's hand. Ah, Hancock, don't come closer. Ha. Daphne, stop tickling me. I admit my mistake. The three women began to frolic on the bed, creating a lively scene. Karl observed from the side, muttering to himself, how splendid. No, truly magnificent. My dear ladies, perhaps we should pause until Daphne has consumed the devil fruit, and then I shall join you in your playful antics. Karl was nearly overwhelmed by the delightful chaos unfolding before him. I was wrong. Just eat the devil fruit, Daphne. Ellie seized the opportunity to escape from Daphne's grasp. Hee, I shall let you off this time, Daphne replied as she rose to pick up the cloud fruit, studying it intently. Then, as if making a momentous decision, she took a bite. Instantly, an indescribable flavor flooded her mouth, and she struggled to swallow it. This is utterly revolting. What sort of ghastly taste is this? Daphne grimaced, fighting the urge to vomit. Ha. I felt the same way at first. Quickly. Have a glass of milk to rinse your mouth. Ellie poured a glass of milk and handed it to Daphne. Daphne accepted the milk and gulped it down eagerly. Ah. I feel revived. That was truly horrendous. Well then, shall we test your newfound abilities? Karl was eager to witness the powers of the cloud fruit. I'll give it a try, Daphne responded, conjuring clouds that floated gracefully throughout the room. She savored her powers before gathering the clouds back. How is it, Sister Daphne? Aside from elemental transformation, what other abilities do you possess? Hancock felt a twinge of curiosity. Indeed, I can harness the clouds to summon rain, conjure thunderclouds to unleash lightning, and even shape colossal cloud beasts to assail my adversaries. Furthermore, I can create a type of cloud that appears transparent to others, allowing me to conceal myself, along with several other abilities that I must diligently develop. Daphne believed that the powers of this cloud fruit extended beyond mere capabilities. Surely, I could fabricate an island of clouds akin to Sky Island? Yes, that is quite a simple task. Splendid. In the future, I must also focus on strengthening my physique. A more robust body will enable me to wield the fruit's powers more effectively. Although Karl understood that Daphne grasped this principle, he still felt compelled to remind her. I know. Rest assured, Karl, Daphne was also aware that while the Logia-type devil fruit is formidable, the most crucial aspects in this world are physical strength and Haki. Very well, then tomorrow you shall accompany me to fetch someone, and upon our return, we will wed. Understood. Thank you, Karl. I am truly grateful to have met you here. Suddenly, Daphne became sentimental. What use is mere verbal gratitude? It would be far better to engage in something tangible. 3 wives, shouldn't we rest? Hee, Karl chuckled mischievously. Ah. I just remembered that I promised to sleep with Sister Lugio tonight. I shall go find her. Ellie stood up, dressed, and made her way to Lugio's room. Karl, dear, I too have made arrangements to spend the night at Karen's, so I shall take my leave, Daphne said before slipping out. How fortunate, how coincidental. Karl had thought this evening would culminate in the 4 of them sharing a bed. Oh, Lord Karl, Hancock, have you also made plans with someone? Karl asked incredulously, wondering if he was destined to spend the night alone. No. I merely wish to bear a child for you, Lord Karl. Hancock replied shyly. Hancock. Childbirth is quite painful. Are you not afraid? Karl pulled Hancock's delicate frame into his embrace. I am not afraid, Lord Karl. Ellie has calculated that these days are when I am most likely to conceive, the woman in Karl's arms whispered softly. Then let us have a child. With that, Karl pressed his lips against Hancock's rosy ones. Hancock wrapped her arms around Karl's neck, responding passionately. The two shed their clothing. And soon the room was filled with harmonious melodies. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The fervor persisted for quite some time, only settling after a deep, resonant roar. In the ensuing 2 days, due to Hancock's influence, Karl postponed his plans to fetch someone, dedicating himself entirely to the creation of life with Hancock. To avoid excessive noise, they relocated to a villa atop a mountain for 2 days. On the morning of the 2nd day, after completing his morning exercises, Karl beheld the blissful flush across Hancock's face and smiled gently. He donned his clothing, then kissed Hancock's forehead. Hancock, I must go to fetch someone now, otherwise we shall miss our wedding. Karl sat on the edge of the bed, holding her hand, and said, I understand. I don't have the strength to send you off, so I shall refrain. No need to see me off. You should rest well. I will take my leave. With that, Karl exited the villa and soared towards Daphne's direction. Hancock watched Karl depart, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he mused to himself. After so many encounters in recent days, surely they should be able to conceive a child now? With that thought, he shyly pulled the quilt over his head. Down the hill, in the town's sole church, which had stood for centuries, a fish-tailed cross was carved in its center. At that moment, many were bustling inside, gradually transforming the church into a wedding venue. Mother, where's Uncle? I haven't seen him these past few days. And I haven't seen Sister Hancock either, and expressed her curiosity. They have gone out for some errands. Also, you should refer to her as Aunt from now on. No need to be so informal. Uncle is just a fickle-hearted scoundrel. And huffed, I will go find Sister Ellie and Sister Daphne. Lucio gazed at her daughter, suddenly feeling the bittersweet pangs of her growing up. A smile unconsciously gracing her face, yet in the next moment, it vanished as thoughts of Ace crept into her mind. I wonder how Ace is doing. In race to the shoreline, where Ellie and Daphne were engaged in a sparring practice, while Kareen observed from the sidelines. Daphne's combat skills were quite lacking, and Ellie was not faring much better, although she possessed the ability of Haki. Upon returning to Tiger Roar Island, they found themselves with some free time. Thus the two had been honing their combat prowess over the past few days. Sister Ellie, Sister Daphne, so this is where you are, and approached, prompting them to pause. Breathless from their exertion. Here, have a drink to replenish your energy. Kareen offered 2 cups of green liquid. Ellie and Daphne took the cups and drank eagerly. Kareen, what on earth is this? It tastes terrible. Daphne nearly spat it out, yet her stamina was indeed recovering rapidly. Ellie, having sampled the drink carefully, discerned its ingredients and her expression soured. Kareen, dear, the base of this drink isn't. That, is it? Ellie inquired with difficulty. I assure you, I discovered this peculiar insect in Tiger War Forest. Consuming it as an ingredient can swiftly replenish stamina. I observed it for quite some time before realizing its potential. The only drawback is its flavor, which could use some improvement, but it is still tolerable. I will refine it further, she said, taking a sip from her own cup without any adverse reaction. In an instant, Daphne's complexion drained of color, and she rushed aside to vomit. She had encountered that insect before, during the time Kareen had captured it. Sister Kareen, how frightening, and exclaimed from the side. Are you all right? Is it truly that distasteful? Kareen asked, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. Kareen, you are a cook. You ought to know the taste of that insect. Ellie was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, I shall make some improvements. However, the flavor of this insect is quite unique. Indeed. It is not something that the average person can easily endure. Karen contemplated returning to make some adjustments. At that moment, Daphne, having nearly finished her bout of discomfort, approached Karen with legs crossed and remarked, "Karen, it is not merely a matter of taste. This insect itself, do you not find it exceedingly difficult to swallow?" The mere thought of that insect sent shivers down Daphne's spine. Karen gazed at the trio and inquired, "Are you all truly afraid of this insect?" They responded in unison, nodding vigorously. "Haha. So, it turns out you were frightened of this creature." Suddenly, Karen recalled that she, in fact, harbored no fear. Having experimented with numerous ingredients in her quest to refine her culinary skills. How terrifying Karen appears to them now. After searching in several places without finding them, Karl finally discovered their whereabouts. "Karl, you've come down. But where is Hancock?" Daphne asked, noticing the absence of the Empress. "She is feeling a bit unwell and will return later," Karl replied somewhat apologetically. "You should take it easy too." Honestly, Ellie chided Karl, though she acknowledged his remarkable stamina. "Uncle, where have you been these past few days? I could hardly find you." "This is a drink I've recently concocted." Karen and the others seemed to enjoy it. Ellie just had a sip. "Why don't you give it a try?" and said, handing Karl the cup that Ellie had just tasted, her expression earnest. The three women stifled their laughter. "Oh, and can make drinks now? Let me have a taste," Karl exclaimed as he took a sip from Ellie's cup. As the peculiar flavor flooded his mouth, he found it rather unpalatable and nearly spat it out. However, recalling the effort and had put into making it, he decided to grant her a modicum of courtesy. Karl set down his drink and said to him, "Not bad, and this is quite delightful. But perhaps a few enhancements could render it even more exquisite." A few women were stifling their laughter, and soon they could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter. "What is so amusing? Is there something wrong with the drink I mentioned?" Karl felt perplexed. What was wrong with showing a little respect for his niece? "Oh, it's nothing at all." "Ha ha. Ahem. By the way, Karl, what brings you to us?" Karine inquired at that moment. "Oh, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Daphne, you will accompany me to pick someone up shortly," Karl said to Daphne. "All right, I'll head home first to take a shower and change my clothes." Daphne had anticipated that she would be going out with Karl to fetch someone. However, due to Hancock's recent susceptibility to pregnancy, their departure had been postponed for a couple of days. "You go ahead and take your shower. I'll find Mom and Dad. We might be away for a few days, so I need to inform them," Karl remarked. "Okay, you clarify things with Mom and Dad. I'll wait for you at home." With that, Daphne hurried home to take her shower. "Uncle, are you going to Fishman Island this time? If so, could you bring Shirahoshi along?" and asked Karl. "Yes, indeed. This time, with Daphne's cloud disguise, no one will be able to see Shirahoshi outside. We can bring her out, and once we reach Tiger's Roar Island, we need not fear being discovered." "That is wonderful. I can finally see Shirahoshi again," and exclaimed joyfully, having not seen Shirahoshi for quite some time. Karl located his parents and informed them that he would be departing soon to pick someone up. Afterwards, he returned to collect Daphne, and they set off. In the skies above, Karl and Daphne sat cross-legged on her cloud, soaring swiftly through the air. The sensation of ascending to such heights was simply exhilarating. "By the way, Karl, who are we picking up first? Is it the mermaid princess, White Star?" Daphne inquired with a hint of excitement, as she had longed to visit the uninhabited island. "Let's not rush," Karl replied. "First, we shall head to 9 Serpent Island, and then to the Shambodi archipelago. I have already instructed Rayleigh to prepare the coded vessel in advance, so upon our arrival, we can proceed directly to Fishman Island." Karl comprehended Daphne's current sentiments. Fishman Island was not solely the dream of men, but also a cherished aspiration for the women residing there. The island was adorned with resplendent, shimmering sights and delectable fishman delicacies, and the fashion was notably chic, captivating Daphne's interest to explore the vibrant streets upon her arrival. The mere thought of shopping caused a headache for Karl. Well, it seemed to align with their route. "By the way, Karl, why are you carrying so many treasures? Are you planning to exchange them for cash?" Daphne found it peculiar, before their departure. She had observed Karl retrieving a plethora of treasures from the treasure hall at the Sacred Mountain, and they had no need for cash. "No. This is a gift for Amazon Lily. Unlike us, they are quite lacking in supplies. After all, it is Hancock's maternal home, and we should lend a hand. I consider this batch of treasures a form of dowry." "Are they truly that impoverished? Don't they have any specialties?" Daphne was bewildered, as her impression of the islands in One Piece was that they were generally abundant in resources. "They do possess one specialty, the Gozarola cheese and Sea King pasta. It is a dish made from gozzerola cheese and the flesh of the sea kings, but they scarcely have enough even for their own consumption. Oh, Karl. How much dowry are you preparing for me? Daphne suddenly leaned closer to Karl, tracing circles on his chest. Huh? Haven't I entrusted the financial authority to you? Take whatever you desire. Karl replied generously. Humph, how boring. With that, she accelerated towards Amazon Lily. At that moment, within the palace of Amazon Lily, Elder Nyan, along with Boa and her sister, were already awaiting their arrival. That wretched Karl. He has taken Hancock away just like that. My dear Hancock. Elder Nyan was profoundly saddened, lamenting that the little cabbage she had nurtured could not escape the fate of being taken by a boar. Elder Nyan, you've been scolding for an entire morning. Perhaps you should take a break, said Sandasonia, concerned about Elder Nyan's fervor, fearing she might exhaust herself. Indeed, Elder Nyan. Besides, isn't sister quite happy now? Moreover, Lord Karl treats her well. You should be at ease, Mary Gord added in support. Alas, it is a curse. This is indeed a curse. Why does every empress of Amazon Lily fall victim to such a fate? Either they run off with a man or perish from unrequited love. As she spoke, Elder Nyan glanced at Everlandra beside her, pondering that this child with giant lineage, merely her stature, would suffice to deter many. This time, it should be secure, right? Noticing Elder Nyan's gaze shift from excitement to anxiety, Everlandra smiled with a sense of relief. What troubles you, Elder Nyan? Everlandra inquired. Everlandra. Remember this well, no man is worthy of trust. Many former empresses of Amazon Lily met their demise due to men. You must keep your distance from them in the future. Do you understand? Though it seemed unlikely that any man would approach her, Granny Nyo felt it necessary to issue a warning to Efrandila. Yes, I understand, Granny Nyo. Efrandila replied with a guileless expression. Granny Nyo suddenly thought that this face appeared overly innocent. However, considering that Efrandila was still a minor and had room to grow, along with her guidance, she hoped there would be no missteps. Granny Nyo, a cloud has floated down from the sky. It seems there are people on it, Sandasonia remarked. Granny Nyo quickly turned her gaze upwards. In the next moment, the cloud shot towards them like a meteor. Hey, Granny Nyo, it's been a while, Karl exclaimed, noticing Granny Nyo's less than pleasant demeanor and promptly raising his hand in greeting. Daphne stood beside him, observing Granny Nyo, recalling how beautiful she had been in her youth, wondering why she had aged so drastically. Damn you, Oda. What a shame. Our Amazon Lily Empress has been deceived by you, Granny Nyo retorted angrily. But her expression transformed into one of astonishment as she beheld a trove of treasures. Granny Nyo, this is my betrothal gift for Hancock. What do you think? Karl casually displayed the treasure. Humph. What else could happen when you've already taken her away? In an instant, Granny Nyo's attitude softened significantly. And this, Granny Nyo, is the devil fruit I prepared for Efrandila, the paramecia-type sweet fruit. He handed the devil fruit to Efrandila. Eh? Is this the devil fruit? Efrandila accepted it, a hint of surprise in her voice. During her time learning with Granny Nyo, she had come to understand the significance of the devil fruits, which granted immense power to those who consumed them. Have you really brought out the devil fruits? At least you possess some conscience. But what abilities does this sweet fruit have? Granny Nyo, no longer agitated by Karl's presentation of the devil fruit, refrained from doubting the power of this paramecia-type fruit. She knew that the abilities of paramecia were unique and could prove to be formidable when fully developed. The power of the sweet fruit, as its name suggests, emanates a fragrance akin to perfume. It can bewilder others, causing them to succumb to illusions within the scent, and even poison adversaries without their awareness. The specifics of its abilities would require Efrandila to explore herself. Karl elaborated on the capabilities of the sweet fruit. Is that so? It truly sounds like an exceptional devil fruit. Granny Nyo acknowledged the potency of the fruit and advised Efrandila, Efrandila, you should consume it now. Oh, all right, Granny Nyo. Efrandila, without hesitation, took a bite of the devil fruit, but her expression shifted immediately. Ugh, it tastes terrible. Granny Nyo, I can't swallow it. Efrandila struggled to swallow a morsel, reluctant to continue. Do not worry. Merely taking a bite will grant you the powers of the devil fruit. There is no need to finish it, Grandma Nyo remarked. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. It was the fruit ability of Eifelandra. What an enchanting aroma. Daphne inhaled the scent, realizing that this power was something every woman desired. She had once contemplated consuming this particular devil fruit, yet ultimately chose the natural type yin fruit. And now she felt a pang of regret. Grandma Nyo, I adore this ability. Eifelandra exclaimed joyfully. Quickly retract your power. Philandra. Grandma Nyo promptly advised her to release a subtler fragrance, as a stronger scent would make it easier for enemies to detect her. All right, Grandma Nyo, I understand. I will diligently develop this devil fruit. Philandra expressed her gratitude to Lord Karl. No need for thanks. The future Empress of Nine Snake Island certainly deserves an equally fitting devil fruit. And this one is perfect. Karl envisioned her majestic presence upon the sea. Now, we must take our leave. Philandra, the affairs of Nine Snake Island will be entrusted to you for the next few days, and the others will assist you. Grandma Nyo informed Philandra. Understood, Grandma Nyo. Subsequently, Daphne conjured clouds, and upon their ascent, they soared away from Nine Snake Island. They then arrived at Gaia Island to pick up Banson, while Inola remained behind. And Jerry was occupied with shipyard matters and did not accompany them. Lord Karl, are we heading directly to Tiger Howl Island next? Marigrid inquired. No. We will first visit the Sabaody Archipelago, where Rayleigh and Shaki await, and then we'll make a trip to Fishman Island. After spending a day at the Sabaody Archipelago, we will proceed to Tiger Howl Island once Daphne and I return. Karl explained to them. Fishman Island? It has been ages since I last went there, Grandma Nyo suddenly reminisced. In the afternoon, they finally reached the Sabaody Archipelago and headed straight to the summer bamboo bar. Brother Karl, it has been a long time. I never expected that upon our reunion, you would be preparing for marriage, Rayleigh remarked with a hint of nostalgia. So, when is your wedding? Shaki suddenly inquired. Ha ha ha. It's just that I lack the funds for marriage. Being a gambler, I wouldn't want to bring misfortune upon anyone. Rayleigh chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Brother Karl, you must not follow Rayleigh's example. Shaki thought about giving Rayleigh a good thrashing, feeling utterly exhausted. Of course, I want to imitate that old fool. Is the ship ready? We plan to depart for Fishman Island immediately. Karl was eager to avoid the squabble between the two and swiftly changed the subject. It's all set. Let us go. I'll lead you there, Rayleigh replied, stepping out of the bar, increasingly wary of Shaki. You all wait here for a day. I'll fetch the others, and we'll set off. After conversing with a few individuals, Karl swiftly took Daphne's hand and pursued Rayleigh. Who is he going to Fishman Island to meet? Nyan asked Shaki. It seems to be King Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi. Neptune, you say? I never anticipated that Brother Karl had such an acquaintance. Nyan also knew King Neptune. This is the vessel, Brother Karl. The two of you can manage it. By the way, Brother Karl, why are you marrying so early? This is a prime time for a man to venture out to sea, Rayleigh remarked, feeling that Karl ought not to wed so soon. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing aura. Glancing at Daphne beside Karl, he noticed her eyes were as chilling as daggers, sending shivers down his spine. Well, marrying early can be quite advantageous, ha ha ha. Brother Karl, I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished in an instant. I was nearly unable to resist striking him with lightning. Daphne fumed. How dare he encourage my man against marriage? Ha ha ha. All right, you know my thoughts, don't you? Don't be upset. We must set sail and aim to retrieve them by tomorrow morning. Yes, let us depart. With that, Daphne boarded the coated vessel alongside Karl. The ship gradually descended. Is this the scenery of the deep sea? It's my first time witnessing it, and it feels rather exhilarating. Daphne gazed curiously outside the vessel. Indeed, the last time I visited, I too found the sight of those large fish swimming about quite thrilling. After descending for an indeterminate duration, they finally beheld the entrance to Fishman Island. We are almost there. Daphne, look, there is the entrance to Fishman Island, Karl indicated. Is it true? We have finally arrived. Initially, it felt wonderfully novel, but after a while, it becomes a bit stifling. Being thousands of meters deep in the ocean, devoid of sunlight, naturally evokes some fear. Karl confessed, feeling uneasy in the persistent darkness of the sea. Karl, do you not have any thoughts about Princess Shirahoshi? Daphne inquired, her eyes gleaming. You must know that Princess Shirahoshi's beauty rivals that of Empress Hancock. What are you saying? I do not have a penchant for children. Besides, despite her tall stature, she is still just a little girl, quite timid as well. Moreover, she is not my type, being so tall. Karl replied, exasperated. Who knows? Is Princess Shirahoshi truly that timid? Daphne asked curiously. After all, she is the daughter of the Sea King. Indeed, she is exceedingly timid. The first time we visited, she could hardly speak without bursting into tears. It took quite a while for me to comfort her, and only under that influence did she manage to gather some courage. Karl explained to Daphne. Not long after, the ship arrived at the entrance of Fishman Island. The guarding soldiers recognized Karl and allowed them to pass. Once the vessel was secured, they escorted Karl and Daphne toward the royal palace. King Neptune. Sassy is not paying attention. As Karl arrived before the royal palace, Neptune, along with Shirahoshi, was already awaiting his presence, accompanied by the right minister and Jinbei. Lord Karl, did it not accompany you? Shirahoshi timidly inquired. No. She did not come this time, as I am merely here to escort someone. She is waiting for us on Tiger Roar Island. After addressing Shirahoshi, Karl introduced Daphne to everyone. Allow me to introduce my wife, Murphy Daphne. Haha, Mr. Karl, let me introduce you. This is Jinbei, Neptune interjected. God Karl. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am deeply grateful for your assistance during the recent troubles caused by Hody Jones and his gang. I never anticipated that Hody harbored such animosity towards humans. Jinbei, who had not been present during the previous encounter, felt immense guilt upon returning to Fishman Island and learning from King Neptune about the events. After all, in the wake of Fisher Tiger's death, it was Jinbei who stood guard over Fishman Island. Ha ha ha, the Sea Knight Jinbei, I am aware of you. Just call me Karl. There is no need for such formality. Karl held great admiration for Jinbei. Ha ha, I must still extend my gratitude to you, Lord Karl. Otherwise, Hody would undoubtedly have committed even more heinous crimes. Hearing Karl's words eased Jinbei's tension. He had often heard of Karl's esteemed reputation on the seas. The most recent mention was just days ago during the fierce battle with Kaido at Paradise. A figure of such magnitude warranted utmost caution from Jinbei. Haha, Mr. Karl. Please proceed to the palace to rest. We shall set forth tomorrow, Neptune said, satisfied with the two conversing amicably. With the Whitebeard pirates currently safeguarding Fishman Island and Jinbei navigating the world government, now with the addition of God Karl, Neptune felt a great sense of relief. Very well, we shall depart tomorrow, for there is still ample time. Karl followed Neptune and the others toward the palace. Princess Shirahoshi, greetings. I am Daphne. One of the brides for this wedding, Daphne remarked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the mermaid princess. Oh, does that mean Lord Karl has several brides? Shirahoshi was momentarily bewildered, as her father had only one queen. Indeed. Let me tell you, he is quite the notorious figure, Daphne chattered with Shirahoshi as they lagged behind. King Neptune, I have noticed that Fishman Island seems to have lost much of its hostility, Karl observed, sensing a significant shift in the island's attitude towards humans. Now imbued with a sense of harmony. It is difficult to ascertain whether this is a good or bad change, yet for now, it appears beneficial. With Whitebeard's protection, the inhabitants of Fishman Island are safe as long as they remain within its confines. However, after Whitebeard's passing, the future remains uncertain. The celestial dragons and the institution of slavery are perhaps the most arduous shackles in this world. To put it plainly, this world encompasses everything from tribal societies to modern civilizations, making it truly peculiar. Since the revelation of Hody Jones and his gang's actions, I have intensified my management of Fishman Street. Upon Jinbei's return, he undertook the task of cleansing Fishman Island, confining those fiercely loyal to Hody Jones who harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. With the absence of their incitement, harmony began to flourish on the island. As noted by King Neptune, the current mood of Neptune was quite buoyant, for Fishman Island had found stability, allowing him to rest easier. The palace prepared a grand feast. And once again, Neptune unveiled his cherished fine wines, resulting in his intoxication while Karl remained unscathed. This was due to the fact that Karen had unraveled the secret of his treasured wines and crafted an even superior version. Lord Karl, how many brides are you marrying this time? Asked Shirahoshi, genuinely curious. Well, I have 3 women, and this time I will be marrying them, Karl replied. A hint of bashfulness in his tone. Don't mind him, he is just a notorious flirt, Daphne interjected, her cheeks flushed from alcohol. You should be cautious and never find someone like him. Oh, I understand, Shirahoshi nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Ha ha ha. Lord Karl, allow me to toast to you. Thank you for all you have done for Fishman Island. Jinbei raised his glass and approached Karl. Well aware of Karl's involvement in the liberation of slaves during the Mary Geos incident, where many fishmen and merfolk were rescued, a considerable act of kindness. Ha ha ha, Jinbei. There's no need for such formality, let us drink. Karl, overwhelmed by the repeated expressions of gratitude, lifted his glass and downed its contents. The following day, upon awakening, Karl found himself on the balcony, gazing out at Fishman Island from the same spot as before. Karl, why are you up so early? Came Daphne's voice from within. It's not too early. How are you feeling? Still dizzy? Karl quickly entered upon seeing Daphne awake. A bit. I never imagined I would be out drunk by Shirahoshi. Daphne lamented, frustrated that she had been bested by a child. Ha ha ha, remember, Shirahoshi is one of the 3 great weapons, the Sea King. There's no need to compare yourself to her. Here, have some milk to settle your stomach, Karl offered, handing her a glass of milk. It seems we won't be able to explore Fishman Island today. We'll have to come back another time, Daphne expressed her disappointment, for she had made many plans for this visit. No worries, we can make another trip when time allows. When are we setting off? She inquired. In the afternoon. Take your time to recover. Once Shirahoshi leaves the palace, you will need to disguise her all the way to Tiger's Roar Island. Understood? Karl instructed. I understand. Rest assured, this time no one will know that Princess Shirahoshi is out, Daphne replied, fully aware of the stir that the appearance of the mermaid princess could cause, especially given her beauty. Moreover, if the 5 elders or were to discover this, it would spell trouble. After preparing in the afternoon, Karl awaited Neptune and the others at the palace. Mr. Karl, this time, let Jinbe accompany Princess Shirahoshi alone. My sons are not yet capable of managing the affairs of Fishman Island, so I cannot leave at this moment. I apologize for the inconvenience. But due to Shirahoshi's unique status, I must entrust her to you, Neptune said to Karl. Not at all, we completely understand. Rest assured, we will keep Princess Shirahoshi safe. Karl replied, having brought Daphne along on this occasion. I have instructed the right minister to prepare some delicacies from Fishman Island as a wedding gift for you. He gestured for the right minister to bring forth a variety of treats. Thank you, King Neptune. We truly appreciate this gift. Daphne has developed a fondness for these delicacies since trying them yesterday. Karl then used his storage bracelet to stow away the treats. Wait, where did the treats go? Shirahoshi exclaimed, astonished as she watched Karl's hand wave, causing the array of sweets to vanish. Ha ha ha, this is a bag of the eat fruit, a rather practical ability. Karl showcased his storage bracelet to them. Wait, this bracelet can consume devil fruits too? Neptune inquired, bewildered. He had only ever heard of humans and animals consuming devil fruits. Never anything like this. This is the latest technology. Isn't it marvelous? Ha. Now, enough showing off. It's time for us to depart. Daphne interjected. All right. The hour is late. We should be off. Come, Jinbe, Daphne, let us prepare a disguise for Shirahoshi now, Karl said to them. Yes, Shirahoshi. Come here and stand upon this cloud. Daphne conjured a large cloud for Shirahoshi to stand on. All right, Sister Daphne, Shirahoshi replied, her excitement palpable as she anticipated seeing the outside world. Standing atop the cloud, Daphne used her abilities to disguise Shirahoshi, rendering her invisible to outsiders. Thus, the group boarded the coated ship and departed from Fishman Island. As the ship rose above the surface, Karl notified Rayleigh and the others to join them, while Daphne promptly directed the cloud to ascend high into the sky, heading towards Fuchsia Island. Rayleigh-san, you're ignoring me, Jinbe cheerfully called out to Rayleigh. Haha. You're quite the important figure now, Jinbe, Rayleigh remarked, observing how the once timid blue chubby boy following Tiger had grown into a formidable individual. The group engaged in lively conversation atop the cloud, including Old New and the others. After the events in Mariewa, the relationship between Amazon Lily and Fishman Island had flourished. The Boa sisters chatted amiably with Princess Shirahoshi, who seemed to gain confidence now that she was outside. At Fuchsia Island, Hancock and the others awaited their arrival, with the most delighted being who had not seen her Princess Shirahoshi in quite some time. Before long, a cloud drifted across the sky, signaling the return of Karl and his companions. The cloud descended to the ground, gradually dissipating. White Star, I've missed you, exclaimed as she rushed towards her. Startled at first, White Star soon recognized and joyfully lifted her into her embrace, bringing her close to her face. At long last, I see you. White Star beamed with happiness, and the two girls excitedly began to converse. Brother, I am finally getting married, Ellie joyfully announced to Benson. Yes, Ellie. I can finally rest easy, Benson replied, affectionately stroking her head, reflecting on the struggles they had endured in the past. Once, survival had been a challenge, but now they had matured into formidable beings, and his sister was about to embark on a new journey of her own. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tiger Roar Island for Karl's wedding. Please come to my home to rest, and we shall host a banquet tonight. Everything is prepared. Berg joyfully welcomed the guests, leading them towards his residence. Thank you, Mr. Berg, Rayleigh said politely. The group returned home, engaging in lively conversation. Fortunately, Karl's new addition had ample space to accommodate such a gathering. In the grand hall, Berg, Emma, Rayleigh, Shaki, Jinbe, and Goro were engrossed in conversation. Meanwhile, Hancock was on the opposite side, chatting with her two younger sisters, who seemed to have said something that made Hancock blush profusely. White Star was led by into her room, which had been significantly renovated in anticipation of her visit, and had ensured the space was adorned with pink decorations. Knowing that White Star adored the color, the two girls were thrilled, sharing their little secrets with great excitement, as they prepared for the welcome banquet at Karl's home. The most delighted were the two sisters, Hancock and White Star, as they had never attended a banquet in the outside world. With the influence of fine wine, the festivities were lively and enjoyable, continuing late into the night. The next morning, Karl rose early to inspect the church, which had been beautifully decorated in preparation for the wedding 2 days hence. At that moment, Daphne arrived, and they exchanged sweet smiles. "Daphne, do you feel like something is missing from the wedding venue?" Karl inquired. I don't think so. Do you have a surprise in store?" Daphne asked, her excitement evident. "Well, Daphne, imagine if the ground were covered with delicate white clouds, and above us were clouds of various colors. Wouldn't it resemble a celestial realm? If we wed in such a setting, you would be like a fairy from the heavens." Karl mused, believing Daphne could transform the space into something ethereal. "Ah, how could I have not thought of that?" Daphne replied, her enthusiasm soaring. Upon finishing his words, he immediately took action, reflecting on the romantic nature of the man. Under their collaborative design, the space transformed into an ethereal palace, leaving both of them quite satisfied and smiling. 2 days later, everyone arose early. The 3 brides were taken for makeup and to don their wedding gowns. The town buzzed with excitement, as news of Karl's wedding, particularly to 3 women, had spread. The area outside the church was already crowded with people, and the interior was beautifully decorated, complete with a live band. Daphne had even composed a wedding march for them, astonishing Karl, who marveled at her musical talent and impressive memory. The atmosphere was suffused with an enchanting aura, creating a breathtaking scene. Today, the ceremony was presided over by Rayleigh, who had been requested by Haki to don formal attire, presenting an image so dignified that one could scarcely recognize him as the infamous king of the underworld. Soon, the wedding commenced. Karl, elegantly attired, stood at the altar awaiting the arrival of his brides, exuding charm and grace. As Rayleigh declared the ceremony open, the band began to play the wedding march, and the gathered crowd parted to form a pathway. Before long, the brides made their entrance, with Haki gracefully leading them down the aisle, each bride accompanied by 2 flower girls carrying their trains. As they passed, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and the ushers seized the moment to shower them with a cascade of colorful petals. In no time, Haki brought the brides before Karl, imparting words of encouragement about treating them well in the future. Under Rayleigh's guidance, Karl and his 3 brides followed the ceremonial steps. Ultimately, upon Rayleigh's announcement, Karl wed Ellie, Hancock, and Daphne, prompting an uproar of applause from the attendees. Berg, Emma, and the elder lady all shed tears of joy, feeling a sense of relief that their child had finally found true love and embarked on this new journey. In and by Xing were delighted, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. The newlyweds raised their glasses of champagne, filled to just 8 tenths, signifying that their marriage would be fulfilling. Let us sincerely wish the newlyweds a lifetime of happiness, unwavering unity, and the blessing of children. The ceremony concluded with Rayleigh's voice echoing through the air. Following this, the entire town gathered for a grand feast. The day promised to be extraordinarily lively. After the wedding, Rayleigh changed back into his spotted attire and indulged in fine wine with everyone. Laughter and merriment filled the scene, with the celebration continuing until the early hours of the next morning. Some returned home to rest, while others simply fell asleep on the ground. Karl returned home with his 3 brides, and in his room, they all changed into their pajamas and lay on the bed. "My Lord Karl, I am so overjoyed. I have finally become your wife," exclaimed Hancock, her excitement palpable. "Karl, I look forward to your guidance in the years to come," Daphne said, gazing at him with affection. "Darling," Ellie added, her eyes brimming with tenderness for her beloved. "Dear wives, from this moment forth, we shall live a lifetime together. Rest assured, my love for you all will remain unwavering," Karl declared earnestly, looking at them. Yes, we shall always be together," Ellie replied enthusiastically. "So, my lovely wives, shall we consummate our marriage?" Karl asked, gazing at his 3 beautiful women. In shy agreement, the 3 women nodded, in unison. The passionate exchanges in the room continued into the night, and Karl, satisfied to see the rosy blush on their faces, smiled contentedly. Finally, Hancock nestled against Karl, wrapping her arms around Ellie and Daphne, and drifted into a blissful slumber. 3 days later, at the harbor of Tiger Roar Island, Karl was preparing to send Rayleigh and his companions back, while also initiating their courier plans. And Shirahoshi felt a tinge of sadness at the impending separation. And, I will miss you dearly. Will you come to Fishman Island to visit me? Shirahoshi asked, holding his face in her hands, tears streaming down like precious pearls. Don't cry. My dear Shirahoshi, promise me you'll think of me when you return, and reassured her. My uncle told me that once I come of age, I can set sail on my own. I will come to find you then, and promised. Ultimately, Shirahoshi boarded the Tiger God ship, which was effortlessly lifted away by Daphne's powers. Although the Tiger God could fly, it could not soar as swiftly as Daphne's clouds. In the afternoon, the group arrived at Gaia Island, where Adrian managed to persuade Captain Dylan to allow Zoe to join them. Karl then gifted Zoe the enormous bee fruit to consume. Subsequently, he asked Adrian to help her familiarize herself with her newfound abilities through practice, as the official plan would commence upon his return. Soon, Karl and his companions escorted Granny New to Snake Island, and upon reaching the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh and Shaki disembarked. With Rayleigh's assistance, the Tiger God underwent a coding process, preparing to transport Shirahoshi and Jinbei back to Fishman Island. Mr. Karl, when will your courier company commence formal operations? Jinbei inquired. Perhaps in about a month. We first need to produce a substantial quantity of giant bees, Daphne responded. Once you begin operations, Fishman Island would like to engage and trade with you. I hope to establish reliable partnerships to sell Fishman Island's specialties worldwide, Jinbei remarked, intending to set up stores on other islands to market Fishman Island's unique products, possibly relying on Karl's courier service for transportation. That is indeed a splendid idea. I am confident that the specialties from Fishman Island will attract many eager buyers. Daphne could already envision the myriad treasures that Fishman Island held. I too share this sentiment, yet the specifics must await King Neptune's decree. After a half-day descent, the Tiger God vessel arrived at Fishman Island. Upon seeing his daughter return safely, Neptune felt a profound sense of relief. And it was encouraging to note that Shirahoshi's confidence had grown during this journey, a most favorable development. Subsequently, Jinbei informed Neptune about the business dealings with Karl's courier company, which Neptune wholeheartedly endorsed, as it would enable him to market the island's unique specialties. Karl spent 2 days exploring Fishman Island with 3 women before returning, primarily because Daphne's heart was already at the headquarters of the company on Gaia Island. Ellie, too, was nearing the completion of her research, eager to successfully replicate the devil fruit. Hancock had little to occupy her time, yet she was soon to return to Amazon Lily. After all, she remained the Empress of the Amazons. Until Everlandra matured, Hancock felt compelled to return to her homeland, although she had already stepped down as captain of the Kuja Pirates. Currently, the acting captain of the Kuja Pirates was Everlandra, guided by Elder Nyan. Upon their return to Gaia Island, Daphne immediately immersed herself in her work. The 20 guards proficient in Haki, brought from Tiger Roar Island, had already taken their posts. Additionally, 100 members from the previously trained Pirate Guard were divided into 10 teams, each led by 2 guards from Tiger Roar Island, dispatched to the 10 islands of Paradise, including Water 7, Alabasta, Drum Island, and the Sabaody archipelago. All of this was orchestrated by Daphne, who relished every moment. Ellie, too, spent her days enveloped in her laboratory. With Hancock preparing to depart in a few days, she was particularly affectionate during this time. Karl has now adopted a laid-back lifestyle, spending his days in the company of Hancock. His primary concern is how to continue strengthening himself, as conventional training has ceased to be effective. Karl stopped swaying. We need to bring the Sky Island's Sandians down, otherwise we will be short-handed, Daphne remarked one day upon returning home to find Karl lounging in a beach chair in the yard. I informed the Sandian chief the day before yesterday. They are eager to return to Qinghai. Moreover, they have selected 300 individuals who are ready to descend at any moment. When are you free? I will take you to the Sky Island to fetch them, Karl replied to Daphne. How about tomorrow? We can go to the Sky Island to collect them then, Daphne suggested, as she was in dire need of more manpower. With an increasing number of merchants arriving on Gaia Island for business, the giant bees were already stationed, and Zoe was currently assisting Daphne. The only thing lacking was sufficient warehouse workers, making Daphne urgently require reliable personnel. All right, we shall go tomorrow, Karl affirmed. To the Sky Island? My lord, I wish to accompany you. I have yet to visit the Sky Island. Hancock expressed her desire to see what it looked like. Then let us all go. I'll check with Ellie later to see if she wants to join. For now, I shall prepare dinner. Please wait a moment, my dear wives. With that, Karl rose and headed toward the kitchen. "My lord, allow me to assist you," Hancock called out, following him. Daphne retreated to her room, contemplating her next steps. For when the president became serious, it was quite formidable. "What are you busy with?" Daphne was startled when Kareen suddenly entered her room. "You scared me, Kareen." Daphne placed a hand on her chest. "When did you arrive? You made no sound." "That's because you were too focused. Anyway, I came to ask if I could have a larger shop. I plan to open a food court on Gaia Island," Kareen explained, as she found herself with nothing to do and wished to earn money while exploring culinary delights. "Of course, I will arrange it for you by tomorrow. Additionally, Uncle Derek and his apprentice are nearing completion of several high-capacity generators. Your food court can operate at night," Daphne assured Kareen. "Really? That would be wonderful." After getting used to the lights on Tiger Roar Island at night, it's a bit disconcerting to be outside without them, Kareen expressed her joy, realizing Gaia Island could enjoy electricity like Tiger Roar Island. "Kareen, would you like me to help design the food court?" "I have plenty of design ideas from my previous life," Daphne offered, her mind brimming with concepts. "Absolutely. Thank you, Daphne," Kareen exclaimed, planting a grateful kiss on Daphne's cheek. "Ladies, dinner is ready." "Oh, Kareen, why didn't you come sooner?" "I wouldn't have had to cook," Karl said, slightly disgruntled upon seeing Kareen had arrived just as he finished preparing the meal. "Captain, you should let me sample your culinary skills once in a while. Besides, I came to find Daphne for a serious matter," Kareen replied with a playful grin. Karen remarked, "What business do you have with Daphne?" Karl was skeptical that Karen's intentions regarding Daphne were genuine. "Karen seeks my assistance to establish a culinary city on Gaia Island. I believe this idea holds great promise, and I shall assist her in its design. It is bound to become a sensation." At that moment, Daphne interjected, "A culinary city? That sounds splendid. No more cooking required." Hearing about Karen's plans for a culinary city, Karl wholeheartedly supported the notion. "By the way, where are Benson and Enelu? I haven't seen them these past few days." Karl found their absence rather peculiar. "You, being the captain, should know. They have gone out to train. That day, they informed me after noticing you were busy." Daphne retorted somewhat irritably. "Really? Are they that competitive now? I can no longer keep up. Conventional training has ceased to be effective for me. And I am currently in distress," Karl confessed, struggling to enhance his own abilities. "My lord Karl, it's time to eat. Otherwise, the meal will grow cold." At that moment, Hancock, unable to contain herself as they engaged in lively conversation, interjected, "If you continue chatting, the restaurant's dishes will lose their flavor. All right, let us eat first." A lack of enthusiasm for dining indicates a troubled mind. "You all proceed to the restaurant. I shall fetch Ellie," Karl declared as he made his way toward the laboratory. "Captain, your culinary skills are rather commendable. Perhaps you might consider delving deeper into the art of cooking," Karen suggested, impressed with the evening's fare, believing that with further effort, there would be substantial improvement. "I think I'll pass on that endeavor. I simply lack the time. By the way, Karl, have you considered the aspect of gravity for your training? Perhaps a gravity machine, as you know, can yield remarkable results, much like the one Goku utilized in Dragon Ball." Daphne reminded Karl. As Karl's eyes sparkled upon hearing about the gravity machine, he thought, "A gravity machine, you say? This could indeed be a splendid solution. However, the technology seems beyond our reach at present. I wonder if Vince Smoke Judge could possibly create it. It should be feasible. Considering he has managed to develop combat suits and such, surely a gravity machine would be a simpler endeavor in comparison." Daphne was convinced it could be done. The combat suits resembled the versatile capsules from Dragon Ball, after all. At times, she pondered the notion of binding Vince Smoke Judge and focusing entirely on the research of these capsules. If successful, it would be a stroke of fortune. She believed wholeheartedly that this invention would undoubtedly become a sensation in the world. It seemed entirely plausible. "Vince Smoke Judge, ha ha ha," Karl mused. To which Daphne responded with an unsettling grin. Hancock, observing Daphne's peculiar smile, asked, "What are you thinking, Daphne? Your laughter is rather menacing." "Do share, Daphne," Ellie chimed in, moving her chair closer to sit beside her. "Ah, it's nothing much. Karl, if you go to see Judge, do take me along. I have some pressing matters to inquire about his capabilities," Daphne asserted to Karl. "All right, I understand," Karl replied, slightly perplexed but willing to acquiesce. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Daphne roused Karl and Hancock from their slumber. "Awaken, you two. Have you no regard for the time?" she exclaimed in frustration, noticing them still wrapped in each other's embrace. "We agreed to head to Skypiea today. Moreover, I need to help Karen design the gourmet city in the afternoon." My schedule is quite full. Daphne, it's still early. What's the rush? Karl grumbled as he stirred, rubbing his eyes. My lord Karl, the blankets. I'm not dressed. Hancock exclaimed in alarm, hastily pulling the covers back over them. Daphne, hurry up. Didn't you say you'd accompany us to Skypiea today? If you don't get up soon, I'll leave with Karl without you. Daphne warned as she tossed Hancock's clothes to her. Absolutely not. I must go. Hancock jumped up immediately upon hearing Daphne's ultimatum and dashed to the dressing room with her clothes in hand. Must we rise so early? I'm still quite fatigued. Karl yawned in protest. Well, you were the one who stayed up late with Hancock last night. I told you to exercise some restraint, did I not? There's a saying about a single drop causing 10 drops of blood. Take care of your health. Daphne retorted, clearly exasperated. All right, I get it. Karl admitted, slightly embarrassed, acknowledging that last night had indeed been a bit excessive. Ellie, aren't you joining us? Karl inquired after finishing his breakfast and preparing to set off for Skypiea, where he anticipated staying for several days, especially since Hancock would soon return to Amazon Lily and he wished to spend quality time with her. I shall not be accompanying you. My research has reached a critical juncture, Ellie replied eagerly, her excitement palpable as she anticipated the outcome of her work, which would yield an endless supply of devil fruits. Very well then, let us depart. Then Karl set off with Daphne and Hancock. Karl swiftly embraced the two women and soared into the sky. Before long, the trio arrived at Sky Island and gracefully descended upon Angel Island. Ha, Lord Karl! Exclaimed the residents. Wow, those two women are truly stunning, just as expected of Lord Karl. The inhabitants of Angel Island greeted Karl with warmth, for it was his presence that granted them such abundant resources. Greetings, greetings. Karl replied succinctly to the islanders. Is this the Sky Island? It is indeed magnificent. Yes, yes. I find it beautiful as well, the two women marveled, as it was their first visit to Sky Island, filling them with awe. Ha, Lord Karl. It has been quite a while since we last met. Not long after Karl's arrival, Gonfor appeared, riding his faithful steed, Pierre. Gonfor, it has been too long. How have you been? Karl inquired, surprised at the old man's prompt arrival. I am well, thank you for your concern, Lord Karl. You have come to fetch the Shandians, I presume? Gonfor responded. Indeed, I have established a company on Gaia Island in the East Sea and am in need of personnel. It is only fitting that the ancestors of the Shandians return to Gaia Island. By the way, allow me to introduce you to my wives, Boa Hancock and Murphy Daphne. Karl said to Gonfor. Oh, Lord Karl is married now. How delightful. Gonfor expressed, bowing to the two ladies. Greetings, Gonfor, Daphne replied with a smile. No need for such formality, we are all kin. Let us proceed to Appiato, the chief should be awaiting us, Karl stated, leading the group toward the divine island of Appiato. Upon their arrival, they found the chief gathering those who wished to travel to Gaia Island. Many sought to revisit the ancestral homeland, knowing that Gaia Island was once a part of Appiato. Lord Karl, you have arrived. There are quite a number wishing to go this time, so I plan to select some young individuals to accompany you to Gaia Island. What do you think? The chief asked Karl, revealing his own desire to visit Gaia Island. That is acceptable. You may decide. Both young men and women are welcome. But they must possess a certain level of strength, Karl remarked, observing the group of young people, among whom were Weepa, Kamachili, Brahm, and Jiabao. Each of these individuals held great potential and could become formidable warriors with proper training. I understand, Lord Karl, but it will take some time to prepare, the chief replied. No rush. As long as we gather before noon, it will suffice. Let us explore other areas in the meantime, Karl said, unconcerned, knowing that they would manage to bring people back today. Thus, Karl took the two women on a leisurely tour around Sky Island, which was indeed breathtaking, resembling a celestial palace. The two women expressed their admiration for the splendid scenery. Gonfor, you need not accompany me. It would be fine if you assisted the chief here instead, Karl suggested, feeling a tinge of exasperation at the old man's lack of perception. Very well, Lord Karl. Should you require anything, simply use this to summon me. Gonfor presented Karl with a whistle. Very well, Karl replied, accepting the whistle, after which Gonfor departed. Karl, let us venture to the golden city of Mandora. Indeed, I too wish to behold it. Then let us proceed. I assure you, you shall be utterly astonished. Karl led the two companions through the clouds and arrived at the golden city. The Sandian people stationed here approached Karl with greetings. It's perfectly fine. You all continue with your duties. We shall merely explore at our leisure. No need for you to accompany us, Karl assured the guard. Ever since the discovery of this ancient relic, the Sandians, in collaboration with the inhabitants of Angel Island, had undertaken the restoration and refurbishment of the site, transforming it from its former dilapidated state. There is an astonishing amount of gold here. I cannot fathom how they managed to procure such wealth to construct this city. Hancock remarked in awe. I have a persistent feeling that this golden city must serve a greater purpose. Surely, the ancestors of the Sandians would not have gathered such an abundance of gold merely to build this city for display. Daphne expressed her curiosity. Perhaps. And there is also historical documentation here, artifacts from 800 years ago. Karl concurred with Daphne's sentiments. After wandering for a while, the trio exited, for they were not in need of riches. However, the sight of this city forged from gold was truly breathtaking, a temptation few could withstand. They then proceeded to the sacred palace, once the domain of Enel, which became Karl's residence after he took Enel under his wing. Inside the palace, Karl prepared a grand feast for the two women using the local skyfish, which they savored immensely. By the way, Daphne, what do you think about selling some ordinary sky shells on Gaia Island? For instance, sound shells, light shells, water shells, and image shells, Karl suddenly suggested. Believing these common sky shells would sell well in Qinghai. That's a splendid idea. I shall implement it upon my return. What about the other sky shells? I feel they would sell even better. Daphne replied. The combat-use sky shells will not be sold, aside from those designated for our own guard. I plan to use them for trade with Dorak. I am certain the Revolutionary Army would appreciate these items, Karl explained to Daphne. Indeed, I understand, she responded. The sky shells here are truly extraordinary, especially the sound and image shells. I wish to use these two to preserve countless memories of my life with Lord Karl, so that whenever I miss him, I can revisit those moments, she said dreamily, gazing at Karl. Silly girl, isn't it better to see the real person? You can also use the image shell to view him, Karl replied, pulling Hancock closer. I will be returning to Nine Snake Island in a few days. I shall surely miss you, Lord Karl, Hancock said, leaning against Karl, her expression tinged with melancholy. It's all right, Hancock. This fellow usually has nothing to do. When you miss him, just have him visit you at Nine Snake Island, Daphne reassured Hancock. Then, the Empress rose, looking at Karl with hopeful eyes. Lord Karl, you will come to find me, won't you? Foolish one, I would certainly seek you out in my usual manner. Even in your absence, you remain in my thoughts. You three are indeed my treasures. Upon finishing my words, I embraced Daphne and pulled the two into my arms. After which Karl could not resist indulging in affectionate moments with the two women in the divine palace. Following this, the trio enjoyed a lavish feast of empty fish. And as they rested, a servant announced that the chieftain had gathered everyone and was prepared for their farewell, ready to depart with Karl. Upon arriving at the chieftain's side, they found a throng of people already assembled, far exceeding 300. Chieftain, why are there so many? Karl inquired of the chieftain of the Sandia people. The others are here to see you off. Not everyone is joining the journey, the chieftain quickly replied. Greetings, chieftain. Surely you will need more people in the future. Let them rest easy. For now, 300 will suffice, but I anticipate needing another 300 later on. They will all have their chance, Daphne remarked, surprised by the number eager to travel to Qinghai. That is splendid news. To be candid, I have been quite troubled these past few days. Everyone wishes to go to Qinghai, and I do not wish to show favoritism. Thus, I can only allow them to compete and select these 300, the chieftain said, his spirits lifted at the prospect of needing more participants. Very well. Let them line up and prepare for departure, Karl instructed. Daphne then conjured a massive cloud, leaving the Sandia people in awe. Do not be astonished. This is my devil fruit ability. Quickly, stand upon the cloud. We are set to depart, Daphne announced, and one by one, the 300 ascended onto the cloud. Hancock, Daphne and I will first escort the people back, and then we shall return swiftly. Wait for me in the divine palace, Karl instructed Hancock. I shall await your return. She replied. Daphne then lifted the 300 people upon the cloud and soared toward the horizon, gradually descending back to Gaia Island. Before long, they landed at the training base on Gaia Island. Daphne arranged for these individuals to stay in the small villas that had been prepared earlier. Gazing at the vast sea and the land beneath their feet, the Sandia people were filled with excitement. Captain, we must quickly bring Benson back, as well as Inalu. Otherwise, I shall be overwhelmed. Especially Inalu, whose electric training has proven highly beneficial for physical conditioning. The previous 100 or so pirate guards achieved such remarkable results due to Inalu's electric training, Adrian expressed to Karl, acknowledging his limitations in teaching them alone. Electric training? Hiss. These individuals are truly fortunate. Rest assured, I will notify them both to return shortly, Karl replied. Silence, please. I have something to say, he announced through a megaphone. And the 300 people quickly fell silent. This is our training base on Gaia Island. While your strength is commendable in the Sky Island, it falls short in Qinghai. So you will undergo specialized training here. Allow me to introduce one of your instructors, Adrian. In a few days, 2 instructors will return. Vipa, Kamachili, Brahm, and Jibao. Please step forward. Upon hearing Karl's call, the 4 individuals promptly emerged and stood at attention, demonstrating their deep respect for him. You 4 possess commendable strength among the 300, so for the next couple of days, you will assist Instructor Adrian. Is that understood? Yes, Lord Karl. They responded. Very well, Adrian. I appreciate your efforts during this time. All right, it must be this way for now, Adrian replied. Let us go, Daphne. Once arrangements were made, Karl departed with Daphne. By the way, let us see how Zoe's bees are developing, Karl remarked. There are now more than 2,000 mutated bees, and remarkably, these bees exhibit a degree of sentience. They can comprehend basic commands. As long as they carry Zoe's honey, they will heed her instructions. Daphne, who frequently visited Zoe, was well aware of this. Doesn't that require an immense quantity of honey? Is Zoe capable of producing enough? Moreover, these bees need sustenance as well. Karl pondered the implications of only having 2,000 mutated bees now. As their numbers increased, wouldn't the demand for honey become astronomical? You'll find out soon enough, was Daphne's response as they ventured into the forest where Zoe's mutated bees resided. Before long, the 2 arrived at Zoe's location, where a throng of bees filled the area. These bees were approximately 1 meter long and over half a meter tall, an awe-inspiring sight. Zoe, how is everything now? Daphne inquired. Brother Karl, you both are here. The number of mutated bees has nearly reached 3,000, and they are quite obedient. However, there is one issue: to guide them. It is essential to establish a mother hive at the destination so that they can find their way back, no matter the distance, Zoe explained to the 2. In that case, I must trouble you. We may have numerous locations for transporting goods in the future, Karl said apologetically. Rest assured, Karl. We are currently developing 10 islands in the paradise, which means we only need to set up 10 mother hives initially, Daphne reassured him. Yes, don't worry, Brother Karl. I can fly and do so at incredible speed, Zoe declared with a hint of pride. That's good. By the way, Zoe, how do you manage to feed all these bees? With so many bees, how do you supply enough honey? Brother Karl, in the early stages, we do need a fair number of mutated bees. However, only a single drop is required to facilitate the mutation of 1 bee, after which they can forage for themselves. They are capable of consuming meat. Thus, we need not worry about food. Moreover, I believe the upper limit for the number of mutated bees should be around 100,000. Beyond that, it would be unfeasible, Zoe informed the 2. After listening, Karl nodded. Indeed, if bees could mutate infinitely, that fruit would be terrifying. Even 100,000 bees would be quite formidable. By the way, Zoe, does the honey you created have any effect on other animals? Daphne inquired. Unfortunately, it does not. I have tried it on several animals, but it only causes mutations in bees, Zoe explained. All right, once the delivery stations on those 10 islands are established, you can set up the hive. In the meantime, focus on producing as many mutated bees as possible. Keep it up, future queen of deliveries. Daphne encouraged Zoe. Rest assured, Daphne. Together, we will spread delivery stations across the globe, ensuring everything reaches every corner of the world, Zoe proclaimed confidently. Go for it. You can definitely do it. We must take our leave now. By the way, when you have time, check on Adrian. He mentioned that you've been so busy lately that you haven't been attending to him. Karl chuckled at the thought of Adrian's earlier complaint. Initially, Adrian had hoped to spend some sweet time with Zoe, but instead, she had gone off to be sweet with the bees, leaving him in despair. I know. That guy Adrian is something else, always spilling everything, Zoe replied with a hint of irritation. Karl and Daphne then decided to depart. By the way, my dear, I feel we should monitor Gaia Island with the imaging shells. Enelu isn't always around, and we must address security concerns. Karl thought it unwise to leave the island vulnerable to potential troublemakers in Enelu's absence. That sounds reasonable. I will make arrangements for it later. After all, we have the shells with us. Daphne agreed, recognizing the need for surveillance over Gaia Island, given the complexity of its visitors. Thank you for your hard work, my love, Karl said, holding Daphne's hand, acknowledging her management of their current affairs. Unfortunately, He lacked the business acumen that she possessed. It's no trouble at all. Just a small matter. The people here are much simpler compared to those I dealt with on Earth. They lack the convoluted schemes of the merchants I previously encountered. Thus, dealing with them is quite easy. Daphne expressed her confidence in this regard. Moreover, if we continue to develop normally, our express delivery company could become a world-class super-commercial enterprise. Just thinking about it excites me. All right then, I shall stand behind you as your support. You can focus on your development, Karl assured Daphne. Thank you, darling. I must go find Karen. We agreed that I would help her establish the food city today. I'll take my leave now. With that, Daphne took off, leaving Karl standing there. Is it really necessary to be in such a rush? Not even a kiss. How frustrating. Oh well, I'll go check on Jerry's shipyard and see how he is faring. As Karl arrived at the shipyard, he found it bustling with activity. An increasing number of merchants returning from Gaia Island had brought with them news of the island's thriving state. Daphne had transformed Gaia Island into a hub for trade, where merchants could buy and sell their goods, albeit with the necessity of paying certain taxes. However, the security of the location made it worthwhile. Merchants could also opt to sell their wares to the Wind Company, which would then distribute them to those in need. Consequently, with the influx of merchant ships to Gaia Island, it was inevitable that some would encounter issues, leading them to Jerry's shipyard for repairs. Now that the shipyard had reached a certain scale, it was open to societal orders for the construction of merchant vessels and even pirate ships. Daphne had stated that as long as it pertained to shipbuilding, the yard would accept any order. After completing the 10 submarines assigned by Karl, they had begun constructing merchant ships, resulting in a flurry of activity. How are things at the shipyard lately? Karl inquired of Jerry. Everything is going splendidly. The shipyard is now operating smoothly. The shipwrights are quite busy and fulfilled. Previously, there were concerns about a lack of orders, but now they are at ease, eager to work more diligently to earn additional berries for the well-being of their families. Jerry replied, his contentment evident. That's good to hear. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, do not hesitate to seek Daphne's assistance, Karl advised. I understand, Captain. Moreover, Mrs. Daphne has provided me with numerous practical suggestions, making your management quite effortless, Jerry remarked, astonished by Daphne's remarkable acumen in matters of administration. Very well, I shall take my leave, Karl said, before departing. Karl felt reassured as everything appeared to be functioning normally. It was time to head to the Sky Island, lest Hancock grow impatient. Before long, Karl soared to the Sky Island and made his way directly to the Divine Palace. Hancock, I'm back. Did you miss me? He exclaimed as he noticed the Empress lost in thought, gazing at the distant sea of clouds. He approached from behind and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Of course I missed you. I think of you constantly, Hancock replied, turning to lean against Karl's chest, her cheeks slightly flushed. Let us go grab a bite to eat first. I'm feeling a bit peckish after flying up here, he said, wrapping his arm around the Empress as they strolled toward the dining hall. In the restaurant, Karl relished the delectable sky fish cuisine while Hancock, seated beside him, merely watched, her gaze fixated on him with a dreamy expression. What's wrong, Hancock? Aren't you eating? Or is it not to your liking? Karl inquired, noticing her unwavering stare. No, I'm just not hungry yet. I simply enjoy watching you, Lord Karl, Hancock admitted, her voice soft and shy. Foolish girl, eat something first. How about we ride the Sea King afterward? Karl suggested, feeling his heart warm at the affection in her eyes. Ride the Sea King? That sounds delightful, she replied enthusiastically. And in mere moments, she polished off her portion of skyfish with astonishing speed, leaving Karl momentarily speechless. I just wanted to ride the Sea King with you sooner, Hancock confessed, slightly embarrassed, realizing she had revealed a rather unladylike side in front of Karl. Oh, how mortifying. It's all right, Hancock. I adore every facet of you, Karl reassured her. Really? Hancock leaned in eagerly, her curiosity piqued. Absolutely. You are my wife, after all. Whatever you do, I cherish. Now that I'm full, let us go ride the Sea King. But you must change into something more suitable. That cheap how isn't ideal for riding, Karl remarked, eyeing the Empress's purple attire. But I only have this cheap how. What should I do? Hancock responded, a hint of worry in her voice. How about trying on a battle outfit? I have a purple one that should suit you nicely. With that, Karl produced a purple jar for her. All right then, I'll give it a try, she said, taking the jar and dashing to her room. Before long, she emerged clad in the purple battle attire, exuding an irresistible charm. Karl stood transfixed, captivated by her appearance. How do I look? I think it fits perfectly, she exclaimed, showcasing her figure. Absolutely stunning. It suits you magnificently, Karl declared with enthusiasm. Hiki, then let us be off, Hancock said, her heart fluttering with joy at Karl's admiration. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the Sky River. If anyone were to be deemed the finest craftsman of the Sea King, it would undoubtedly be Pagaya. Thus, they made their way to Pagaya's residence. Greetings, Lord Karl, Pagaya exclaimed, surprised and excited to see Karl at his home. Hello, Pagaya. No need to be nervous. We've come to purchase a Sea King, Karl replied. Karl directly expressed his intentions to prevent Pagaya from indulging in fanciful thoughts. Very well. Lord Karl, please follow me, Pagaya exclaimed. Turning to his daughter, he added, Conies, keep an eye on the house. I shall return shortly. At this moment, Conies was still quite young and timid. All right, father. Let us go, Lord Karl, she replied. With that, Pagaya led Karl to the place where he crafted the magnificent vehicles. Karl selected one of the vehicles and departed, leaving Pagaya in a state of exhilaration. After all, it was Lord Karl himself who had come to purchase his creation. Hancock, come up and hold on to me from behind, Karl instructed. Certainly, my lord. Hancock replied as he climbed onto the vehicle, wrapping his arms around Karl. The sensation of pressure from behind was palpable to Karl, stirring feelings within him. While Hancock's cheeks flushed slightly. Hold on tight. I shall commence. With that, he activated the vehicle, speeding off toward the forest. Riding the vehicle with Lord Karl is such a joyous experience. Karl heard this and smiled, then continued to take Hancock on a leisurely tour over the Ariel River. Both of them absorbed in the simple joy of each other's company, hardly paying attention to the scenery around them. They had spent several delightful days on the Sky Island. Yet Granny Nu was persistently urging Hancock to return home, compelling them to depart for Kaido Island. Cursed Granny Nu. When I return, I shall petrify her. Hancock felt a twinge of anger. She had been thoroughly enjoying herself, and just when the happiness peaked, Granny Nu chose to spoil the mood. Well, Granny Nu was only considering the well-being of Amazon Lily. After all, you are still the Empress of Amazon Lily, my lady, Karl reassured her. Since Lord Karl has said so, I shall forgive her. When shall we return to Kaido Island? Hancock felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving. Perhaps later. We will rest for a night at Kaido Island, and I shall escort you back tomorrow, Karl replied. In the afternoon, they returned to Kaido Island. Upon arriving at the villa, they found Daphne, Ellie, and Karine grilling meat and enjoying drinks. Look, the newlyweds have returned home, Daphne teased. Sister Daphne. Hancock pouted playfully at her. Uncle, Sister Hancock. Suddenly, and dashed out from inside. When did you come from Tiger Roar Island? Karl was surprised to see him. The day before yesterday, I called Sister Daphne to come get me, and replied, having been quite bored on Tiger Roar Island, preferring the comfort of being outside. All right, Hancock. Would you like some grilled meat? Ellie asked. I feel a bit unwell and might vomit, so I won't eat. Hancock, feeling inexplicably nauseous at the thought of grilled meat, declined. Are you feeling unwell, Hancock? Come with me to the room. I'll check on you, Ellie said, concerned upon hearing Hancock's discomfort. All right, thank you, Sister Ellie. Ellie led Hancock into her pharmacy. Uncle, what did you both eat today? Why is Sister Hancock feeling unwell? And inquired of Karl. Not much. We only had skyfish. And I feel fine, Karl replied, puzzled. Don't worry. Perhaps this is a good sign. Dear husband, you might want to prepare yourself mentally, Daphne suggested. Recalling that during Hancock's critical days, the two had been together for 3 consecutive days. Are you saying Hancock might be expecting? Karl said, a hint of excitement in his voice. What do you mean by that? Karine asked, equally perplexed. And was confused as well. Given that Daphne had just mentioned it could be a good sign, I merely suggested it might be a possibility. Don't forget, during those days, you two were together for 3 days, Daphne explained. As Karl contemplated, and in light of Hancock's reaction, he felt that the matter was indeed settled. Shortly thereafter, Ellie emerged alongside Hancock, both radiating joy, with a rosy glow adorning Hancock's cheeks. So, how is it, Ellie? Karl eagerly inquired. Dear, let Hancock be the one to share this news with you. Ellie preferred that Hancock announce the revelation herself. Karl then turned his excited gaze towards Hancock. Lord Karl, I am with child, Hancock shyly declared, overwhelmed with happiness, for she had finally conceived Karl's offspring. Is it true, Hancock? Am I to become a father? Karl exclaimed, exhilarated, as this was an experience he had never encountered in either his past or present life. It is indeed true, my dear husband. I have confirmed it several times. Ellie quickly affirmed. I am going to be a father. Hancock, Karl joyously lifted her into his arms. Sister Daphne, does this mean I will have a little brother or sister? And asked Daphne, eager to have a small sibling to tease. What sister? You shall have to address me as Aunt from now on. And you are about to have a brother or sister? Daphne replied, equally animated. I must notify everyone to share this delightful news. We shall host a banquet tonight. Karine, I entrust the preparations to you. Karl declared with delight. No problem. I shall handle the culinary arrangements for this evening. Soon, Inalu, Benson, Adrian, and Zoe arrived, and upon hearing the news from Karl, they too were filled with joy, including that divine being. As the evening unfolded, glasses clinked and laughter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of exuberance and celebration. Hancock, due to her pregnancy, was refrained from drinking alcohol, sipping on refreshments instead as she watched the joyous reactions of those around her and gazed upon Lord Karl, her heart brimming with sweetness. The festivities continued until midnight, and Karl found himself quite intoxicated. The next morning, Karl awoke, finally embracing the exhilarating reality of impending fatherhood. Since Hancock was pregnant, he decided against sending her back immediately, wishing for her to remain with him a few more days. They agreed that Karl would make it a point to visit Hancock regularly each month. As the morning unfolded, Karl tended to Hancock with utmost care. A demeanor that elicited a sigh of exasperation from her. He forbade her from this and that, despite her feeling perfectly capable, for her physique was indeed robust. All right. Dear husband, I cannot simply remain seated all day. I must engage in some moderate exercise. Ellie remarked, somewhat exasperatedly. Indeed, Lord Karl, I am not so fragile. Hancock chimed in. Very well then. Shall we take a stroll along the beach, Hancock? Ellie can join us as well, Karl suggested. That sounds splendid. I would like to go too. Hancock agreed. I shall refrain from joining. My research is nearing completion, and I must expedite the process. You two go ahead. Ellie exclaimed that she was on the verge of replicating the first devil fruit. Well, you should take a proper break. There's no rush with your research, after all. We are not in short supply of devil fruits at the moment, Karl said to Ellie. You don't understand. If I can unravel the secrets of the devil fruit, the sensation will be absolutely exhilarating. Ellie replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. All right then, Hancock, the two of us shall go. Karl stored 2 beach chairs into a storage bracelet, and, after a brief inspection of the items, set off to the beach with Hancock for a camping adventure. The two frolicked by the shore, resting on the beach chairs when fatigued and indulging in the nutritious dishes Karl had prepared for expectant mothers. Based on a recipe provided by Karine. Lord Karl, do you prefer boys or girls? Hancock inquired. Girls. She would undoubtedly be as beautiful as you. Karl responded without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing Karl's compliment, Hancock felt a rush of sweetness within. You must think of a name, something melodious, she added. A name? Let me ponder it, Karl said, sitting up and resting his chin in contemplation. Zihan? 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 No, how could I think of those? He shook his head vigorously. What is the matter, Lord Karl? Have you thought of something? Hancock observed his gestures. Well, for a boy, I would name him Levi, and for a girl, Lucille. What do you think? After much deliberation, Karl finally settled on 2 names that pleased him. Portcast Levi, Portcast Lucille. Oh, Lord Karl, these names are lovely, Hancock exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, it took me quite a while to decide on them, Karl replied, gazing at Hancock and reminiscing about Daphne and Ellie. They were truly the greatest gifts in his life. What's wrong, Lord Karl? Hancock noticed Karl staring at her, causing her cheeks to flush. Nothing. I was just reflecting on how fortunate I am to have married 3 wonderful wives like you, Karl said, looking kindly at Hancock, listening to Karl's heartfelt words. The Empress felt her face grow warmer, cupping her cheeks in a dreamy gaze. At that moment, Hancock's smile was so radiant that it made the sun shyly retreat behind the clouds. Suddenly, in the distance, a figure riding a bicycle appeared on the ocean's surface. Admiral Akiji? What brings him here? Karl remarked as he recognized the figure approaching on the bicycle. Admiral? Lord Karl, do you want me to go back and summon Bansan and Enel? The Admiral is the Navy's greatest strength. Hancock expressed her concern over a potential conflict. No need. He likely isn't here for a fight. Hancock, you should head back. He must have something to discuss with me, and I will converse with him, Karl reassured her, confident that the Admiral was not foolish enough to challenge a force equivalent to the Yonko. Then, Lord Karl, be careful. Hancock understood that her current condition made it unwise to stay. Rest assured, Enel must already be aware. He will come, Karl assured her as Hancock departed. Glancing back multiple times, Just as Hancock left, Enel arrived. Yahahaha. Captain, shall we engage in battle? Enel gazed at the approaching naval officer on his bicycle, sensing the formidable strength emanating from him. Currently, he and Benson were evenly matched, both fully utilizing their devil fruit powers. And Enel yearned for a worthy opponent to gauge his true capabilities. He acknowledged that he could not contend with the captain, especially with the looming shadow. Thus, this naval officer presented an excellent opportunity for a test. However, there was no indication of hostility from the officer. There was no need for tension. "Let us sit for a moment and enjoy a cup of tea," he remarked as he produced 2 beach chairs and a small tea table, placing them beside him. Karl observed Akiji's fruit ability and felt that he had ventured into the realm of leisure. He could simply embark on a bicycle ride without the need for a warship. Since the O'Hara incident, this admiral had been enveloped in a haze of confusion. Some might wonder what there was to be confused about. Was it not merely a matter concerning the celestial dragons and the world government? Yet, a closer examination of the world of One Piece reveals that while its inhabitants possess an understanding of good and evil, they are ultimately more committed to upholding the convictions that reside within their hearts. Many individuals, once they have set their sights on a goal, are willing to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of it. In simpler terms, they are quite single-minded. "Ah, greetings, Mr. Karl," Akiji said as he dismounted from his bicycle and set it aside before approaching to offer a cordial salutation. "Hello, Mr. Akiji. Please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea," Karl invited, pouring a cup for Akiji. "Thank you, Mr. Karl. This tea is delightful," Akiji remarked, lifting the cup to his nose and savoring the aroma. "What brings you, Mr. Akiji, to Gaia Island in search of a bounty criminal such as myself?" Karl inquired, genuinely curious, for it was not prudent for an admiral to venture alone into enemy territory. Actually, it was Admiral Sengoku's directive. Following Mr. Garp's return, our Navy convened regarding your case. Mr. Garp believes you are not akin to those pirates, and thus should not be regarded with excessive caution. However, there are voices within the Navy who hold an opposing view, asserting that a criminal is a criminal, regardless of distinctions, and must be eradicated. Moreover, since you have established Gaia Island as your stronghold, an important location on the first half of the Grand Line, it is imperative that the Navy and the world government provide some form of explanation. Therefore, Admiral Sengoku wishes to establish a Navy branch here, albeit symbolically, with no impact on your operations. I wonder if you would consent. Mr. Akiji, you must understand that this is simply untenable. I will not permit any external forces, including the world government, to encroach upon my territory, Karl replied, incredulous at the suggestion. The idea of allowing the Navy to set up a base on Gaia Island would tarnish his reputation. Everyone recognized this as Karl's domain, and such an establishment would severely undermine his standing. "Ah, indeed, just as Mr. Garp mentioned," Akiji said nonchalantly, unfazed by the rejection, for he had anticipated that this endeavor was unlikely to materialize. "In truth, as long as the world government does not provoke me, I have no desire to trouble them. For instance, the agents on the island, even though I am aware of their affiliation, I will not harm them as long as they remain non-disruptive. Killing one wave only invites another, and I loathe complications. Thus, Mr. Akiji, you may convey this sentiment to the world government and the Navy," Karl stated. "I can address the Navy, but the world government is beyond my reach. My primary purpose for visiting this time was due to Mr. Garp's assertion that you are a person of justice," Akiji concluded. "However, he showed no mercy towards the celestial dragons, which piqued my curiosity. I wished to observe how Akiji now harbored doubts about the Navy's justice, and how his own sense of justice had begun to waver. Mr. Akiji, as a witness and executor of the O'Hara incident, what are your thoughts on it?" Karl inquired, but Akiji remained silent for quite some time, offering no response. The question itself was rather simple, centering on the Navy's own identity. Does the Navy exist to protect civilians? Or is its existence merely to serve the interests of the world government, as articulated by those 5 old men? Understanding this question would illuminate everything, Karl expressed. "Then, Mr. Karl, do you deem the Navy to be just?" Akiji asked. "In my perspective, whether the Navy embodies justice hinges on its own actions. Ideally, the Navy should be an organization focused on safeguarding the lives and properties of civilians. The lower class harbors this belief when beset by pirates. They hope for the Navy's intervention. If the Navy fails to rescue them, they are met with scorn. That is the clearest explanation. Yet, the reality has shifted. The Navy has become the puppet of the world government and the celestial dragons, existing solely to serve them. Is this truly just? Remember, Mr. Akiji, The navy is not sustained by the world government or the celestial dragons, but by the impoverished people of various nations. Karl revealed his thoughts to Aokiji. Centered on the protection of civilian lives and properties? That is indeed a bold notion, Aokiji remarked, feeling profoundly impacted. It is worth noting that such a sentiment had not been expressed in the 8 centuries of the world government's existence. The nobility, including all aristocrats worldwide, has never entertained such ideals. They have always prioritized their own interests, indifferent to the losses suffered by the common folk. Seeing Aokiji remain silent, Karl also found himself at a loss for words. The crux of the matter is rather straightforward. The collective cognition of the world's populace is flawed. Civilians perceive their subjugation by the nobility as justified, and as long as the oppression does not exceed certain limits, they refrain from rebellion. Conversely, the nobility shares this perspective. Yet, in Karl's view, it is nearly impossible for this dynamic to change. The difficulty is immense. Since I have obtained the answers I sought, I shall not intrude further. Mr. Karl, after finishing the remaining tea in his cup, he mounted his bicycle and departed. Captain, why do the admirals of the navy seem so averse to combat? Eneru observed Aokiji's languid demeanor, which dampened his own desire for a spar. The previous admiral, too, had been lackadaisical during the fight. Not entirely. There is also a battle maniac, a magma fruit user with a temperament akin to molten rock, Karl remarked. Then I shall seek out that magma fruit user for a duel, Eneru declared with enthusiasm. If that pleases you, then so be it. Now, let us return. Upon arriving home, he discovered Daphne had returned and was conversing with Hancock. How is Lord Karl? Were you injured? Hancock rose and pulled Karl, who was rummaging through his belongings. No, I merely had a conversation with him. There was no altercation. Besides, are you not aware of my abilities? And Enel is here as well, Karl hastily replied, knowing that Hancock always prioritized him above all else. That's a relief. I was merely worried about your safety, Hancock said. Her concerns alleviated upon seeing Karl unharmed. My dear, what brings Aokiji to our Gaia Island? Is the Navy plotting something against us? Daphne inquired. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. The Navy merely wishes to establish a branch here on Gaia Island, which I firmly declined. What a ridiculous notion. How would that reflect on me? Karl responded, pondering whether he had inadvertently given Sengoku the impression that he was overly accommodating, believing Karl would agree, thus satisfying the world government while undermining Karl's reputation and instilling fear in the criminals of the sea. Such fanciful thoughts. Was that the sole topic of discussion? Surely such matters do not require a Marine Admiral's involvement, Ellie chimed in, having just arrived. In truth, he likely sought to take a break while discussing his ideals of justice with me. Perhaps the events of O'Hara greatly affected him, Karl remarked. O'Hara. Ever since she left Tiger Roar Island, I haven't seen her. I wonder how Robin is faring. She hasn't even reached out to us, not a word of news. Ellie reflected, remembering her close bond with Robin during their time on Tiger Roar Island. Is it Nico Robin? Did she also spend time on Tiger Roar Island? Daphne asked. Indeed. When I first encountered her, she appeared quite pitiable, so I brought her back to Tiger Roar Island and taught her Haki and the 6 powers of the Navy. Eventually, she insisted on continuing her quest for the true history, so I let her go. However, it is indeed troubling that we have heard nothing from her in all this time, Karl replied. Should we inquire with Sister Shaki? I believe she might know Robin's whereabouts. Shaki deals in intelligence, so she should have some information, Hancock suggested, hopeful for news. No need. No news is the best news. We will surely cross paths again in the future. A few days later, Karl escorted the Empress back to Amazon Lily, preparing for his journey to the North Sea. Since the world government remained uneasy about Karl's presence on Gaia Island, he needed to make some preparations. And the best preparation was undoubtedly to enhance his own strength as much as possible. Surely, that old rascal Vegapunk could manage to create a gravity machine. If he couldn't, then he should come to Gaia Island to work on it. It should be safe enough here. My dear, are you planning to head to the North Sea tomorrow? Daphne asked as she returned home from work. Yes, we must expedite the creation of this gravity machine. By the way, you mentioned wanting to consult Vegapunk as well. May I ask what you intend to have him research? Karl inquired. My love, what do you think of the Germa battle suits? She asked, producing a capsule containing her battle attire. Universal capsule? Karl mused. Daphne, if this thing can be created, does that not imply we could become the wealthiest individuals in the world? Minga said with a hint of excitement. Indeed, but it seems quite challenging to accomplish, he continued. A capsule that encompasses all. It feels like an arduous task. I sense that this is significantly different from battle suits. And even if we manage to develop it, the time required would likely be extensive. Well, let us allow Gaji to research it and see what he can do, even if it doesn't succeed. We won't suffer any losses, Daphne replied. All right, but can you leave Gaia Island at this moment? Recently, the courier stations in the City of Water and the Shambadi Archipelago have been established. There are still more islands like Magnet Drum Island and Alabasta to consider. And Daphne has been quite busy. Perhaps I shall remain on Gaia Island. Zoe cannot manage the company's affairs alone. Daphne contemplated. Just remember to have Gaji try his hand at the research. If funding is needed, we shall provide it. I understand, but it may take me some time to return. I plan to seek out the location of Wano country. I had previously arranged with Kaido to engage in business concerning Sea Prism Stone. Make sure to bring the life card. Once you find it, notify me, and I will instruct Zoe to establish a nest. I will send someone to set up the courier station in Wano country thereafter. Daphne remarked. All right, I will keep that in mind. Uncle, may I accompany you? Staying on Gaia Island has become rather dull. Recently, I have merely been assisting Karen in her culinary empire, which is nearing its grand opening. Very well, I shall take you to explore Wano country. It is not a bad idea to let you witness the world's foremost powers, Karl replied. I'll go prepare. With that, and dashed back to her room to pack her belongings. By the way, Daphne, we should establish courier stations on Tiger Howl Island, Skypea, and Amazon Lily. It would certainly facilitate the delivery of various items. Karl suddenly remembered. I had already considered that, and besides, Mother sent us some unique fruits from Tiger Howl Island. It's been so long that they have probably spoiled. Humph, Daphne said with a playful pout. Ahaha, I've been busy and simply forgot. By the way, where are the fruits? I haven't seen them. Karl changed the subject. Pfft, you've been lounging around soaking up the sun. I sent some fruits to Hancock, and others to Enel and his crew. There should still be a bit left in the fridge, Daphne retorted, slightly annoyed. All right then. Let us hurry and wash up before sleeping. I will be away for quite some time, he said. You only think of these things, Daphne teased. Yet she followed Karl back to the room, feeling a bit nostalgic as he had been spending much time with Hancock lately. The next morning, Karl awoke from his warm cocoon of blankets. As Karl observed Daphne feigning sleep, a knowing smile crept across his face. Such a playful yet naive girl, he thought, choosing not to expose her ruse and instead rising to prepare breakfast. Darling, did you and Daphne stay up quite late last night? Ellie, clad in her pajamas, awaited Karl's culinary offerings in the dining room. Well, it's not my fault she is too stubborn. I shall not yield on this matter, for it concerns a man's dignity. As he spoke, Karl finished preparing the meal. Where's Anne? Has she not risen yet? He inquired upon noticing Anne's absence. She saw you still asleep and didn't want to wait for your breakfast, so she went off to find Karen, Ellie replied, munching on her meal. All right. By the way, Ellie, I might be away for quite some time, Karl mentioned. If you happen to encounter a devil fruit user, could you retrieve some of their blood for me? I'll need it for future endeavors. Ellie replied eagerly. Have you made some progress in your research? Karl asked curiously. You'll find out when you return. Just ensure you gather plenty of blood from those with devil fruit abilities, she insisted. All right, I understand. By the way, Ellie, since I'll be gone for a while, how about a loving farewell kiss? Karl leaned in to embrace her. No, I'm full. Let me go. Ellie shyly protested. Just then, Anne returned and was greeted by this rather provocative scene, prompting her to dash upstairs immediately. It's all your fault, Ellie exclaimed, breaking free from Karl's grasp before following and back to her room. Regrettably, Karl realized he had failed to notice Anne's return. After finishing their breakfast and tidying up, he prepared to set off, carrying a rather hefty load for this longer journey. And it's time to leave. Hurry down. He called up the stairs. I'm coming, and emerged, lugging a large travel bag. How much have you packed? That's quite a hefty load, Karl remarked, bemused. If you need anything, we can buy it when we're out. It's not as if we lack funds. I'm just not accustomed to certain items outside. Besides, couldn't you simply store it in your storage bracelet, uncle? Anne replied, handing him her backpack, which he then stowed away. All right, my dear wife. Anne and I are off, he announced. Okay, came her nonchalant response. Let us go, and the two exited the villa, with Karl lifting and on a fiery cloud as they soared northward. Upon arriving at the Germa Kingdom, they made their way directly to the main castle of Gaji. Good day, Mr. Karl. Welcome back to the Germa Kingdom. Is this Miss Anne? Truly a promising young lady. Gaji greeted them warmly upon learning from the guards of Karl's arrival, and hearing Gaji's flattery, felt little impact. Such compliments were all too familiar to her. She was simply here for a visit with her uncle. Mr. Gaji, could you arrange for someone to show me around? She requested. Certainly, no problem. This is my daughter. Leggio. Allow her to guide you through our kingdom of Gielma, as Gaji has entrusted this task to his daughter. Missin. Let me show you around our kingdom of Gielma, Leggio said to him. I appreciate it, Sister Leggio, and replied, and together they set off to explore. Gaji. I am here to discuss the development of a gravity machine, Karl remarked after the girls had departed. A gravity machine? What purpose do you have for such an apparatus? Mr. Karl? Gaji inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. That is of no concern to you. I require a gravity machine that is quite robust. Approximately 20 square meters in size, constructed from the finest materials. If you lack any, I can provide them. Furthermore, it should manipulate gravitational forces, achieving at least 10 times gravity, preferably 20 times if feasible. What do you think? Is it within your capability to develop such a device? Karl articulated his requirements to Gaji. After contemplating for a moment, Gaji responded, This presents a certain challenge and will require some time, at least a month. Additionally, some materials may need to be supplied by you, Mr. Karl. As long as it can be accomplished, please provide me with a list of the necessary materials, and I will procure them. The completion of this project will enable Karl to continue his training and enhance his physical prowess. Subsequently, Gaji compiled a list of materials for Karl, who contacted Daphne via a communication device to gather the required items. He then instructed Zoe to deliver them, confident that the life card would reveal their location. 5 days later, Zoe arrived with the materials. As Gaji beheld the hundreds of bees, each over half a meter in height, he felt a shiver run down his spine. What sort of ability is this? To control so many large bees? If the numbers were greater, it would constitute a formidable airborne battalion. I have delivered the materials to you. By the way, Gaji, I plan to establish a beehive in your kingdom of Gielma for convenience in the future, Karl informed Gaji. Mr. Karl, won't they pose a threat to people? Gaji immediately thought to refuse. This seemed akin to stationing an army on his territory. Rest assured, my bees will not attack unless provoked, Zoe assured him. Very well. I will instruct my people not to engage these bees unprovoked, Gaji conceded, realizing he could not refuse. He thought to himself that such an influential figure would not expend so much effort on his small kingdom of Gielma. By the way, Gaji, since your technology can compress battle suits into this tiny container, have you considered researching whether this container could hold all things? Karl posed the question. I cannot achieve that. Mr. Karl, my battle suits are fundamentally a form of nanotechnology, existing in a container state when not in use, rather than being stored within it, Gaji quickly clarified. Pondering that if he had the capability to contain all things, he would have long since begun his conquest of the world. Then let us leave it at that. Once the gravity machine is complete, please inform me via the communication device, Karl concluded. Is it truly impossible? However, the universal capsule undoubtedly belongs to the realm of futuristic technology, and its creation is no simple feat, rest assured, Mr. Karl. I shall inform you the moment it is ready, said Jiaji. Once Zoe had established the hive here, the three of them departed. Zoe, how many mutated bees do you currently have? Karl inquired. Over 30,000. And the hives on the 10 islands of the paradise have been set up and are now operational. Indeed, many merchants have chosen our Shunfeng Express for their deliveries. When I arrived, Sister Daphne even received invitations from other countries to establish hives there. Zoe responded with palpable excitement. Hearing that Shunfeng Express had fully launched in the paradise brought Karl a sense of relief, and he continued on with and toward the land of harmony. Uncle, I'm so bored. How much longer until we reach the land of harmony? And asked Karl. They had been flying for an entire day, and then lay lazily on the fiery clouds, munching on an apple. It seems we still have a whole day of flying ahead. Let us find an island to rest for a day before continuing our journey, Karl suggested, feeling a bit hungry himself. Yes, I'm tired of these fruits. And agreed. The kingdom of Shivania is a powerful nation situated in the New World, boasting an army of 600,000. Currently, the nation is engulfed in turmoil. The old king has passed away, and the eldest prince has ascended to the throne, initiating a purge against his younger brothers. He received word that the second prince was planning to ally with the third and fourth princes to overthrow him. As his 3 brothers commanded armies of 100,000 each, he acted preemptively, eliminating the second prince before his siblings could comprehend the threat, and framing the third and fourth princes for the deed. Consequently, the second prince's army fell into his hands. Upon learning that their brother's forces had been captured by the eldest prince, the third and fourth princes realized they would not escape his wrath. With only 100,000 of the eldest prince's troops stationed in the capital, and with the second prince's forces now under his command, they found themselves evenly matched. Thus, the two brothers resolved to take a desperate gamble, aiming to breach the capital before the remaining 200,000 troops could arrive. And they were on the verge of success. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as the eldest prince summoned the beast pirate crew for assistance. He promised the captain of the crew 2 devil fruits as a reward for their help in defeating the third and fourth princes. This captain is an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing the abilities of the southern giant dragon, a creature as formidable as the Tyrannosaurus Rex, both bloodthirsty and immensely powerful. Moreover, this captain is skilled in the dual-color Haki. With the addition of the beast pirate crew, the outcome of the war became inevitable. The third and fourth princes were destined for failure. Ultimately, the eldest prince emerged victorious, capturing the third and fourth princes alive. And their army was left in tatters. That evening, the faction of the eldest prince held a grand banquet to celebrate their triumph. However, the members of the behemoth pirate crew were already scheming to eliminate the newly appointed king after acquiring the devil fruit, intending to plunder the treasures of the kingdom. "Captain, when shall we commence our operation? I can hardly contain my excitement," exclaimed a crew member, embracing 2 women while speaking to his leader. The behemoth pirate crew did not join the grand banquet with the crown prince, instead retreating to their temporary headquarters. In an effort to reward these pirates, the crown prince had bestowed upon them over 30 of his father's concubines. "Ah, my dear brother, do not be hasty. Once we obtain the devil fruits, we shall act. I have learned that those 2 fruits are hidden away, not within the royal treasury. Otherwise, do you think I would have endured this long?" the captain remarked. The behemoth pirate crew was established by this captain and his 2 brothers, who had yet to acquire any devil fruits. Their agreement to assist the crown prince was motivated by the promise of the 2 fruits for his brothers, thereby strengthening their pirate crew. The concubines, overhearing their conversation, drained of color, forced smiles upon their faces. "Uncle, it seems this kingdom is embroiled in war," and observed, gazing at the ruins and hearing the cries of the weak and the innocent. "Indeed, it appears to be a war recently concluded," Karl replied, feeling a sense of discomfort at the scene before him, as if the devil fruits were affecting him. "What shall we do then?" "I had hoped to find a place to bathe and enjoy a meal," and lamented, her hair dried and withered from the prolonged exposure in the skies. "Let us venture into the city. There are still many intact areas," Karl suggested. "Well, it seems we have no choice," and murmured in agreement. Upon entering the city, they found that even the houses near the city walls had been destroyed. A few individuals were attempting to assist those rendered homeless by the war, but the number of those receiving aid was dismally low. The 2 found a fine hotel to lodge in, located in a noble-managed area known as the Inner City. Accessing this area required a hefty fee of 1 million berries, a sum that commoners could scarcely afford. As soon as they settled into the hotel and hurried off to bathe, with nothing to occupy his time, Karl called for an extravagant array of the establishment's specialty dishes, beginning to eat before and had returned. "Wow, so much delicious food. Uncle, you started eating without me," and exclaimed upon seeing the feast, her stomach grumbling as she devoured the food ravenously. "And you usually take care to maintain your image. Please uphold your dignified demeanor," Karl remarked, bemused by her gluttonous display. "There are no outsiders here, so what does it matter?" she retorted. As it munched on her meat, she remarked, "Never mind, as long as she is happy, that is what matters," Karl thought to himself. It wasn't long before the 2 of them had indulged in the entire spread of food. They then retrieved 2 beach chairs from their storage bracelets and settled onto the balcony to relax. Meanwhile, the crown prince had dispatched an envoy to the temporary encampment of the beast pirates. Observing the old king's concubines being mistreated by these brutish pirates filled him with a sense of distress, pondering why these women were not bestowed upon him. Pray tell, what business does the king have in sending you here? Has he brought the promised items?" inquired the captain of the pirate crew. It was likely that the devil fruit had been delivered, and it seemed preparations for action could commence. He felt a surge of excitement, but in his eagerness, his left hand inadvertently tightened its grip, causing the concubine in his arms to cry out in pain. "Captain Lim, our king has informed us that he has been preoccupied with the rebellion stirred up by his 2 brothers these past few days, and he is momentarily unable to recall where he placed the items he promised you. He requests that you wait a few more days." The haughty envoy conveyed to the pirate captain, secretly thinking that the king was indeed clever. The navy could not intervene in the kingdom's insurrection, but the pirates could. Thus, The king had invited the beast pirates to assist him in quelling the rebellion, intending to delay for a day or two until the navy arrived to apprehend the pirates. Truly a twofold victory. Not only would the rebellion be subdued, but the promised rewards could also be saved. These pirates truly were dim-witted, the envoy mused. However, he failed to notice that the pirate captain before him was on the verge of exploding with rage. Was this a suggestion that he would not receive his reward? Without a second thought, Lim cast the woman aside, seized his blade, and struck down the envoy, eliciting a terrified scream from the concubine. Upon witnessing their captain slay the envoy, Lim's crew abandoned their revelry and hastened to his side. My little ones, that wretched king dares to deny us our reward. Then we shall take it for ourselves. Follow me. With that, Lim brandished his weapon and led his crew toward the palace. Roar. The crew could hardly contain their excitement. This was the treasury of a nation. Just how many treasures lay within? With fervor, they rallied behind their captain, charging toward the palace. Uncle, why do you think this country is at war? An inquired of Karl. Who knows? It is probably a conflict among the nobles, after all. The common folk lack the strength to rebel, Karl replied. As they entered the city, the sight of the emaciated commoners revealed their inability to rise against oppression. And pondered, thoughtfully pinching her chin. Suddenly, Karl glanced toward the palace, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. Hadn't the war concluded? Why were there still battles raging? What is happening, uncle? And then Karl gazed towards the palace, sensing a lively commotion. Let us join the fray, and suggested, as he lifted both of them and soared towards the palace. At that moment, following the recent war, the palace was inadequately defended and was swiftly overrun by the beast pirates, reaching the chamber of the crown prince. The newly appointed king trembled in fear. Captain Lirim, what are you doing? The crown prince understood that allying with pirates was akin to courting disaster. However, he believed that if he could stall for a couple of days until the navy arrived, everything would be resolved. Thus, he dispatched a messenger to claim he had forgotten the location of the devil fruit, asking for a brief delay. He thought Lirim would hesitate due to not having attained the fruit yet. To his dismay, the messenger had not returned when Lirim made his move. Ha ha ha. Little king, do you take me for a fool? Have you truly forgotten its whereabouts? Lirim taunted, slapping the crown prince to the ground and breaking his leg with a brutal stomp. The crown prince howled in agony, while the nobles attending the banquet looked on, pale with fear, dreading to be next. The timid among them clutched their heads and cried out, which led the pirates to silence them with lethal force. Captain Lirim. I recall where it is. The crown prince exclaimed in desperation, fearing he might be the next victim. Quickly, let us retrieve it. Lirim bellowed at the prince. Without hesitation, the crown prince, aided by a servant, rushed to his chambers and opened a hidden compartment to produce the devil fruits, one shaped like a pineapple and the other resembling a pear. At that moment, Karl and Nin had also arrived, observing the scene from atop the palace, unnoticed by anyone. Why not bring it forth sooner? Perhaps I might have spared your life. Lirim sneered, visibly excited by the sight of the devil fruits. The crown prince, upon hearing Lirim's words, was struck with terror, losing control of his bodily functions. I've given you the devil fruits. You cannot kill me. I am the king of a world government member nation. If you slay me, the navy will not forgive you. They are already on their way. He stammered, attempting to intimidate Lirim with the impending navy. Yet, Lirim remained unfazed, swiftly severing the crown prince's head with a single stroke. Crew, move out. Empty the royal treasury. Lirim commanded his men. The pirates surged towards the surviving nobles, slaughtering them before making a beeline for the palace treasury. Lirim reveled in the sight of the two devil fruits, while his brothers looked on anxiously. Brother, will you not share the devil fruits with us? Lim contemplated that if it were not for the fact that one could only consume a single devil fruit, he would never wish to bestow these two fruits upon his foolish younger brothers. My dear siblings, I grant you these devil fruits, and I hope you will assist me in fortifying our pirate crew. Who knows, we might even attain the esteemed title of Warlord of the Sea, ha ha ha. Lim had already devised a plan. Once his reputation reached a sufficient height, he would propose to the world government that he be appointed as a warlord. Upon hearing Lim's words, his two brothers were filled with excitement. Do not even think about becoming a warlord. Why not hand over the devil fruits to me instead? I could spare your life. At that moment, Karl suddenly appeared behind Lim. Lim was startled by the voice, causing a chill of fear to sweep over him, and he quickly turned to distance himself from Karl. Who are you? He exclaimed, placing the devil fruits into a box and fixating a tense gaze upon Karl, feeling an immense pressure in the presence of this man. Uncle, Why did you come down without calling me? At that moment, and also leaped down. The pirate crew members halted their pillaging of the treasure vault and returned to encircle Karl and On. There is no way we would hand them over. These are the devil fruits our brother prepared for us. Lim's younger brothers declared as they stood up to defend their claim, immediately launching an attack towards Karl. Karl drew forth his new tin hoe, intent on eliminating the two adversaries, but had already made his move. Rim's two younger brothers, having only just acquired the art of armament Haki and lacking proficiency, fell victim to N's adept application of the Navy's 6 styles, leaving them wounded on the ground, their injuries still glistening with frost. Witnessing his brothers toppled and rendered incapable of fighting, Rim's anxiety began to mount. You expect me to hand over the devil fruit? Absolutely not. I am the captain of the behemoth pirate crew, Rim the Behemoth. With that declaration, he transformed into the form of a southern behemoth dragon and lunged at Karl with a ferocious bite. Observing their captain in action, the crew, emboldened, charged forward with fervor. Uncle, leave these lackeys to me. With those words, he charged into the fray against the pirates. Karl observed the approaching foul-mouthed beast, its stench compelling him to cover his nose hastily. He then leapt onto Lim's head, his foot descending with an air of dominance, creating a deep indentation on Lim's dragon visage, causing its eyes to bulge. In the next moment, Lim could no longer sustain his beastly form, reverting back to his human shape, promptly expelling a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the ground. Captain Lim, the crew, witnessing their leader so effortlessly vanquished, cried out in terror, their fighting spirit extinguished. The once invincible captain had been defeated in an instant, prompting them to scatter in panic. Uncle, what shall we do next? Asked N, seeking guidance after ensuring that the bloodstains from the lunar moon were wiped clean. What else is there to do? We must take the devil fruits and leave. Karl responded, retrieving the box containing the devil fruits and storing it within his storage bracelet. He then crushed Lim's skull underfoot, and the two soared away from the palace. As for the abilities of the devil fruits, that was a matter to be explored later. Upon returning to the hotel, they found it relatively tranquil. Likely because news of the palace incident had yet to spread, chaos was expected by the morrow. Reflecting on the turn of events, it was indeed ironic that the third and fourth princes emerged as the ultimate victors in such an unpredictable world. Uncle, what powers do those two devil fruits possess? Hurry and check. In, eager to uncover the nature of the fruits, implored Karl. Patience, I will consult the devil fruit compendium, Karl replied, producing the tome alongside the two devil fruits for comparison. Fortuitously, one was of the Logia type, while the other belonged to the Paramecia category. Karl felt a surge of joy upon discovering the Logia fruit, and the Paramecia was equally promising. Let me see, and exclaimed as he snatched the compendium, revealing the Logia type earth fruit and the Paramecia type gum fruit. Uncle, our luck tonight is truly remarkable, and laughed heartily. Indeed, these two devil fruits possess excellent abilities. Karl concurred. But why wouldn't the king consume them? If he had ingested the Logia fruit, he might have avoided his demise, and pondered aloud, puzzled by the king's apparent disregard for such valuable fruits. It is possible he was unaware of their powers, or perhaps these so-called nobles disdained consuming devil fruits, idolizing the celestial dragons instead. Those wretches typically do not partake in devil fruits themselves, relegating them to their slaves, Karl explained. That is utterly foolish. They deserve their fate. And remarked, incredulous at the noble's misguided reverence for such despicable beings. Enough of this. Let us retire for the night. We shall depart tomorrow. Very well, uncle, good night. And replied, retreating to his room for rest. The following day, turmoil erupted once more in the capital, with the demise of the first prince. Only the third and fourth princes remained to vie for the throne, leading to their release. Upon learning of the first prince's untimely death, the two brothers initially reacted with disbelief before bursting into laughter. However, in the next instant, the fourth prince was ambushed and eliminated by the third prince. Thus, the third prince has indeed emerged as the ultimate victor. All of this is now irrelevant to Karl. After enjoying their breakfast and packing a plethora of delicacies, they set forth once more towards the Land of Harmony. Following a day of flight, Karl finally beheld the iconic waterfall of the Land of Harmony. Is this truly the Land of Harmony? I have heard that this is the land of warriors, yet why do these people appear so different? And inquired. Observing the villagers, it is due to a foolish general of yore who committed an unimaginable act, which led to the current state of this nation, Karl explained. A foolish general? And gazed at Karl in confusion, prompting him to recount the tale of Kazuki Oden. After listening, and was utterly astounded. Is it possible for someone to be so foolish? As the general of the Land of Harmony, he could have easily expelled Kaido, yet he made that absurd agreement, granting Kaido 5 years to strengthen himself. How could he have acted so thoughtlessly? It is utterly beyond comprehension. Let us not concern ourselves with them. It is not our affair. Come, we must proceed. The two then made their way directly to Onigashima. Upon arrival at the stronghold of the beast pirates, a guard confronted them. What brings you to this place? He inquired, noticing the unfamiliar pair. Ha ha ha, there is even such a beautiful young lady among you, remarked another guard, attempting to approach him with ill intentions. With a visage as dark as frost, Karl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki in an explosive display, rendering all the guards unconscious upon the ground. The commotion attracted the attention of one of the Calamities, Ember Calamity Jean, who flew over to witness the guards incapacitated. This is Conqueror's Haki. Tiger God Karl, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the figure before him, Jean realized it was the infamous Tiger God Karl, known for his ruthless methods in dispatching celestial dragons not long ago. How did he come to be in this place? Ember Calamity Jean? Karl remarked, observing the masked figure with dark wings. After a moment's scrutiny, he noted the significant distinctions from the Sky Island inhabitants. So, you are indeed one of the last of the Lunaria tribe? Do inform Kaido that an old friend has come to share a drink, Karl continued, revealing that he had brought several jars of exquisite wine brewed by Karen. Jean, relieved to discern that Karl was not there for a confrontation, maintained his guard nonetheless. He instructed Karl to wait a moment before flying back to seek Kaido. Upon his return, Jean found their captain drowning in wine, tears streaming down his face. Captain Kaido, the Tiger God Karl has arrived, claiming he wishes to drink with you. Have you met him before? Jean inquired. Drink? Kaido's brow furrowed in confusion as he continued to pour the liquor down his throat, momentarily unable to recall who Karl was. What, Jean? I feel so miserable. I leapt from 10,000 meters and survived. Who could possibly kill me? He lamented, gulping down more alcohol. Jean, watching Kaido weep, felt a sense of urgency. What to do? There were still people waiting outside. Perhaps it would be best to wait until Kaido sobers up, Jean decided, stepping outside to address Karl. My Lord Karl, our captain is currently intoxicated and may not be in a position to meet you. Would you mind waiting for a couple of days on Ghost Island? Drunk, you say? Very well, please arrange for me a place to stay, Karl replied, fully aware of Kaido's drunken disposition and not wishing to press the matter. Jean motioned for Karl to follow him to a courtyard on Ghost Island. Actually, I came specifically to find you. Though I intended to share a drink with Kaido as well, Karl spoke as they walked. My Lord Karl, if your intention is to recruit me, then there is no need for further discussion, Jean stated solemnly, glancing back at Karl. That is not my purpose. If I were to remove Kaido's main attraction, he would likely retaliate fiercely. I came because Kaido had previously agreed to engage in business involving sea prism stones. Though it appears he has not mentioned this to you upon his return, Karl clarified as they arrived at a traditional Japanese-style courtyard. That matter was indeed not discussed, but I can make decisions regarding it. Conducting business with sea prism stones is acceptable, but how shall we proceed with the transaction? Jean responded, realizing the significance of the sea prism stones, particularly abundant in Wano. Someone will come to facilitate the exchange later. My sole purpose for this visit was to locate Wano. As this place is exceedingly remote, Karl concluded. It took Karl nearly 3 days to be located, and this was largely thanks to the intelligence provided by Shiachi. Otherwise, Karl might still be lost. I understand. Please rest here for 2 days. Once Boss Kaido awakens, I will have him come to see you, Jean said. All right, just prepare us some food first, Karl replied nonchalantly, as he had already accomplished the purpose of this journey. Jean then went to instruct others to prepare the meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Karl made a call to Daphne, informing her that Zoe could be invited over. Did you arrive from outside? Karl gazed out the door, spotting a woman adorned with horns and shackled with sea stone. Was this not Kaido's daughter Yamato? And observed her appearance, finding it rather pitiful, before approaching to greet her. We have come from outside. May I ask who you are? Wonderful. I am Kazuki Oden. Could you share tales of the world beyond? Yamato exclaimed with enthusiasm as she entered, addressing it, and wore a peculiar expression at this moment. For was not Kazuki Oden the foolish general? How could this woman claim to be Kazuki Oden? What was going on? She then glanced at her uncle. At this moment, Karl was equally at a loss, pondering the questionable methods Kaido employed in raising his daughter. He then recounted the connection between Kazuki Oden and Yamato, curious that this man knew of her. did not mind. Having been imprisoned by Kaido for 11 long years, Kazuki Oden was executed around 1502, when Yamato was 8. Now it was 1513. Today, finally, outsiders had arrived at Onigashima. She felt elated. You speak with her. I shall take a rest, Karl declared. Very well, uncle. So your name isn't? What a lovely name, Yamato remarked, noticing this elder sister was but a few years her senior, a recognition that echoed her own youth. They began to converse about Yamato's experiences at sea over the years. The two girls engaged in lively discussion in the courtyard, punctuated by gasps of astonishment. It's all Kaido's fault. He locked me in Onigashima and shackled me with these cuffs that would explode should I attempt to escape. Otherwise, I would have sailed long ago. Yamato retorted bitterly. Yamato, is your desire to set sail so strong? And pondered, considering Yamato's naive disposition, fearing she might fall victim to deceit at sea. Of course, I have read Kazuki Oden's journal. His adventures are truly captivating. Thus, I too wish to venture forth and behold the world beyond. Yamato's expression radiated admiration and longing. I truly wish to ask, why do you hold such reverence for that foolish general? And queried, baffled by how someone so seemingly unsuccessful could inspire such admiration in Yamato. Oden is no fool. He is the most remarkable samurai. His dream was to establish the land of Wano. Though he has perished, I shall carry forth his will and bring about the dawn of Wano. But I must wait until I return from my voyage. For now, I lack the strength to confront Kaido, yet I shall not surrender. Yamato passionately responded upon hearing En's remark about Oden being a foolish general. Then let me ask you, Yamato, are the people of Wano not the subjects of Oden? En inquired. Indeed, Yamato affirmed. Yet, consider this, as the general of Wano, Oden boldly sailed away, disregarding his subjects. Thus, Kurizumi Orochi seized the opportunity to ally with Kaido, conquering and enslaving Wano. Upon his return, having learned of his homeland's plight, he had the chance to defeat Kaido and expel Orochi, yet he abandoned the fight due to a single condition set by Kaido. Subsequently, he spent 5 years performing in the nude in the City of Flowers, which tarnished his reputation to the utmost, leading the people of Wano to lose faith in him. Even his vassals struggled to comprehend why Oden chose such a path. What else can one call him if not a fool? An impatient and could no longer contain himself, and expressed a torrent of words to Yamato, who remained silent, unable to engage in conversation. It is true that establishing the nation of Wano is not inherently wrong, yet it is a task far beyond the capabilities of Oden and his companions. The founding of Wano pertains to a matter of global significance, one that cannot be undertaken lightly. At that moment, Karl emerged, calmly addressing Yamato. Oden's fundamental error lay in his overly simplistic view of the nation's establishment, a blatant irresponsibility, demonstrating a lack of concern for his own people, which ultimately resulted in the current dire state of Wano. Karl was perplexed. How could Yutien, fully aware that a great war would erupt in 20 years, be so eager to establish the Wano country? What could be achieved if the timing was not right? Even if Wano were to be founded, it would be far better to consolidate Wano's strength. After listening to Karl's thoughts, Yamato appeared quite indignant, her frustration palpable. She timidly remarked, regardless, Yutien is undeniably courageous. He is the most exceptional warrior. Do you need me to unlock these handcuffs for you? Karl glanced at Kaido, who was preparing a pair of explosive cuffs. Can you manage this? He inquired. Kaido had informed him that these cuffs would detonate if removed from Onigashima, and forcibly dismantling them would yield the same result, which was why he had been unable to leave the island. Yamato, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "If you could help me remove these cuffs, I would finally be free. Rest assured, this will be a simple task for me." He then produced a blade and led Yamato to the seaside. "Are you ready?" Karl asked, gripping his black sword. "Yes, I am ready," she replied, extending her hands. In a flash, Karl severed the lock on the cuffs and hurled them into the sea just before they exploded. Indeed, Yamato barely had time to react before a deafening blast echoed around her. "Kaido, that scoundrel. He truly intended to kill me," she fumed, her heart racing with anger upon witnessing the violent explosion. Jean and Queen, alerted by the sound, rushed over, believing the blast signified Yamato's escape from Onigashima. "Young Master Yamato, what happened?" Jean inquired. "Lord Karl, did you assist young Master Yamato in removing the cuffs?" Jean recognized that only Karl could unlock them without causing harm to Yamato. "Indeed. There's no need for concern. Yamato is unharmed. However, Kaido is quite ruthless. To place such explosive cuffs on his own child is an abysmal display of parenting. If he seeks to lay blame, Let him come to me, Karl assured Jean. Very well, Lord Karl. Young Master Yamato, although you are free from the cuffs, I must implore you not to leave Onigashima just yet. At the very least, inform Kaido before you go, Jean said, a hint of resignation in his voice. Why on earth should I? That scoundrel Kaido actually intended to kill me, and I will not forgive him, Yamato retorted vehemently. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Kaido was arriving. He had been indulging in drink when the explosion jolted him, prompting him to transform into a colossal dragon and soar towards the source of the commotion. Kaido, you wretch. You truly meant to kill me. Yamato could no longer contain her fury upon seeing Kaido and charged at him with her weapon, Aiken. At that moment, Kaido, still somewhat dazed, had yet to comprehend the situation. Thunderbagwa. Yamato unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, enveloping Aiken and delivering a powerful blow to Kaido. Kaido was suddenly struck down by Yamato. Karl swiftly pulled him out of the combat zone, while Quinn and Jean also retreated from the area struck by Kaido. That hurts. Who hit me? Kaido exclaimed, feeling as though his head had been struck, his mind swirling in confusion. You bastard, Kaido. I'm right here. With remarkable speed, Yamato surged towards Kaido, wielding a kanabo to strike him multiple times. Kaido was taken aback. Was there truly someone bold enough to challenge him on Onigashima? Had they lost their minds? In the next instant, his Conqueror's Haki erupted violently, dark red lightning crackling around him as he ascended into the sky, glaring at Yamato. Heat breath. Kaido unleashed a torrent of flames towards Yamato. Without hesitation, Yamato transformed into his hybrid form, countering with Ice Oni. A wave of freezing air surged forth to clash against Kaido's fiery breath. The moment the two opposing energies collided, a tremendous explosion ensued in the vicinity of Kaido and Yamato, sending both of them sprawling. Yamato, caught in the shockwave, sustained injuries and coughed up blood, while Kaido shook his head and rose once more. He then shifted into his hybrid form, preparing to assault Yamato. Grasping his kanabo, he enveloped it with Conqueror's Haki and unleashed Drunken Dragon 8 Trigrams. The immense weapon came crashing down towards Yamato. Caught off guard, Yamato instinctively activated his strongest defensive technique, Mirror Mountain. Yet, he could not withstand Kaido's might and was sent flying. Brother Kaido, stop! Jean cried out, unable to maintain his composure. This time, it was different. They were genuinely fighting with all their might, and he rushed forward to intervene. Military T-Dragon's Might, one of the Four Kings techniques. Kaido disregarded Jin's attempt to block him, his Conqueror's Haki swirling around the kanabo as he swiftly retaliated. Jean, unable to react in time, was sent hurtling through the air by Kaido's attack. Jean, Quinn shouted, equally agitated as he rushed to stand protectively in front of Jean, ready to confront Kaido. Kaido, now in a furious state fueled by intoxication, was beyond reason. After drinking, Kaido exhibited 7 distinct states: drunken thunder, drunken melancholy, drunken tears, drunken whining, drunken thievery, drunken rage, and drunken carnage. At this moment, he was firmly entrenched in the drunken rage state, and the sight of yet another challenger only intensified his fury. Drunken thunder, descending abyss. Kaido entwined his Conqueror's Haki with lightning around his kanabo, preparing to strike Quinn. At this point, Karl could no longer remain calm. Kaido had unleashed such a formidable technique. Karl instantly transformed into a hybrid form of man and beast, drawing forth the weapon known as the New Pavilion Marquee. The Conqueror's Haki entwined with flames enveloped the blade. With a fierce cry, he unleashed the dragon's roar slash. In an instant, Karl stepped forward to confront Kaido, and the two unleashed their Conqueror's Haki, sending several individuals in the vicinity flying. The force of their Haki also propelled both Kaido and Karl back several dozen meters. Ah, I remember you now, the Tiger God. Karl, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Kaido recognized Karl, yet his fury remained unabated. In the next moment, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, conjuring an enormous fire dragon that enveloped his body. This was Kaido's technique, Flame Dragon Torch. Without hesitation, Karl transformed into his full beast form, a colossal creature resembling a mythical beast, standing in opposition to Kaido's fiery dragon. Flames enveloped Karl as he conjured the infernal molten fire within his jaws. Ascended Dragon, Flame Bagua. Kaido, utilizing his Conqueror's Haki, ensnared the head of the blazing dragon and charged towards Karl with fervor. Inferno Roar. Karl, too, enveloped his hellfire in Conqueror's Haki, colliding fiercely with Kaido's Flame Bagua. The two torrents of fiery energy clashed in midair, each combatant exerting their utmost strength, causing the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. Kaido, my friend. Uncle. Onlookers outside the battlefield cried out in concern, for the spectacle was utterly terrifying, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. The very fabric of space could scarcely endure the onslaught of such searing energies, warping violently before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. A significant portion of the sandy expanse had vanished, and the sea boiled furiously. Kaido, are you sober yet? Karl, having reverted to his hybrid form, wielded the spirit of the new Tenho, his resolve ignited. Here comes another one. Roaring Bagua. Kaido gripped his spiked club tightly, channeling his Haki as he struck with astonishing speed towards Karl. Howling Technique. Star River Reversal. Without hesitation, Karl harnessed the power of the wind, enveloping his black blade in Haki before unleashing a devastating slash, sending shockwaves through the air as if the very heavens were inverted. The clash of blades against Kaido's spiked club generated an immense force, and the entire Onigashima Island was swept by a tempest, with debris and people being hurled through the air, rendering the beach beneath Karl and Kaido into nothingness. After the tumult subsided, both warriors gasped for breath, descending to the ground and reverting to their human forms. Well, Karl, let us call this one a draw. We shall settle it next time. Kaido plopped down onto the ground, pulling out his gourd and drinking heartily. No thanks. Battling you is far too exhausting. Try this wine. It must surely be better than yours. Karl tossed a barrel of wine towards Kaido. Upon receiving it, Kaido opened it and took a swig, only to be overtaken by tears. Wah, I've never tasted such exquisite wine. Karl observed Kaido, who was drinking and crying, momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't he express gratitude for the splendid wine he had brought him? Never mind, Karl settled down on the ground and began to eat. At that moment, several individuals rushed over. Brother Kaido, Uncle, are you all right? And hurried over to ask Karl, having never witnessed such an explosion before. I'm fine. Just a bit hungry. A little food will suffice. No need to worry, Karl reassured, and while eating. That's good to hear, Uncle. Was that truly the power of the world's elite? And suddenly exclaimed, filled with fighting spirit. She too aspired to possess formidable strength to protect her family. Just like her uncle. Something like that. It took me over a decade of training to reach my current power. You're only 13 now, but with hard work, you will become even stronger, Karl replied, noticing the longing in and eyes for strength. I will train hard. Damn, Kaido. Did you really intend to kill me just now? Yamato, wielding her spiked club, approached Kaido, with dried blood at the corner of her mouth and injuries all over her body. Fortunately, she was not gravely harmed. The resilience of the Oni race was truly formidable. Speaking of which, both Kaido and Yamato were indeed fortunate, possessing terrifying physiques and having acquired the exceedingly rare Zoan-type devil fruit, which further enhanced their physical capabilities. Son, why do you keep running away from Onigashima and refuse to help me? Kaido lamented as he drank, feeling frustrated that his child idolized his rival and even wished to slay him. Where could he voice his grievances? I don't care. You genuinely wanted to kill me just now. Yamato shouted at Kaido. Yamato, you may leave Onigashima, but you can only roam within Wano. If you dare to leave Wano, I will incapacitate you. Kaido bellowed at Yamato, his eyes filled with warning, before transforming into a colossal dragon and soaring away. Damn, Kaido. Yamato stomped her feet in frustration, yet she felt powerless. She couldn't defeat Kaido now and had to concede. However, she was quite pleased that her range of activity had expanded to Wano. Since she couldn't venture out to sea, she would explore Wano instead. Lord Karl. Thank you so much. Jin and Queen approached Karl to express their gratitude. If Karl had not intervened earlier, they might have sustained severe injuries. Does Kaido act like this every time he gets drunk? Karl inquired, recalling the evident murderous intent Kaido had displayed before he intervened. Not exactly. It could be because he was provoked by Lord Yamato at the beginning, which led to this behavior. In the past, when Kaido fought with Lord Yamato, it was usually restrained, without any lethal intent. This time, it might have been exacerbated by his drunken state, Queen explained to Karl. He remained dazed, realizing that if Karl hadn't stepped in, he might have suffered a grievous blow from Kaido. What? Are you implying it's my fault? You bastard. Upon hearing Queen's words, Yamato became quite flustered. In their previous duel, she had exerted herself to the utmost, only to realize that it had been a mere farce. Now, with Queen's remarks echoing in her ears, her Conqueror's Haki surged uncontrollably, radiating with an indomitable force. That cannot be right, Master Yamato. You must also understand Kaido-sama's perspective. Continuing on this path is untenable. After all, Kazuki Oden is Kaido-sama's adversary, and as Kaido-sama's heir, your admiration for his enemy is bound to incite his wrath. Quinn hastily explained to Yamato. I care not. Yamato retorted vehemently. That scoundrel Kaido genuinely sought to take my life. I sensed it. The realization that her own father had indeed intended to kill her filled Yamato with indignation, causing her conqueror's haki to intensify even further. While Quinn and the others were relatively unaffected and struggled mightily, desperately withstanding the onslaught of Yamato's haki. In the next moment, An's endurance reached its zenith. Under the stimulating influence of Yamato's conqueror's haki, she awakened her own. A surge of crimson lightning erupted from An's body, rivaling the ferocity of Yamato's own conqueror's haki. Jean and Quinn gazed at it in astonishment, while Yamato turned her gaze toward An, her eyes filled with bewilderment, pondering the cause of this extraordinary phenomenon. Karl observed the scene before him, contemplating that An had finally awakened her conqueror's haki. After all, her father was the pirate king, Roger. How could she possibly lack such formidable power? In the past, while training An, Karl had refrained from applying sufficient pressure due to her being his niece. But now the circumstances had fortuitously changed. An struggled to withstand Yamato's conqueror's haki, and as Yamato perceived An reaching her limits, she withdrew her own overwhelming power. An instantly collapsed to the ground, her recently awakened conqueror's haki having surged uncontrollably, leaving her utterly drained and seated on the floor. Lord Karl, your niece has remarkably awakened her conqueror's haki. This is truly extraordinary. Jean remarked to Karl, noting that this young girl had awakened such a potent ability at her age, rivaling even the prowess of the esteemed Yamato. Such a development was inevitable and entirely normal, Karl responded, turning his gaze toward an uncle. I am fine. I just feel utterly exhausted and quite hungry, and replied weakly. Ha ha ha, that is good to hear. Come, make sure to eat plenty of meat. With that, Karl produced a generous supply of meat from his storage bracelet. An's eyes sparkled at the sight of the abundant food, and she promptly devoured a large piece. Meanwhile, Yamato watched An feast, her own stomach grumbling, and her face flushed crimson. Yamato, you should have some too, Karl suggested upon hearing the sound. He then offered a portion of meat to Yamato, grateful for her indirect assistance in helping An awaken her haki. Thank you, Lord Karl, Yamato responded, not hesitating to take a piece for herself. Lord Karl, we must take our leave now. Onigashima is in chaos, and we need to return to address the situation. Jean interjected at that moment. Oh, that is quite all right. Do what you must, Karl replied, acknowledging that the clash with Kaido had indeed shaken the entire island. With that, Jean and Queen took their leave. Karl watched with a sense of gratification as An devoured her meal voraciously, feeling a bittersweet sense of her growing up. I was so hungry, I thought I might perish. An exclaimed after finishing the meat, finally revitalized. Dawe was not far behind, having polished off his portion as well. I didn't expect you to possess the qualities of a conqueror. How splendid. How about joining me at sea in the future? Dawe suggested, approaching An. That could work. But I shall be the captain, An declared boldly to Dawe. Impossible. My strength surpasses yours. I should be the captain, Dawe retorted vehemently upon hearing An's claim. But you have never been to sea. I have spent years at sea, and my experience far exceeds yours. Thus, I am the most suitable captain. An countered, feeling indignant at Dawe's assertion of superiority. No, I am meant to be the captain. No, it is I who should rightfully take on that role. I will. I am the one fit for this. Enough. Cease this bickering. It serves no purpose. One of you cannot leave Onigashima, and the other is too young to set sail. Your argument is futile, Karl interjected, separating the two girls who were on the verge of a quarrel over the captaincy. Humph. And turned her head defiantly away. Dawe mirrored her actions, casting an obstinate glance in the opposite direction. All right, it's time to return. This day has been filled with troublesome matters, Karl said, leading them back toward Onigashima. Meanwhile, in the flower capital of Wano, the recent clash between Kaido and Karl had incited considerable unrest. At this moment, one of the 9 red scabbards, Kinemon, surmised that someone was targeting Kaido and recognized this as a prime opportunity to expel Kaido from Wano. He hurriedly made his way to the residence of Komurasaki, also known as Kazuki Hiyori, hoping to discuss the possibility of ousting Kaido. Kazuki Hiyori, feeling puzzled, wondered if her brother had returned or if the prophesied individual had finally appeared. Yet, the timing seemed all wrong. Their mother had sent her brother 20 years into the future, and it was only the year 1513 of the sea calendar, with 9 more years to go. No, Uncle Kinemon, the time spoken of by father has not yet arrived. Moreover, the forces we can currently muster are insufficient to defeat Kaido, Kazuki Hiyori stated. Kawamatsu remained trapped in Kaido's quarry, while Ashura Doji was still leading former samurai under the guise of bandits. Furthermore, they were unaware of the identity of the individual who had just battled Kaido, which was crucial. Perhaps there might be a chance to engage with this person. Uncle Kinemon, can you ascertain the identity of the one who fought Kaido? If you can, we might approach this individual first, Kazuki Hiyori suggested to Kinemon. At this moment, Kinemon too felt a twinge of impatience brewing within himself. Since the demise of Kazuki Oden, the land of Wano has transformed into its current state, and his disposition has undergone a significant shift. He now goes by the name of Kayashiro, having established the Kayashiro family in the Flower Capital, which has gained notoriety as a prominent Yakuza clan. Due to Kayashiro's exceptional swordsmanship, he has been invited by Kaido to serve as his bodyguard. Therefore, Saranasuke should be able to ascertain the identity of the person who confronted Kaido. Very well, I shall investigate at Kaido's location. I must take my leave. With that, Saranasuke hurriedly departed. Kazuki Hiyori also had preparations to make, having recently ascended to the role of courtesan, as she was set to participate in the courtesans' parade today. Meanwhile, the turmoil on Onigashima stabilized after the return of Inma and Queen, and Kaido returned to his residence, indulging in solitary drinking. Hey, Karl. When are you leaving the land of Wano? Upon returning to Karl's estate, Yamato eagerly expressed his desire to venture beyond Onigashima, addressing Uncle Karl so casually. I share the same generation as Kaido. Why do you ask? Do not forget that Kaido forbids your departure from Wano. I cannot assist you. If you wish to leave, you must earn it yourself. I shall not take you out. Karl immediately discerned Yamato's intentions. Then don't take me. I will definitely set sail in the future. How about we go play in the Flower Capital? I haven't been there since I was 8. Their Oden is delicious. Yamato joyfully exclaimed to an uncle, May I join? And also expressed her desire to explore, glancing towards Karl. Go ahead. I shall remain here. After flying all day and engaging in a battle, I am utterly exhausted and need to rest. With that, Karl retreated to his room for a nap. Let us go and I will take you to explore the Flower Capital, Yamato exclaimed, leading in towards their destination. Just as they exited, someone approached Inma to report. Are you saying that young Master Yamato has gone out with the girl from Karl's side? The guard inquired. Yes, should we follow them? The guard responded uncertainly. No need. Young Master Yamato may be Navi, but that girl has been with Lord Karl for quite some time. With her around, nothing untoward will happen. Inma believed that even if something were to arise, the two of them would be more than capable of handling it, as both possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Understood. The guard replied before taking his leave. How strange. Why has the Flower Capital changed so much? Yamato remarked as he and An arrived in the Flower Capital, finding it unrecognizable from the place she once knew, leaving her somewhat bewildered. You haven't visited in so long. Of course, it has transformed. Yamato, do you even know the way? And said with a hint of exasperation. No need. We can simply head towards the crowd. Yamato insisted as he continued to pull in along. After a short while, they came upon a street teeming with people. Yamato, is there a special festival or event happening in the land of Wano today? And inquired, and was taken aback by the sheer number of people gathered. I have no idea, Yamato replied, slightly embarrassed. You all don't know? Today marks the day when the illustrious courtesan, Koizumi, parades through the streets of Wano. Everyone is here to catch a glimpse of her, exclaimed a nearby gentleman, his excitement palpable. The courtesan Koizumi usually entertains only the nobility. Common folk like us rarely have the chance to behold her. The most beautiful woman in Wano? Yamato's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this. Shall we wait and see what the first beauty of Wano is like? Sure, since everyone is gathered here, we might as well enjoy some Oden, and replied nonchalantly. She had seen countless beauties. After all, each of her 3 aunts was a paragon of grace and beauty. Suddenly, the distinctive music associated with the geisha parade filled the air, prompting everyone to stretch their necks to get a better view. The head courtesan, Koizumi. The procession has begun. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they beheld a beautiful figure approaching, accompanied by attendants. Koizumi's sky-blue hair was adorned with exquisite hairpins, complemented by her fiery red lips. She wore a resplendent golden headdress and a kimono resembling the vibrant hues of peacock feathers, gracefully navigating the scene on stilts that were at least 50 centimeters high. In a word, Koizumi embodied a strikingly glamorous woman, exuding an aura of allure and sophistication. Ah, such beauty. This is dazzling. How lovely. My eyes are blinded by her brilliance. The onlookers gasped in admiration, captivated by the radiant splendor that Koizumi exuded. Wow, and look at Koizumi. She's stunning, Yamato exclaimed. eyes wide with excitement. She's all right, nothing extraordinary, and remarked, pursing her lips. While she acknowledged Koizumi's beauty, she found the heavy makeup to be rather off-putting, as it conveyed an overly intense allure. In that moment, Koizumi's gaze drifted toward Yamato, and her eyes landing on the distinctive horns atop Yamato's head, reminiscent of Kaido's. A whirlwind of thoughts surged within Koizumi. She yearned to inquire about any connection between them. However, her procession was not yet complete, and she could not leave her place in the parade. She made a mental note of Yamato's appearance, intending to investigate further once the festivities concluded. Yamato, that courtesan just gazed at you for quite a while. I sense she may be intrigued by you, and observed, having noticed Koizumi's lingering look. Really? Did Koizumi just look at me? Yamato replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. The most beautiful woman in Wano had taken notice of her. It's possible that Koizumi has ulterior motives. You do realize you are Kaido's daughter, right? She might have known you before, and clarified bluntly. Does she know me? Perhaps. Should we go and meet her? Yamato suggested, intrigued by the possibility. Yamato pondered, yet it seemed he had never encountered her before. After a considerable time, the procession of courtesans had finally concluded, and the citizens of the flower capital began to disperse. Nevertheless, discussions regarding Koizumi were fervent among them. Some sought to gather funds to indulge in drinks with Koizumi, while others contemplated redeeming her, even at the expense of their entire fortunes. The shops along the street reopened, and the common folk busied themselves in pursuit of sustenance. And, come here, they have Odin. Yamato joyfully called out to an upon spotting the Odin stall. Oh, this young lady possesses exquisite taste. My Odin is made from a secret family recipe, and all who have tried it declare it the most delectable they have ever tasted. Would you care to sample some? The vendor eagerly exclaimed as Yamato approached his stall. Yamato promptly picked up a skewer and began to eat, and observed and inquired, Yamato, how is it? Is it delicious? It's absolutely delightful. Owner, I'll take all of these. Yamato exclaimed, thoroughly enchanted by the exquisite flavors of the Odin, having not savored anything so delectable in quite a while. All of it. Certainly. I will pack it up for you immediately. The vendor, overjoyed, could hardly believe his luck in selling out so quickly. Soon, Yamato and Daren found themselves strolling along the street, each cradling a large tub of Odin, relishing their feast. Meanwhile, Koizumi had returned to the kite pavilion, where she was soon joined by Kaido. I've heard that the individual who battled Kaido today is named Karl, a formidable figure whose status rivals that of the four emperors. However, he seeks to engage Kaido in business concerning sea prism stones, and such a person is unlikely to aid us, Kaido remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment. He had easily gleaned information about Karl from Kaido, yet it bore no utility for their cause of restoration. Is that so? By the way, today I encountered a woman with horns akin to Kaido's, accompanied by a younger girl. Can you ascertain their identities? They should still be in the flower capital, and if possible, I would like to meet her. Koizumi conveyed to Kaido, horns like Kaido's. I understand. I will investigate immediately. Kaido recalled a time when a girl with horns had been seen alongside Kaido. And I heard that Koizumi is at the kite pavilion. Shall we go and see her? Yamato suggested, still savoring the Odin. Why would we want to see her? Moreover, with no money, we may not even be able to enter, having just spent everything, and replied. The Odin they were enjoying was purchased with Ant's funds, which were now depleted, and had never been in the habit of carrying money. In the past, he relied on various Ants or Karl to procure what he desired. This time, he had asked Karl for a little money since he was out with Yamato, but now they had exhausted it all, thanks to Yamato's appetite. Haha, well, it seems I am indeed out of funds. Yamato admitted sheepishly. Are you two hoping to visit the courtesan Koizumi? I have a solution, Kaido interjected. Having been eavesdropping on their conversation, initially thinking he wouldn't need to intervene, only to discover they were short on funds. Hey, old man, were you just following us? The elderly woman had long sensed that the peculiar-haired gentleman was following them. Oh, really? Why are you stalking us? Day, somewhat oblivious, had not yet activated her observation skills. Ah, I've been discovered. This young lady is quite perceptive, the gentleman remarked. In truth, I work at the Yuan courtyard. So if you wish to visit the esteemed Miss Xiaozi, I can assist you. Kuang Shilang was taken aback. This young lady's vigilance was remarkable. Is that true? Can you really take us inside? They exclaimed, as they were running low on funds. Of course, I hold a significant position at the Yuan courtyard. Kuang Shilang thought that this horned young lady was quite affable, although the girl beside her appeared a bit wary of him. Come on, let us go take a look. I've never been to the Yuan courtyard, Day suggested to an all right. Let us explore together. And replied, confident that even if this gentleman had ulterior motives, their combined strength could handle any situation. With skill comes courage, after all. Huang Shilang was surprised that the girl named and had agreed. He had expected her to deter the two, but he urged, just follow me. I promise to introduce you to Miss Xiaozi. He exaggerated slightly, not wishing to reveal his true identity just yet. Unbeknownst to him, Day and An were already aware that he was no ordinary person. Their keen observation skills were not to be underestimated. Exchanging glances, Day and An understood each other's thoughts. Surely, the courtesan Xiaozi wished to meet them, and mused that Day had become quite astute. Did she truly comprehend her intentions? Day was reflecting on Anne's earlier remark during the courtesan's parade, suggesting that Xiaozi might know her. Now, she believed it could indeed be true, prompting her desire to investigate further. Thus, the two followed Huang Shilang to the Yuan courtyard. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a strong aura of the brothel, which made them slightly uncomfortable. Ladies, this is the residence of courtesan Xiaozi. I shall not intrude any longer, Huang Shilang stated before departing. Day looked at An, seemingly asking if they were to enter just like that. An's expression was somewhat impatient, as if to say, having come this far, shall we not go inside? Perhaps Day grasped An's message, for she boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Once inside, they beheld Xiaozi kneeling at a table, where tea had been prepared. Remarkably, it was not wine. Courtesan Xiaozi, the gentleman who brought us here is one of yours, isn't he? An inquired directly, skipping any formalities. Xiaozi seemed momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't they have sat down for a proper conversation first? Why jump straight to the point? Indeed. To be precise, I wish to meet this young lady, she said, looking at Day. Me? And mentioned you might know me, but I have no recollection of you. Do you truly recognize me? Day wondered, genuinely puzzled, as she had no memory of Xiaozi. Please, have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. This is the finest blend I have here. Xiaozi gestured for the two to take a seat, and neither Day nor An declined, kneeling on the mat prepared by her. In truth, I do not know you. I merely feel as though I have seen you 11 years ago, by Kaido's side. As Xiaozi spoke, she earnestly scrutinized Day, hoping to glean some information from her expression. 11 years? Yet I have no recollection of you. I have been confined on Onigashima by Kaido for the past 11 years, Dave replied, also gazing at Xiaozi. Xiaozi's heart raced. It was indeed apparent that Day had a connection to Kaido, and a significant one at that. Was it 11 years ago when Kazuki Oden was subjected to the boiling punishment by Kaido? And inquired from the side. Upon arriving in Wano, she had heard Karl recount the events of that year. If Xiaozi had the chance to meet Day, it must have been during that incident. Indeed, upon hearing and mention the boiling punishment, Xiaozi's countenance shifted, tinged with melancholy. Her father had made a pact with Kaido. If he endured in the boiling pot for 1 hour, Kaido would release everyone as promised. Yet, in the end, Kaido had betrayed that promise and shot her father. You were correct. I did see her during that incident, though she was just a child then. Today, it was your horns that reminded me of the little girl who was with Kaido. Xiaozi composed herself and looked at Day. So, may I inquire about your relationship with Kaido? Certainly an enemy. That bastard Kaido attempted to kill me today. Day recalled the explosive shackles with anger. Xiaozi felt a twinge of surprise at Day's words, unable to decipher the reason behind it. And what about you, Xiaozi? What is your connection to Kazuki Oden? Your expression was notably off when you mentioned the events surrounding him, and observed, having noticed Xiaozi's discomfort. You are called in, are you not? Before I reveal my origins, might you share yours with me? Xiaozi retorted without answering. There isn't much to conceal. You know the tiger god, Karl, right? And glanced at Xiaozi. The tiger god, Karl? Xiaozi's brow furrowed in confusion, as she had never heard that name before. No way. You haven't heard of him? An's expression turned incredulous as she regarded Xiaozi. Is he the one who battled Kaido today on Onigashima? Xiaozi suddenly recalled that the person who fought Kaido was indeed named Karl. Indeed, he is my uncle, and this beside me is Kaido's daughter, Day. Now that you know who we are, it is time for you to share. I sense that your invitation to us today is not as simple as it seems. And inquired with a sudden coldness, as Day also turned her gaze toward Xiaozi. Under the intense scrutiny of An and Day, Xiaozi felt an overwhelming pressure. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Kazuki Oden is my father. My true name is Kazuki Hiyori. Yamato's expression suddenly shifted. Could it be that Xiaozi is the daughter of Oden? Kazuki Hiyori? and also felt astonished, for this was the stronghold of Kaido. And she dared to work as a courtesan here, even becoming the Oiran of Wano. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Kaido? He has always sought to eradicate the remnants of Kazuki Oden's influence. If he learns you're Oden's daughter, he will undoubtedly not spare you. And gazed at Xiaozi with concern. Of course I am afraid, but I have changed immensely since childhood. Now, as an Oiran, no one can recognize me. This is my finest disguise. I intend to exploit the wealthy nobles, extracting their riches to assist the impoverished people of Wano, who are suffering terribly. Due to factory pollution, their lands can no longer yield food, and even the fish in the rivers have mutated from toxins, rendered inedible. As Xiaozi spoke, a profound sadness enveloped her. These were her father's subjects. Moreover, I need to gradually build strength alongside Uncle Tanjiro until my brother Momonosuke returns. The thought imbued Xiaozi's face with determination. You have a brother? Where has he gone? Yamato inquired. Xiaozi pondered for a moment and recounted how Tenmo used his devil fruit ability to send Momonosuke 20 years into the future, and listened, somewhat incredulous. Relying on a mere child to return after 2 decades to vanquish Kaido and Kaido? Xiaozi, why not become the shogun of Wano yourself while waiting for your brother? Even if he returns in 20 years, he will merely be a child. In my view, he lacks any power to oppose Kaido, and was perplexed. Why wouldn't Kazuki Hiyori seize the mantle of shogun for herself? No, my brother will undoubtedly succeed. He is the heir to the shogunate of Wano. Xiaozi asserted with unwavering conviction. Yet, even as an heir, it does not alter the fact that he is but a child, devoid of any strength. Moreover, I feel your brother has fled. He has shown a lack of courage, abandoning the legacy of such a remarkable warrior as Oden. Yamato interjected. My brother is not a coward. Xiaozi retorted vehemently. He is indeed a coward, having fled and leaving his sister alone in Wano. In my eyes, you possess far more courage than your brother, and I believe you would be more suited to the role of shogun. Yamato continued to gaze at Xiaozi. No, it is not like that. Xiaozi's composure faltered. She believed that if she could endure until her brother's return, all would be resolved. In truth, you need not wait for your brother's return. Are you not already gathering strength? I believe you could secretly inherit the title of shogun as the daughter of Kazuki Oden, which would allow you to better consolidate your power. And contemplated a suggestion, believing that she was far more capable than her runaway brother, making her a more suitable candidate for the role of General of Wano. Indeed, if you were to become the General of Wano, I would gladly assist you. I too harbor a deep-seated disdain for Kaido. Yamato mused. Considering how if Little Purple were to ascend to the position of general, she could aid in liberating Wano and ushering in its founding. Would you truly assist me? You are Kaido's daughter. Little Purple exclaimed, astonished at Yamato's willingness to help. Kaido is nothing but a scoundrel. Yamato then divulged her experiences over the years, leaving Little Purple utterly speechless at the revelations of a parent's treatment of their child. So what say you? Will you take on the mantle of General of Wano? Yamato inquired. I need to confer with others before I can make a decision, Little Purple replied, already feeling a spark of excitement, yet realizing she required the support of her father's former subordinates. No problem. I will wholeheartedly support your bid for the generalship of Wano, Yamato declared enthusiastically, as if she had finally found a purpose, and observed the unfolding events in astonishment, realizing that Yamato's involvement was pivotal. After all, overthrowing Kaido was tantamount to dismantling the tyranny of Black Charcoal Kaido. The trio conversed for quite some time before parting ways, with An and Yamato heading back to Onigashima. Yamato, are you truly committed to assisting her? An inquired during their return journey. Absolutely. While it may seem that Oden's actions were hasty in establishing Wano's founding, the circumstances are now different. Perhaps the timing will align perfectly for the founding of Wano. Yamato replied with excitement. I have made my decision. I will not set sail just yet, but will remain in Wano to support Little Purple, and was at a loss for words, resigning to the fact that her stay with her uncle would not be prolonged. Upon returning to Onigashima, Yamato disappeared to attend to her own matters, and returned to Karl and recounted the events of the day, which he acknowledged with a simple nod. 2 days later, Zoe arrived, accompanied by 30 Sandians, led by Weepa. Brother Karl, Sister Daphne entrusted me with bringing them here. She mentioned that Wano is quite complex and requires a greater presence here. She also allocated 10 sets of battle gear for them. Weepa awakened his Busashoka Haki 2 days ago, so Sister Daphne appointed him to lead, Zoe informed Karl. Well done. Zoe, thank you for your efforts. Please, take some time to rest, Karl replied, before seeking out Weepa. Master Karl, Weepa exclaimed with excitement upon Karl's arrival. Weepa, while you have awakened your Busashoka Haki, your current strength is still insufficient for our needs here. I intend to grant you a devil fruit. With that, Karl produced an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the cat fruit, model, saber-toothed tiger. Thank you, Master Karl. I will dedicate myself to training diligently and safeguarding the delivery station in Wano. At this moment, Weepa found himself at a loss for words. Upon arriving in Qinghai, he realized the immense value of the devil fruit, which promised extraordinary power to its consumer. Very well, you should consume it first, Karl urged, handing the devil fruit to Weepa, who, after a brief hesitation, devoured it with alarming swiftness. The transformation was astounding. Weepa soon commanded his body to morph into its full beast form, standing before Karl and the Sandians as a towering saber-toothed tiger, measuring several meters in height. Following this, Karl requested Weepa to revert to his original form, and then presented him with a tome containing his insights on the devil fruit and the mastery of Haki. Weepa cherished this gift like a precious treasure, fervently assuring Karl that he would not betray his expectations. In the subsequent 2 days, after Zoe established the nest, she returned with the first batch of sea prism stone, stating that Daphne was eagerly awaiting its arrival. Karl did not concern himself much with these commercial matters, believing that Daphne was 100 times more adept than he. And why have you not ventured out with Yamato these past few days? He inquired, noting that she had been diligently training in the yard. It seemed that Yamato was preparing to assist the common folk of Wano and other regions, a decision she had reached after discussions with Kazuki Oden. It was whispered that Kazuki Oden would eventually succeed Kazuki Momonosuke as the shogun of Wano, and that Yamato was tasked with rallying the people's spirits. I have no interest in such affairs, so I chose not to accompany them, and replied while practicing her swordsmanship. Is that so? Then continue your training. I shall step out for a moment, Karl responded, for he needed to procure the blood of those with abilities. Otherwise, Ellie might deny him entry upon his return. In the days that followed, Karl employed a blunt instrument to collect the blood of several ability users. This eventually drew the attention of Kaido, but Karl refrained from further actions, allowing the matter to dissipate. However, rumors spread among the inhabitants of Onigashima about the emergence of a powerful specter upon the island, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Upon hearing this, Karl chuckled slyly. Having already obtained what he desired, "Uncle, could it possibly be your doing?" and inquired, observing her uncle's mischievous grin. How could that be? Am I truly the sort of person to engage in such antics? Karl deftly shifted the topic. By the way, how proficient have you become with your Haki? I have now mastered the use of armament Haki, and I can control Conqueror's Haki freely, and replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Mastering Haki is merely the threshold to becoming powerful. You must strive to enhance the quality of your Haki. Only then can you realize your aspirations, Karl cautioned, noticing her burgeoning arrogance. I understand, Uncle. With matters in Wano now settled, Karl contemplated whether he should make a copy of the historical texts from the region. Although he had no intention of journeying to Raftel, his curiosity about the contents of the historical documents lingered. After some reflection, he ultimately resolved to explore and make a copy. 5 days later, Karl finally seized the opportunity to enter the mansion of the Black Charcoal Serpent and successfully transcribe the historical texts. With that task completed, he felt no reason to remain in Wano any longer. It was time to return. And I plan to head back tomorrow. What do you think? He said, glancing at An, who had just returned from training with Yamato. Ah, so soon? And felt that her abilities in Haki had significantly improved during her recent training with Yamato. And she wished to stay a few more days. Indeed, our purpose in Wano has been fulfilled. It is time to depart. Karl found himself missing Daphne and Ellie, as well as Hancock, who was expecting. What if we wait for 2 more days? Yamato will be leaving Onigashima to travel to other parts of Wano, and I would like to train with her a bit longer, and suggested. Very well, we shall stay for another 2 days, Karl agreed, recognizing that Yamato had become a friend to An. Yay, thank you, Uncle, and exclaimed, joyfully dashing away. Karl gazed and shook his head. It was time to bid farewell to Kaido. It would be remiss not to inform him before departing. Ah, Karl, before you go, let us have a match. Kaido, upon seeing Karl approach, initially thought he had come to share a drink, only to discover he was there to say goodbye. Very well, we shall find a suitable place. This location is too constrained. Karl was eager to engage in a spirited duel with Kaido. Over the years, he had crossed swords with Roger, Rayleigh, Garp, and even the formidable Yellow Uncle. However, Those encounters had never allowed him to unleash his full potential, leaving him feeling unsatisfied. Then let us proceed. With that, Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon and soared into the sky, with Karl morphing into a Chilan, closely following his lead. The inhabitants of Onigashima observed the two transforming into their beastly forms and wondered if a battle was imminent. Jin and Queen had even prepared for the aftermath of a potential clash. However, in the blink of an eye, Karl and Kaido flew away from Onigashima, vanishing from sight. The islanders sighed in relief, grateful that a confrontation had been averted. What are Uncle and Kaido up to? Hearing the commotion, stepped outside just in time to see the two take flight, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Kaido and Karl chose a desolate and uninhabited island, diving into its embrace. This shall do. It is a fitting place for a battle, Karl declared. Indeed, this is perfect, Kaido responded, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki with vigor. Karl stood resolute, matching his intensity, and in an instant, the island was engulfed in a tempest of black and crimson lightning. This scene caught the eye of Morgans, who was beside himself with excitement, exclaiming big news. He instructed his photographic bird to capture every moment, certain that this would be a story that would send shockwaves across the world. Ah, the thunderous gossip. Kaido wasted no time, launching a strike filled with thunderous energy. Azure Dragon Break. Karl drew his black blade, countering Kaido's ferocious assault with a powerful aerial slash. The eager photographic bird clicked away in a frenzy. Thus, the two warriors clashed on this island for 6 days, their bodies now marred with numerous wounds. Kaido, your resilience is indeed impressive. Have you not noticed your Haki waning? Karl remarked, feeling the aftereffects of Kaido's club strikes. You too, it has been 6 days. Let us settle this with one final move, Kaido declared, enveloping himself in Conqueror's Haki, his spiked club crackling with dark red lightning. Then let it come, Kaido. Karl responded, his own body enveloped in Haki, his black blade hissing with electricity. Great will, roaring gossip. Kaido unleashed his full strength in this decisive attack. Howling Sky Technique, Galaxy Reversal. The might of their techniques collided, overwhelming the island, causing it to fracture and splinter, while whirlpools formed upon the sea. The astonished photographic bird, overwhelmed by the spectacle, forgot to capture the moment. In the next moment, the formidable clash between the two erupted with unrestrained ferocity. The collision of the Wolf Fang mace and the black blade ignited an explosion that sent both men hurtling through the air. Kaido and Karl crashed onto the rocky terrain of the island, immediately spewing forth several mouthfuls of blood. Yet, the two valiantly struggled to rise, their breaths coming in fierce bursts. Ah, how exhilarating this is. Karl, do not depart. We can engage in sparring frequently from now on. At that moment, Kaido found himself reluctant to let Karl leave, as it was rare to encounter someone who could spar with him so intensely without coveting his influence. Forget that notion. It is time to return. They must be anxious by now. After several days of fighting, I suspect and has already notified my wives if I do not return soon, trouble will ensue. With that, Karl soared towards Onigashima. It is indeed time to head back. Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon, ascending into the heavens. Meanwhile, the photographer promptly transmitted all of this to Morgans. What a sensational story. You lot, work overtime tonight? This news must reach the entire world by tomorrow. Morgans exclaimed with enthusiasm, for this was a monumental battle between two emperors of the sea. Upon returning to the Ghost Island, Karl promptly summoned a lavish array of food, settling down to indulge in his feast. Uncle, what were you doing with Kaido? And inquired anxiously as she rushed over, her concern for her uncle having mounted during his absence. It's nothing serious, just a little scuffle with Kaido. By the way, you haven't contacted the family, have you? Karl asked, hoping to avoid a barrage of phone calls. No, but if you didn't return soon, I might have had to inform Aunt Daphne, and admitted, her heart racing with worry, fearing something dire had befallen Karl. Yet, upon realizing he had merely been with Kaido, she reassured herself that few could possibly stand in the way of those two. Everything is fine. I simply had a bit of an itch to fight and then returned right after, Karl reassured her, waving away her concerns. All right then. I shall have someone bring more food, and said, noticing that the feast was nearly depleted. After satiating his hunger, Karl retreated to his chamber and fell into a deep slumber, sleeping the entire day away. Suddenly, the din-din mushy on his person began to ring. Click. Darling, have you engaged in a fight with Kaido? It was Daphne. On that very day, Morgans disseminated the news of Karl's epic clash with Kaido across the globe. The headline proclaimed, The Tiger God Karl vs. The Beast Kaido, a duel of the Sea Emperors. Who prevails? Both the Navy and the pirates were taken aback by the news. How did these two come to blows? Ah ha 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 ha. Did you all hear? Karl said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Assuming that N had disclosed the tale. Not only I, but the entire world is aware. Morgans has spread the news of your fierce battle. So it was Morgans. Was it? Worry not. Daphne, Kaido and I merely engaged in a friendly sparring match. There's no cause for alarm, Karl hastened to assure her. That's a relief. You and Ellie nearly frightened us to death. We thought you had truly fought Kaido. Upon hearing Karl's words, Daphne exhaled in relief. And Ellie? Please tell her not to worry. I shall return tomorrow, Karl added. She's right beside me. She mentioned she's a bit upset and intends to give you a good talking to upon your return. Hiki, I never said such a thing, Daphne retorted. Just then, the sounds of their playful scuffle echoed through the din-din mushy, leaving Karl utterly speechless. He hung up the din-din mushy and summoned Waipa. Waipa, I will be returning tomorrow. While I am away, you must remain vigilant. Everything here is not our concern. We are merely conducting business with Kaido regarding Sea Stone. Do you understand? Karl instructed Waipa. Yes, Lord Karl. But what if someone troubles us? Waipa inquired. Is it even necessary to mention? Just fight back. Although your strength may not be formidable, there are few here who can match you, Karl replied. Understood, Lord Karl. Now, you may return. And ensure that the others train regularly. Mastering the 6 styles is imperative. Upon finishing his words, Karl dismissed him. With a click, the phone connected, and Hancock's voice resonated. Lord Karl, I have heard that you engaged in a battle with Kaido. Do you require my assistance with the Kuja pirates? Karl, upon answering, quickly reassured her. I am fine, Hancock. Please do not be alarmed. Take care of yourself. I merely had a moment of restlessness and exchanged blows with Kaido. It was not a true conflict. There is no need for you and your Kuja pirates to come. Karl was genuinely concerned that Hancock might rush to him. But I have seen in the newspapers that you were injured. That wretched Kaido. I shall turn him to stone. Hancock fumed, incensed that her beloved had been harmed. I am quite well now. Are you not aware of my resilience? Moreover, Kaido is not in a much better state. Rest assured. I shall return tomorrow and will visit you on Amazon Lily. Really? Then I shall await your arrival on Amazon Lily. During these days, I have learned to prepare many delicious dishes, which I shall cook for you. The expression of the transponder snail suddenly appeared bashful. That sounds delightful. I am eagerly anticipating it. However, Hancock, it would be prudent to refrain from frequenting the kitchen. You are with child, and the smoke is not beneficial for your health. Karl gently reminded her, feeling a warmth in his heart. I understand. I shall await your arrival on Amazon Lily. With that, Hancock ended the call. Her heart racing as she cradled her face, thinking, Lord Karl is so gentle. Karl stood frozen, clutching the phone bug, and then shook his head, realizing how easily satisfied Hancock was. Upon exiting the courtyard, he noticed that N was absent, likely off in search of Yamato. N, are you leaving tomorrow? Yamato inquired. A hint of reluctance in his voice. Yes, I will be returning with my uncle tomorrow. Let us have one last match today, N declared, seizing the cold moon and igniting her fighting spirit. All right. Yamato was eager for another bout, understanding that it might be a long time before they could meet again, so they should bid farewell properly. Early the next morning, Karl and N set off. 2 days later, they finally arrived at Gaia Island. The island was bustling with activity. More merchants had arrived, and all the shops in Magic Valley Town had been rented out. Fortunately, Daphne was there. Otherwise, these matters would have given Karl a headache. As was customary, that evening, a gathering was held on the beach. Captain, I never imagined your expedition to Wano would create such a stir. Battling Kaido for 6 days and nights. Now, no one in the world could doubt the strength of our smooth-sailing express. Adrian exclaimed joyfully. During the time Adrian accompanied Zoe to establish courier stations, they encountered some challenges. The people of certain nations regarded the so-called tiger God Karl as merely a name without substance, as he had yet to truly engage in combat with formidable opponents. However, following this incident, Karl's reputation soared to rival that of the emperors of the sea, and the development of their smooth-sailing express would undoubtedly progress more smoothly. Ha! I was just feeling an itch. It had been so long since I had a genuine battle at sea, and Kaido truly proved to be a fitting adversary. Upon Karl's return, he was pleased to learn that the company had thrived following his fierce battle with Kaido. Darling, in the future, refrain from engaging in combat with individuals of such stature, he advised. I sense that the world government is increasingly wary of us. Recent surveillance on Gaia Island has detected numerous CP agents. This must be a consequence of the pressure we have exerted through our developments in Paradise. Daphne expressed her concern. Yes, I understand. I shall be more cautious moving forward. Karl acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Well, do not fret. I have delightful news to share with you. Ellie interjected, noticing their anxious expressions. What good news? Kareen inquired. The good news is that my research has borne fruit. I have successfully replicated both the flutter fruit and the stone fruit. From now on, as long as we procure the blood of those with devil fruit abilities, we shall have an ever-growing legion of devil fruit users. How splendid is that? Ellie declared proudly, for this research had demanded considerable effort from her. Wow, that's incredible, Ellie. We shall have nothing to fear in the future. Daphne exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace Ellie. Indeed, their company would sail smoothly towards prosperity. It is truly excellent news. Thank you for your hard work, Ellie. Karl mused, envisioning a formidable army of abilities at his disposal. However, Captain, we must keep this revelation under wraps. The ability to replicate devil fruits, even ordinary Zoan types, is quite alarming, Jerry cautioned. Concerned that news of this could provoke a direct assault from the world government or compel them to relinquish this technology. Indeed, should the existence of replicated devil fruits come to light, it would certainly incite the world government's ire, and various factions across the seas would regard us with trepidation. Daphne concurred, having regained her composure. Let us refrain from utilizing these abilities unless absolutely necessary. Fear not too much, if we can remain hidden for 3 to 5 years. By that time, even if others discover our secret, we shall have nothing to fear. Perhaps, even potential collaborators may seek us out, Karl suggested. Indeed, when that time arrives, we shall possess the largest army of abilities in the world. Anyone contemplating a confrontation with us must weigh their own worth, Ellie asserted with pride, knowing this was her creation. Now, enough of this. Let us raise a toast, Karl proclaimed, lifting his glass. Cheers. The banquet continued until the witching hour, and upon returning home, Karl and Delphine made their way to the bathroom together. After indulging in a refreshing bath, they shared their long-held sentiments of yearning, their heartfelt confessions lingering until the dawn's early light began to break. The following afternoon, Karl finally roused from his slumber and hastened to Kareen's culinary haven to procure several sumptuous meals. This gastronomic establishment was indeed a remarkable achievement, a testament to Delphine's exquisite design paired with Kareen's culinary prowess, resulting in an unprecedented success. Its reputation had spread far and wide, attracting nobility from various enchanted realms who sought to savor the delightful cuisine, making Delphine's VIP rooms all the more relevant. The VIP suites, perched on the top floor, were designed with opulence in mind, adorned with Delphine's enchanting clouds, creating a breathtaking ambience. Patrons could relish their meals while gazing out at the stunning sea views, a true indulgence that contributed to the continuous influx of nobility. Moreover, these affluent guests were indeed wealthy, willing to part with considerable amounts of berry for even the smallest delicacies. During this period, both Delphine and Kareen were unable to contain their joy, reveling in the tremendous profits they were reaping. Karl packed his lunch to take home and found Daphne and Ellie already awake, their cheeks still flushed with a subtle allure. Stop staring and hurry up with the food, Ellie exclaimed, noticing Karl's dazed expression, nearly starving. Oh right, here it comes, Karl quickly responded as he brought out the meal. The three of them gathered to enjoy lunch and engage in light conversation. By the way, Daphne, it was your idea to create that luxurious VIP room at the Gourmet City, wasn't it? I heard from Kareen that reservations are booked for 2 months ahead, and the fee is a staggering 1 million berries. What a lucrative venture, Karl remarked to Daphne. Of course, my design, combined with those clouds, justifies that price. Besides, these nobles are quite wealthy. If we don't take advantage of them, who will? Daphne was unyielding when it came to the aristocracy. During the initial pricing discussions with Kareen, she had shocked her with the figures, and they had both assumed no one would come. Yet, it was now perpetually bustling. However, she recalled with amusement that a celestial dragon had attempted to visit a few days prior, but was intercepted by the navy. The reason was that she had previously declared that celestial dragons were not permitted in her presence. Daphne chuckled at the absurdity of those arrogant fools, who seemed utterly fearless. My dear wives, how about we take a trip to Amazon Lily in a few days? The company is running smoothly now, and Zoe can manage things without issue. With so many hands on deck, nothing will go awry, Karl proposed. Yes, please. I've never been to Amazon Lily. Are there really no men there? Ellie inquired, eager to witness the fabled land of women. Then we shall depart in a few days. By the way, where's and Daphne noticed and was absent. She mentioned wanting to grow stronger and ran off to the training base to find Inola. I just thought of something amusing, Karl said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What are you up to now? Ellie asked, noticing his sudden smirk. You'll find out later, Karl replied, withholding the details. After all, he couldn't very well say he intended for and to confront Ace. At this rate, and Conqueror's Haki would surely surpass Ace's. Daphne, sister, are you home? Zoe called out as she entered Karl's villa. Yes. Come in, Zoe. Daphne quickly rose, feeling a twinge of pain as she stood, mentally cursing Karl for the trouble. I didn't realize you were home. I saw you hadn't gone to the company today, so I thought I would check on you, Zoe said, greeting both Karl and Ellie. No worries, I just had a bit too much to drink last night, Daphne admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Zoe, I just remembered something. Can you access the information those mutated bees saw? Karl inquired. I can't see it directly, but I can glean the information they transmitted about what they observed and heard. Why? Zoe responded, slightly puzzled. That's fantastic. This means your hive can serve as an intelligence station. From now on, wherever there are mutated bees, we shall be informed of the happenings there. This is of great significance. Karl felt elated. This devil fruit truly proved to be quite useful. Ah, brother Karl. This means I will be exhausted every day. There is an abundance of information to handle. Zoe felt a sense of dread at the thought of managing the messages from 100,000 bees. Indeed, in that case, let your bees refrain from gathering intelligence for now. Once Ellie duplicates a few more giant bee fruits, you shall focus solely on delivery, while the others can be tasked with intelligence gathering, Karl reasoned. It made sense. Zoe was already quite busy, and it would be unwise to burden her further. Then I will require some of Zoe's blood, Ellie remarked with a playful smile directed at Zoe. All right, I understand. It's merely a bit of blood. Much preferable to sorting through the information from 100,000 bees. Husband, Doflamingo expressed a desire for us to establish a delivery station in Dressrosa. I haven't yet responded to him. What do you think? Should we agree? Daphne recalled Doflamingo's call from yesterday. Why not accept? After all, it's merely business. However, let us not involve ourselves in matters between him and the Riku royal family. That is of no concern to us, Karl replied nonchalantly. Doflamingo merely seeks to collaborate with prominent forces to solidify his standing upon the seas. Very well, I understand. After spending 2 days on Gaia Island, Karl, accompanied by Daphne and Ellie, set off for Amazon Lily. Hancock announced that she would formally relinquish her position as captain of the Kuja pirates the following day, with Ivankov set to succeed her. Under the tutelage of Granny Nyan, Ivankov had made significant strides in mastering Haki, coupled with the enhancement from the Mero no Mi. Aside from Hancock and Granny Nyan, she was already the strongest in Amazon Lily. Granny Nyan had negotiated with Hancock, requiring her to serve as Empress of Amazon Lily for 3 years, by which time Ivankov would undoubtedly possess the capability to succeed her. Hancock had no objections to this arrangement. After all, this was her home, and she promised to assist Amazon Lily as much as possible in the future. Granny Nyan was delighted, considering Karl's current status upon the seas was akin to that of a sea emperor. Henceforth, the safety of Kuja Island would be greatly enhanced. Karl felt that Old Lady Nu was truly dedicated, to the point of exhausting herself for the sake of Nine Snake Island. After flying for half the day, the three of them landed in the courtyard of Hancock's dormitory. Lord Karl, knowing that Karl and the others were visiting Nine Snake Island today, Hancock had been eagerly waiting since morning. Be careful, Hancock. Karl hurriedly caught Hancock, who came rushing towards him. I missed you so much. Without a second thought, she tightly embraced Karl. You are pregnant now. You should take it easy, Karl said as he held her, unable to feel angry with this woman. Humph, Hancock. Don't you think he misses us too? Daphne remarked, observing the two in an embrace. No. I miss my 2 sisters so much, Hancock said, almost forgetting that her sisters had come along, and quickly released Karl to lead everyone inside. Knowing that Karl was coming today, Old Lady Nu had cleared the area of people. After all, on the surface, Amazon Lily was a country that did not permit the entry of men. During Karl's previous visits, many had seen him, but fortunately, they were unaware that he was a man, having been misled by Old Lady Nu. Sisters, please make yourselves comfortable, Hancock said, feeling a bit awkward. It was the first time they had gathered since her marriage, and Hancock felt as though it had been ages, making her somewhat nervous. Don't worry, we won't stand on ceremony, Daphne reassured her. Indeed. Hancock, come here so I can check your health. You are pregnant now? And according to her doctor, it's a prenatal checkup. As she spoke, Ellie took out a stethoscope from her chest, leaving Karl momentarily stunned. Oh, all right. Thank you. Sister Ellie. Hancock quickly complied, sitting properly for Ellie's examination. Ellie first felt Hancock's belly, then listened to her heartbeat with the stethoscope, finally putting the instrument back against her chest. Everything looks great. Both you and the baby are healthy, Ellie announced after finishing the checkup. That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Ellie. Hancock said, feeling delighted that Ellie prioritized her health check. The sense of family was truly heartwarming. Ellie, how do you manage to conceal that? Karl asked curiously after Ellie completed her task. He was intrigued by how such an object could be hidden without being noticed from the outside. Moreover, he had never detected anything despite observing closely before. Ellie noticed Karl's gaze lingering on her chest, and a faint blush crept onto her face. You naughty boy. Why are you asking that? You don't have one of these, Ellie playfully chided Karl. Never mind him, Ellie, this is a secret among us women. Daphne didn't want Karl to know. She had only discovered it after arriving in the world of One Piece. Realizing that it was indeed possible to hide many things here. If we're not discussing that, I'm quite hungry after such a long flight. Shall we have something to eat first? Karl observed their silence and chose not to inquire further, deciding instead to investigate later that evening when they were less attentive. He chuckled, instructing his servants to prepare a meal. Upon hearing Karl express his hunger, Hancock promptly rose to arrange for food. No need, no need. I have brought an abundance of delicious treats from Karen's gourmet city. Shall we dine here or venture elsewhere? As Karl observed Hancock preparing to venture out in search of food, he swiftly detained her. Recalling that he had brought a considerable assortment of delicacies from Karen's culinary haven prior to their departure. Shall we dine elsewhere? I am aware of a beautiful spot deep within the forest, secluded and undisturbed, perfect for camping. Hancock suggested, envisioning a more delightful family meal. Is that truly the case? Then let us proceed. Hop on quickly, Hancock, guide us. Daphne expressed her excitement upon hearing of an ideal camping locale. After all, they had embarked on this outing solely for enjoyment, and the more enchanting the setting, the better it would be. Upon exiting, a cloud was conjured, allowing the group to ascend. They stood upon the fluffy cloud created by Daphne, following Hancock's direction until they arrived at a meadow adorned with a profusion of blossoms. Wow, there are so many beautiful flowers here. Upon descending, Ellie, captivated by the vibrant array of colors, began to dance joyfully, resembling a delicate fairy amidst the blossoms. Ellie, your dancing is truly mesmerizing. Alas, I have never learned to dance, Hancock remarked with a hint of envy. Hee. I learned from Sister Lugia while on Tiger Howl Island. It took me quite a while to master it, Ellie replied. After Karl had embarked on his training journey, Ellie had devoted her time to both research and dance lessons with Lugia. No wonder your flexibility is so remarkable. Karl certainly benefits from it, Daphne thought, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the intricate moves that Karl and Ellie had practiced over the past few days. Oh dear, Daphne, why bring that up? Ellie, realizing the implication of Daphne's words, felt her face heat up as well, mortified by the thought of performing such movements at Karl's behest. Ahem. Let us focus on dining first. Karl was reluctant to delve further into the matter, fearing that such privileges might vanish in the future. He then unfurled a large, thick blanket upon the ground and set up a table. Subsequently, he arranged an array of delectable dishes and beverages upon it. As they had been thoughtfully prepared and insulated by Karen, they remained pleasantly warm, and the enticing aroma of the gourmet food wafted through the air. Wow, the dishes crafted by Sister Karen are just as delightful as ever. I must have a taste, exclaimed Hancock as he picked up a small, exquisitely crafted piece of empty fish to savor. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in Karen's culinary creations, and he simply could not resist. Upon witnessing Hancock's demeanor, Karl and the others exchanged knowing smiles, relishing the delightful atmosphere. Subsequently, they gathered around the table. Oh, this is absolutely delicious, exclaimed one of them. Is it true, Sister Karen, that you have refined your culinary techniques? Hancock perceived that this fish surpassed anything she had previously tasted, prompting her to indulge in several pieces. Indeed, Karen's culinary establishment has become exceedingly popular, with nobles willing to part with 1,000,000 or even more berries for a single meal. The VIP private rooms are booked 2 months in advance. The gastronomic venue was designed by Daphne, who also proposed the VIP rooms. And now they are counting their profits with great satisfaction. What does VIP room mean? Hancock inquired, puzzled. It refers to a dining space exclusively for the affluent. In simpler terms, it implies that if you possess wealth, they will treat you as an easy target for their exploitation. Karl interjected, remarking that the dishes in Karin's culinary kingdom were essentially the same. It was merely the nobles' desire to be distinct that prompted them to pay extra for a VIP room to indulge their vanity. Ha ha. Karin will surely scold you for saying that, Ellie chimed in. Indeed. Be careful lest she refuse to let you mooch meals in the future, Daphne teased. Perhaps I should refrain from such comments. Otherwise, I would have to continue waking up early to cook, Karl quickly retorted. In truth, Hancock cherished Karl's culinary creations, deeming them the finest. Hey, do try this. It's a rare fish I caught from the waters of Waidor. Its flesh is exquisite. Karl offered each of the three apiece. Indeed, it is delightful. Next time, we should have the folks from Waidor procure more. Karin would surely be thrilled. After enjoying lunch, they lay back, soaking in the splendid scenery, sharing their innermost thoughts and emotions, spending a joyful afternoon amid the blooming meadows. Oh, so you are all here. I've been searching for quite some time, came the voice of Granny New, her face displaying a hint of urgency. Granny New, what brings you here? We just finished lunch. Had you arrived a bit earlier, you could have joined us, Hancock lamented upon seeing her. Hancock, today marks your official resignation as captain of the Nine Snake Pirates. You haven't forgotten, have you? Everyone is awaiting your arrival. Granny New chided, having searched for a long while only to find the family gathered here for a camping feast. Oh, I completely forgot. Karl, please wait. I shall return shortly, Hancock exclaimed, genuinely having lost track of time in her excitement upon seeing Karl, forgetting her duty to pass the captaincy to Everlandra. It's quite all right. You may go, Karl said. A bit embarrassed, having also overlooked Hancock's duty to relinquish her position as captain. Granny New, without further admonition towards Karl, hurriedly took Hancock away. It's all your fault. Karl, that such an important matter slipped your mind, Daphne remarked, feeling somewhat guilty, placing the blame on Karl. After all, he was the head of the household. Indeed. How could you forget such a thing? Ellie chimed in as well. Ha ha ha, my fault. Karl conceded without contesting their remarks. The succession ceremony unfolded without incident, with Hancock solemnly handing over a token, a legacy of the Nine Snake Pirates, to Everlandra, who then vowed to protect Amazon Lily with unwavering dedication. Granny New felt a sense of relief, finally seeing a worthy successor. Although Hancock was stepping down, she had gained the friendship of Karl. Everlandra, I entrust the Nine Snake Pirates to you from this day forth. Hancock solemnly declared that although she often spoke frivolously, her heart was deeply invested in everything here. Rest assured, Sister Hancock, I shall surely protect Amazon Lily and the Isle of Women. That evening, the trio returned to Hancock's royal residence, where the three women discussed their plans for a leisurely exploration of the Isle of Women the following day. For Ellie, it was her first visit, while Daphne had only come previously to escort someone and had not lingered. Thus, they agreed to thoroughly enjoy their outing together. Meanwhile, Karl lay in bed pondering. What shall I do while you three are out tomorrow? He realized he would be unable to join them, and the thought of being alone at home filled him with dread. Why don't you dress in women's attire tomorrow and join us? Daphne suggested with a playful smile, convinced it would be a delightful experience. If Lord Karl is willing, I have many kipeos that should fit you perfectly, Hancock chimed in, joining in the jest. Perhaps not. I think I shall just wait for you all to return, Karl thought, envisioning his figure in makeup and a cheapao, which was quite unsettling. Haha, well then. Dear, you must behave while you stay home, Ellie said, affectionately patting Karl's head, finding him utterly adorable. I shall make sure you are well behaved tonight. With that, Karl playfully flipped over, and it promised to be an eventful night, as the wind and clouds outside seemed to blush at the sounds emanating from the room. The next morning, the three women busily applied their makeup and donned the outfits they had prepared the day before venturing out, truly embodying the spirit of adventure. Karl reclined on a bed suffused with an ambiguous fragrance, pondering whether he would be confined to this place for the entire day. But he could venture to the neighboring island of Nine Snake Island. After all, Rayleigh had chosen to train Luffy there. Might this island harbor some secrets? With a firm resolve, Karl swiftly donned his attire and set forth. Before long, he soared through the skies and gracefully descended beneath the grand radish tree on the island. As Karl closed his eyes, he perceived the vibrant hues emanating from his surroundings. Indeed, this island was teeming with formidable beasts. It was no wonder that Luffy could reach such extraordinary heights after 2 years of training here. Thus, Karl ventured deeper into the forest. Not long after, he encountered a colossal gorilla, towering nearly 20 meters high, blocking his path. The gorilla, upon noticing Karl approaching with determination, became enraged. It began thumping its chest and roaring, its voice echoing far and wide. "How deafening!" Karl exclaimed, his eyes gleaming crimson as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, the gorilla, as though confronted by an unimaginable terror, sought to flee. How could Karl possibly let this opportunity slip by? This was indeed an excellent means of transportation. In an instant, he approached it and delivered a swift kick, sending the gorilla soaring through the air, crashing into several towering trees. The next moment, Karl teleported before it and declared, "If you serve as my steed for the day, I shall ensure your safe return." Astonishingly, the gorilla seemed to comprehend, nodding vigorously in eager agreement. "Huh. I didn't expect you to possess such intelligence. Very well, let us proceed." Karl promptly leaped onto its shoulder, gesturing for it to venture deeper into the forest. Along the way, Karl beheld numerous majestic trees and heard the roars of various wild beasts, yet nothing particularly extraordinary caught his eye. "Hey, gorilla, are there any remarkable sights within this forest?" With a sudden spark of insight, Karl turned to the gorilla, whose prowess here undoubtedly placed it among the elite. Perhaps it possessed valuable knowledge. As anticipated, the gorilla pointed towards the deeper recesses of the forest, its voice resonating with a low timbre. "Are you suggesting that formidable entities reside there?" Karl inquired, his demeanor turning serious, tinged with trepidation. What could possibly instill such fear in this mighty gorilla? The gorilla nodded vigorously, indicating that it was a place best avoided. "Indeed, let us venture there," Karl exclaimed, enthusiasm radiating from him. However, the gorilla steadfastly refused to accompany him any further. Respecting its wishes, Karl allowed it to depart and set forth alone towards the destination it had indicated. Throughout his journey, Karl encountered naught but silence, not even a trace of wildlife. This was peculiar, considering the island was home to many formidable beasts. Eventually, Karl arrived at the base of a mountain that resembled a serpent. Upon closer inspection, it appeared less like a mere snake and more akin to a dragon. Incredible! A mountain that resembles a dragon. Karl marveled at the sight before him. Yet, before he could draw nearer, the air was suddenly filled with a cacophony of hissing sounds emanating from all directions. Karl paid no heed and unleashed a surge of Conqueror's Haki, causing those in close proximity to be rendered unconscious. However, the serpents in the distance remained undeterred, encircling Karl while incessantly hissing. Shortly thereafter, several colossal serpents emerged. Karl observed these magnificent creatures, each nearly as large as the one from Sky Island. Upon counting, he discovered there were a total of 9. Good heavens! Could this place be connected to Nine Snake Island? Or is it possible that this is the true Nine Snake Island? These 9 serpents dared not approach Karl, continuing instead to hiss at him, as if warning him to refrain from advancing towards the mountain, suggesting that should he dare to approach, they would charge at him without hesitation. Karl gazed upon the towering mountain, contemplating whether to ascend it at that very moment or to return and invite Hancock and the others to join him. Observing the 9 colossal serpents surrounding him, he ultimately decided to retreat and bring Hancock and her companions along for the exploration. Karl sensed that this place was undoubtedly connected to Nine Snake Island. With that thought, he withdrew, and the 9 giant serpents made no move to pursue him, as if they were merely guardians of the mountain itself. Karl returned to the grand turnip tree, contemplating the enigmatic island of 9 serpents. Ultimately, he struggled to take flight, feeling that if he lingered any longer, his insatiable curiosity would overwhelm him. Upon returning to the island of 9 serpents, several women had already arrived, and Daphne along with Ellie had procured an array of distinctive garments and jewelry representative of the island's unique charm. As Karl returned, he chanced upon the sight of them changing into their exquisite garments. Observing their graceful figures adorned in such attire, the allure was palpable. In an instant, blood cascaded from his nose. "Karl, what has happened to you?" Hancock exclaimed, rushing over upon noticing Karl's predicament, hastily employing his fragrant handkerchief to staunch the flow of blood. Daphne, hearing Hancock's voice, quickly turned to see Karl gazing unabashedly at them, his nose bleeding profusely. A glance at her own outfit illuminated the situation. "You naughty boy." Daphne spat at Karl, swiftly taking Ellie by the hand to return and change, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself. "I'm fine, perhaps just a bit overheated. A cold shower will remedy it," Karl reassured her, noting her concerned expression. He thought to himself how Hancock was indeed the most caring of all. feeling a swell of gratitude. But you seem to be losing quite a bit of blood. Let us go wash up together. Hankook insisted, pulling Karl towards the bathroom. No. No. Hankook, I assure you, I am fine now. See, I am no longer bleeding. Karl hastily replied, realizing that entering the bathroom with her might only exacerbate his condition. Rest assured, Hankook, he is all right. There is no need to concern yourself, Ellie interjected, as she and Daphne emerged, having changed their attire. Yet, Hankook remained unconvinced. Inspecting Karl from head to toe until she was satisfied he was indeed unharmed. I must say, Karl, your resilience seems to be waning. Daphne remarked with a hint of annoyance. Was it merely the revealing attire that rendered you incapacitated? My dear wife, you must also consider my perspective. Just look at how stunning you all are, and coupled with those outfits, I was nearly overwhelmed. Karl felt a tinge of helplessness. Had he not been preoccupied with other matters, he would have undoubtedly taken decisive action against them. Tell me, where did you venture today? We returned and found your absence quite notable. Upon hearing Karl's flattering words, Ellie felt a surge of delight, contemplating bestowing upon him some evening favors. Ah, Hancock. Speaking of which, this might pertain to your beloved Amazon Lily. Karl led a few of his wives back to their abode and began recounting the events of the day. Are you suggesting that the island might be connected to our Nine-Snake Island? Hancock exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief at Karl's words. Indeed, otherwise. The existence of those 9 serpents remains inexplicable, as does the mountain they guard. It must be safeguarding some profound secret. Karl's gaze was filled with a sense of inquiry as he confidently addressed Hancock. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to explore. Daphne's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. She had yet to truly embark on an adventure since arriving in this world. I shall first seek out Granny Nyo. She may possess some knowledge worth sharing. Then we shall proceed to that island. If anyone on Nine-Snake Island could possibly elucidate the situation, it would undoubtedly be Granny Nyo. Thus Hancock insisted on bringing her along. You go fetch Granny Nyo, and then we shall set off together, Karl declared. Once Hancock located Granny Nyo and conveyed Karl's words, Granny Nyo was instantly filled with fervor, eagerly pulling Hancock towards her courtyard. Mr. Karl, did you truly see those 9 serpents? She inquired upon her arrival, seeking confirmation. After all, this was indeed a matter concerning the ancient legends of Nine-Snake Island. Indeed, those 9 serpents are larger than the 2 serpents of the 9 snake pirates. They seem to have been guarding that serpent mountain, akin to a dragon. Granny Nyo, do you possess any insights? Noticing her urgency, Karl was certain she held specific knowledge regarding the 9 serpents. Let us converse as we walk, and I must witness it with my own eyes. With that, the group ascended onto Daphne's cloud and soared towards Nine-Snake Island. They descended near the radish tree, and Karl led the way deeper into the forest towards the Serpent Mountain. So this is the island. My dear, do you think Luffy's technique, the Great Serpent Run, is inspired by those 9 serpents? Daphne whispered to Karl. It is possible, as the Great Serpent Run and the King Kong Gun are indeed related to the creatures here. Karl mused, believing that Luffy's techniques were inspired by the fauna of this land. After a short while, they finally beheld the Serpent Mountain Karl had described, surrounded by numerous snakes, just as it had been when he first arrived. However, the 9 colossal serpents had yet to appear. They were likely to emerge only as they approached the mountain. Indeed, this Serpent Mountain is precisely as recorded in the legends of Nine-Snake Island. At this moment, Granny Nyo could no longer contain her excitement and hurried towards the Serpent Mountain, with Karl and the others swiftly following. As they drew nearer to the Serpent Mountain, the 9 gigantic serpents suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the familiar figure accompanied by others, they emitted a series of hissing sounds, seemingly filled with anger. This is it. These are the legendary guardians of our ancestors, the 9 serpents. I had thought it merely a tale. I never imagined it to be true. Granny Nyo was utterly astonished by the sight of the 9 serpents. Granny Nyo, please explain what is happening, Hancock implored, furrowing her brow, perplexed by Granny Nyo's apparent ignorance of the records pertaining to Nine-Snake Island. According to the chronicles of Nine-Snake Island, each emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom possesses the power derived from consuming the devil fruit of a serpent-like mythical beast, which bears a striking resemblance to the mountain of serpents before us. Moreover, each emperor is safeguarded by 9 colossal serpents that remain vigilant until her demise. It is said that as her life wanes, the powers of the devil fruit will dissipate, only to re-emerge in a different location. Upon the ascension of a new emperor, these serpentine guardians will guide her to rediscover the devil fruit, seemingly aware of its destined return. Granny Nu recounted these legends of Nine Snake Island, leaving the gathered listeners in astonishment. Could it be that these 9 colossal serpents are indeed the guardians? Yet, why have the subsequent emperors of the Amazon lily not consumed the mythical devil fruit? Daphne inquired, perplexed, reasoning that such a formidable fruit would be too tempting for any ruler to forsake. However, as Granny Nu indicated, it appears that this devil fruit has not manifested for quite some time, likely linked to an event from 8 centuries past, a chapter of history that remains elusive. Is it possible that this very location is where the devil fruit will reappear? Ellie posited. It is quite plausible, yet these serpents seem unwilling to allow us any closer. Daphne concurred, believing this place to be indeed the site of the devil fruit's resurgence. Granny Nu, what else do the ancestral records mention? Is there a way to communicate with the 9 serpentine guardians? Hancock inquired, surveying the 9 serpents. If the devil fruit truly exists here, then the guardians must possess knowledge of its whereabouts. Yet, they currently impede anyone from approaching the Serpent Mountain, let alone engage in dialogue, Hancock observed. Hancock, present the pendant that symbolizes the Amazon Lily Emperor. I believe it may serve as a token to command the 9 serpentine guardians. Granny Nu suggested, recalling the serpent-shaped pendant. Upon hearing this, Hancock retrieved the pendant from around his neck and displayed it before the 9 colossal serpents. In an instant, the serpents appeared agitated, shedding tears in response. It truly works, Ellie exclaimed in astonishment. A flicker of joy crossed Hancock's eyes. Perhaps the legend holds truth after all. As the group continued toward the Serpent Mountain, the 9 serpents suddenly began hissing, not directed at Hancock, but at Karl and the others, as if to signify their exclusion. Hancock, it seems they permit only you to approach the Serpent Mountain. We are not allowed. Moreover, they likely will not harm you now. The task rests upon your shoulders. Be sure to locate that devil fruit. Aunt Neo solemnly addressed Hancock, assuring her, rest assured, dear Aunt Neo, I shall find it. Hancock understood the significance of a mythical beast's devil fruit to Amazon Lily and responded earnestly to Aunt Neo. Hancock, be cautious. If anything seems amiss, cry out loudly, and I shall rush in to rescue you. Karl urged, gripping Hancock's hand. Indeed, do take care, Daphne and Ellie echoed with concern. Yes, I understand. Hancock replied before setting off alone towards Snake Mountain. The 9 colossal serpents watched Karl and the others warily, ensuring they would not follow before leading Hancock onward. Karl, what shall we do now? Ellie inquired, a hint of worry in her voice. Fear not. The moment Hancock revealed that serpentine pendant, their reaction indicated that the 9 snake guardians would not harm her, and Neo reassured the group, noticing their anxiety for Hancock's safety. Karl was somewhat anxious for reasons unknown. His observation Haki was unable to perceive the circumstances deep within Snake Mountain. This was indeed peculiar, considering the formidable strength of Karl's observation Haki. Karl remained silent as he retrieved his black blade from the storage bracelet, then settled onto the ground, prepared to spring into action at the slightest indication of distress from Hancock. Let's sit for a while. She likely won't emerge just yet, he suggested, pulling Daphne and Ellie down beside him. Old Granny, if we were to locate that devil fruit, who do you intend to let consume it? Daphne inquired, acknowledging that Hancock had already partaken of a devil fruit, as had Everlandra. I am uncertain at this moment, the old woman replied. Currently, Amazon Lily is quite secure. Moreover, Hancock and Everlandra are both exceptional heirs, so there is no immediate rush to select another. The old woman felt that with Hancock and Everlandra publicly representing the nation, and with the covert protection of Shaki, Rayleigh, and the young emperor beside her, their safety was assured, and there was no urgency in cultivating another successor. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Hancock was Karl's wife, and they understood their own affairs well. Few forces on the sea would dare to challenge them lightly. Oh, I just remembered, the old woman continued, not long ago, the Navy and the world government sent an invitation for Hancock to become a warlord of the sea. However, Hancock declined, stating she has already stepped down as captain of the Kuja pirates, allowing the new captain, Everlandra, to take her place. The Navy mentioned they would consider it, and we should expect results soon. The old woman recalled a recent incident when a Navy warship traversed the calm belt and reached Amazon Lily, which startled her. Although she was aware of the Navy's capability to navigate the calm belt, the sight of an actual warship was still shocking. For the calm belt had always served as a natural barrier for their territory. Warlords of the sea? While Hancock and I do not mind. Everlandra's appointment could benefit Amazon Lily, as it would deter many from provoking the Kuja pirates, Karl remarked thoughtfully. I share your sentiment. but we are uncertain if the Navy will acquiesce. Everlandra currently lacks significant renown on the sea, the old woman pragmatically observed. Frankly, her influence remains somewhat insufficient. Rest assured, if the Navy is considering it, they are likely inclined to agree, though there may be conditions, such as swiftly combating certain pirate crews to build her reputation, Karl speculated. Thus, the group awaited Hancock's return. At that moment, Hancock was following the Kuja guards deep into Snake Mountain, where serpents abounded. However, it seemed as though she encountered a formidable presence, parting the way like a revered monarch. Hancock soon beheld a vast cavern. Upon glancing at the female guards of the 9 serpents, they gestured for her to proceed inside. Without hesitation, Hancock entered, followed closely by the guards. The cave, shrouded from sunlight, exuded a damp and somewhat eerie atmosphere. As Hancock ventured deeper, she observed numerous murals adorning the stone walls, alongside information regarding various devil fruits, such as Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, Sengoku's Buddha fruit, and the Marine Admiral Kizaru's Glint Glint fruit. She was particularly intrigued by a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit known as the Sun God Nika, a name she had never encountered before. With curiosity piqued, she continued her exploration, gazing at the murals lining the walls. "Darling, why hasn't T. Hancock returned yet?" Ellie inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Daphne glanced toward Karl, sharing a similar sentiment. Several hours had elapsed since Hancock's entry into Snake Mountain, and there was no sign of her. Let us wait a little longer. This is, after all, the sacred ground where each emperor of Amazon Lily receives their legacy, and it should not pose a threat to Hancock, Karl reassured them, though unease lingered in his heart. Within the depths of Snake Mountain, Hancock discovered 3 methods for cultivating Haki. It was then that she understood why the inhabitants of Amazon Lily, despite their training in Haki, possessed relatively weak abilities. The lineage of their teachings had been severed, including the methods of Haki cultivation. The current practices were merely a simplified version, developed by the later empresses of Amazon Lily based on scant records. This revelation astonished Hancock. The ancient techniques of Haki were indeed profound, enabling practitioners to attain remarkable power. She diligently noted the information before continuing to peruse the details of various devil fruits. Among them was the sweet fruit she had consumed, which surprised her profoundly. To her astonishment, she learned that the individual who ingested the sweet fruit could also consume another devil fruit. Hancock gazed incredulously at the information regarding her sweet fruit, for it was a well-known fact that no one had ever managed to consume 2 devil fruits. Could this be destiny? As the reigning empress of Amazon Lily, she had ingested the sweet fruit, and now, through Karl's influence, had uncovered her ancestors' devil fruit. It seemed as if everything had been orchestrated. At that moment, the enormous serpent guard hissed, urging Hancock to proceed deeper into the cave. With her doubts dispelled, she followed its lead. Before long, she came upon an altar, surrounded by several serpents guarding a devil fruit, resembling a banana and covered in scales. Hancock approached the altar and seized the devil fruit, unimpeded by the serpents. Is this truly the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit passed down through generations? She pondered, examining the fruit with great care. At last, she had discovered a legacy that belonged to her nation, Amazon Lily. With the fruit in hand, she prepared to return. After all, she had found what she sought, and Lord Karl must be waiting anxiously. However, at that moment, the giant serpent guards obstructed her path, hissing insistently, clearly demanding that Hancock consume the devil fruit immediately. Why can't I take it with me? I believe I do not require this devil fruit at present, and I already possess the abilities of another. Hancock attempted to communicate with the giant serpent guards, hoping they would permit her to carry the fruit away. Yet, the guards remained adamant, continuing their hissing insistence for her to eat it now. Faced with their unwavering stance, Hancock felt helpless. She had promised Granny Nyo that she would pass the throne of Amazon Lily to Everlandra in 3 years, and this devil fruit should be left for Everlandra to decide upon. However, with the guards refusing to allow her to leave with it, and knowing she could not leave the fruit behind, especially with the Navy's ships now capable of entering the Calm Belt, she feared it would be discovered. Must I consume it? Hancock asked the giant serpent guards earnestly. They nodded in affirmation, indicating it was imperative. With no other choice, Hancock contemplated for a moment and resolved to eat it herself. After all, as Granny Nyo had said, the fruit would eventually reappear here, and she merely needed to ensure the legacy was preserved. Resolving her inner conflict, she took a bite of the devil fruit, an indescribable flavor exploding in her mouth. It was atrocious. It was hard to fathom that she had already tasted a devil fruit once. Now she had to endure this sensation once more. As soon as Hancock consumed the Zoan-type devil fruit, she instantly comprehended all its information. Snake fruit, mythical Zoan, transformation into a serpent. It truly granted formidable powers, rivaling even Kaido's azure dragon fruit. The surge of strength filled Hancock with joy. She would be better equipped to protect Amazon Lily and this little one. She mused while caressing her belly. Seeing Hancock had devoured the devil fruit, the giant serpent guards rejoiced, swirling around her in celebration. Well then, having consumed the devil fruit, may I now take my leave? Lord Karl and the others must be quite anxious. Hancock spoke to the 9 serpent guards, who nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her to proceed. Without hesitation, Hancock stepped out of the cave, followed closely by the serpentine sentinels. Will you accompany me back to Amazon Lily? Hancock inquired of the guards. The serpents hissed in agreement, indicating their willingness to follow. Thus, the group of 1 human and 9 serpents emerged from Snake Mountain, making their way toward the location of Karl. Hancock, are you all right? Karl exclaimed as he spotted her exit, flanked by the 9 serpent guards. I am perfectly fine. Lord Karl, Hancock replied, her heart swelling with joy at Karl's concern. What transpired inside, Hancock? Is everything all right? Old Lady Nyo asked anxiously, noting that Hancock had not yet presented the devil fruit. Let us return first. The serpent guards will accompany us. They are aware of the route to 9 Snake Island and will swim through the sea, Hancock reassured the group. Moreover, they shall serve as my guardians from now on. With that, Daphne conjured a cloud, and once everyone had boarded, they soared back toward 9 Snake Island. Hancock, did you just say those 9 serpents have become your guardians? Old Lady Nyo inquired. Indeed, and I have consumed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Hancock candidly revealed to her companions. What? But you have already ingested 1 devil fruit. How could you possibly consume another? Daphne's face displayed disbelief at Hancock's revelation. Are you feeling unwell at all? Ellie, please examine Hancock immediately. Karl urged with urgency. All right. I will check on Hancock right away. Ellie responded, quickly attending to Hancock. The others watched with apprehension, understanding that only Blackbeard had been known to consume multiple devil fruits due to his unique circumstances. Ellie conducted a thorough examination and informed the group. I have not found any abnormalities in Hancock's condition, but we should monitor her closely over the next few days. Ellie spoke earnestly. Do not worry. The reason I can consume a second devil fruit is due to the sweet fruit I ingested. Those with the ability of the sweet fruit can indeed consume a second devil fruit. Hancock explained, sharing her experiences from Snake Mountain. Is it truly possible for the sweet fruit to enable the consumption of a second devil fruit? Daphne expressed a look of realization. Hancock, did you manage to memorize those Haki training methods? Old Lady Nyo inquired at that moment. Yes, I have committed them to memory. But the training regimen for Haki is quite demanding. One must possess a sufficiently strong physique to begin the training. Among us, it seems only Lord Karl would be capable of undertaking it. As Hancock shyly cast a glance at Karl, she mused that indeed her Lord Karl was the most remarkable of all. Is that so? Then please clarify the cultivation method for me. I wonder if there are alternative approaches that could enable more individuals to practice it. After all, this is a domineering cultivation technique from 8 centuries ago. Karl exclaimed with palpable excitement as he spoke to Hancock. On their journey, Hancock elaborated on the cultivation method, and the others soon realized why she claimed that only Karl's physical constitution could endure it. The requirements were indeed quite stringent. Upon their return to Snake Princess Island, reports swiftly arrived, announcing the appearance of 9 colossal serpents in the forest. Everyone understood that these were Hancock's 9 snake guardians, prompting them to ask Granny Nyo to manage the situation to prevent panic. When Granny Nyo explained that these were the 9 snake guardians of each generation's Empress of Amazon Lily and the island's protective deities, the citizens were left speechless in astonishment. They had never known that such terrifying giants resided in the forest. Now that they were aware of the 9 serpents dwelling nearby, a sense of fear and anxiety washed over them, as they would still need to hunt in the forest. Would they be attacked? Granny Nyo found it challenging to communicate with the citizens and decided that only Hancock could address the matter. Lady Hancock, the situation with the 9 snake guardians requires your presence, lest it incite greater unrest, Granny Nyo conveyed. I understand, my Lord Karl. I shall return shortly, Hancock replied, stepping out of the courtyard and transforming into her full beast form, soaring directly toward the forest. A magnificent creature, entirely white with scales covering its body, adorned with snow-white wings and a head reminiscent of a dragon yet devoid of horns, emerged. Is this the soaring serpent? The onlookers marveled at Hancock's beastly form, awestruck. Truly as recorded, This is the serpent deity of Snake Princess Island. Granny Nyo exclaimed with excitement. At the forest's edge, the guard team of Amazon Lily was maintaining order, and Granny Nyo assured them that Lady Hancock would soon arrive to manage the situation. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the sky, and everyone looked up to see yet another colossal serpent soaring above. This one, however, differed from the 9 snake guardians. Its white body sported wings, and no one had ever seen such a creature before. The 9 snake guardians recognized Hancock's arrival and gathered around her, hissing in unison. Stay calm. The 9 snakes are Lady Hancock's guardians. They will not harm us. The guard team urged the citizens to remain composed. In the next moment, Hancock transformed back into her human form, enveloped in swirling pink flames, exuding an indescribable beauty. These are my 9 snake guardians. They shall henceforth serve as the protectors of Amazon Lily. Thus, citizens may freely venture into the forest to hunt. They will not attack you. Hancock proclaimed from the air. Ah, Lady Snake Princess, how beautiful she is. Upon witnessing Hancock's enchanting appearance, the citizens were instantly captivated, with several even succumbing to petrification. The beauty of the pirate empress ascended to unparalleled heights, ensconced within the enchanting pink flames of the serpent clouds. Hancock paid no heed to the frenzied crowd and soared back to the royal palace, while the 9 snake guards plunged deep into the forest, leaving behind citizens who were still savoring the exquisite beauty of Lady Snake as they returned to the palace's annex. Hancock dispelled the serpent clouds, and Karl, still entranced by the sight of the pirate empress amidst the flames, thought to himself how fortunate he was to call her his wife. She was simply breathtaking. Hancock, it turns out your serpent clouds are pink. How stunning. Daphne, nearly swayed by Hancock's allure, almost found herself captivated. Indeed, the combination of the pink flames with Hancock's red chi-pow is truly delightful, Karl remarked. This is my first time using it, and I am not yet proficient. But thankfully it is quite similar to what Master Karl has done, Hancock replied, her cheeks flushed with warmth from the compliment, appearing charmingly bashful. Come, let us enter the house. I have just conceived a method for swiftly enhancing our physical prowess and cultivating this Haki, Karl announced to the group. Are you referring to the gravity machine? Daphne immediately recalled the yet-to-be-completed device. Precisely. If we can all adapt to the current 5-fold gravity, our physical abilities will significantly increase. At that point, we should be able to cultivate Haki using the method introduced by Hancock. Karl contemplated that experiencing 5 times the gravitational force might seem straightforward. Yet the reality was undeniably challenging. This was not the realm of Dragon Ball, where gravity could whimsically escalate to dozens or even hundreds of times. It all depended on when Gaji would complete the gravity machine, which he had initially claimed would take about a month. It should be nearing completion soon. After a long day of exertion, it was high time to rest, especially with Hancock expecting a child, as Ellie remarked. 7 days later, Gaji finally called to announce that the gravity machines were ready, 2 of them, no less. Ellie expressed her intention to stay and care for Hancock, a decision that took Karl by surprise. He believed Hancock's robust constitution would not be adversely affected by her pregnancy. All right, you should hurry along. Otherwise, Hancock might start crying. Ellie urged. Don't worry, Hancock. I will return next month. This time, I must also teach Banson and the others the methods of Haki cultivation, he reassured her. Karl embraced Hancock and remarked that she had become somewhat sentimental since her pregnancy. It was only now that Karl understood why Ellie chose to remain by Hancock's side. I will miss you, Hancock said, her voice tinged with sadness. She had been experiencing great joy lately, and the thought of their impending separation was almost unbearable. Karl did not linger on the matter for long. After bidding farewell to the 2 individuals, he departed with Daphne for Gaia Island. Upon their return, Karl and Daphne indulged in a delightful meal at the culinary center, after which Karl set off once more towards the North Sea. The 2 gravity machines were rather large, rendering Zoe's transport inadequate for the task. Karl arrived in the kingdom of Germa, where Gaji had come out to greet him, seemingly increasingly apprehensive of Karl. Without engaging in unnecessary pleasantries, Karl stored the gravity machine in his storage bracelet and bid farewell to Gaji, soaring back to Gaia Island. Once Gaji saw Karl had finally departed, he exhaled deeply, feeling the immense pressure lift. Ever since the fierce battle between Karl and Kaido had been revealed, no one upon the vast seas could afford to overlook this newly ascendant maritime emperor. Even Karl himself had not fully grasped the extent of his burgeoning influence. Upon returning to Gaia Island, Karl placed the gravity machine at the training base. Captain, Is this the gravity machine you had Gaji study? Enel inquired, eyeing the two iron boxes with a hint of mechanical expertise. Indeed, but for now, only you, Benson, Jerry, and Adrian are capable of utilizing it. The others are not yet suited to the rigors of multiple gravity training, Karl informed the gathered crowd. Uncle, what about me? And protested, a hint of indignation in her voice, eager to prove her prowess. Not yet, you are still quite young. Gravity training primarily affects the skeletal structure. Do you wish to hinder your growth? Karl replied, observing her with a knowing gaze. Then I shall be patient. I still wish to grow taller. And retorted, clearly sensitive to the subject of height. Next, we must acclimate ourselves to the gravity training and endeavor to enhance our physical prowess as much as possible. However, we should not set the gravity too high at the outset. Beginning with 3 times normal gravity will suffice. Once we have completely adapted to that level, we can gradually increase the intensity. Karl conversed with a select few individuals who were currently capable of undertaking gravity training, expressing his concerns that these individuals might exhaust themselves in their quest for strength. Hancock's method of training Haki, acquired from Snake Mountain, was exceedingly rigorous. Karl pondered whether the formidable beings of that era were truly superhuman. The cultivation of Haki commenced with its awakening, progressing from localized application to full-body coverage, and the current focus was on augmenting the quantity of Haki. However, Hancock's training regimen dictated that once full-body coverage was achieved, one must then engage in bone refinement, transforming one's entire skeletal structure into Haki-infused bones, akin to nurturing a blade into a black sword. Karl harbored doubts about whether Garp had indeed refined his Haki to such an extent. Otherwise, the hardness of his fist would remain inexplicable. Subsequently, once the Haki-infused bones were established, one would need to gradually envelop the internal organs with Haki until they could withstand its formidable power. This was a daunting task, as Karl had recently attempted this and experienced excruciating pain merely from the brief contact of Haki with his internal organs. We understand, Captain, the others exclaimed, hastily entering the gravity machine to conduct their preliminary experiments. Karl paid them no mind. After all, he had said all that needed to be said. He stepped into another gravity chamber to commence his training. Once the door was closed, Karl surveyed the interior before removing his shirt, revealing a well-defined musculature. Unlike the exaggerated bulk of a bodybuilder, Karl prioritized the resilience of his muscles. Karl first activated the gravity at a level of 1 times, finding it manageable with little impact on his movements. However, upon increasing it to 2 times, he felt a distinct hindrance to his actions. When he escalated it to 3 times, his legs felt exceptionally heavy. Thus, he decided to commence from this 3-fold gravity and gradually increase it. At that moment, he couldn't help but envy the Scions in their extraordinary physique. Why couldn't he have a system that bestowed upon him such an advantageous constitution? Alas, he would have to rely on his own gradual training. Meanwhile, in another gravity chamber, Enel activated the gravity at 1 times and felt scarcely affected, merely experiencing a slight pressure on his legs. He then cranked it up to 10 times. The terrifying force immediately pressed down on the 4 individuals, forcing them to the ground. Enel, you rascal, just how many times have you set this gravity? Adrian shouted from his prone position. 10 times. I never anticipated it would be this oppressive, Enel admitted, equally startled by the intensity of the gravity. Enough of this. We must find a way to deactivate it, or we shall be crushed under this weight, Jerry exclaimed, feeling his insides being violently compressed, a most uncomfortable sensation. Enel, be cautious and phase through quickly. If you expedite your elemental transformation, you should be able to reach the switch. But do ensure that your electricity does not damage the gravity machine, Vincent urged Enel. Understood. Enel responded, swiftly transitioning into his elemental form and successfully reaching the switch to deactivate the oppressive force. Instantly, the 4 felt an unprecedented lightness. The suffocating sensation of 10-fold gravity had been utterly terrifying. Enel, you scoundrel. We nearly got flattened. Adrian gasped, venting his frustration. Remarkably, Enel refrained from retorting. As the 4 lay on the ground, breathing heavily, still shaken by the ordeal, Karl was not as beleaguered as Enel and the others. He was diligently performing push-ups under triple gravity, followed by a regimen of striking exercises. His objective was to hone his speed under such intense conditions, striving to reach the normal pace before advancing to even greater gravitational challenges. Meanwhile, Benson and the others, having just endured the crushing weight of 10 times gravity, required some time to recuperate before resuming their training. As the 4 emerged from the training room, onlookers were struck by their swift exit. sensing an air of disarray about them. However, none dared voice their observations, for these four were the highest-ranking officials of the company and instructors at the base. To reveal such thoughts could invite dire consequences. An exception among the crowd was one individual who inquired, "Why have you emerged so swiftly? What transpired within?" Seeing the four panting and drenched in sweat, the observer found the gravity machine's terror quite perplexing. It was merely set a bit higher, Enel replied curtly before departing, feeling a sense of embarrassment before the gathering crowd. Once the four had left, the spectators dispersed, although Enel was eager to venture inside and test the machine. The sight of the four emerging in such a state caused him to shake his head in trepidation. Thus, Karl was left to train alone. After 5 days, he had acclimated to the triple gravity, his most notable achievement being the proficient execution of the shave technique under such conditions. Feeling ready, he believed it was time to increase the gravity. Karl approached the control panel, switched off the gravity machine, and donned his clothing before stepping outside. Before proceeding to the next phase of training, he realized he needed to satiate his hunger, as he had consumed nothing throughout those 5 days. Upon returning home, Karl was taken aback to find and comfortably settled in an armchair, engrossed in a book. It was indeed surprising to witness this girl engaging in such a scholarly pursuit. "Uncle, how has your training been progressing?" and inquired as she noticed Karl's presence. "Not too bad. I was just about to grab a bite to eat. Would you care to join me?" Karl replied, contemplating a shower before heading to Karen's food court to indulge in some free meals. "I think I'll pass. I'm not hungry just yet," and said, returning her focus to her book. "Pray tell, what tome has captured your attention? I've never seen you so diligent before." Karl expressed his curiosity as he approached to take a look. "Goodness, uncle, you smell dreadful. You ought to take a shower," and exclaimed, wrinkling her nose at the overpowering sin of sweat that wafted toward her as Karl drew nearer. "How dare you criticize me? Remember how I used to carry you home after your training sessions, drenched in sweat, without a word of complaint?" Karl felt a pang of disappointment at Anne's unexpected disdain. It seemed his niece had grown quite bold. "Oh, uncle, do hurry and wash up," and insisted, setting her book aside and gently ushering Karl into the house. Karl cast a glance at the title of the book, The Dragon King's Son-in-Law of the Female CEO. What on earth? Surely, such a book cannot exist in this world. "And where did you acquire this?" Karl promptly inquired. Could it be yet another time traveler? Isn't that a tad unsettling? "Oh, this was penned by Aunt Daphne. It's truly captivating. I begged her for ages to let me have an early look. Oh no, Aunt Daphne said you must not know about it. Or she won tea, let me read the rest." And suddenly remembered that Daphne had mentioned not to let Karl see it, and she had inadvertently spilled the beans. Karl was astonished she actually used to read such things. And now, she has even written one? Well, at least it's not another time traveler. That would have startled him. "Yes, since you are already aware, I'll tell you. Aunt Daphne mentioned that she aspires to become a novelist, and she wrote this as a market trial. She hasn't finished it yet," and straightforwardly shared all this with Karl. All right then, as long as she is happy. But I feel she should consider a different genre. This Dragon King's son-in-law concept doesn't seem appealing. Just the thought of that crooked-mouthed Dragon King gives Karl goosebumps. "Not at all. I find it quite enjoyable." "Oh, uncle, hurry and take a shower. I want to continue reading." With that, and dashed back to her spot. Engrossed in the Dragon King's son-in-law of the female CEO, Daphne actually enjoys such novels? What about the heroic legend of the Condor heroes, or Seven Swords Down the Tian Shan? Or Demigods and Semi-Demons, all of which are splendid reads. Wait, Demigods and Semi-Demons is a no-go. It could corrupt young girls. After pondering, Karl resolved to have a good chat with Daphne tonight, but for now, he should take a shower and fill his stomach first. The food court was as bustling as ever. Karl headed straight to the kitchen, where the chefs were busily at work, and Karine was crafting culinary delights. "Karine, is there anything I can assist you with?" he asked, offering help, yet his gaze was fixed on her creations, confirming that they were indeed dishes he had never tasted before. "Captain, please don't cause any disruption. Whatever you wish to eat, I'll prepare for you later. This batch is for the guests." As Karen gazed into Karl's eyes, she discerned his thoughts as he beheld the dish she had just prepared. Very well. I shall take a seat for a moment. I haven't eaten in 5 days. Feel free to cook as you wish. Today, I shall not be picky." "Understood. You may take a seat. I still have 2 dishes ordered by a guest to prepare, and they will be ready shortly." This was a request from the customer, and she needed to attend to it, for it was her profession. Subsequently, Karl ascended to the exclusive top-floor private room, reserved solely for their own. Before long, A server arrived, wheeling in a cart laden with food, with Karen following closely behind. Karl had long been famished, and he began to indulge in a feast. In this world, setting aside other matters, the cuisine is undeniably exquisite. Karen sat nearby, engrossed in her book, occasionally bursting into laughter, which struck Karl as rather peculiar. Karen, are you really reading that novel by Daphne, the Dragon King's son-in-law? Karl suddenly inquired. Is it truly that captivating? Indeed, Daphne's writing is quite delightful, Captain. Would you care to take a look? Karen replied, glancing back at him. Perhaps not. I'm not particularly interested in such novels, he responded. Karl felt that the so-called Dragon King's son-in-law was akin to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, far too enduring. Well, never mind, I shall observe this myself. Soon. I must also urge Daphne to continue writing the subsequent plot. After saying this, Karine resumed her reading. This left Karl speechless. After finishing his meal, he turned to Karine and inquired, Karine, your physique should now be capable of enhancement through gravity training. Would you like to give it a try? No, she replied. I wouldn't have much time left to explore the culinary arts. I believe the kitchen is where I truly belong. Besides, with your strength, I am certain you can protect us all, right, Captain? Karen refuses to squander her time on cultivation, believing that her current strength suffices. However, I must convey a foreboding sense I possess. In a decade, the world may be engulfed in a cataclysmic war. At that juncture, it is likely that all maritime powers will be drawn into the fray, including ourselves. Therefore, it would be prudent to enhance one's capabilities. For I cannot guarantee that I will always be by your side when that time arrives. Karl still wished to persuade her to cultivate her skills further, as it would enhance their formidable combat strength in the future. A war sweeping across the globe? Karine inquired, glancing back at him. Indeed. This world has been under the dominion of the celestial dragons for 8 centuries, and the endurance of the common folk has surpassed its limits. Have you not noticed the increasing number of individuals opting to venture out to sea as pirates? Karl spoke earnestly. While that may be true, I suppose I shall leave the matter of captains to you. I shan't worry about it any longer. With that, she resumed her reading of a novel. Recognizing his failure to persuade her, Karl pondered inwardly. Very well, I am full now, so I shall take my leave. He said little more, as he was keen to see if Daphne was currently engrossed in writing something about a Dragon King consort. Grabbing the packed afternoon tea, he made his way to the headquarters of the Shunfeng Courier Company. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was surprised to find a security guard on duty, complete with an air of professionalism. Daphne had indeed brought over the practices from her previous life. President. Upon seeing Karl approach, the guard quickly stood and bowed in respect, for he was none other than their company's president, the formidable Karl. The 2 guards were quite thrilled. No need for formality. Continue with your duties. I'm just going upstairs to take a look, Karl replied, proceeding onward. Previously, Karl had proposed that Daphne assume the role of president, but she had vehemently refused, insisting that it was better for Karl to take on the position, as it would instill great intimidation among many on the seas. Arriving at Daphne's office, he found her diligently scribbling away. After observing her for a moment, he said, My dear, you wouldn't seriously consider publishing this novel here, would you? He wrapped his arms around her from behind. When did you arrive? No peeking. Daphne, startled by his sudden presence, flushed slightly and hastily tucked away her writings. I've been here for quite some time. You were simply too engrossed in your work to notice. Are you truly intent on publishing it for sale? Karl asked, sitting in her office chair and drawing her onto his lap. Don't you find it intriguing? I believe many would enjoy it. Just look at it and Karine. Daphne exclaimed eagerly. Have you considered the issue of piracy? There is no copyright protection here, Karl remarked, sensing her optimism might be misplaced. Not necessarily. Even if piracy exists, it would be a minority. Who would dare to infringe upon something published by Shunfeng Company? Moreover, I plan to release it in volumes, so to continue reading, one would have to purchase it from me. Daphne was quite confident in her plan, believing Karl's current reputation would deter most potential pirates. Very well. Let us first have something to eat. I just came from Karine's place and brought you some afternoon tea. Karl summoned the packed refreshments from his storage ring and laid them on the table. Thank you, darling. Daphne kissed him lightly before delighting in her afternoon tea. Karl observed from the side, noting how gracefully beautiful women indulge in their meals. My dear wife, when will you bless me with a child? Daphne couldn't help but spray Karl with her milk tea upon hearing his sudden remark about having children. Cough, cough, take it easy, Karl quickly approached to pat her back. It's not my fault. Who told you to bring up the topic of children? Daphne playfully chided, then offered her handkerchief to wipe Karl's face. I was merely reminded that Hancock is already expecting. Are you and Ellie feeling any urgency? Karl chuckled apologetically. I'm not in any rush. If I become pregnant, who will manage the company? Besides, I'm not prepared for motherhood yet. We'll cross that bridge after Hancock gives birth. Daphne reflected on the rapid growth of her own career. She was determined to make her mark in this world. All right, we're still young. There's truly no need to hurry, Karl conceded, realizing that there would always be ample opportunities for parenthood in the future. By the way, dear, our company has already established a foothold in the first half of the Grand Line, and we even have some courier stations in the New World. Shouldn't we consider expanding our reach across the seas? Daphne inquired. Is it really so soon? Can we manage all these new locations? We're here to enjoy life, not to overexert ourselves. My initial intention was simply to engage in some business to pass the time. In just a few months, it felt as though Daphne was on the verge of transforming the courier service into a global enterprise. I wonder how that shipping magnate, Umit, is feeling now? That's actually quite slow. After all, there's minimal technical complexity involved. As long as there are people, the courier stations can continue to expand. Moreover, this is a trivial matter for me. Otherwise, when would we find the time to write our novels? Daphne remarked confidently, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Well, I was just concerned you might be overwhelmed. But there's no need to rush. The four seas are the world government's foundational territory. If our influence spreads too rapidly, it could raise their suspicions. Let's start with the East Blue and take our time, Karl suggested, gazing toward the East Blue. It's about time to check on Ace. All right, I understand. We shall begin with the East Blue. Should you go visit Ace? It's about time. Otherwise, that lad will be too lonely. However, I need to return to Tiger's Roar Island to consult my sister. Karl lingered in Daphne's office for a moment of tender intimacy before taking his leave. How can a man become so entranced by beauty all day long? Nevertheless, that was Karl's thought as he departed. And I shall return to Tiger Roar Island shortly. Would you care to accompany me? Upon arriving home, Karl found her no longer engrossed in her novel, but practicing her swordsmanship. Returning to Tiger Roar Island? Please wait a moment. Uncle, I must gather some items. I purchased many things for Mother and my grandparents. Very well, do hurry, and do take a shower. You're quite sweaty. And paused, slightly disheartened by his remark. And tomorrow I might visit Ace. Will you join me? As they soared through the skies, Karl inquired. Ace? My brother? Uncle, I am not yet prepared. He has never met Mother because of me. I do not know how to face him. Do not dwell on such thoughts. You cannot choose your lineage, but you can decide what kind of person to become. I trust your mother has spoken to you about the circumstances. Would it have been right to have Admiral Karp take you away under those conditions? Your and your brother's origins destined you for anything but an ordinary life. He is a man and must learn to protect his sister. Yet, uncle, I can protect my brother too, and replied, with a hint of defiance. That may be true for the present, as you have the opportunity to learn and grow with us. However, in the future, it is possible he may require your protection. Indeed, I will ensure my brother is safe. In's gaze was resolute. For her brother's sake, who missed out on family reunions since childhood, she vowed to safeguard him henceforth. Karl gazed at In, choosing to remain silent about his thoughts, for he believed that as long as he was present, no one would dare to harm her. After a considerable time, Karl returned home to Tiger Roar Island with Mom. Grandpa, Grandma, your precious In is back. As soon as they landed, and joyfully dashed into the house. Karl followed closely behind, and upon entering, he discovered that only his sister, Lugio, and their mother were at home. Their father was nowhere to be seen. My darling granddaughter, come and let your grandmother have a look at you. It's wonderful to have you back. Their mother, Emma, was entirely focused on her granddaughter, leaving Karl somewhat neglected. Karl, what brings you back today? Lugio inquired. I missed you all, so I thought I would return. By the way, where is Dad? Your father is currently training with that group of young men. Don't worry about him. Emma replied tersely. Ever since they consumed the life potion developed by Ellie, both she and Berg, despite being in their 60s, remained remarkably vigorous. Thus, Berg had taken to training with Daren to pass the time. Ha ha ha, isn't that splendid? In the evening, Berg returned home, delighted to see his granddaughter and son. Karl invited Daren over, and they all enjoyed a cheerful dinner together. Once Berg and Emma had retired for the night, Karl approached Lugio to discuss their plans to visit Ace the following day. He had not yet revealed to his family that Lugio had given birth to twins, with one, Ace, still outside. Karl, I wish to see Ace as well, may I? Lugio said, her voice trembling with emotion. It has been so hard for me. Ace is so young and has to endure so much, she added, tears streaming down her face. Of course, sister. Besides, I now possess the means to bring Ace home. So you need not worry. Karl felt a twinge of sympathy as he watched Rugio weep, thinking to himself, to hell with the plot. If the world government dares to come, then let us vanquish them as well. Really? Thank you, Karl. Without you these past years, I wouldn't have known how to protect Ace and Den. We are family. There is no need for such gratitude. The following midday, Karl, accompanied by Rugio and An, took flight back to Gaia Island, and could no longer endure staying at Tiger Roar Island, so Karl had no choice but to return her to Gaia Island. Sister Rugio, Daphne exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Karl bring Rugio along. She had a great fondness for this gentle older sister. Daphne, I hear that you are now managing the company. Are you not feeling overwhelmed? Karl remarked. It is rather inconsiderate of you to leave such a large company solely in Daphne's hands without a thought for your wife's well-being. Rugio cast a slightly reproachful glance at Karl, believing that a young woman should not possess the capability to manage such affairs. It is quite all right, Sister Rugio. This was my own request, and I am quite gifted in this area. Karl cannot compare to my prowess. Before Karl could interject, Daphne swiftly defended him. Indeed, sister. And besides, Zoe is also there to assist me, so the company matters are manageable. By the way, Sister Rugio, did you receive the items I sent back for you and your parents? Daphne often spotted excellent goods on Gaia Island and would dispatch them via courier. I did receive them. You are so thoughtful, unlike Karl. After the group enjoyed a meal at the culinary district, Karl set off again with Rugio. As Windmill Village in the East Sea was still quite a distance away, likely to arrive in the dead of night. Karl, I suddenly feel a bit anxious. What if Ace blames me? Do not worry, sister. Ace may have his grievances, but he will never hold his mother accountable. In fact, Rear Admiral Garp had once confided in me that he refrained from informing Ace about his family, intending for him to grow into a strong man, believing that he would come to understand in due course. This indeed reflects Garp's characteristic approach to matters. After Karl and Rugio arrived in the kingdom of Goya, it was already midnight. The two sought refuge in an inn, planning to search for Ace the following day. However, Rugio was far from at ease. It had been 13 long years since she last laid eyes on her son. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, deeply concerned about Ace's feelings towards her. Throughout the night, sleep eluded her. The following morning, Karl rose early and made his way to Rugio's room, where he found her meticulously folding clothes intended for Ace. These garments were crafted by Rugio herself, as she made it a tradition to sew several outfits for both Ace and in each year. She pondered whether these clothes would fit Ace, uncertain of whether he had grown slim or stout. As she continued her task, she spoke, "Rest assured, dear sister. A mother knows her child best. The clothes you have made will undoubtedly suit Ace perfectly. Now, let us go and find him." "Yes, let us," Rugio replied. It was evident that her spirits were lifted, though tinged with a hint of nervousness. Karl brought Rugio to the thieves' den on the slopes of Kolbo Mountain in Windmill Village. From a distance, he employed his observation Haki, but found no trace of Ace. Only Daren and her few subordinates were present. "Sister, Ace is not here. He must be in the forest. Let us search for him there." Rugio gazed at the thieves' den and inquired, "Has Ace grown up here?" "Indeed," Karl replied. "After all, this is the hometown of Vice Admiral Garp. It is the most concealed place, and no one would suspect the son of the pirate king resides here." Karl led Rugio into the forest, where they encountered Ace and Luffy, who had just returned from a successful hunt, carrying a large crocodile, preparing to return to the mountain bandit's lair. As Rugio gazed at the disheveled boy behind them, whose face bore a few blemishes, she could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Hey, are you trying to steal our catch?" the young Luffy exclaimed angrily, setting down the crocodile's head. "Luffy, what are you doing?" In his sudden movement, Luffy caused Ace to lose his balance. "Ace, it's me, Mom," Rugio cried. Upon hearing her voice, Ace fixed his gaze on the unfamiliar woman before him, filled with confusion. "My mother? The old man never told me she was still alive, only that I was the son of the pirate king, Roger, who had already been executed." Rugio, feeling somewhat lost, slowly approached Ace and embraced him tightly. "My Ace, I'm so sorry," she sobbed, holding him close as tears flowed freely. Karl felt a surge of emotion as he contemplated his unfortunate nephew, who had grown up devoid of parental care. The boy harbored deep resentment towards his father, believing him responsible for his mother's demise, which resulted in a lack of affection for Roger. Little Luffy stood nearby, astonished to learn that Ace had a mother. Who was Daren? Oblivious to the nuances of the situation, he was completely bewildered. Mother? Is it truly you? Ace gazed at the woman before him, his heart swelling with indescribable emotions. A wave of joy washed over him, accompanied by countless questions. Why had his mother, who was alive, never come to see him? What was her purpose in finding him this time? Her presence elicited both excitement and anxiety within him as he pondered her long absence. Yet, in that moment, he genuinely felt the warmth of a mother's embrace, an indulgence he had never dared to dream of. It is I, your mother. My dear Ace. I am so sorry for coming to you only now. It is my fault. Ace, overwhelmed, wept, the bond of blood affirming that this was indeed his mother. Why? If you are alive, did you entrust me to Garp? Why have you not visited me for so long? Ace cried out, questioning Lugio. My dear Ace. I had no choice back then. The world government was conducting rigorous searches, and I could only take one of you siblings with me. For your sister's sake, I entrusted you to Vice Admiral Garp. Will you forgive me? Lugio explained, her voice laced with sorrow. I have a sister? Ace inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yes. Your sister's name is Anne. She intended to visit you, but felt embarrassed, believing that her ability to live with our mother was due to you. She felt guilty about not being there for you. Her brother, Karl, interjected, addressing Ace. Ace, this is your uncle. It was thanks to him that I was able to find you. Otherwise, I might never have seen you again, Lugio said, wiping her eyes and pulling Ace closer. Ace, you have a mother and an uncle. This is wonderful. Little Luffy exclaimed joyfully, realizing that if Ace had family, it meant he too had family. Uncle. Ace shyly called out, gazing at the tall man before him, feeling a blush spread across his face for the first time in his life. All right. Let us head back for now. We can discuss more later, Karl suggested. Yes, Daren and the others are waiting for us to return from the hunt. Little Luffy eagerly added, his stomach growling with hunger. Mother, I currently live with Daren, so. Ace hesitated to express his thoughts. I know all about that. Come. Let us go see the place where you grew up, Lugio replied gently, a sweet smile gracing her face. Seeing his mother's warm smile brought Ace an unprecedented sense of security, causing his cheeks to redden again. Hey, Luffy, hurry and lift the alligator. We're going home. Ace swiftly approached to grasp the crocodile's tail, exclaiming, Oh, I'm coming. Luffy promptly joined him, lifting the crocodile's head, and together with the others, they made their way to the bandit's abode. Can I also call you Mom? Luffy inquired, glancing back at Lugio, convinced that if Ace could call her Mom, he should be able to do so as well. Of course, you can. What is your name? Lugio responded with a smile. Mom, this is my younger brother, Luffy. Yes, I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy proclaimed, asserting his well-known ambition. Lugio paused for a moment, taken aback, but soon responded with a gentle laugh. To become the Pirate King? What a magnificent dream. However, it is indeed a challenging endeavor, so you must strive hard. Hey, Luffy, stop talking nonsense. I am the one who will become the Pirate King. Ace shouted at Luffy, who was ahead. No way. The one destined to become the Pirate King is definitely me, Luffy retorted, equally defiant. Thus, the two brothers continued their playful bickering all the way back to Daren's bandit hideout, eliciting continuous laughter from Lugio. Daren, we're back, the brothers announced as they kicked open the door to the hideout, carrying the crocodile. Impudent Luffy, I just repaired that door yesterday. And Ace, why didn't you stop him? Daren rushed over, a cigarette in his mouth, only to discover he was too late. Forgive us, Daren, Ace said, pulling Luffy to apologize. Never mind. What do we have for dinner today? And who are these two? Daren finally noticed the presence of two additional guests. Right, Daren. This is Ace's mother and uncle. They are also my mother and uncle, Luffy eagerly introduced. Indeed, Daren, this is my mother and uncle. Hello, Ace's mother and uncle. I am Daren, the bandit, Daren said, somewhat bewildered. Ace has a mother? That rascal Carp never mentioned it. What now? Daren. Thank you for taking care of Ace all these years. It must have been tough. Lugio expressed her gratitude. Ha, not at all. Ace has always been very understanding. It hasn't been a burden, Daren replied awkwardly. Initially, she and T treated Ace very well, but over time, they had developed a familial bond. Hey Daren, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat, Luffy exclaimed, noticing that the adults were still conversing, wondering if they weren't hungry. Yes, Ace's mother and uncle, please come in. I'll arrange for someone to cook this crocodile right away, Daren hurriedly said. No need, Daren, I brought plenty of food that should be enough for everyone. Carp had packed a large quantity of food on Gaia Island yesterday, ample even for a banquet. Wow, Uncle, did you bring food? Is there meat? Where is it? Luffy exclaimed, the first to react with excitement upon hearing about the food. Karl stepped into the hall and, with a flick of his wrist, conjured an impressive array of food, predominantly seafood. Oh my, how astonishing. Such an abundance of meat appeared with a mere gesture. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Daren and the band of mountain thieves were equally astonished. How could one summon meat in such a manner? Ha ha ha, this is the power of the devil fruit. No need to be astonished, Karl remarked, suddenly finding amusement in the spectacle. Uncle, have you also consumed a devil fruit? I have. I devour the gum-gum fruit, making me a rubber man. As he spoke, Luffy tugged at his own cheeks. Luffy is truly remarkable, already a devil fruit user at such a young age. Lucio chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Not at all impressive. Luffy still can't defeat me. Ace felt a twinge of jealousy, certain that their mother praised Luffy. Yes, Ace is quite formidable too, but a good brother should let his younger sibling have a chance. Lucio smiled at Ace. I will definitely surpass you one day, Ace. Little Luffy declared defiantly, despite never having won against Ace. Ha ha, I await your challenge, Luffy, but you certainly won't defeat me. Karl interjected, eager to redirect their energy. All right, let's eat, he urged, fearing the two youngsters might soon come to blows. Yes, I want to eat meat, Luffy exclaimed, eagerly grabbing a piece without hesitation. Hey, Luffy, Mom hasn't eaten yet. Ace reminded him. It's fine, Ace, just dig in, Karl said, observing the scene as the dining hall transformed from a communal meal to a chaotic scramble for food. After their feast, which had turned into midday, the mountain thieves began to tidy up the restaurant, which was now a scene of utter disarray, though it was a daily occurrence. Wow, I'm so full. I've never tasted such delicious meat. Little Luffy beamed, patting his belly. Luffy, you ate too much. There won't be any meat left for you tonight. Ace teased, attempting to frighten him. No way. I hardly ate anything. Luffy protested, genuinely concerned that his earlier indulgence would mean a lack of dinner. Don't worry. There's plenty of meat for tonight. Karl brought a lot, Lucio reassured him, finding the brotherly bond between Ace and Luffy quite delightful. Ace, the reason I came with your mother to find you is twofold. Firstly, to see you, and secondly, to bring you back. I now possess the strength to protect you both. What are your thoughts on this? Karl spoke to Ace. For a moment, Luffy and the members of the mountain band, upon hearing Karl's words, were taken aback and turned their gaze towards Ace. Likewise, Lucio hoped that Ace would return with her. Ace, upon hearing Karl's words, was momentarily stunned. The thought of returning, of being reunited with his mother, was certainly appealing. He glanced at his mother and then back at his brother and Daren, grappling with a difficult decision. Mother, Uncle, I am not ready to go back just yet. Please don't misunderstand me. I don't mean to abandon you. Ace hastily clarified, fearing his mother would think he wished to leave her. I am quite happy here, and I will definitely sail the seas in the future. You will hear my name echoing across the ocean. At that time, I will return to see you and Uncle. Is that all right, Mother? Ace looked at Lucio with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Lucio felt a pang of sorrow. It was impossible to deny her disappointment. However, reflecting on the years she had not spent with Ace, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, Ace had grown into a young man with his own aspirations. Very well, Mother consents, Lucio reluctantly uttered, wishing to be by Ace's side always, eager to compensate for the emotional void created over the past 13 years. Thank you, Mother. I will surely carve out a resounding reputation on the seas. Ace sighed in relief at his mother's approval, feeling a surge of joy. He truly did not wish to leave the mountain band or Windmill Village just yet. Luffy and Daren were equally pleased at Ace's decision to stay, having shared a life together for so long and grown to be like family. All right, Mother. I will await your triumphant name upon the ocean waves. By the way, Mother, I made you several sets of clothes, tailored to your sister's height. I hope they fit you well. Karl, please bring out the clothes I made for Ace. Karl took out the clothes, along with a few smaller sets, which belonged to Luffy. Here, these 3 sets are for Ace, and these 3 are for Luffy. Rookie received the garments and distributed them to Ace and Luffy. Wow, do I get a set too? Thank you, Rookie Mama. Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Mama. Ace remarked, feeling quite moved as he gazed at the attire. As long as you like them, hurry and try them on so I can see if they fit. If they don't, I will make adjustments. All right, Mama. The 2 children dashed back to change clothes, and before long, they emerged. The outfit fit little Luffy perfectly, while Ace's was slightly long. Thank you, Mama. I really like it. Me too. Thank you, Rookie-mama. They had received their clothes from Masuno for many years, making this the second occasion they were gifted clothing by someone else. Ace's outfit was a bit long, but it would fit just right by next year. Rukyu had tailored Ace's clothing according to Anne's height, suggesting that Anne was slightly taller than Ace. Don't worry, Mama, I will grow taller soon. Karl and Lugio prepared to return after spending 2 days at Kelp Mountain. Though reluctant, the time for farewell had arrived. Ace, here are some insights from my training that will be useful for you once you set sail. Remember to keep them safe. Furthermore, should you consume a devil fruit in the future, never become overly reliant on its powers. Remember, in these vast seas, Haki reigns supreme. What is Haki? It is written here. Do you understand? Karl entrusted Ace with some of his Haki training insights. Uncle, I understand. Ace, noting Karl's serious demeanor, pondered what Haki truly was, realizing he needed to learn more about it. And Luffy, your devil fruit is quite extraordinary. It is not merely a rubber fruit. If you wish to master its abilities, you must unleash your imagination and dare to turn the impossible into the possible. Do you remember? I understand. Luffy, rarely serious, displayed a rare expression of earnestness. Ace, I must take my leave now. Remember to return to visit your mother, all right? And your grandparents, who have yet to meet you. Your mother is eagerly awaiting news from you about your adventures at sea. Mother, I will. Knowing that his mother was alive and that he had family, Ace felt lighter than he had in the past. He now focused solely on maturing quickly and embarking on his own journey across the seas. Suddenly, Karl glanced toward the forest, sensing a powerful presence observing them. However, he dismissed it, reasoning that this was Carp's territory, and no one would dare cause trouble here. Let us go, sister. Ace, Luffy, your mother is leaving, Lugio said, holding the 2 young ones with reluctance. Goodbye, mother. As Ace and Luffy watched, Karl and Lugio ascended on a flame cloud, disappearing into the sky shortly thereafter. Mother,